to the grads out there. Shout out to all the lovely people just waking up, getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready to do whatever you got to do. It's beautiful. It's going to be hot here in the Bay. Oakland, San Francisco, South Bay, North Bay. I'm excited. You're wearing a hat that says flames on it. You're smoking hot right now, Joe. Pause. Everything's hot. I'm feeling it. The Valkyries, even in a loss yesterday to the defending champs, they covered, by the way, 82-77. All right. Biggest game in New York. Hey. Biggest game in New York yesterday. It wasn't the Knicks and Pacers as the Knicks extend that series back to Indiana. No. It was Liberty, Valkyries, tied at halftime, by the way. Remember, Joe, they got blown out just a couple days ago in New York against said Liberty. They come back, 5-point loss. You know what? I was impressed. As losses go, and again, this isn't, Capri Suns and orange slices, but for an expansion team to nearly pull off the upset and hand the defending champs their first loss of the season, I was impressed. So shout out to Golden State Valkyries, and you heard all of that right here on 95.7 The Game, or the Odyssey app, I should say, as well. When it comes to the Valkyries tab, you can find it there. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, crushing it per usual.
I want to start today off with something fun. We got a lot of sports stuff that I find to be very fascinating today. A
lot of sports.
Guru has Guru's gripes.
He does.
I have my Friday frustrations.
Okay.
I'm going to start by here. Guys and gals out there, it's 2025. All right. I want you to recognize something. Social media has been around for a long time. All right. Most of you who I follow have been on there forever. I don't need to see your entire minute-and-a-half video on your story 6 different times that you're at the Kendrick Lamar concert at Chase Center or at Oracle or wherever the hell it was. I guess Oracle Park.
Bonte was there last night.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that directed towards
Everybody was there.
I wasn't.
Every person that I know couldn't just post like, hey, at the Kendrick Lamar. They had to post also the video where it's inaudible. I can't even hear anything. It's 2025. Look, in 2011 or 2013, you want to post a video of you at a concert? Nobody is watching your concert video on your story all the way through. We get it. You went to a concert. Good for you.
Sounds like
post a snapshot, post a photo. Don't post an entire video. Like, what are you, my dad? That's what my dad used to do on Facebook. I'm here at the Tower of Power concert in Clear Lake, Tahoe, or Clear Lake, California. Like, what are you doing? The amount of people who don't just post, like, hey, I'm at the Kendrick Lamar. Great, I'm happy you're at the Kendrick Lamar thing. That's cool. It's like going to a game. Post it. Stop posting full videos of the concert itself. It's ridiculous.
Who cares so much? It makes them happy. They're just sharing their experience.
If I got to go like this, right? And I'm
sounds like you're jealous you weren't there.
No, I feel like I'm doing Morse code. This is what I'm doing right now. I'm doing like Morse code in a World War II movie where I'm trying to go behind the lines where I'm clicking my thumb like it's a clicker. If I have to do that with your story, I'm hitting unfollow. Like, I'm going to start hitting unfollow. It's ridiculous. And I'm talking about people I know and I like and I love.
Yeah, you're talking to Bonte and Dr. Narav Pandya, who was also there, UCSF.
I have a little fun with this one. Come on, it's a Friday. All right,
I don't know if you're having fun. You said all that, ripping all these people. Hey, I'm just having a little fun. I don't know if you are.
The sound and the video never gives the actual feel of the event any justice.
Well, it's very sterile. That's why I never take videos of that sort of stuff. But that's me. People are having fun and excited, and they want to show you, hey, I'm cool, I'm hip.
No, that's great. Like, you know why I have to say this? And I've noticed this at youth sports games. I've noticed this. We got a lot of graduations tonight. And I just, anyone who can hear me, just hear me out. It's okay to post something that you go out and do. I'm not saying it's not. But also put the phone in your pocket and enjoy the moment. One thing that I absolutely love about the Masters is that you will never see anyone with their phone out.
Because they take them.
Videoing anything. And what I've noticed, and I'm guilty of this, okay? I send you guys videos of my kid and whatnot. Like, I'm guilty of this too. But also when I'm out and about, it's okay to put the phone in the pocket and enjoy the real moment. Because as you're viewing it through your phone, you're not enjoying it in real life and in real time. And I just, the moment matters. Be in the moment.
Well, they're probably watching it when they turn the video off, right?
I mean, you're watching it through the phone too. So like you're there and you're enjoying the moment.
But I mean, it's like a minute and a half video of a 3-hour concert.
No. That's fine. One video. When I see 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 videos, come on.
Sounds like they're celebrating the different songs of each, from SZA and Kendrick Lamar. Like, that's fine.
Look, one thing
they're just not like us.
You are sounding like a hater. I'm just letting you know.
One thing I've learned is that everybody said to me, Joe, your son's childhood will go by like that, with like a snap. And look, they're right. They're 100% correct. They are right. But the more and more I realize how addicted I am to my phone, I also realize there's a time and a place to pull it out and take the photos and the videos, which we all want to have. We all want to have them and go back. But the concert, you're never going to go back and watch it. I have all these. I went to like Pebble Beach and I took videos of all these golfer swings. You know how many times I've actually went back and looked at it? Never. You know what I do remember? Being in person and not videoing Cameron Champ hitting a drive as far and as fast and as long and as loud as I've ever seen. And that feeling, that rush, cannot be capsulated within a video that I send to a friend. I had to be there.
You feel better?
I do.
Okay. Filmo Mike has some thoughts on this.
Am I wrong? Filmo feels me.
12 minutes into the show, Filmo, we're going to you because I need your help.
Filmo, come on. Tell me you feel me. I get it.
Stop.
I'm not saying you can't have fun at the concert. Just, I cut the line at a couple videos. I'm done. I don't need a click.
Over under 2.5 videos.
That's all I'm saying.
Filmo, help this man.
Filmo, come on. I know you feel me.
I don't feel you, brother. I do not.
Oh, my God.
I do not feel you at all in multiple ways. First of all, you said, I'm happy that you're at the concert. Well, how are you happy that they're at the concert if you meant that they're recording videos? Make it make sense, my brother. What? You out here, you sound like a grumpy old white man early in the morning, and you just a white man. Don't add to it, brother. You just a white boy. It's all good. Be happy. Don't be Sausalito Shasky. You mad at people for posting videos. Come on, blood.
Hey,
Come on, Shasky.
Filmo, come on. You know what I'm talking about. There's a line of demarcation. And when it's 8, 9, 10, when I see your story, and instead of a line, a couple of lines at the top, I see dot, 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 and you're all at the same concert, it does get a little ridiculous. Come on, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you right.
Thank you.
But sometimes you go through your story and you're sometimes you just create a masterpiece without even you hear. Well, that's my story. Sometimes I look back like, man, I was really moving mean. I was at that show and I ended up at that strip club. So sometimes when the story is captivating, it's a trip. But I know what you mean when you just posting the same thing over and over and over again. That does get redundant. But you can't hate on them because you wasn't at the Kendrick Lamar show because you have to wake up for the morning roast.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait, Filmo, were you there yesterday?
I was not there, but all my friends was there, so I understand, Shasky, but you get to live it through them. It's like when your partner's team win the championship, you kind of get to live it through them.
No, I feel you on that. But do you feel me on, I feel like society as a whole, we have gone a little too far into the phones, and I do feel like, and I admit I'm so guilty of this, we're not living in the moment enough. Like tonight, there'll be a lot of graduations. And I know all the parents, because I'm going to like 4 different ones, all the parents are going to have their phones out, videoing every little second. And I feel like there's a happy medium where we can enjoy the moment in real time without having to see it through the phone when you're standing 2 feet away.
No, I feel you on that. I mean, but remember, your dad probably used to have a camcorder back in the day.
He did. It's
just that everybody got phones now.
It's true. You're right. You're right.
Filmo.
I love you, Filmo Mike.
That was great. That was good stuff. We needed that this morning. Filmo Mike weighing in on the conversation.
We're just having fun.
It's a Friday. It's a non-payday Friday. But again, we are shouting out to the people that are graduating this weekend. Shout out to all the grads out there. If you want to call in and shout them out, hey, you know what? We'll take it all show long. I'm calling an audible, Omaha, all show long. You want to shout out a grad this weekend, whether it's kindergarten, middle school, high school, college, whatever it is, 888-957-9570 is the number, Joe. And shout out to those watching on YouTube through their phone, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing of the Deal. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And a guy that was at that concert yesterday is going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. That was Bonte Hill.
Oh, was he there?
He was.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you knew that. Stop.
No, I didn't. Was he on stage?
No, he had his own little luxury suite.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was in one of the boxes.
Is it on his story?
It's on his story.
I'm going to go look it up right now.
There's a lot of dots on his story, though, just a heads up.
Is there?
There's not that many. I think there was.
All right, let me look. Let me look how many dots are on his story. You filibuster, because I'm not done. I have more.
We got a lot to get into today. Kendrick aside here. The 49ers have OTAs yesterday. And Kyle Shanahan.
He doesn't have a lot of dots.
I didn't say he had a lot. He had a couple.
See, now that's fine. One.
You're talking about like 20 is what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's fine.
I want to know what's the line of too many?
Well, I think, like, for example, Benny had his graduation this week, right?
He did. The graduation, they call it, but he's going to the same school still. But yeah, promotion.
Okay. You only posted one photo, which I appreciate.
That's
now,
it.
had you posted a video of maybe all of them singing or whatever, totally fine. But if you posted the whole ceremony, that's a little too much. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't need to see the whole concert. Like, that's all I'm saying. You could be there. You could post a photo here and there, a video here and there, but that's just too much for me. I know this sounds I sound like my dad now, actually. I do sound like my dad.
It's okay. You know what? We all turn into our parents, whether we like it or not, in some form or shape. That's what happens. That's life, Joe. That's life.
Look, I'm here for, at the end of like a season, I always ask one of the parents, hey, could you take my phone? I want to take a photo of the entire team and I want to collect this moment. And a lot of parents send us photos and videos and I'll post that stuff because I do want to share certain things. But also I do realize there's a line of demarcation where too much is you're just flooding the timeline.
Talking about too much. Last year when it came to the 49ers, Joe, there was too much drama. There was too much of the injury bug going around that locker room. Now, the drama has seemed to be subsided a little bit. No more Debo, no more Dre Greenlaw, Hufaga's gone, Hargrave's gone. There's a lot of turnover with this team. And we're talking Niners because OTAs officially started and practice in front of the media yesterday. And we saw Christian McCaffrey back out there. That was good to see, according to Kyle Shanahan. And we'll hear from the head coach saying that's the healthiest he's looked in quite some time. I love that. But speaking about health, there were some other things that bothered me yesterday that I want to discuss. Your first round pick, Ricky Pearsall. This is going to be a big talking point today because you know what? You moved on from Debo Samuel, and rightfully so. We all agreed. I think this is the time to move off of him. He's getting older. That burst wasn't there last year. The lack of leadership at times last year was alarming in a lost season. It wasn't good. So it was time for both these parties to part ways, and Debo's now in Washington, and that's fine. Brandon Ayuk got hurt last year, and we're still waiting for him to come back at any point. He's recovering from the ACL. Is he going to be back for training camp? We still don't know. We'll see about that. So your wide receivers right now is Juwan Jennings, basically, and Ricky Pearsall. Those are your top two. And obviously, George Kittle is probably your number one receiver, quote unquote, but he's a tight end. So we're going to list him as that. Your top two wide receivers are Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall. And Ricky Pearsall, the last couple games, salvaged maybe a bad season, a lost season for him where he wasn't really training in training camp because of injury. Then he gets shot before the season starts. He gets shot right down the block from us.
Ow!
Yeah,
Ow.
That was a little aggressive there. Thank you, John Sterling. But that happened. And it was a lost season for him. But it felt like at the end, he had a couple good games where, you know what? Okay, maybe this could translate into next season, and we might have found something there. Well, fast forward to now, OTAs, and he's already tweaked his hamstring. He's tweaked his hamstring, and now there's conversation. He's probably not going to be back till training camp. I mean, this is your first-round pick that you're going to need to rely on heavily. You just invested all this money into your quarterback, and his number two wide receiver is gone. Hell, his number one wide receiver, we don't even know if he's going to be there, and that is Brandon Ayuk when he is healthy. So we're going to basically be relying on a healthy Juwan Jennings and Jacob Cowing and whoever else, Watkins, like Robinson. Thank you, God. See, like
I actually like him.
Thank you. Like, come on.
He's going to be suspended.
Yeah, no, I know. Who comes back first, Ayuk or him?
Right. I'm hesitant to say this, and I don't want to say this word right now, but it's bordering on bust right now for Ricky Pearsall. It is.
It's late May.
It's late May, but you know what? This guy has the injury bug, and he had it in college, and he has it now in his first 2 years, and that's a problem. And I don't think you could. This isn't something you're just going to get over. Like Herm Edwards was on with you and Bonte last year, during this time talking about Ricky Pearsall, and Herm Edwards obviously. Monterey High School legend, Obviously, head coach of the Jets, head coach of the Arizona State football team, Coach Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall when he was there. So he knows Ricky. And the problem with Ricky is what he told us. He's a gym rat, but he doesn't know when to stop. He pushes himself too hard and he overworks. And you need to protect Ricky from himself. Well, there's only so much that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch can do in that regard. And Ricky needs to protect Ricky from himself. And right now, he hasn't learned how to do that. It's 2 off seasons in a row now where there's been an injury bug. And I'm officially concerned about him. I'm officially concerned about Ricky Pearsall.
That's fair. I think it is totally
fair. And I said I didn't say he's a bust yet, but it's bordering on that for me.
Okay, put the B word to the side for just a second. It is May. It's May. Right now, I know it's going to be June very shortly here.
2 days.
And it's not ideal. I admit that 100%. I watched a lot of 49er dropbacks that were circulating across the internet yesterday, and I just kind of isolated Ricky Pearsall. In the ones where he played, I actually think he's a really solid player. As a player, he gets open, he gets good separation. I think he's a really smooth and silky route runner. He can make a few contested catches. I have questions about his size, but the number one question for him right now is absolutely the durability. Now, if we take the gunshot out of the equation, got hurt with the shoulder multiple times and the hamstring last offseason.
Yep.
That concern is not going to go away until we see this guy play 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 games.
And as we've talked about with the hamstring with Steph Curry, obviously a little different. The guy has so much more wear and tear on his body than Ricky Pearsall, and he's going on 38 years old. He's 37 right now. But that's an injury that just soft tissue. It lingers.
So, but like when you say the word bust, not that I get...
Said bordering on it.
No,
I know.
Bordering on it. But when we say that word bust, okay, I'm curious on your definition on that because I think it does, we throw it around and I don't know if it necessarily applies to it. Can you be a bust if you're a late first round pick? I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You're a first round pick.
Can you be a bust if you get injured, but you try really hard?
Yeah, your body failed you, but you're still a bust.
So Greg Oden is a bust.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right, because maybe I view it a little differently.
Yes.
Like bust to me, there's got to be an element of you not also putting in the work as much.
I'm going to go
for me. Maybe I'm wrong.
Where I go in these situations is always AI because AI knows all and Chat GPT knows all, and I'll give you the definition per the computers and what they say.
Let me guess. It has something to do with highly touted expectations.
I'll just give you the key characteristics of a bust per Chat GPT. So there's high expectations.
Yeah, expectations.
Underperformance, injuries or off the field issues.
Okay.
And public perception. So the label is often influenced by media and fan disappointment. For the public perception, injuries or off the field issues say sometimes these contribute to the bust status. Underperformance, fails to deliver strong or consistent performance, obviously. And then high expectations, you're drafted early or signed to a large contract. So and he was a first round pick.
Was D Ford a bust for the Niners? Or was it just unfortunate that he got hurt?
I don't think what was the capital involved?
They gave him a second round pick and then gave him they gave the Chiefs a second round pick and gave him a big contract.
I would say he left me wanting more.
Okay.
Bust is strong.
Okay. Because when he played, he was great.
That's the thing. He actually showed some great moments.
That's kind of how I feel about Ricky. When he plays, not that he's great, but he's good.
Yeah. I don't think he showed any greatness. And I think I need greatness from a first round pick, albeit from the number 1 overall pick all the way to the 30th.
Okay.
Whatever. Like I need first round is first round talent, regardless of whether it's a deep class or not. Like you felt that confident in him when you already had 2 wide receivers that have been all pros. You had Tebow Samuel and you had Brandon Ayuk and you felt that confident about him and that selection when you had guys like Cooper DeJean still out there.
But if you had asked that same question about Eric Armstead or Jimmy Ward after a couple of years, we would have said, yeah, those guys are busts. And then they kind of turned it around and were very good, productive 49ers. And then eventually just completely justified the draft selection.
Listen, I'm saying
Solomon Thomas to me is a quote unquote bust.
I'm saying Ricky Pearsall's bordering on bust right now. 888-957-9570
was a bust.
That's
I
fine.
also feel like where you're draft, like being a top 5 overall pick, like Trey, look, he's a bust, right? Like top 3 overall. You traded 3 picks for him.
Cooked. He's cooked. Yeah, he's a bust.
He's a bust. Like
he's one of the biggest busts in NFL history.
He's a bust. Now, I could argue maybe he wasn't given enough sample with this team, whatever, but I think it's now kind of clear, like, he's not good enough. And what they gave up to get him, it was just awful. I mean, it's fireable if they don't find Brock Purdy. The late first rounders, I give you a little more leeway. It's so hard to draft in the first round.
We got to go.
That late.
We got to go. We're busting on this break right now. And again, shout out to all you.
Am I being too soft?
No, we'll pick this up on the other side.
I think a lot of people are concerned, though.
Let's pick this up on the other side. No, am I being too harsh right now saying that Richie Pearsall is bordering on a bust? 888-957-9570 is the number. Call or text. We'll pick this up on the other side. We'll hear from the head coach in regards to that injury and what else he's saying. Plus, the guy that needs to stay healthy this year is Christian McCaffrey. And how did he look yesterday? We'll discuss all of that coming up next. And it's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine.
And staying with a $147 to play.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I contend this is one of the sickest beats of all time.
It's pretty good. Boy, are you talking about the song or Kevin Dan on the song?
Fly, Juicy J, you know, almost stunned. And then MJG and 8 Ball. This is just Southern royalty right here. This song bangs.
Valkyries were flying yesterday. Kevin Dan on the call. Right here, 95.7 The Game and the 95.7 The Game app on Odyssey, and you can find the Valkyries tab there. It is free. 82-77 the final, Joe. New York Liberty improved to 5-0 in the season, but that was a gutsy loss there for the Golden State Valkyries. 2-3 on the year now, but you know what? They got blown out against New York a couple days ago, licked their wounds, came back, and that was a very tight game all the way up until the end. Janelle Salon, 18 points, 13 boards. That's what we call a double-double, Joe. A couple of assists as well there. So, listen, character-building loss, I would call that. Breanna Stewart, she did her thing on the opposite end. She's one of the greats. She had 19 free throw attempts. You know what? Foul baiting from Breanna Stewart yesterday. That's all I'm going to say.
Some difficult calls there last night.
First team all foul bait on that end. I'm not going to get too much into it because you know what? The refs are the refs. I can't control them. But there might have been some faulty whistling going on. That's all I'm going to say, Joe. So that's all I'm going to say.
You were bringing up the word bust, and maybe I'm more sensitive the older I get, but I have a hard time.
I don't think so. You're just crushing anyone that was posting on social media. I don't think you're that sensitive to others.
That's called having fun. And those are people I know.
I don't think you were.
Did you see the study?
Fun.
The study that came out that said that friends that razz each other are actually tighter than people that don't. They're actually closer.
There's a difference between razzing and being legitimately angry at people posting on their stories.
Okay. I'll tell those people to their face.
You won't.
I will.
Tell it to Bonte at 9 o'clock.
I didn't think his was egregious.
Okay.
He had 2 stories.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I told you, when I'm doing Morse code, as I'm flipping through your story, that's when it's too much. Now, that being said, bust. As I get older, I have a harder time calling a 22-year-old kid, because to me, you're in your 20s, like you're still a kid. I'm not saying you can't do dumb things and horrible things or great things, but like I have a harder time now in my 40s calling a kid who tries hard a bust.
Listen, if you just joined the conversation real quick, we're referring to Ricky Pearsall, who apparently tweaked his hamstring, is not going to be available until potentially training camp. This is 2 off seasons in a row now where he's dealing with the same injury, and an injury that kept him out for most of training camp last year. Now, a couple months till training camp, we got a long ways to go, but it's not good. And I think Ricky Pearsall, second year wide receiver for the 49ers, is bordering on bust right now. And that's why we're talking about that word.
You know, like James Wiseman, like the poor guy, like people, he's a bust. Do I think he tried really hard? Yeah, I do. Right. And so like, I'm a little more lenient with the word, and I get it. Like, this is what we do as sports fans. We call people busts, and we don't care about the individual and the person. So Carter comes in at the break, right? And Carter's like, D Ford was a huge bust. And I love you, Carter, for saying that, because that's how I used to be, right? I'm admitting this. Then I went to training camp one year, and he was clearly injured, and he was working on the sled by himself. And I walked over, and me and Bonte were talking to him, and I had a glimpse of the perspective from D Ford's point of view. And it was like, he was like, hey man, I really don't want to talk to anybody because I've been working really, really hard to get right. And I don't think I'm there yet. And I'm in a bad place because I'm trying to get on the field and I want to play football.
Right.
And when he said that, it like stopped me in my tracks. And I was like, damn. Like, I've been like, why is this guy on the field? What's going on? And like, that's the frustration as Joe, the Niner fan. And then when Joe, the person, meets D Ford, the person, it's very difficult to come on air and Joe, the radio guy, blast D Ford, the football player, because I actually feel empathy for the person.
You can do both. I think it's okay to say, like, Ricky Pearsall is probably a really good guy. Like, I root for the story. I would like to see him do well. And it's not his fault. His body's betraying. Although, like, if we can get that sound, Sam, I think Matt emailed it to all of us. Herm Edwards on with the morning roast last year talking about Ricky Pearsall when it comes to that injury.
It's on your board.
It's on my board. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. This is Herm Edwards. Hello. Former head coach of the New York Jets, Kansas City Chiefs, and obviously Arizona State football, where he coached Ricky Pearsall and Brandon Ayuk. This was Herm on with you guys last summer talking about Ricky Pearsall needing to protect him from himself.
he's the guy you got to be careful with. He overworks. He's that kind of guy. And he had some hamstring issues when he was with us as well, because he's one of the guys, doesn't want any rest. He goes 100 miles an hour. You got to protect him from himself, and I told John and them that when they drafted him. I said, the thing you got to do with Ricky now, because he's going to go hard. He doesn't understand this is a walkthrough. This is, that's how he functions. So he'll be fine.
He'll be fine. That's back-to-back summers now with a hamstring injury. And he last played for Herm Edwards back in 2021 at Arizona State, Joe. It was 4 years ago. We're still talking about that same hamstring. That's not good.
No, this is
not good.
Absolutely. It's concerning. I would be denying myself the honesty if I didn't admit that.
And I'm not, listen, and I hear you what you say. I don't think all busts are made equal. I
think this guy could be good.
No, sure. No,
not great, but good.
There's a difference between Jamarcus Russell and Ryan Leaf, the bust, than Trey Lance and the Jimmy Clausens of the world that are
just aren't good enough. Like Solomon Thomas.
Correct.
Solomon Thomas. I never thought he should have been taken number 3 overall, number 2 overall. I thought it was a terrible pick. I didn't see, I watched Stanford that year, and I remember the Trubisky game specifically where he became a high riser, and I thought it was absurd that they took him. Yeah. Do I think that Solomon Thomas didn't work his butt off? Of course I thought he worked hard. I just don't think he's good.
Yeah. But that doesn't take away the person. You can still...
Exactly.
And listen, this is why it's not getting personal. This is why I think we got to be careful as just a meeting, because the lines have been blurred when it comes to personal shots versus just talking about the player itself. With Andrew Wiggins, it was never, we were not taking personal digs. Oh, why is he missing time? What's going on here? First off, we were concerned about the person, but we were talking about on the court. When he was on the court, it just wasn't good enough. And that's what we critiqued. That's all we critiqued. It was, it's just something's not right. And it's not looking good on the court. That's nothing against what is going on in his personal life, the tragedy that befell him. His father was sick. His father ends up passing. And then, talking about that last year and how that was a weight lifted off of him and it was definitely weighing on him on the court. But we can only talk about on the court / on the field right now. And you got to be on the field for us to talk about it first and foremost. So, yes, Ricky Pearsall went through a tragic situation. He thought he was going to die. That was a very scary situation. And then for him to even come back that season and have some good games, as you said, was amazing.
I thought he looked good.
I thought so too.
I thought he looked good. I think he can be a good player. Now, will he ever live up to this first round? I don't know. I don't know. That I think is still up in the air.
But I don't think it's disrespectful to say that he's bordering on bust, because we're talking about him you have to be on the field.
No doubt.
You have to be on the field.
But I guess what I'm saying, Joe.
I'm frustrated right now, Joe, if I'm a Niners fan.
No, I hear you.
OTAs, there was no drama. And then I checked my phone yesterday and it's, Ricky Pearsall tweaked his hamstring, probably going to be out till training. Really? That's the guy we're really relying. Brock's, he needs to rely on a guy like Ricky. He does.
Well, my reaction was, you got to be kidding me.
Exactly.
Right? That's what my reaction was. But I guess for whatever reason, the older I get, the less likely I am to use the word bust. When J.J. Stokes, the Niners traded up to go get J.J. Stokes, I remember for years, I was like, bust, can't live up to it, right? Again, I was in my 20s, you know what I mean, when he was playing, and in my teens when he was playing for the Niners. And now that I'm a little older, I don't use that word as much as I used to, because I think I kind of know a little more about the craft. And I also understand 40-year-old guy ripping 20-year-old when he has no clue what that guy's going through. I just take a step back. Now, that being said, getting somebody who has injury concerns and that person continues to have injury concerns, some of it can be out of your control. Trey Lance snaps his ankle, that's football.
Yeah.
This guy did have injury concerns and the medical didn't get cleared. This is the same thing that happened with D Ford, because when D Ford, they swung the deal, he had neck, back, and knee injuries. And they're like, he's good to go. Well, we found out, no, he's not. He's not good to go. So there's a medical concern that I think is a fair one and a criticism. Getting shot. I mean, how can anyone have any? No one knows, right? But when I think of some of the busts, when I think of that word, I think of self-inflicted also plays a huge factor into me using that word. Rolando McClain.
Yeah.
The knucklehead.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Jamarcus Russell. Again.
Exactly. Ryan Leaf, who referenced. That. Definitely. No doubt about it. Was James Wiseman a bust? Or was he just not good enough? and never developed and then got hurt and it was unfortunate.
I think there's a lot of different characteristics of what makes a bust.
I think, yeah. But I also think the way people use that word is going to be maybe different from me.
Absolutely.
But it is a triggering word for me the older I get.
Okay, fair enough. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side, 888-957-9570. Ricky Pearsall, is he bordering on bust for you, 49ers fans? 888-957-9570. Plus, we'll hear from the head coach from OTAs yesterday. Christian McCaffrey is back. And if he's healthy for next season, is the sky the limit for the 49ers? We'll discuss. This is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Something's
4 minutes to go, second quarter. Crossover dribble, Van Loo, speeding left alley, dishes out right wing, shot fake Salon. One dribble pull up from 18 feet is good. Janelle Salon, 3 of 10 from the field, 7 points, 5 rebounds, on pace for a double-double. 32-30 Valkyries.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking their beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Tough L for the Valkyries yesterday. Shout out Oscar and Stockton. Shout out Kevin Dana. As always, Valkyries basketball. We are the home of Valkyries basketball here at 95.7 The Game. And you can find all those Valkyries games on the free Odyssey app. Just download the app. Again, free. And there is a Valkyries tab that you can go to. Find all the action right there. Sophia Jones and Kevin Dana on the call for every single game as they fall yesterday to the undefeated and defending champion New York Liberty. Liberty improved to 5-0, Valkyries 2-3. And now they take on another undefeated team on Sunday, the Minnesota Lynx. But that will be back at Chase Center June 1st, Joe. But you know what? Gutsy. If there's such a thing as a gutsy loss, that was one of them. For an expansion team to nearly beat the defending champs, I don't care what sport. It's impressive. So shout out to Valkyries showing some heart yesterday after getting blown out just a couple days ago against the New York Liberty. We're talking Niners OTAs, and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday. And the question that I have right now in regards to Ricky Pearsall, who, according to Kyle, tweaked his hamstring. And this is a hamstring that he's dealt with, an injury that he's dealt with all the way back to college days at Arizona State under Herm Edwards. So this is going on 5+ years now where he's dealt with hamstring injuries. I just asked the question at 888-957-9570. Call or text that number if he's bordering on bust. Jasky thinks that's too strong of a word right now.
At this point in time.
When
you're a year into your career, regardless of what happened last year, when you're a year into your career, it's probably way too premature. Now, concerned? Of course you're concerned.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't good. Now, of all the teams that relies on their receivers probably the least, it would be one of these types of teams, meaning a run-first type of a team, right? But he does have a big role. There's no Ayuk for who knows how long. We don't know. Could be, the beginning of the season, like week 5, 6, 7. Could be late in the year. I thought Dre Greenlaw was going to come back probably like week 6, 7. What did he come back? Week 13?
Super late.
10.
Yeah.
Okay, came back week 10, right? And then barely played.
Yeah.
So this is not good. You don't want to head into a season with just Juwan Jennings and, duct tape, because your other wide receiver you signed from the Rams isn't going to be available for the first couple of games because of the suspension that he's got looming over him for PEDs. That being said, if you're like, Joe, are you concerned about, this is not good. This is not ideal. I'm not here to pretend that it is, but it is May. The guy I'm more worried about, and it's not worry, it's just the guy I'm monitoring way more closely, who I think has way bigger of an impact on their winning this year, is Christian McCaffrey. And it's not so much like how fast does he look in drills or what does the explosion look like. I'm not going to pretend to break down videos. It's just, can he go week after week after week throughout all this offseason and just be on the field? Just get his work in. Right, at whatever speed that looks like. And then come week 1, I'll assess where he's at. Like, he's got to make it week after week after week on the field, in practice. And I'm sure they'll pick and choose times to sit and stay or whatever, or, do like a veteran day that Kittle does a lot and Trent Williams does a lot. But can he get his work in and just be ready to go week 1? And then I'll assess what he looks like week 1. Right? Because he is the guy, to me, that is one of the most important players in the entire NFC.
Let's listen to the head coach yesterday. OTAs going down Santa Clara. I think some of the big names that aren't there currently, Trent Williams is not there, and then Yetur Gross-Matos. But I believe Yetur is having a baby? Thumbs up. I think that's what was going down. I think that's what happened. So that's why he's not there. It's not for any injury reasons or anything like that. And obviously, Brandon Ayuk not there. He's recovering from an ACL. Yeah. Obviously, we knew that heading into it. But Shanahan talking about Ricky Pearsall first, and we'll get to the Christian McCaffrey cut as well. So, but here is the head coach talking about the second-year wide receiver.
Ricky's been awesome, but Ricky has a tweaked hamstring, so I'll be surprised if he does anything in OTAs.
Be back for minicamp or out?
I know he could be, but by the time you get to minicamp and there's just 2 days left in school, we probably won't just throw him out there. But he should be healthy by then. Hopefully, he should be healthy by then, according to head coach Kyle Shanahan. So doesn't make me feel very good, though,
regardless. Here is more from Shanahan talking about Christian McCaffrey, though. Positive, Joe. He's healthy.
Christian is he's as ready as any player I've ever been around. When he gets hurt, he's got to rehab and get better. Right now, he's healthy as can be. We got to kind of protect him from himself. But Christian has a good idea of what he needs to do right now. He's doing a lot less than he normally would do, but I know he's excited on how healthy he feels and the fact that he can get out there.
So he's as healthy as possible.
I'm not going to lose my mind this early. It's not even June. I promised myself I wouldn't lose my mind. This is the same guy who told us that we had nothing to worry about with Christian McCaffrey in preseason last year. So that's why, again, I'm not saying that Shanahan's lying to us. He might look as good as any athlete. I've seen Christian up close and personal. The guy looks like a G.I. Joe figure. He is chiseled. The casts on this dude are unreal.
That's why his name's McCaffrey.
He looks like a track athlete, like a superstar track athlete. That being said, it's not about a given day or a video or anything like that. It's just, can he go week after week after week, getting his work in and being ready to go week 1 of the NFL season? That's it. That's it. That's all I need. And if he is, thank God, because I think it would really change everything. Right now, if he's out, who's your number 2 running back? As in, who would step in as your starter?
Garendo, probably.
Now, Garendo flashed. I don't feel really confident that he can go, weeks on end. Jordan Mason, who had a couple of years under his belt and I think showed a little bit of promise, told us after 2 weeks, being an every down running back in this system in the NFL is really difficult.
Yes, it is. And they demand a lot. It's a run-first team. It's a run-first zone running scheme that there's not a lot of in today's NFL. That does this specific type, which has made them so successful, but also the proof is in the pudding. The wear and tear from these guys, the Raheem Mosterts of the world, your boy Tevin Coleman, right? You had to bring in Paper Plane McKinnon, right? All those guys.
Matt
Breida. The names go on and on and on. Elijah Mitchell, another guy, right?
And I liked Elijah Mitchell. What is
gone?
Where's he at now? What team did he go to?
Elijah Mitchell, running back, right here.
Where did he go to?
He's a Chief. Of course he's a Chief. He's going to win a Super Bowl this year.
Exactly. He'll make a play against us. No, but the Ricky Pearsall aspect of this. It is concerning. I'll meet you here. It is very concerning because you're a wide receiver and the entire position of wide receivers it's conditioning. It's being able to get those reps in with Brock Purdy, which he really couldn't do last year. Right? And part of why you wanted Brock signed was so that he could do all of this kind of stuff and get that timing and that sequencing and all that stuff ready to go. Now, can you do it during the regular season? Sure. But I always go back to the Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp thing where Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp had calculated exactly how many passes before, during, and after practice the two of them did together the year they won the Super Bowl.
That's pretty crazy.
It was insane. And you need those reps. You need that timing. You need all those things. And so this is not ideal. I'm not pretending like this is, it's fine, nothing to worry about, because nothing is worse than nothing to see, hear radio. Because the reality is this is not good.
No.
But I think it is way too early to say the bus word. What I saw late in the year, and again, I watched a ton of highlights because they were showing a lot of online. There was a guy that was breaking down every single under center drop back from Brock Purdy. And so I would rewatch over each snap, and I'm picking out different players to look at and where were they open on the route, whatever. Ricky is a silky route runner. He is nice.
What did Greg Cosell say last year? Our 95.7 The Game NFL answer, juicy. That's the word he used.
No, he is nice.
He's juicy.
I worry about size and all that stuff, but he does get open, and in the rhythm passing game against zone and against some man, depending on who's guarding him, he does get open. He would be a productive player in this system. Would he be, an upper echelon wide receiver? I don't know. I don't know. But I also didn't think Juwan Jennings could be close to a 1,000-yard receiver in this offense. So I'm not putting it past Shanahan. It's just, this is not great. And I look at the Ayuk injury, and God knows what's happening with him and the team and the organization. I look at Juwan Jennings being a stalwart. Who's going to be that guy opposite him in the passing game to be a threat? Now you're going to stack the box against everyone.
Here is Greg Cosell, the aforementioned sound I was talking about, on last year on with Willard and Dibbs, right here at 95.7 The Game, talking about Ricky Pearsall, some of those early moments and saying he looked juicy running routes.
I thought Pearsall running routes looked pretty juicy this week. So he's only going to get better. What that means in terms of production, no one can answer that. But I thought he looked pretty quick running routes. Plus, he's got some physicality to him. There were a couple of times he was pressed, and he ran through the press. So I'm really anxious to see him play more, which he will, obviously, because Ayuk's not there.
Juicy like a peach, Ricky Pearsall.
Can we play just the beginning of that where Willard clearly gets super excited?
We're efforting.
I want that on the board. Just play the beginning and then drop it.
I thought Pearsall running routes looked pretty juicy this week. So he's only going to get better.
There you go.
Mark, I love you.
But I was actually kind of with Mark there. I was like, he didn't really do anything. How did he look juicy? But hey, Greg Cosell breaks down the film better than anyone, not named Brian Baldinger, of course, both of our 95.7 The Game NFL insiders. But there was there were moments for Ricky last year, and that was from an October game, so it was super early in the year. And I felt like it was towards the end of the year, those last couple of games for Ricky that he played, that really showed me like, okay, we got something here maybe. So again, he's got to be out there for me to for him to do anything. He's just got to be on the field. And if he can get there, sure, that's great. And just staying on the field will be massive. But it all comes down to Christian McCaffrey at the end of the day. That's great. Your number 2 wide receiver in a run first thing. That's great. Christian McCaffrey is not only at times your best running back, clearly, he's also your best wide receiver at times.
But you're also out Brandon Ayuk, and you're also out Deebo Samuel.
That's why Christian McCaffrey's you need him on the field.
No, I know, but let's not act like Ricky's coming in as the number 4.
No, but this season is not going to come down to Ricky Pearsall being on the field or not. It's going to come down to Christian McCaffrey being on the field or not. That's what it's going to come down to.
Well, we don't know. I mean,
you don't know?
Let it play out. I think you got to let it play. Look, did you know that Kendrick Bourne was going to lead the 49ers in playoff receiving yards on their way to the Super Bowl in 2019? This offense is kind of crazy, in the sense that, there are certain guys who just ball out and are extremely efficient and make things work. And then other guys are just,
Listen, no, what I've learned in the Super Bowl last few years, your studs need to show out. Thank you, Mark. Christian McCaffrey needs to be on the field for this team to have a chance. They just need him out there. This is a problem. This is why we've been talking about it. When I talk about the Warriors, and we all talk about the Warriors and them being so Steph Curry centric, I get it. He's one of the greatest players of all time. You do everything you can to cater towards that man, and he will lead you to the promised land more often than not. And he's done that 4 times with 4 rings. I understand that. But there's a conversation to be had now, and we're having it because he's 37 going on 38. And how long can he keep this up? Sooner or later, there was going to be a conversation about LeBron with the Lakers, right? They're probably they're going to shift everything towards Luka. He's 26. Now, with the 49ers, you paid your quarterback all this money, and obviously you have Christian McCaffrey locked up, and I think at their best, your best player is probably still Christian McCaffrey, but I don't know if that's a good thing anymore. I question Kyle Shanahan a little bit in the 49ers going forward, because if they're still going to be this Christian McCaffrey centric, I have my doubts that it could withstand a 17, now going potentially on an 18-game season. Just the bilateral Achilles tendonitis scares the hell out of me.
No,
I do think there needs to be more of a burden, and maybe that burden is the wrong word, but shouldering the burden of this load of an offense on the quarterback. I do think that Brock Purdy, with all this money, he should be shouldering more of a load on this offense now. But that's not the Shanahan philosophy, Joe.
No.
So, and I don't know if he's ever going to pivot from that. You get what I'm saying here?
No, I do. But I also think
it feels like you're putting so much on Christian McCaffrey's plate for this season to be success. That scares the hell out of me.
If I took Saquon off the Eagles, I would still think of the Eagles very highly.
Thank you.
But their season would be very different.
Very different.
Okay, and I'm not trying to dog their roster is really good. I mean, they're the best team in the league for a reason, right? And I'm not trying to sleep on Jalen Hurts, but I think this is not a unique conversation to just the Niners. You could have said this about the Titans during the Derrick Henry era. And I think there are other teams that you could make this argument for. But this team, that player, I agree. He is extremely important. The problem is that he's so damn good, you just keep feeding him.
Are the 49ers too reliant on Christian McCaffrey in order for them to succeed next season? I guess that's my question. 888-957-9570. I do. I think you need to put a little bit more on Brock's plate, especially if he's going to be.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? I don't know. Can you just open up the passing game a little bit? You're so smart, Kyle. You're so smart.
He's never going to do that.
When I got Jay Gruden coming on our airwaves saying your passing game leaves him wanting a lot more, and listen, say what you will about Jay Gruden. I do think Kyle Shanahan is infinitely going to be regarded as a better offensive mind than Jay Gruden ever was. But Jay Gruden did have a lot of success with Kirk Cousins, Kyle Shanahan's boy, throwing the football. Like, can you just get some new elements throwing the football, some new looks? Is that asking too much, Joe? I don't think it is. Right?
No, I don't think it is either. But, the offseason isn't over. I just wonder if the Niners are going to be in on any of these like free agents that are lurking out. Like Amari Cooper's out there right now.
I would not be mad at that.
I believe Keenan Allen has yet to be signed by anyone, if I'm not mistaken. Unless Arizona swooped him up. No, Arizona didn't swoop him up yet. I thought that they were kind of targeting him. The running back from Cleveland is someone, as you talk about Christian McCaffrey, the guy who tore his leg up a couple years ago, Nick Chubb, would be a guy that I think would be perfect in the Shanahan system. I think it gives him someone different that you could rely on, even though I know he's coming off of a devastating injury. Like, I think Nick Chubb would be great in the one-cut offense. There are guys out there for the 49ers right now that are kind of just sitting out there. I just wonder, now that they've got some of their finances in order, are they going to go in on one of these guys?
Well, they were in on Amari Cooper for the right price. Remember that? Like,
yes.
There was a conversation.
I thought there was a trade with Ayuk last year regarding Cooper.
And Amari, I think he even said as much. Maybe he tweeted, I forget, but he's like, get me the hell out of here, basically. Or he would love to have gone to San Francisco, basically. Yeah. And I'm sure he would, because say what you will about him and his career, talking about, he's not a bust. He was a top 5 pick. Has he been a top 5 quarterback throughout his career? Probably not, but he's been very consistent, and he's a possession wide receiver, and he can get separation. One thing I will never question with Amari Cooper is the route running. Guy's got elite footwork when it comes to the route running ability.
I like him. He's solid.
He's very solid.
Yeah, he's solid.
Now, did he underwhelm with Buffalo? Probably, but again, he came there mid-season, it felt like, or early in the season, so... And it's a very tough situation to do that.
But Joe, I think the Niners are in a good position, and they got Purdy locked up. Like, last couple of years, you hit this point in the year, right? And there's all these free agents out there, and you had the unresolved Ayuk situation, and the unresolved Trent Williams situation, and the unresolved George Kittle, and the unresolved Nick Bosa. So you didn't know what your finances are. You kind of got a good feel of what your money is right now, right?
You do.
So Matthew Judon's out there, who I've loved for years, right? You could use some defensive linemen, some veteran guys. Again, I reference Nick Chubb. Like, I think that's a really low-risk type of a maneuver. A guy like Amari Cooper, I think that they could pick off 1, 2, 3 veterans, add to the mix right now, get them in for the next training camp type stuff. I think it would, they could be in a really good spot.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You mentioned the contract situations actually being in a good place this year for the 49ers compared to the last few seasons.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan also spoke about that yesterday to the media.
Yeah, I mean, I know we had a number of contract holdouts last year, and I think we've had a couple before that. But we've always had a real good turnout for OTAs and for our off season. I mean, we're a team that usually have like 1 or 2 maybe with contracts and 1 or 2 who got other stuff going on. But I think our attendance has always been real good. The contract stuff gets made a big deal. It's always annoying when it goes into camp, and especially when you're going into a first week and stuff like that. But that's not something that really affects the team right now. It's cool that we don't have any of those on the horizon, though. So, there'll be no hiccups in the future.
It's Kyle Shanahan yesterday. So that's good. But also at the same time, you're still reliant on the guy that you signed to a contract last year when you extended him, when you knew full well that he was hurt and you extended him. So that's still the whole, I'm trying to get past it. I am, Joe. And as you said, it's May. So I'm not saying the sky's falling.
No, I don't think that's what anyone's saying.
I'm not saying that. I think there's a lot of Niners fans that are just worried about Christian McCaffrey. That's the guy that you have. And that's why I like that you said Nick Chubb. I want someone else that I could rely on at least to, if Christian McCaffrey's going to miss a game, and he's going to miss some games, I feel like. He's going to miss some time at some point. That's just baked into the equation. Maybe it's protecting him from himself, limiting the snap count, whatever you're doing. You need to divvy up the workload with him going forward.
You need NFL, I like Garendo, okay? But he's also kind of a wild card, right? He's a young player. I like the more established change of pace guy, like a Chubb, like another guy who's, I know he's sitting out there and anyone could have him, and you're going to roll your eyes when I say the name, like Jamal Williams. You could do a lot worse.
I like Jamal Williams.
I do too. Yeah. He's a good goal line back. He gives you something different. He's reliable. He played in the system in Green Bay that was similar to ours. He was solid in Detroit.
It's also funny. He's a quirky guy. I like Jamal Williams a lot.
I'm with you on that. So like those are the types of guys, as you're talking about Christian McCaffrey, now that your money is kind of settled and you have a clear idea of what you're doing, I bet you John Lynch is going to bring in a couple of these types of veterans. Like, again, they're Cooper, Keenan Allen, Jamal Williams, Nick Chubb. These are offensive players. I think Matthew Judon makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Super smart, older. He could stop the run, sets the edge. You get him and Mikael Williams, and on third down, Williams jumps inside. These are the kind of veterans that I think they could add to the mix. And in years past, they kind of couldn't go after those just lingering free agents because they just didn't have that extra money, and they didn't know what their money was going to be because they had prominent players on the roster they needed to extend.
I like Matthew Judon now more because I actually have like a young future piece in Mikael Williams coming out of Georgia. That helps. It's when it's like I'm relying him to be my number 2 solely outside of Nick Bosa. That's when it's going to be a problem. But if he could be my number 3, no, he is. He had 5.5 sacks last year for Atlanta, but prior to that, obviously New England, obviously Baltimore.
He's a good football player.
He's had 72 career sacks. That's pretty damn good.
When Belichick says you're one of the smartest players I've ever coached, I believe you.
Yes,
right.
On defense, especially when Bill Belichick might be the greatest defensive coordinator.
He's never played with anyone as good as Nick Bosa.
No, he hasn't. Well, I'm trying to think. Baltimore, no. They've had really good defense.
They have.
New England, no. Kyle Van Noy, no. The Ninkovic's of the world, no. So yeah, no, it's not a bad call.
So anyway, it's just these are just some names that like as I listen to everybody, like we're all panicking about. Trust me, I'm not mad at anyone who's like frustrated, panicking, worrying about Pearsall. It's not great. I'm not lying to you guys. I'm not going to sit here and say don't worry about anything. No, this is a soft tissue injury for a wide receiver. This is not good, and it's injury after injury. And yes, he got shot, but he hurt his shoulder multiple times and the hamstring before we even got to the gunshot, right? And that is just going to set anyone back. No one denies that. But there are other wide receivers, and in this system, if you get one of these veterans, a Cooper, a Keenan Allen, you could find someone who can offset some of the productivity. Emmanuel Sanders got traded midway through the season and fit right in.
He did. And then Jimmy overshot him in the Super Bowl. The rest is history. I know. That's just, it always goes. I always think of Emmanuel Sanders. You say that. I say that Super Bowl. Not to say that would have won them the game, by the way, because everyone still thinks like, if he hits that, the game's over. I was like, well, there's the other guy on the other side now named Patrick Mahomes. He's pretty good.
Like a guy that I've been looking at, and just because I see his name circulating, like Tyler Boyd. Is he the greatest? No. He's a solid NFL player. He could be your 2, 3, 4, right? Like in a pinch for a couple of weeks.
With the Bengals, he would have been the 3 because you have
no, but no one's bringing him in to be your number 1, right? No. He's just saying like come in, learn the playbook, if Chris Connolly can make big time playoff catches, these are the kind of guys I would be targeting if I was the 49ers. And they've got a couple of months now where you're getting ready for training camp, and you can kind of sit back, look at your team after these OTAs, and identify what you think you can go out and poach in the free agency market for veteran players who are sitting there for dirt cheap, in my estimation.
Want to have a fun conversation on the other side, Joe?
I do.
You know what's always fun in sports talk? It's when you compare quarterbacks. That gets people really going. We're going to do that on the other side with one San Francisco quarterback and one Philadelphia quarterback. And that's what's coming up, and it's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
everybody's boy Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy Joe Shasky and my boy Joe Spadoni.
What's up, Zooch? Hit me up. The Insta messages. It's so funny when y'all the fans hit me up on Insta or social. Just direct messaging, anything sports related. I love that. Anything you want.
Sorry, I'm still eating that sausage McMuffin that Carter got. Shout out McDonald's.
Shout out McDonald's.
We have a new tradition on the roast.
Yeah, we do love some Mickey D.
What is
Friday.
it, Carter?
Mickey D. Friday.
I'm going to let you say it.
Cheat Day Friday.
Yeah, it's almost always Mickey D's, which we're not mad at. Hey, we would love for McDonald's to sponsor the morning roast.
I was going to go basically ham on the vending machine and probably eat like 7 different kind of chocolatey candies. And then all of a sudden, Carter comes walking through with like, it looked bigger than my wife's beach, bag that she brings down to the Russian River. And I go, oh my God, he's got McDonald's. And he goes, Spadoni ordered 2 things. Maybe you can ask him for one.
Maybe you can ask him for one because you ain't taking mine.
I came in with the puppy dog eyes and I was like, can I please have something?
No. What he did is like, I could just take half of one. I was like, you're not pulling a Steiny on me.
Get the knife.
Who's literally gets a knife. No. I called out Steiny on this because what Steiny likes to do, Steiny likes, when we have like donuts, someone brings donuts, right? He will take one of the donuts and rip it apart with both hands, leave the other one, and just eat the other one. I was like, don't touch, in a post-COVID society, Steiny, no one wants your grimy fingers all over their donut, half of a donut anyway.
We'll see.
No, it's dumb. If you're eating just a half a donut, just eat the whole thing. Like, who are you kidding? Who are you fooling? Oh, I feel better about myself because only half of one. Shut up, eat the whole thing.
Bust.
What? What?
I love it.
What was that?
Bust.
You kept like the weird little moan he had after that word. Okay, now I'm uncomfortable now. Ricky Pearsall's not a bust yet. I said he's bordering on a bust. All right.
I haven't had one of these sausage ones without the egg.
Well, you're a sausage guy.
It hits.
Yeah, it does. It does. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Their food definitely hits. Laughing Monk. They got burgers. They got pasta. They got salads. They got it all. And they got the drinks. I would love some Laughing Monk. And it's going to be popping today in Sunnyvale. It's going to be popping today in San Francisco. You know why? Because the sun is shining. It is beautiful. It feels like summer, Joe. And by the way, shout out to all the people that are graduating this weekend at any level. We want to hear from you all show long. It doesn't matter. Unprompted. We're talking about Niners, talking Warriors. We're talking Giants. Hey, call in. Shout out your grads. We would love to hear it. 888-957-9570.
You know we got a big family, right? They all live here in the city.
I got 9 siblings. So
Yeah, I know. So you understand. I got 1,000 cousins. At St. Cecilia's today, I have my triplet cousins that are graduating.
Triplets?
Yes.
God
so I want to shout them out. They're all going to Sacred Heart. Maddie, E.B., Elizabeth, and Dennis. I want to shout out their older brother graduating from Sacred Heart, going to Santa Cruz. Very happy and very proud of him. I want to shout out my other niece, Megan, graduating from St. Ignatius tomorrow, which we'll be at. I want to shout out some more St. Cecilia's and St. Brandon's people. Charlie Moylan. Big
Charlie.
Chuck.
Cheer up,
Big
Charlie.
Chuck. And he's got a big party tomorrow at his grandma's house, Mary Pat's, which is going to be great. Love Chuck. He's literally like my son's older brother. He treats him so well. I love that kid. And then Michael Guinasso, another basically one of my nephews. Guido's one of my oldest friends. Our grandfathers grew up together.
Love Guido. Played golf with him.
We'll be at Mikey and St. Brandon's graduation. You got to understand, I coached, if not like all of them, most of the boys at both schools since 3rd, 4th, 5th grade.
It's wild, right? Watching them grow up.
It really is, dude. So David and Santi and Hudson and Rye Guy and Casey and Jack and Lex and all those kids at St. Brandon's, and then Jay and Daz and all those guys. And here's the part that pisses me off.
Oh, God.
They're all bigger than me now. They're all bigger than me now. Yeah. And they all have the Pajemski hair. Every one of them. All of them have the Pajemski hair. You know what I'm talking about.
Which was the Mahomes hair first. Mahomes had it first, where it was like the faux hawk thing. Yeah.
And like, so I do the same joke that I've always said to all those kids. Hey, look, I love you. I'm super proud of you. Don't do anything dumb today to jeopardize your mother's moment. If your mother is in your life. No, I mean it. Like, graduation isn't just about the hard work you've put in. It's about your family, because they're the one that also has been taking you through this journey. And so don't do anything stupid on the final day to leave a sour taste in mom, dad, grandma, aunt, uncle, the principal,
Joe
the
Shasky's.
teachers. Just don't. Just trust me. Move on. Do it with class. And I'm proud of everybody. I love you guys, and I can't wait to party with everybody.
There you go. And again, shout out any grad you want today. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. We got Bonte Hill joining us in studio at 9 o'clock for the entire hour as he joins us each and every Friday at that time, host of Warriors Pre- and Post Game Live, and also Giants a little bit of Pre- and Post Game Live when he fills in for Laura Britt, as all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line.
So that hairdo, that's called the Mahomes, or are we calling it the pajama? What do we call that?
Well, it was Mahomes first. Pods has the natural curls too, so he can pull it off as well. But yeah, I guess if you want to call it that. They got the Edgar now, you were saying too, the Edgar haircut. That's a big deal. I don't know, dude. I'm very plain. Like I'm very blessed, and we are, Joe. We have very just flat, straight hair. So
Benny's got good hair.
He's got beautiful hair. He's got the waves. He's got the curls. He's got it all. He's got the blue eyes. So he's got the nice complexion from the Filipino side too. So he's got the nice tan skin. Yeah. He's gonna be a heartbreaker. He might not get the height, but that's okay. He'll be very good looking, so he'll get a pass in his life.
There's a motion in the ocean joke there somewhere.
It's all right. Hey. He'll be crushing it. Nora, on the other hand, she might be tall. She's a very tall girl. We just had a checkup for her recently to update all of her shots because she's going to be going to preschool this fall. So you get all the shots and everything for Oakland Unified School District. She grew 3 inches over the last 4 months. Like crazy. Just boop, done.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's insane. So shout out baby Nora. Shout out Benny, who did graduate TK. Transitional kindergarten, now going to actual kindergarten.
Hey bro, I can't wait till TK. Save me some money on babysitting.
Absolutely. You're going to love that.
Man, I can't wait.
It's a new wrinkle there.
One thing I got to say, one of my many retirement projects, I am starting some form of a daycare service.
My mom had a home
print money.
My mom had a home daycare for a lot. And yes.
Like a factory.
Yes, you could get some chunks of change there. Absolutely, you can.
Rent out a warehouse, just pad it up, put a bunch of balls everywhere, some cribs and stuff.
Speaking of money and chunks of change, the 49ers invested a lot of money in their quarterback position. Would you say that?
Yeah, just a little.
Just a little bit. Highest paid player in the history of the franchise. I think the Philadelphia Eagles would also say the same about Jalen Hurts. Highest paid player in the history of their franchise.
And I questioned that deal.
You did.
The Hurts deal. I admit it. And yeah, feels pretty dumb.
People are questioning Brock Purdy's. TJ Houshmandzadeh earlier in the week said this.
1-6 against playoff teams. But when those guys are playing well, Brock Purdy is playing well. And so is Brock Purdy the reason, or is everybody else the reason? And last year kind of showed me against the playoff teams, he wasn't able to get it done. And I still think he's a good quarterback. I'm just not giving him what they gave him. I'm happy for him. Generational wealth for all the Purdys from years to come, unless somebody messes it up. But I'm not giving him that contract.
Okay. So TJ Houshmandzadeh, former Pro Bowl wide receiver, Fox Sports, not giving Purdy that deal.
Well, last year was a bad year. So say he was 1-6 against playoff quarterbacks, if you look at the list of quarterbacks that Purdy has beat in the league, and I know you don't play quarterback versus quarterback, but I'm just saying Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, he's got a laundry list of victories that you would hang your hat on as a quarterback.
Absolutely. He's, again, if it was this time last year, he was up for a contract, no one would be scoffing at him getting all that money. They wouldn't be. They'd be like, oh yeah, he was just in the Super Bowl. They were an overtime period away if Nick Bosa stops Patrick Mahomes from winning it, and maybe he's the Super Bowl MVP.
He's beaten Jared Goff, when the Lions were good, when they weren't great. He's got a lot of good wins under his belt.
Absolutely. Now, pivot to this. Craig Carton, Fox Sports, formerly WFAN. If you know him, you know him. If you don't, you don't. But New York's talking sports head, he was asked to compare Brock Purdy with the reigning Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts. And take a listen to this.
Who would you rather be the Jets quarterback, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
This is easy for me. This one takes no thought whatsoever. He's a far better quarterback. Whoa. Brock Purdy does everything better than Jalen Hurts. And I think Jalen Hurts is a damn good quarterback. He's in my top 5, one of the 9 guys that are in that top 5. But the guy's the machine.
Wow. He's taking Brock Purdy over Jalen Hurts right now. And 888-957-9570 is the number. This is classic just sports talk radio, and I love these conversations. Who are you taking? You taking Jalen? You taking Brock? Game on the line. Who are you taking between those two quarterbacks?
If I would have asked,
all things being equal around them, just those are the quarterbacks. Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts?
If I would have asked myself that same question last year at this time, I would have taken Brock 10 out of 10 times. I would have taken Brock 10 out of 10
And you would have
times.
felt great about it.
Yeah. Today, I'm taking Jalen Hurts 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Right? Like, I think what he did in the playoffs, I cannot overlook. And I need to adjust my opinion on him as a player. I thought he was nails in the most important time of the year, and I thought he played flawless football. Now, there is an argument about, like, what system are we running? You know, who are the playmakers around him? Who's my play caller? Like, I think Jalen is perfect for what Philly wants to do. And I think Brock is perfect for what the Niners want to do, right? So I do think that their situations matter. I believe the way they phrased the question to him was, who would you want to be the Jets quarterback? I don't even know what the Jets are running.
Exactly. I
don't even know.
I like the conversation, all things being equal around them.
Okay.
Who would you rather have?
So that just being fair here, I'd give the edge right now to Jalen Hurts.
See, I'm still leaning Brock Purdy, and I hear you on that. And I do think the one thing that Jalen does better than Brock, obviously, is the tush pushes. But, like, are we giving credit that to Jalen? Is that for the offensive line?
I think his legs are a big weapon.
He's got big, huge quads.
No, but I'm saying outside of the tush push, I think his legs are a big part of that offense.
I do think that as well, but I do think Brock has underrated legs. When his ability to run the football, and I know Steve Young was talking about, he's like,
scramble the throw.
He could run more if he wants to. It's out there for him, and I think he was forced to a lot last year, mainly because he just didn't trust his offensive line and weapons around him. So he was forced to run around. Now, that came back to bite him a lot of times, and people use that to say, hey, look, he can't see over the line, or he's got to move out of the way, and his arm strength, all that. And all that is true. But I'm still taking Brock Purdy right now because of the decision-making at times. I do think Brock is a better decision-maker than Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts does some boneheaded throws at times. Not to say he's not a good quarterback. You saw that in the Super Bowl. He did have some bad throws here and there. And he got picked off in the Super Bowl. And we've seen it in the playoffs. He's gotten picked off at crucial times, or he's fumbled the ball at crucial times. I haven't quite seen that from Brock in those big moments. I haven't seen Brock lose them playoff games. I haven't seen that from him. Now, he's gotten hurt, and maybe he didn't make the game-winning throw or pass, but I haven't seen him lose big games in the biggest moments yet. I have seen Jalen. And listen, you know me, Joe. I've been one of the biggest Jalen defenders for quite some time. Even last year when people were down on him, I said, yeah, I'm still taking Jalen Hurts. I'm still bullish on this Eagles team.
He's a great leader.
Because he's a great leader. And people don't give him credit for that because they say he pouts on the sideline a lot, or the way he speaks to the media. I think a lot of that is Philadelphia sports talk fabrication, by the way. Just them getting offended by everything that, heaven forbid someone have an actual thought as a player. Oh my God, how could he say that? He has zero clue about the Philadelphia market. Just shut up. What market are you guys anyways? You complain about everything. That being said, I thought Jalen handled all the criticisms of him last year very well. What was the conversation? It was, man, I don't think they have a quarterback. They can't throw the ball. Well, when you got Saquon Barkley running the ball like he does, why throw the ball, right? And then you got A.J. Brown complaining, diva wide receiver, right? It's like, I almost want the ball. I want the ball. In the freaking Super Bowl, they were up like 20 points. He was complaining about not getting the ball. That speaks more to A.J. Brown than it does to Jalen Hurts for me. So, listen, I love Jalen. I do. I'm still taking Brock Purdy, though, at the end of the day. The cerebral, the mind, all of that, and the decision-making at the end of the day. I do think he's a step quicker when it comes to those things. I have to be careful when we talk about these things, because people take it, they take it to the extreme. Oh, you're comparing this quarterback with that, the race aspect. I'm not talking about any of that. No, I think a lot of people, I think you're probably in the majority here, that they're taking Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy.
Here's the thing that flipped it for me. I think I watched the Rams game just praying the Rams could win that game. I watched the Washington game praying that Washington could win that game. And I watched the Chiefs game praying that, a meteor would hit the field. You know what I mean? Like, both teams would lose. He never once put the ball in harm's way. And so to your point about the decision-making, like, when you play your best at the biggest time of the year and you protect the ball, that is what you expect your quarterback. Yes, you want to make the dynamic plays and you want to, push the ball down the field and do all that, and when you win the Super Bowl, you deserve a level of BOD, benefit of doubt. And that's where I'm going to give it to Jalen Hurts today. But again, I freely admit, had you asked me the same question a year ago, my opinion would have been different. And I think Jalen, Brock, a lot of guys at that spot. Goff, like if Goff won the Super Bowl this year and he had the same postseason statistically as Jalen Hurts, I'd probably like lean in the Goff direction. You know what I mean? Like that's how close I think so many guys from that 5 through 11 slot are in the league.
I do think that a lot of the physical skill sets, as you're alluding to, do lean in Jalen's favor. Now, they're not the tall. Neither of them are very tall. So that is something that like they're not like 6'4", 6'5". They're not Joe Flacco size. They're not Ben Roethlisberger.
They both throw a very catchable ball overall.
They do. I think Jalen has a better like arm strength overall, probably.
Okay. Throws a good teardrop.
He does. Look, kind of those Russell Wilson like rainbow lollipop throws.
They don't throw across the middle of the field.
They
right?
don't.
And so like as you're breaking this down, I think like the way I always use
they also don't need to because of the wide receivers they have. And they can just take the top off.
Like, how would Jalen look in Shanahan's system? I don't think it would look good at all.
Ooh, that's a great question. And how would Purdy look?
Because where does Kyle want to throw? Middle of the field.
Middle of the field.
Right?
Yes.
And Jalen I don't think he sees the field in the middle as well and anticipates in the middle of the field as well as Brock. Conversely, if Brock was in the Philly system, I don't think Brock would look close to as good. Right? Like both guys really fit the team that they're on right now.
888-957-9570 is the number. Who you take, and all things being equal, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy? And I do think it's funny year to year when we do this, when it comes to like elite quote-unquote quarterbacks, because I do think that Jalen Hurts has proven himself to be an elite quarterback at this point. I do. Now, is it the same tier as those tier 1 guys? It's interchangeable,
There's
right?
a slight tick down.
There's a slight tick down. But that being said, like in the biggest moments, in the biggest games, like Jalen Hurts has shown up just as much as Josh Allen, right? He's beaten Mahomes in the biggest stage. Now, was it, it's a team game, it's a team game? Well, I hate when we fall back on that when it goes to support our argument. Well, it's a team game. Well, if Josh Allen did it, it'd be Josh Allen beating Patrick Mahomes, right? So how come we don't give Jalen Hurts that same credit?
He was great.
I guess, right?
Like, he was great. And they were great. He was great.
Yes. He outperformed Patrick Mahomes in the biggest stage. It's okay to say that. Hell, Eli Manning did it twice against Tom Brady.
Well, I
Nick
think
Foles did it against him. Actually, in that Super Bowl, Tom Brady threw 500 yards and outlost the Eagles. He was incredible.
Well, it's funny that you say so. Like, I'm going back. I was probably more impressed, if we're going Super Bowls, with Jalen losing to Patrick Mahomes than I was in him winning this year, because I thought he played outstanding in that game. Even though he had some time in between those two seasons, I thought he was awesome. Now, I know he had the fumble in the pocket, but I thought he was unbelievable in that Super Bowl where they actually ended up losing to the Chiefs.
Do you think that Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy are, as we're comparing them, do you consider them in the same tier of quarterback right now? Where is Joe Shasky's tier of quarterbacks as of this moment, heading into OTAs where all these guys are now getting some work?
So I'm going to give them maybe a little more nuance. I think you got the Golden Four, Allen, Mahomes. I'll throw Burrow and Lamar in there. Okay. The Golden Four. They could do no wrong.
All AFC.
Then you've got what I call like the minted ones, right? Stafford, now Jalen Hurts. You know, you're going to laugh. Like Aaron Rodgers, I know everyone's going to like, but, you know, he is Aaron Rodgers, right? And so you roll your eyes.
What the hell's going on with that guy?
He's a whack job. But like, I put him in that, hey, he won a ring. He's one of the, you know, great players of all time, Aaron Rodgers. So he kind of gets that benefit of the doubt. And then after those guys that have won the ring, and I put them somewhere on any given day from 5 to like 11. I'm talking Stafford and Jalen Hurts. But that very next tier, which is very thin, you know, that 3, you got Goff, you got Purdy. And if you take Goff, well, okay, fine, I'll take Purdy. You take Purdy ahead, all right, I'll take Goff. Baker Mayfield, I would throw in there. I would throw, people are going to laugh. I got Dak somewhere in that mix, probably on the lower end.
I won't laugh at that. Dak,
he's a high-end.
Very good.
High-end third tier, if we're going like Golden Four, the 2 Super Bowl winners in Stafford and Jalen, or a low-end 2 tier.
Okay, so you have Jalen in that second tier right now with Stafford and Brock in that third tier right now.
Because I only got 2 guys in that second tier.
Okay.
If you're balancing it out, I would probably have Brock right on the fringe of tier 2. Like if I had 4, 4, and 4.
I wonder, had he won that Super Bowl, if we would keep him in that tier 2 still. Because we're giving that benefit of the doubt for Stafford for winning it. And he's been very good, but he's also been hurt a lot.
Joe, again, let's do the exercise. Had I asked that same question last year,
I know
Jalen wouldn't be anywhere near where he is today.
Okay.
Right? So things can change.
So it's almost the reverse, right?
Yes.
So, okay, fair enough.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'd still put...
How many people had Jalen heading into last year in their top 10?
I did, but maybe not a lot of people.
I don't think it was consensus.
But they did make the playoffs. That's what's so odd to me. The
way the season ended.
Team. I know it ended horribly, and the 49ers are a huge part of that. They snatched their souls in Philadelphia.
And Purdy went in there and dismantled them.
Dre Greenlaw and Big Dom on line one.
From second quarter on, Purdy was lights out.
He was.
In the rain.
He was.
It's one of the best rain games he's ever had.
And Debo talking about, talking the talk and walking the walk. It's one of those all-time performances. Yes. That's probably the last great Debo Samuel performance, really, though, for me.
It's funny that you bring up Debo. Carter said one of the most scathing things I've ever heard. I would just say what you said to me.
What did you say?
I almost laughed at him, and then I took a step back and I was like, God, you guys, you didn't even watch Prime T.O.
Wait. What? T.O., what?
Lay it out.
More beloved Niner. Not better.
So lay
more
it
beloved.
Out. Lay it out. You asked me the question.
Debo or T.O.?
Oh, my God.
More beloved Niner.
Is this even a question?
Not better.
But it's Terrell Owens. What?
I think there's a lot of people that didn't like T.O. and a long time went by, and I think we all still love him. I love T.O. To people that went to Candlestick at that time, after the championships, T.O. represents something, kind of like the way we talk about Frank Gore and Willis and all that. I love T.O. Even though he wanted to leave, I don't blame him at all. T.O. is one of my favorite players of all time. I love Debo. T.O. was unreal.
If we're
unreal. And T.O.'s a better all-around player.
And if we're gonna crush T.O., if people are saying, oh, he was a bad leader, well, I'm looking at Debo Samuel's past year, and honestly, it kind of skews how I feel about him going forward a little bit. Some of the shine wore off this past season of how I felt about Debo Samuel, the leader. Didn't answer some questions after games where he didn't play very well. Talked a lot of crap. Didn't back it up. And you know what?
Joe, T.O. I love T.O. He was not a great leader.
I'm not saying... Listen,
I screamed at Greg Knapp on the sidelines. Stop throwing to Ty Streets.
Well, that's not a chop, though.
Well, you know what? He's probably right. He's first team All-Pro. Throw him the damn ball.
But let's be fair here. Team Obliterator, the nickname was pretty well earned. And I love T.O. I'm just saying, I get you on the Debo stuff. Let's not act like T.O. was kumbaya with Jeff Garcia the whole time.
Listen, being beloved, as far as I'm concerned, the conversation, I don't give a damn what fan base, who's beloved, who's not beloved. Was Jeff Kent beloved in San Francisco?
Not till years later.
There you go. But was he an MVP?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was he really freaking good?
Yeah.
And you look back and saying, you know what? I'll deal with all the BS and all the crap, him fighting with Bonds, because they were winning, and he was really freaking good.
Even Jeff Garcia wasn't as loved when he played until we went through some dark years, and then we started to appreciate how good he was. And I admit it, I liked Garcia, but I never thought he was the dude. And then years went by, and I was like, damn, I wish we could get Garcia back.
Right. So the whole conversation, I respect the question. We're talking beloved here, like 49ers. I just like winning, and I like really good players. That's really what I care about. You can be a prick as far as I'm concerned, but if you're showing up every single day and doing what T.O. did, yeah, I'm going to remember you more fondly at the end of the day. Not to say Debo's not remembered by a lot of people fondly. He's all-time 49er. When I compare him to T.O., that's really tough. But you consider Debo an all-time Niner, right?
Oh, yeah. But I have a lot of all-time Niners.
You do. Not Kyle Juszczyk. He's not in there.
No.
Okay.
Raffman is such a better fullback than him. It's not. I want you to just look up Raffman's numbers. They're unreal.
I'm looking it up right now.
Unreal.
How many Pro Bowls did he have in comparison? He had 2-time Super Bowl champion. No Pro Bowls, though. Oh. I'm kidding about the Pro Bowl thing. You look like you're about to rip my head off.
I think there was a year he had 900 all-purpose yards.
Yeah. His stats, rushing the ball, 2,020. Rushing touchdowns, 26. Yeah, receiving.
William Floyd was so sick,
he had 2,600 yards receiving in his career as well, with 8 receiving touchdowns. All right. Hey, pretty good career.
Raffman was a monster.
He was. Absolutely. And he Frank Gore's boy too, right?
Oh,
Raffman.
Yeah. When Raffman put on the glasses during the Harbaugh era on the sideline, dude, I just get nostalgic.
We were talking about the NFL and then struggling, and you have your own tier list. And I think even the fact that your tier list shifts that much with quarterbacks tells us all we need to know about how we evaluate them, that it's still the hardest quarterback, or that hardest position to quantify as quarterback when it comes to sports. Chris Rose talked about that earlier in the week with us. NFL Network, John Boy Media, knows his stuff with baseball, but also football as well. This was Chris Rose on with us, Joe, a couple days ago, talking about the NFL's struggles to evaluate non-elite talent.
I don't think that the NFL has figured out how to properly value guys who aren't elite. The hardest thing to do in this sport is find the right guy under center, right? We can all agree on that. But there are so few Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow. Then we even have a tough time figure out like who's the fifth best quarterback in the league. And some people will say, well, I'll take Jalen Hurts. And some people will say, well, Jalen Hurts can't do anything without A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Saquon Barkley and one of the great offensive lines in the league. And, you know, that's where the argument goes after those top four guys. And so trying to figure out what to pay the next line of quarterbacks and even the line that's like a half step beyond that, guys that you feel like are good enough to win, but everything's kind of got to go right. And so are they really the guy? We just haven't figured out how to properly value those dudes.
See, this is... I feel like I'm turning into the English major, Matt Steinmetz. No, I do, because I agree with him. Like, you know, what is a bust? And, you know, what is the GOAT? Like, we throw the GOAT. You're the GOAT.
There's too many goats. There's too many. The word or the acronym means greatest of all time, not a couple of greatest of all times. That's not how it works. There's one for each sport. Stop giving me a couple. Oh, Kobe's a GOAT. Oh, Steph's a GOAT. No. It's Michael Jordan and it's Tom Brady. Stop. That's it for those two respective sports. That's it. All right. If you want to go baseball, there's a legit argument. Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, right? Like those for me. Like that's. Where
I just think we're too flippant with all these things. So like elite, like people lose their mind if you say he's not elite. Like, well, elite means rare to me, right? Rare. And so like there's only like 4 of those elite guys, and then the others are good to great every single week, or sometimes mediocre, right? The being good to great, there's a step up, right? And so. I'm with him. I think we do really struggle as like right now. If Jalen Hurts had a down year this year, would that knock him out of the top 10?
No, actually, it won't. You know why? Because he won a Super Bowl, and I think people will fall back on that at his best. Yeah, I do. I think that's why do we?
How quickly did it take Russell Wilson to get knocked out?
Well, why do we keep putting Stafford in that conversation? He was good. He was good last year. He was, but he also hasn't been able to stay healthy.
No, that I agree with.
But he won that one Super Bowl, so everyone says, you know what? We probably should put him in the top 5 still.
Well, and it was the way it went down. He, threw from behind to beat the Niners, threw from behind to beat the Bengals. And then last year in the playoffs, as an example, he threw from behind, and we all thought I thought they were going to beat the Eagles.
Yeah.
When they got into field goal range, right?
When they had that dime, who was it, Nakua on the sideline?
Oh, my God. Insane. I was like, this guy, he threw some dimes in that spell.
It was snowing, yeah. Yeah, it was crazy.
So, I feel like a guy like Jalen Hurts, if he has a down year this year and things are, see, here we go. I just know how the rhetoric around those types of quarterbacks goes.
I just think it's silly when we talk about these things like, oh, well, and Chris Rose, and to his point, this is all nuanced conversation. Oh, well, he's got A.J. Brown, he's got Devontae Smith, he's got Saquon Barkley. Yeah, you need good players to win. So, like, Tom Brady, I get it. This is what we love to do in sports. How much did this guy suffer and carry this team with all that lack of talent? That Dirk Nowitzki run in 2011, I think we not over hype it, but we hype it so much so because of the opponents that they beat. Oh, look what Dirk's doing. It's all by himself. Well, take a step back and look at that team.
Jason Kidd, Tyson
Kidd's
Chandler,
one of the greatest players of all time. He's one of the greatest point guards of all time.
Jonathan Kuminga's on that team.
Jonathan Kuminga?
Sean Marion.
Oh, thank you. But young Tyson Chandler, right? Who's a baller.
That was an inside joke. Huh?
Wasn't Stojakovic on that team? Wasn't Page on that team?
He might have been.
He had 3
I believe Jason Terry, right? Old man Jason Terry, hitting shots off the bench.
Yes.
Jason Terry was legit.
Yes. All those guys. Stojakovic was on that team, by the way. Shout out my knowledge.
But I think that my opinion.
Last season.
Josh Howard, too.
Josh Howard, who I love.
Did you say the Jet
It's like
Terry,
the oldest
obviously?
NBA championship team ever.
JJ Barea clearly is part of that. So,
LeBron saw him and got weak in the knees.
I know, but you get what I'm saying here. So we put all this stuff you have to suffer. I need to see you without all this other talent around you.
I would agree on that.
And then if you get to the playoffs, they'll give you that benefit of the doubt. I was like, there's a reason those guys aren't leaping the Chiefs though, because they don't have the other talent around them.
I think about it all the time. Had Mahomes lost that Super Bowl, that first one, what does end up happening? The cachet of winning early on. Peyton Manning, kept losing and losing and losing, and it felt like the monkey on his back got bigger and bigger. Steve Young kept losing and losing, and the monkey on his back got bigger and bigger and bigger.
And they literally had the famous clip when they were blowing out the Chargers. Take this monkey off my back. Yeah.
Like, I think Tom would have been good, but like, is Tom the same Tom if Vinatieri misses the kick?
Maybe not.
Right? Like, I don't know.
And then we look at Kurt Warner totally differently if he wins 2 Super Bowls, right? In that span.
Right?
Different.
I do believe Russ losing that Super Bowl was the downfall of the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, it was.
The team got that one play ripped apart the entire fabric of that team. How different do we talk about Russell Wilson today if he has 2 Super Bowls?
Oh, and that defense that's the greatest.
They might be together still.
That Legion of Boom going back to back would be the greatest defense of all time. Over the 85 Bears, over the 2000 Ravens. Right. Oh, there still might be there because I have that. Like, no, none of those other defenses went back to back Super Bowls.
Tom would have lost that.
Yes.
He would not have surpassed Montana. I think that was his 4th at the time.
That was his 4th when he got it. Yeah. The fact that he did it against that defense and shredded them in the 4th quarter, it made it that much more special.
For me was what it was. Against that team that I had just seen basically snuff us out.
Yep. And it was incredible. No, so it matters, obviously. But again, we even do this with Tom Brady. Like, Tom didn't do it with anyone. Did we all watch Tom Brady with that Buccaneers team that destroyed the Chiefs? Was literally one of the greatest offenses I've ever seen in my life. Think about the names that were on there. Tom Brady, the greatest of all time at his position. Antonio Brown, one of the greatest wide receivers of his generation. Gronk, who I think is the greatest tight end ever. Mike Evans, who's a Hall of Famer. Chris Godwin, for God's sakes. Leonard Fournette. Come on, man.
Can I ask you a question? A serious question. Is Antonio Brown more explosive on Twitter than he was on the football field?
That's a great ESPN. That's his favorite thing, right?
I don't follow, but his tweets come across my timeline. I mean, who's running his account?
He is. That's the problem.
No way. He's not photoshopping.
No, he's absolutely doing all of that. He has all the free time in the world.
Is that the best guilty pleasure account to go down and just not follow, but just look at it and never hit the like button on?
It's that and Magic Johnson. Those are the two greatest ones of all time. The Chat GPT Johnsons of the world. It's so good. I'm really excited for Game 6 between the Pacers and Knicks as the Knicks force another game back in Indiana. Thanks, Magic. It's so good. It's so good. But to your point, the fact that we're even having that conversation.
We've forgotten how great he was.
Yeah, because he froze his feet. Here, this station was dominated for 2 weeks back when we were the home of the Raiders too back then, Joe. You were here.
The Niners, I think Bonte.
You and Kobe. Yeah, you Bonte.
We did a segment on, what were we called? Niner Outsiders. What was the name of our show?
Something, yeah.
Overtime.
Oh,
we did overtime. And Bonte's like, I would trade the number 2 overall pick for Antonio Brown.
Say that.
And I remember I was like, I really thought about it. I was like, man, he's making a good argument here. Like, he halfway had me there.
That would have been the Raiders
had you in the first half, not going to lie.
Raiders traded a 3rd and a 5th. Not the number 2 overall pick. The guy never played for the team.
That's how good he was.
I still think he wears like his Raiders jersey sometimes too, and he wears like Raiders gear all the time. And he roots for the team, like in a fake way, kind of. It's just like, oh my God, that guy. I remember Josh Jacobs, former Raider running back, obviously, he talked about that whole thing because I think he was a rookie that season when it all went down. He's like, dude, I was there when AB was like filming that video and like ran out and stuff.
Mama, I'm free.
Yeah, he's like, and Josh is like, what the hell is going on right now? Right? Like, he's a rookie running back and all this.
Who was the coach? Was it Del Rio?
No, it was Gruden.
It was Gruden.
And then we played all the drops here. He's like, just stop this bleep and play football, man. Because Antonio Brown recorded the conversation and posted it, which is illegal to do when you record a conversation. And then Gruden was asked about it. And Gruden's like, I love that, man. I love that he recorded the conversation, man.
My favorite thing to repost is, I want better execution. And I live for the Gruden stuff. I know he's canceled.
He's not, though, because he's on everything.
He cracks me up.
He's not canceled.
He cracks me up. He's a guilty pleasure. Gruden's a guilty pleasure for me online.
No, my favorite Gruden meme.
I know we're diverging today.
No, it's okay. No, my favorite Gruden meme is definitely the one where he's yelling all the different, like Spider 2, Y banana, red flat, on 3. It's like
the face.
It's when your girlfriend. It's that, and it's when your girlfriend's giving you her Starbucks order. That's what it is. It's just the longest play ever. That's my favorite Gruden meme. Just getting redder and redder every time. I do. Hey, talking about characters in the Bay. Talking about all-time characters in the Bay. Gruden might be number one, right?
Gruden cracks me up so much. Al Davis is number one. What are you talking about?
I know, but that just speaks to
Romanowski.
Yeah. Who else?
I mean, there's so many of them.
Who else?
Brian Wilson was insane.
He was.
Brian Wilson was crazy. Like, there's so many of them. Pablo was weird and wild.
Draymond. Oh my God.
Draymond. I mean, there's so many of them. I can't. Stack Jack got a 3-year extension. Immediately turned to the Chronicle. I forget who the guy was. I know Steiny's it might have been Rusty. I think the guy Rusty who was, I forget the name, but
Rusty Simmons.
Rusty Simmons.
There you go.
Okay. Is that really his name? It was Rusty
That's
Simmons.
what it said in the byline.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I don't want to mess
Not
this
to be
up.
confused with Rusty Kuntz. All-timer.
I think he turned to him and was like, yeah, I got to get out of here. You just signed a 3-year extension yesterday.
I got to get out of here. He pulled an Antonio Brown.
He had to get out of here.
He pulled an Antonio Brown.
Monte Ellis with the moped. Jeff Kent with the motorcycle doing wheelies, and he said he was washing his car. Bumgarner sabotaging a dynasty by falling off an ATV.
The Bay Area has been filled with some wild storylines.
Aubrey Huff going just MIA in 2011.
Wow.
It's the second worst thing he did.
Big Jan 6.
I'm going to leave that account to you.
Yeah. 888-957-9570.
I mean, we've had some bizarre things happen. The Draymond punch, I will never forget.
Oh, my God.
The day we were in the old studio, and Bonte came in the next day, and he was like, I seen Bob Myers. He was white as a ghost, okay? Whiter than me. And he goes, I heard the video's bad. And I'm like, really? He's like, yes. And I was like, okay. And I had not seen it. He had not seen it. And it was like right around 7 o'clock.
It was the 6:42 break. I remember. It was the 6:42 break. We all watched it in the studio together, and like collectively, all our hearts just sank.
I was doing it with Covey the night that the Larry Bear thing happened. Like, we've had some wild things happen in the Bay.
Yeah, the phone snatch. What is the, you know what? Whatever. We got next break. We're about to get to the injury report.
Sprewell choked the coach out and then showed up with the entire team at like the Oakland Marriott or something. And it was just.
Give me the craziest moment in Bay Area sports history. Just give it to me right now. 888-957-9570. I'm taking Antonio Brown freezing his feet and that whole 2-week saga.
I don't even think that's top 5.
Okay.
Projector with Al Davis?
He called his GM a cracker. What are you talking about?
Carmen Policy and Eddie DeBartolo fired Mark Trestman in the locker room in front of the media like Jerry Jones. After the game. Before telling him.
I'm going to back Spadoni up on the AB Mayock thing.
Dude.
Just because, like, Brown's going at Mayock and getting held back by, of all people, Vontaze Burfict, who rocked Antonio Brown into a different dimension. Like, the amount of layers and OMGs to that whole interaction.
Wait, say that sentence one more time.
Well, yeah, so AB being held back from going at my Mayock by Vontaze Burfict, who once hit AB so hard he sent him into a different dimension. Like, that whole incident was as what is going on here as it could possibly get as we are 30 seconds away from the injury report.
He broke the teammate's orbital for the Raiders. Who was it? Tom Cable was the coach.
No, Romanowski wasn't there for Cable. He wasn't there.
Then who was the coach?
Well, it was Cable who slapped the assistant.
Yeah.
That's right.
What's the bigger punch?
That's right.
This leads perfectly to the injury.
I mean, Mark Jackson got extorted by a woman of the night while he was the Warrior coach. Oh, that's what my dad used to call him. You guys are too
Barrett
young.
Robbins, Charles Haley, Sprewell, Hunter Strickland,
Charles
Hacksaw
Haley
Reynolds.
peed on the owner's car in the parking lot after a game.
Craziest moment in Bay Area sports. Give it to me. I'll take any answer. 888-957-9570. We're just going down memory lane right now. As the 49ers announced that wide receiver Ricky Pearsall will not be a major participant in OTAs due to a tweaked hamstring. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said the expectation is that Pearsall will be ready to go when minicamp starts in June. He is not the only 49er dealing with injuries. Safety Jair Brown will be out until training camp after undergoing an ankle procedure. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. So we're going to debut a new segment. We're going to do that in the 8 o'clock hour.
I'm not done.
But we're going to get
until
some more
there's a
crazy
cure
moments.
day when Bob Brenly had to get held back. There was until there's a cure day. He's in the bullpen and he comes sprinting out of the field. We got to get into all of this
on 95.7 The Game.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell and Cordell.
Joe, it's a Friday.
Thank God. We're going down memory lane right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys.
Do you know
and girls.
what I'm watching right now?
What are you watching?
I'm watching 2002, December 21st, Warriors Blazers. I walk into the other room. I see Steiny. I go, Steiny, remember the Chris Mills? She goes, absolutely. and you guys all looked at me because you're all too young.
We were 9.
The Jailblazers. It was like Pippen, Ruben Patterson, a young Zach Randolph.
They were good.
Was on the bench.
They were good.
Rasheed Wallace, I believe, hits a game winner. And the next thing you know, Bonzi Wells and Chris Mills are just tied up together. And what are we talking about? We're talking about crazy things that have happened, the most crazy moments in the Bay. We went off on a tangent. We don't know how we got here, but now we're here and you're here, so we want to hear from you. Craziest moment in Bay Area sports history. I say that. What do you think of?
I said mine. I'm going the Antonio Brown, John Gruden saga where he froze his feet. No. Real quick. They were on Hard Knocks that year. Back in 2019, I want to say it was. So that was 6 years ago. God, I can't believe it's been 6 years. We were at the old building at the time. Hard Knocks. He comes in on a hot weather balloon. What is going on? Hot air balloon, weather balloon. What do I call it? Weather balloon. Hot air balloon. He comes with his son, Antonio Brown. What the hell's going on? Is this the Wizard of Oz?
Do you remember the line he had when he was in the balloon?
No,
flows like float like a butterfly, sting like AB because he's AB.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
You have been shooting like you're throwing a perfect game the last 2 months.
So he comes in on a hot air balloon with his kids. Not enough hot air, clearly, because his feet were frozen. And then I remember the feet were frozen. We had Bill Romanowski on our airways for the football hour back then. I think it was with Papa and Bonte talking about, hey, AB, come hang out with me. We'll get your feet right. We'll fix your feet. Everything will be okay. Okay. So we had Romanowski talking about it. We had him not showing up, but when he was at training camp, he balled out and he just destroyed everyone because that's what AB does. He'll show up and play well if he's going to show up at all. That was the problem. So he doesn't show up. Then he goes out the GM, Mike Mayock, who was, by the way, on television just a couple months prior.
He was doing Notre Dame football games.
He was on NFL Network as their, Mel Kiper. So he's doing that. Now he's the Raiders GM. And he had to get held back. AB had to get held back, as Sam alluded to, by Vontaze Burfict, of all people. He looked like a choir boy who's one of the nastiest players in the history of the sport. AB calls Mayock a cracker. And then that's the rest of that. You got John Gruden pleading with AB on the phone as AB's recording the entire conversation, which is illegal in the state of California without his consent. Recording it. Gruden's pleading, please just stop and play football, man. What's going on? Eventually, he posts it on this weird social media video that his team puts out there, that it's the Raiders against him. And when we all know it's AB versus everyone else, that is easily the craziest saga.
Okay, that's crazy.
I've
But
ever
can I
seen.
read you this one? I don't think you guys weren't alive or didn't watch. Blazers Warriors 2002. I'm telling you, this is what the article says on ESPN. Following a brawl that started seconds after the Portland Trailblazers win by 2 against Golden State on Friday night, Antoine Jamison said the Blazers have a lot of hotheads. We don't like each other. We don't dislike each other. In a close game, there's a lot of emotions. Guys go over the top. Rasheed Wallace won the game on a difficult turnaround, and Bonzi Wells and Chris Mills were battling for position and got tied up. Bonzi Wells and Chris Mills are going at it, and everyone starts fighting. Fans throw gum or something from the stands, and Rasheed Wallace, as he's going toward the tunnel, tries to run into the stands, and the next thing you know, he's being held back by security, and fans are being held back by security. Chris Mills tries to go into the locker room of the Blazers after the game, is denied access to the locker room, goes in front of the team bus. This is in the article.
Oh, my God.
And is blocking the team bus from leaving. Then I talked to Steiny in the green room, and Steiny goes, he walks up to me, and I'm giving a Steiny story. He goes, I want you to write this down. Bonzi Wells is a punk. Capital P, capital U, capital N, capital K. Punk. You make sure you write that.
And Steiny, I'm sure, did. So there you go. He remembered it to this day. That was 23
I'm telling you, that
years
was
ago.
Old school Troy Murphy Golden State Warriors back in the day. The Jailblazers were crazy.
We're talking about craziest moments in Bay Area sports history because we've had so many of them. I don't think we realize here how blessed we are as a region to have some of the stories.
How about 925? Jordan Bell, Candlegate.
Oh my the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I really want to know what his thought process was when he bought that candle on Mike Brown's card. I really want to know what the prank was supposed to be there.
That duck can buy. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First Norcott Credit Union, Sam. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First Norcott Finance dealer. Hit us up on YouTube with some of your craziest stories.
What are the chances the A's and Giants meet in the World Series?
Oh my God!
Now, what are the chances the A's and Giants meet in the World Series and an earthquake happens?
Oh my God!
Whoa, the game is about to start.
Game 1, right? Was it game 1?
Game 3.
Game 3. Sorry,
They're
already up 2-0 from Oakland, going to game 3. You know what's crazy about that? My brother was born the next day after it happened.
way.
Yeah, the aftershocks happened. It was craziness because it had reverberations everywhere. And this was down in Monterey, obviously, and even they were having problems. The whole thing was just insane. Those two teams and franchises, for that to happen in the way it was, insanity. I wasn't even alive then. I came along 4 years later, but
I was playing in the front yard.
Yeah.
The game was on the radio. We were playing right in the front yard. I'll never forget it. The whole block went whoop, and it just rolled. It was insane.
Famously, Al Michaels on the call with Tim McCarver back then doing the World Series game. Craziness.
My dad was at that game too.
Really?
Yeah, he was there. Him and my uncle were there.
Wow.
And my uncle would always brag that he was bringing beer back to the seats when it hit, and he didn't spill a drop of beer.
I mean, what about Alden Smith driving drunk from San Francisco all the way back to San Jose, gets arrested, gets released, he's still hammered, all of it, and the Niners play him 24 hours later.
You know what? There's crazy.
Remember that?
No, there's that. There's so many. Barrett Robbins in the Super Bowl.
I mean, that one was...
MIA. Gone. The writing was on the wall then that the Raiders were going to get absolutely destroyed, but losing your center? Come on, man. Insanity has happened here in the Bay Area. You mentioned that. Yeah, all of it. All the A's in the early 70s fighting each other in the clubhouse, hating each other in the midst of a three-peat. They were called the swinging A's for multiple reasons because they hit the long ball. Plus, they punched each other in the face. All of it. It's insanity. It really is.
If I say the name Antonio Bryant, does that ring a bell to anyone?
Kinda. Refresh my memory.
Niner wide receiver. It was 05 or 06. Doing 120 in a Lambo. Gets arrested and then wants to fight the police.
Oh, my God. Did he
Career
win?
done.
Did he win?
I mean, you think I'm making this up?
Did he win?
I bet you it's 05, 06, something like that. And I actually liked Antonio Bryant. I was like, yeah, he could be the one.
Antonio Bryant.
He's a competitor.
He's a competitor.
How about when someone's texting this one in? How about when Samardzija?
Oh my God!
Samardzija ended.
Strickland Harper. That was the anniversary of that was yesterday. Actually,
what happened in that one? So there was a fight, and then Morse and Samardzija were running out there. Who hit who?
No. Let me.
The funniest part, real quick, Sam, was Bryce Harper trying to throw his helmet, and it looked like
no. Let me.
It looked like 50 Cent throwing out a first pitch. It looked like 50 Cent threw out the first pitch when Bryce Harper threw the helmet. It skidded away, like he shanked the ball.
No,
he didn't even throw the helmet at Strickland.
No, that whole thing, there was that whole aspect. Yeah, Bryce throwing the helmet, absolutely whiffing. All the hair that collided, because I think it was Jason Worth, Michael Morris, and Jeff Samardzija, all collided in the middle of the field. You just see this sea of hair erupt out of this. And the best part for me was just Buster Posey standing off to the side, just watching it, just guys, come on. What are we doing? Just completely leaving Hunter Strickland alone against Harper out there. Oh, my God. That was one of the wildest Memorial Day baseball games ever.
I mean, I'm getting one as a 510. I was at the house party where Alden Smith got stabbed.
Oh, my God. I don't want to laugh because it's serious stuff.
Alden is involved in so many different things.
There's some serious things.
He had a house party. I heard about a house party he had in San Jose where they were burning furniture in the backyard.
Oh, my God.
He ran his car into someone's tree in their front yard.
Dude,
And then the Raiders picked him up.
And you know what's crazy? I thought he was going to be one of the greatest defensive linemen of all time.
He's forever a Raiders legend because you injured Ben Roethlisberger and had to have season-ending surgery or something like that.
Joe, famously, the night that the Transformer blew at Candlestick, remember when the lights went out at Candlestick? The Transformer just blew. It was Steelers-Niners.
Monday Night Football.
He had 5 or 6 sacks. I was like, there's no better defensive player I've ever seen in my life.
He was lights out.
That's Sean A. Sean Marion.
I'll never forget the transformer blowing out a candlestick on a Monday night game. It's like, maybe we do need a new stadium.
Maybe.
See, I remember they had the blimp shot that captured the actual explosion. That was actually pretty cool.
I was at the game, so I don't remember seeing that.
Oh no, they showed it on the broadcast afterwards. You see, like they have like the transformer. It's like maybe a half mile away from the stadium. There's just like this giant like light blue ball just erupts out of nowhere, and then you see the stadium go dark. It was kind of actually cool to see like on the blimp view.
I remember we were all in a dark stadium. Like, what just happened?
We've had some of the craziest things happen. Like we're going like next level, like serious stuff. But also, I mean, just it doesn't even have to be from a Bay Area athlete. It could just be here in the Bay that it's happened. I think of the J.R. Smith play.
Wow.
He forgot the score and the time and everything. And it's one of the all-time, like, what the hell did I just watch? We had it here on our airwaves. Jim Barnett and Tim Roy just flabbergasted. What did he just do? One of the all-time performances from LeBron, and the series was over because JR had with the most boneheaded play I've ever seen in my life. But we've touched on a little bit.
The pick of the sticks, one of the greatest plays of all time. To end the candlestick, to have that particular play happen, I always think that was crazy. I mean, they were on the brink of not making the playoffs.
No, that's a great one.
Matt Ryan was about to go in for a touchdown. I'll never forget that. I know we've kind of forgotten about it.
We're talking the craziest moment. The play, right? Like Stanford Cal, the band is out on the field. No doubt. What the hell is happening?
Derek Jeter in the playoffs.
Oh, don't.
I know Giambi. I know you. I'm sorry. I apologize.
R.I.P. Jeremy Giambi. But God, he was still safe. If I had instant replay back there, to hell with Derek Jeter. Okay, overrated in my opinion. Overrated. Yeah, I said it.
We were talking about great moments, and I was talking like, I know we've forgotten. Kaepernick did throw for 300 and run for 200 against the Green Bay Packers in the final ever candlestick playoff game.
He did.
And it's one of the greatest games no one ever talks about anymore.
888-957-9570.
He was unreal. My boy Rock, he threw a pick to start the game. Right away, boom, pick. My boy Rocco and me were sitting next to him. My brother was there. We had a whole crew. Rocco turns to me. I'm not joking. 3 plays into the game, he goes, he could run for 200 today. I go, what are you talking about? I'm telling you, that end has no idea what's coming on the RPO. And he was right. Kaepernick's still running to this day, and that end still doesn't know if Gore has it or Kaepernick has it. Kaepernick was unreal in that game. I think the Packers put up 35. Look that game. We dropped like 45. They put up like 35.
Clay Matthews got absolutely just destroyed in that game. That's what I remember. He was on an island multiple times, just out in no man's land, trying to stop Colin Kaepernick running.
He was ridiculous.
Good luck. He's a gazelle. When he was running out there, he was literally, for everything we wanted Trey Lance to be, like in those moments, that Colin Kaepernick, he was what I think a lot of Niners fans saw, but maybe Trey, they thought was going to be a better thrower of the football as we go thrower of the football. But we forget, Cap had some touch. He had a cannon.
Dude, people forget. I'm being real with you. Cap is one of the great playoff players of all time. And I'm not. He went into New Orleans and had, just in general, like the playoffs or something. One in Carolina against a Carolina team that had the defensive player of the year in Luke Kuechly, and they dismantled them. And Cam was at the height of his powers.
Right.
All right. He beat Aaron Rodgers multiple times. One time in the frozen tundra where he was dominant in the final 2 minutes, 3 minutes of that game. He was throwing dimes to Michael Crabtree. The Green Bay game I referenced, down 17-3 to Atlanta in Atlanta, where Crabtree fumbled at the goal line, okay? He was spectacular.
You forgot in New England, too.
Well, that was a regular season game. Yeah. Against Tom Brady in the hail.
The Patriots almost came back in that game.
He threw one of the hardest balls I've ever seen to, I believe it was Crabtree, who just came up, grabbed it, turned, gone. Dude, I'm telling you, I know it ended horribly. Kaepernick was ridiculous. And every one of us thought, oh my God, this guy's a Hall of Famer. At one point.
888-957-9570. Joe, we're going to be debuting a new segment here in about 14 minutes. So we're going to be doing this daily going forward. It's an oldie but a goodie. People know this. All right, you don't have to overthink it. But 888-957-9570, 14 minutes. This or that. And it's going to be a different topic, it could be anything really too. It could be a variety of things. It could be sports related. It could be non-sports related. It could be food related.
I'll give you an example.
Give me all the examples. How about that?
I'll give you an example. So we want you to blindly get online. 888-957-9570. We will ask something as simple as this. Here's a couple examples. I give you $10. You're at a baseball game. Hot dog or hamburger.
Okay.
All right. Duke or North Carolina? You know, if someone answers North Carolina, that says something about them. If they answer Duke, that says something about them. All right? At bat for your life, Babe Ruth or Hank Aaron.
Or Barry Bonds.
You could go that way, right? It's this or it's that. But we're not going to tell you what it is. We want you to get in line. If you think you know sports, this is your chance. Come on in. These are fun, evergreen sports topics. And during a dead period of time, I just think these are great. Like, great example. Joe, I give you a ticket. Old Yankee Stadium or Lambeau?
Ooh, that's fun. Probably Old Yankee Stadium.
Here's one of my favorite ones. Food. You can only pick one. Chinese or Mexican?
Oh, that's easy. It's a layup. It's just the easiest. That's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. How about that?
Chinese is so, it's so good the next day as leftovers. It's the best.
We're in California, Joe.
I'm just saying. I love me some Chinese food.
I love our neighbors to the south. As we say, neighbors to north of Canada. No, our neighbors to the south. It's Mexico, baby. Come on. Burrito. I could eat a burrito every single... If I had to eat one food for the rest of my life, it could be a burrito every single meal.
What if I asked you something like this? Pie or cake?
Actually, sneakily, you know what I did growing up, Joe? I like that question. I had birthday pie instead of cake for my... People might say that's unhinged behavior, that's craziness. No, I enjoy...
It's a little sketch.
No, I like pie. Blackberry cobbler with some ice cream on the side. That's what we did. Yeah. Yeah. See, Carter knows what I'm talking about.
We could go even as deep as this. Which loss hurt more? Game 7, 2016, Warriors, overtime against the Chiefs.
See, these are great examples, and this is what this or that is all about. We're going to have one every single day going forward. 888-957-9570. We haven't given out the topic yet, so start lining them up right now. In the meantime, I do want to go to John in Burlingame because he has a crazy story.
Oh, give it to me. I want
We're talking also crazy Bay Area sports stories because there's been so many of them. John is in Burlingame. Good morning, John.
Hey, how you doing, guys? This one's hilarious, actually. 1979, Johnny LeMaster, a.k.a. Johnny Disaster, wearing Boo on the back of his jersey and gets fined a total of $500.
I love that one.
That's pretty good.
He used to get booed a lot.
That's next level trolling that I actually appreciate, which would actually... Johnny LeMaster sounds like he'd be perfect for the social media era right now. That'd go viral. It'd be great. I love that. And do they have who has the ghost of Johnny LeMaster or something? That's I think that's an account, right? For the Giants. They're like or the sons of Johnny LeMaster. That's what it was, not the ghost. I think he's still alive. So
for some reason, I do this name recognition thing. So if you say Johnny LeMaster, I immediately think of, and it's 7 or 8 years later, Bob Brenly playing third base, even though he wasn't a third baseman, making 4 errors and then hitting 2 home runs and one of them to win the game. I don't know why, but this is old Giants, 80s and 70s. My brain just goes there.
Are we missing any crazy moments that we haven't brought up? 888-957-9570.
Pablo hitting 3 home runs in the World Series.
That was just cool.
That was cool. But no.
Against at the time, the best pitcher on the planet.
No.
In the World Series, in Game 1.
No, he's the best pitcher of the last
And it hadn't been done since freaking the Babe.
Justin Verlander.
Actually, Pujols did the year before.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he did do that. That was pretty great. Yeah, at home. That was pretty cool. But you know what? Sandoval's not the level of Pujols, which made it more special. So continue.
Well, if I'm gonna jump in with mine. We kind of mentioned it already. As I keep noodling over this, I keep coming back to Tom Cable punching that assistant that one time. Bay Area. First off, we have an incredible roster of punches, chokes, and kicks here. But for me, that one is just you just slap an assistant during a meeting. It is just. When you talk about Raider dysfunction, the guy who Al Davis put in there, shoehorned in there to get rid of Lane Kiffin, it just nothing seemed to signify Raider dysfunction of the 2000s than that whole Tom Cable thing. That was just peak. What are we doing here?
Is that better than Monte lying and then initially, telling the truth and then getting suspended for 30 games because, he was on a moped and he completely wrecked his ankle.
And he was injured during that entire suspension, so it didn't matter.
The dirt bikes and the mopeds. What are these guys doing?
Motorcycles.
Yeah, what are we doing around here?
What was Bumgarner's rodeo name?
Oh, Mason Saunders.
Mason Saunders. Tom Cable, by the way.
He was doing rodeos under a nickname.
As we go best friends and all that, my best friend Keenan, he always said Tom Cable, whenever he looked at him, he's like, God, Joe, you think he makes a really good steak? just looks like every time he looked at Tom Cable, probably cooks a mean one on the Weber grill, right? By the way, Tom Cable leaves the Raiders, and what does he do? Goes on to win a Super Bowl with the Seahawks as their offensive line coach.
Of course he does.
That's what he does, right? That's just what happens in the Bay Area.
Seahawks or Chiefs, always one of those two.
It's always one. Always a fun game, right? And we have Bonte coming up in 38 minutes. I'm sure he has some crazy stories. Oh, by the Draymond Green going at him after the game. That was pretty good. We have the drops from it. I'm sure he's not going to want to use that.
It's always a fun game.
It's always a fun game. Shocked you talking to me.
That's a good moment. That's a fun one. Draymond Green is good. I mean, the guy's got a YouTube compilation. He's the spinning backhand on Nurkic. The kick to the groin on Steven Adams. Like,
he's the modern Charles Haley. Because like we're talking about all these, like I think of Charles Haley having to be held back by Ronnie Lott, who was on the Raiders when he was trying to go at George Seifert.
Yeah.
So the Niners are playing the Raiders down in the Coliseum, I believe, at the time. And Ronnie's on the Raiders, and they have to call Ronnie over at halftime to come into the locker room to hold back Charles Haley from swinging on George Seifert. Oh my God. And then I had heard many different versions. I heard Charles peed into the convertible of a teammate, but I had also heard he peed into the convertible of the owner. So I don't know what to believe.
Oh my God. 888-957-9570.
See, Charles, like, I know, like, Charles was crazy.
Yes. There's so many crazy people here in the Bay. But
my favorite story was when Bonte and my buddy Rocco, they went to the NFC Championship game with us, with me and my dad down in LA. And Bonte's like, we were down so bad. I turned around, I hit the corner. Charles Haley was hunched over and he was sad. And I had to cheer up Charles Haley. And I'm like, I don't think young people understand the sentence you just said. It's just Bonte and Rocco had to cheer up Charles Haley from how sad he was because Jimmy Garoppolo and Shanahan blew a 10-point lead in SoFi Stadium in the NFC Championship game.
Much like Vontez Burfict holding back Antonio Brown. Ryan on 880 before you hit the break. Ryan's got, obviously, I think we mentioned this one, but we can discuss it again. Ryan, good morning. You're on Spadoni and Chaska. What's that crazy story you want to talk about in Bay Area sports history?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I'm talking about the earthquake at the World Series. I wasn't there personally, but everybody in the Bay Area definitely felt it, and everyone can definitely say, hey, I know where I was when that happened. And with it being with the World Series, I think everybody in the nation kind of can remember that and can kind of feel it too, being like, hey, I know where I was when that happened, even though I wasn't there. So I just think as a nation and everybody feeling it, it was just a really big, crazy thing, not with anybody personally, but just everybody as a whole just being able to witness it.
Yeah, it was
a moment for America. Everyone stopped what they were doing because the World Series, and then the feed goes down, and then crazy. You go to ESPN. Obviously, famously, you had Bob Lee there, who was a longtime fixture, and Chris Berman, who obviously was a huge Giants fan from the East Coast days, but he was there on assignment. Both those guys talking about the footage of the bridge collapsing, like it was crazy, and like we're laughing about stuff like that. That was scary. Like I'm sure, like that was frightening for a lot of people, and the fact that the World Series was going on at the time is just kind of a footnote in all of it. And it was those two teams. Like it could have been like it could have been the Giants,
Yankees versus someone else, for example,
or could have been like, or the Giants playing the Yankees or the A's playing someone, and that happened in the Bay still at the time.
Yeah,
like it's crazy.
But
right?
the fact that they were playing each other,
like what are the odds of that?
Well, and as a Giants fan, I'm like, and they got to pitch Dave Stewart twice
yeah,
in 4 games.
One of the all-time talking about Game 7 guys you want to give the ball to, Dave Stewart, right?
Was it Honeycutt or was it Wells?
Rick Honeycutt.
Or was it, who's the other starter?
For the A's?
Yeah.
Oh,
I got to reset the rotation.
Got to get my 80. You were alive then. You got to know this.
I forget.
Come on. You got to know all these things. That's your.
I just remember the play to the second base with Tony Fernandez or whatever, second baseman throwing it over to first, and them celebrating.
That lineup is so. I mean, Eck. You talking about Hall of Famers on those teams? Eck, Ricky Henderson, and 2 guys that probably should be in the Hall of Fame. At least one of them, Mark McGwire.
Yeah,
Dave Stewart's in the Hall. Dave Stewart's in the Hall. Very good, borderline for me.
He's one of the greatest postseason pitchers ever.
Right,
ever.
If I didn't mention him, Ricky Henderson. I mean, on line 1, Carney Lansford, who was really freaking good.
As we talk this or that, like there's an argument. I know Mad Bum is at the highest of highs. Playoff pitcher, Mad Bum or Dave Stewart.
Ooh,
right.
That's a good one.
So hey, look. Line them up. We've got 4 open lines. We've got a couple people waiting right now. 888-957-9570. If you think that you can have a little fun here, just these ultimate, what I call pop culture, sportsy type questions, all right? This or that. It's simple. It's easy. Give us your explanation. Let's have fun on a Friday.
It's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Joey, we're going to unveil something new, and I'm going to give people time to get to their phone. It's fun. It's a new segment we're going to do every day. Some days it'll take a couple minutes. Some days it might, lead us into a larger, bigger, better conversation. It's this or that. Here, I'll give you an example for those that are out there. And the number to call in right now and get in line, we've got 3 open lines. 888-957-9570. We got 3 open lines. It's this or that. Here's an example. Hey, Joe, this or that, hamburger or hot dog?
Hamburger, Joe.
Why?
Always. Why? Because nothing gets more American than a hamburger. That's why. And I could go for a hamburger any time of the day. That's why. Hot dogs, You put, you know why? People make fun of you for a hot dog because I put ketchup on a hot dog, and apparently you're not allowed to do that after the age of 7. So I don't like getting people coming down my road for it. So I'll go hot dog.
All right, so we got Evan Giddings in here as well. So we're going to use him as a test, a guinea pig, if you will. We're going to do this or that. You ready,
guinea
Evan?
Pig, yeah, I got you.
Okay, all right. Here's another example.
E-Dog.
Duke or North Carolina?
North Carolina.
Why?
Because it's not Duke.
Oh, God.
What does that say about
That's
Duke?
actually a really good answer.
It's just simple. They're not the Blue Devils. I despise that college basketball program.
Why?
I
love
Here
Duke.
we go.
I always love Duke.
Simple.
Why?
Because I saw myself on that team, the plucky white guy. There's that guy, J.J. Redick.
You're not rich enough.
I know him. I grew up in Pacific Grove, California, near Pebble Beach.
It's a little strange to like yourself that much.
You know
so
what?
you guys kind of get the idea of the game, okay? 888-957-9570. I want you to line them up right now. This or that. We don't even have an open for it thus far. Here's today's, okay? As we start to get rolling. Are you ready for today's? No, we got one more for you.
One more.
We're going to start you off.
All right. Talk to me.
Final drive. Everything's the same. There's a minute to go. There's no timeouts. Brady or Mahomes?
Ooh. All things being equal on both sides. So they have the same team.
Every variable is the same. Yep. The only difference, Brady or Mahomes? Who you going with? This is an all-time, I call sports bar type question.
Brady.
Why?
Because I don't feel like I've ever seen him lose when he's on the field. So if he's on the field and he's got the ball,
such a good answer.
He will not lose the game. I have seen Mahomes do that maybe like once. I don't think he's done in the postseason. But Tom Brady with the ball in the final minute, I don't care, 80 yards, 70 yards, he's getting points.
Somehow.
He's leading my team to victory.
He did have the walk-off Mahomes in overtime. So he did drive them out on the field. They got the game-winning touchdown there, and it was night, see you later. But I'm going Tom. Listen, E-Dog's a Chargers fan. Raider guy. Mahomes has killed us so many times. But having said that, so is Tom Brady for 2 decades. Tom Brady. He literally, the tuck rule. It's like one of the most, we didn't even bring that up. It didn't happen in the Bay.
We didn't even bring that up.
That's one of the craziest moments.
I'll never forget watching that.
Saturday
night?
Yeah. Bay Area sports, the Snow Bowl, all of that. I'm going Tom Brady. You know why? Because every single big game he was a part of in the Super Bowl, I could say confidently, he probably either outplayed or played just as well as any of those other quarterbacks that he lost to. He threw for over 500 yards in that loss to the Eagles in that Super Bowl. 500 yards. It wasn't his fault they lost. So he was never the reason they lost in any of those Super Bowls. And Joe, he's won 7.
Yeah.
He's won 7.
I know. But Mahomes is in the middle of his career and he's been to what? 4
There's no wrong answer here, by the way.
But that's the beauty of this or that.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Get in line. We have 2 open slots. Here's today's question. Now, normally I'd like to do it blind, meaning you call and you don't even know. That's the fun of it, right? But today, we did a guinea pig. We've got some people on hold. Today's question, every variable is the same. It's the Super Bowl. All the lineups are the same. There's 1 minute to go. No timeouts. Brady or Mahomes?
It's TB12. For Evan and I, now you, Joe. What is it?
I gotta go Tom Brady.
Oh, that's a sweep.
But here's the thing. Ask me in 2 more years, I'm probably going to take Mahomes.
Might. The fact that he just got blown out in his Super Bowl is probably on the
If they won 3 in a row, we'd be having a different conversation.
What's the case for Mahomes?
Well, the case
I
for
do think
Mahomes,
there are people that would take him.
the movement and then the ability to hit certain spots on the field that are almost unguardable. Whereas, like, methodical is how I view Tom. Tom's not going to put the ball in harm's way, even though if D4 doesn't jump off sides. But get where I'm going at with this. Tom won't make the mistake. Mahomes will, but he'll also make the crazy play when there is none there.
I actually have an interesting take on this. If I just needed a field goal to win it, I'm going Tom. If I need a touchdown and it's 90-plus yards or something like that, I might go Mahomes.
The play that sits in my head.
See, because I think he has the cannon of an arm. And Tom Brady, I think his arm is actually really underrated. He had an arm.
Tom in the clock. I don't care if it's McDaniels. I don't care if it's Charlie Weiss. It doesn't matter who the OC is.
Sure.
Tom's the OC, right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, whereas, like, with Mahomes, it's always like, oh, he's got Andy. It's like, I do kind of, just a little, I do kind of want to see Mahomes without Andy. Not that he's not great. He is all-time great. But part of the beauty of Brady, he did it with so many different teams over so many different, eras during different styles. Like, go back and watch that first one with Vinatieri. He was methodical.
Yeah.
Methodical. And then you watch the 28-3 in the way that he was also methodical, but he took a lot of checkdowns.
If I'm looking for a late unnecessary roughness penalty against a quarterback, though, Patrick Mahomes is your guy.
I love
that.
it.
Is a 15-yarder that will absolutely win you the game on any occasion.
I love that. All right. We're going to go to the audience. Evan, thank you so much.
Thank you, boys.
Love you. God, he's got a great voice.
He does. Is he on today? Evan, you on today? Who back? Who's back, baby?
Right.
Shout out Evan for filling yesterday. Did a hell of a job with Steiny.
Okay. There's no wrong answer. That's the beauty of this or that. All right. We're asking the audience fun, simple questions. Like, for example, I said, hey, one food for your life, Chinese or Mexican?
Mexican. Well, first and
I
foremost,
think you're sleeping on Chinese.
No, well, you guys, the real answer.
I love Mexican.
The real answer is Italian. You didn't even give me the option.
cannot eat Italian
But
every day.
It doesn't matter.
You can't eat Italian every day. It's too heavy.
I know
Chinese.
I know some people that do.
Dude, leftovers for Chinese hit better than any leftovers. Any. I don't care what anyone says. That has to factor into the decision. All right, let's go out to the lines.
I got
888
right here.
957-9570. Joe, let's do it. Let's get some music going. Come on, give me something. Come on, Carter, step your game up.
God, you're just putting them on the spot. It's as if they're
This is
debuting
the
segment.
Carter.
Kevin is in Oakland. Kevin, this or that. You're the first one in this new segment. Game on the line. Minute left. All things being equal, Kevin. You taking Tom Brady or you taking Patrick Mahomes? Good morning.
Well, for starters, I'm going to be thinking about this as I'm eating my Mexican food leftovers.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Hey, I grew up off Mission Street. I love Mexican food. Come on, I eat a burrito twice a week.
My parents grew up in the Mission, man. I grew up having la taqueria, bro.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
so I feel you.
The loose burrito.
A
loose burrito.
Pizza, though.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But, so I got to say this, man. I got to go with Brady. I think just, he's got more of that killer instinct in general. Mahomes definitely does. No problem. But you made a great point earlier saying how Brady, he did all that over his career with so many different casts of players, so many different types of players and cast around him. He just has that killer instinct for the end of the game. And I don't want to sound like a bitter Niner fan here, but let's be real. Mahomes is likely to get help from the refs to keep a key drive going.
I know.
Brady's got his cut. Brady had his over the years. We all know that there's controversies and stuff. But I just think Mahomes has had so much more clutch assistance by the stripes. I got to go with Brady on this
Real quick, though, Kevin, I know you kind of gloss over. I know Brady. No. Brady had the help from the officials. It's one of the most biggest con jobs I've ever seen in my life. The tuck rule. They made up a rule for the guy.
He had 2 drives after that.
That's fine. The game should have been over. His teammate at Michigan, Charles Woodson, strip sacked, and the game was over.
But he finished that drive, and then he finished the overtime drive.
He shouldn't have been allowed to finish the drive.
I hear you, but come on.
But no, I know we
like Mahomes. Here's the other thing about Mahomes that I can't, again, as a Niner fan, that 4th and 2 read option play in the Super Bowl, Brady doesn't have that in the bag.
No, he doesn't.
Right?
He doesn't.
There are elements that each guy has. Like, Mahomes can hit spots on the field, Brady can't. But the brain of Brady, I got to go with it. And to me, the longevity and the excellence over so many different rosters, so many different ways. Like, right now, the gold standard is Brady. Mahomes is very close. Very close. But for me, and then the other part is, are the balls deflated a little? Because if there's a little air out of that ball for both guys. I think I like Brady even more.
Stop it. Derek, South City.
What's up, Derek?
Derek, this is this or that. You taking TB12 or you taking Mahomes? Game on the line, minute to go, all things being equal. Good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. First of all, I just want to say thanks for what you do. I listen to you every morning. I'm excited to be on here.
Oh, thanks.
And I got to go Brady all day.
Why?
I went to Sarah, man. You got to do it.
I love simple as that. I love that.
Padres versus Valley Christian in the CCS Open Baseball Division?
I'm taking Sarah.
Let's go.
There you go.
Let's go.
That's Derek in South City. So we got 2-0 for Brady. It's actually been 5-0 because it was Evan, me, and
no, we're going to audience only.
Okay, that's fine.
Audience only.
That's fine.
Hey,
All right.
audience only.
Oreo cookie. We love Oreo cookie. All right, Oreo, this or that. TB12, Mahomes. Who you taking?
Hey, what up, fellas? This is a great segment. Back to the pie versus cake thing. Everybody likes those booty cakes, but ain't nothing like warm apple pie.
All right, you scared. Okay, I'm glad you said apple, Oreo. I thought you were going somewhere else. Continue.
Banana?
Tom Brady or chocolate. Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes.
Hey, a minute left. Mahomes did it to us with 17 seconds or something like that. What left? So I got to go with Mahomes.
Okay.
He's the one with the legs. If everything breaks down, he's the one that can get out of trouble. Brady, I think, is a statue, man. With a good defense, you can get to him.
Hey, fair enough. So that's one for Mahomes. So it's 2-1 in favor of Tom right now. We're talking, was this or that? Are you taking Tom Brady or are you taking Patrick Mahomes? Minute left, game on the line. All things being equal around them.
And like Vegas, you know how when they set the line, they want equal money on both sides? I wanted to put Montana in this conversation with somebody, but I know our audience is going to all take Montana.
Right.
So like my boy Pat Faze hit me up. He's like, dude, what about Montana? I'm taking Joe. It's like in this exercise, it's Brady or Mahomes because I wanted a non-Niner in it. I wanted to ask you, playoffs, all things equal, Brock or Kaepernick with the game on the line.
Keep that in the back pocket. I'm not mad at that.
So maybe down the line we'll talk.
Absolutely. Don's in Concord.
What's up, Don?
Don, you taking
So
Tom?
we got one Mahomes, two Brady.
That's right. Don, you taking Tom Brady, TB12, or you taking Patrick Mahomes? Game on the line, all things being equal. Good morning, Don.
Hey, guys. It's Brady all day for me. This or that, it's got to be Brady, man. He's the winner. He drove the ball straight down the field. He never sweat once. Plus, Joe Montana, 55-10 against the Broncos. Best football game in my life.
Fair enough. That's Don in Concord. So it's now 3-1 in favor of Thomas. Was it Edward Patrick Brady, something like that? I don't even know what it is anymore. But he's a local guy. So maybe people are thinking that too. We had Derek in San Francisco say, he's a Sarah guy, so he goes there.
Hey, so we've got 3 for Brady, 1 for Mahomes.
That's an incredible high school.
I think we're kind of sleeping on Mahomes.
That's an incredible high school, by the way, to have Barry Bonds and Tom Brady go there.
And Lynn Swan.
Oh, my God.
And Greg Jeffries.
Oh, don't get George Atkinson.
And Bakhtiari.
George Atkinson would say Lynn Swan.
And my boy JJ Sweden, who runs Bonita Taqueria. There's multiple locations. One of them on Polk Street.
Hey.
I had the best chicken quesadilla from there yesterday. Oh, my God, I love that place.
Again.
This habanero salsa, delicious.
I'm a big salsa verde guy, too, by the way, so I'm not mad at the habanero salsa.
He's got 3 different kinds. You got to go check them out.
Mona.
Tell him Shasky said
Mona in Pacifica.
What's up, Mona?
It's this or that, Mona. You taking Tom Brady or you taking Patrick Mahomes? Game on the line.
Come on. I'm taking the dude that fell down in, the 3rd round of the draft versus the one who was number 10. So I'm going Brady all day.
Okay,
I want the Aston Martin over the Lamborghini.
Oh, that's not bad. And in this scenario, I don't even know if he is an Aston Martin when he got drafted. Hell, that guy was like a Pinto. Tom Brady, it's like who? He was a 6th round pick. Not even a 3rd rounder. 3rd rounder would have been great.
Yeah.
He was a 6th rounder.
Great call, Mona.
That was great. So, okay, we got more to Tom. Uncle Gene wants to join in at this or that, Uncle Gene. TB12 or Patrick Mahomes? Game on the line.
Okay. Before I answer that, you keep saying that you can't eat Italian food every day. Spadone, will you correct him, please?
I tried to, Uncle Gene.
Yeah, listen, there's a country in Europe, I believe, that eats Italian food every day, right?
That's right.
I don't want to be 700 pounds.
Well, you see, there's not a lot of obese Italian people
All right,
in Italy.
okay.
All right. Continue, Uncle Jim.
All right, so I would say Montana if you left it completely open, but given the choice, yeah, I'd go Brady, just because of how badly Mahomes looked in the last game. So yeah, by all means, he's missed a clutch too. Although once again, Montana had better record in the Super Bowl than Brady ever had. If you check it out.
Well, I mean, he didn't have as many Super Bowl wins, though, Uncle G.
That's all right, Uncle G. Good call.
It's fine. Some people are always going to take Montana. That's why we didn't have him in the conversation.
It's exactly why we didn't have him. 888-957-9570. We're playing this or that. All things are equal. There's a minute to go in the game. There's no timeouts. You taking Brady, you taking Mahomes.
Deli boy, this or that. TB12, Mahomes, who you got? Game on the line.
It's 5-1.
Give me the guy that's been to 10 Super Bowls. Give me the guy has 3 Hall of Fame careers. I'm taking the local boy. Give me TB12. All right, I don't think that's a debate. Let me ask you guys a question. Here's this or that question. One movie, Godfather or Goodfellas? Which one you guys picking?
Wow.
Godfather 1?
Oh,
I'm taking Godfather 1.
I might take Goodfellas.
I'm taking Godfather.
Goodfellas is one of my all-time favorites.
It's good. It's good.
I love Goodfellas. No, it's not good. It's great.
It is.
Are you kidding me?
I really like it.
I love Godfather. Don't get me wrong. Godfather 2 is better than Godfather 1.
Ooh, that's
so if you're going Godfather 1, I'm taking Goodfellas.
See, that's a hot take because I love Sonny and I love Marlon Brando as Vito Corleone and I love Robert De Niro as young Vito too. Don't get me wrong. I do think there is something that's different about
Joe
Godfather
Pesci,
1.
iconic.
He is.
De Niro, iconic.
Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Francis Ford Coppola, the director, all of it. James
trust me.
Caan, all of them. Come on, Joe.
Me and my girl, we go back to Italy and she gets blown up as she's trying to learn how to drive. I know all of it.
Yeah.
Believe me, I get all that.
Do you?
Goodfellas is an all-time movie.
It is, but if we're going quarterback
Ever
tiers,
since I was a kid, I always wanted to be a gangster.
If we're going quarterback tiers, it's in tier 2 behind Godfather. Godfather's tier 1.
I honestly think the final, 20 minutes of Goodfellas is as good of any 20 minutes in any movie ever. He's sweating, driving, and he's got the girl going back and forth to Pittsburgh, and he's just snorting and doing it. God, it's so good.
Oh, Karen,
this helicopter, it's following me, and then I gotta go pick up my mom, and I gotta go do this, and we're gonna have dinner, and I gotta make the meatballs, and then I gotta go clean up my Gumas area at the apartment where we got cocaine everywhere, and then they're tapping it on the phone. I don't know, man. Goodfellas is all time. Goodfellas is just all time.
Lorraine Bracco, obviously the therapist in The Sopranos for Tony Soprano, but she played Karen, the wife in that.
Karen, where's the blow? I put it in the toilet. You what?
Exactly.
You what? That's all I had. Every dollar.
Do you live this every single day, these scenes?
It's one of the all-time
movies. Do you act them out to LJ and Michelle?
Now I'm a
Sounds like
schmuck
you're doing it.
in witness protection.
All right, it's this or that. We're not doing Godfather Goodfellas.
I mean, that's a great, put that on the books.
But maybe that could be a future one. We're doing TB12 or Mahomes.
You didn't know I had Goodfellas in my back pocket.
No, I did because you send me a bunch of all those things every single day on social. Keith,
as far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Keith in Saratoga, you taking Tom Brady or you taking Mahomes? Game on the line.
I'm taking Tom Brady all day. If you look at the stats from Super Bowls, Patrick Mahomes' stats in Super Bowls are really not that great. It's pretty average as far as his TDs to interception ratio.
Fair enough. Keith, Saratoga, this is just a blowout. This is
Brady
this is
now
an
has
evisceration.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If Mahomes would have won this one 3 in a row, I think we'd have a different.
We would, but he didn't. The fact that he got blown out, and that was the first time that legitimately. That's the first time I've seen like Mahomes look scared in the pocket.
Yeah.
I've never seen him look like that.
Well, he didn't have the offensive line.
He didn't, but he was still
against Tampa.
Even in that Bucs game, though, he was making incredible throws. And then Travis and Tyreek just weren't catching him.
Yeah.
They had the drop season that one. So this has been a bigger blowout than that Super Bowl.
Guys, one of the all-time best scenes ever is when he's going through the back of Goodfellas through the kitchen, and she's like, "What do you do?" "I'm in construction management." And then like they go through and they're sitting down. I mean, Tommy when he jabs dude with the pen, and then they got to cut him up.
Shut up.
And then Martin Scorsese's mom, and they're having spaghetti after they dug a big hole. I mean, Goodfellas. I'm taking Goodfellas.
Okay. You feel better about yourself?
I'm not done.
Okay, I know you're not. Sean and Petaluma
the razor blade cutting the garlic?
Because he'd melt in the pan, right? Like, I know.
I'm not dogging Goodfellas. It's an all-time. I mean, I'm not talking Godfather. I just Goodfellas, man.
How do you like your steak? Oh, medium rare, an aristocrat, right? Yeah, Sean.
And you had
Sean.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, you want to see helicopters? I'm like the Pittsburgh guy. Okay, so I'm going to take Brady all the way, but here's another one. I'm going to throw 2 more. All right, 4th down. Okay, you need a stop. Okay, Ed Reed or Deion Sanders, hit number 1, and then 2, you need an out. Bum or Timmy?
Ooh. So I have this for later on in the summer. 2010 Timmy, 2014 Mad Bum.
Ooh.
One or the other. I'm taking 2010 Timmy. I'm telling you right now.
He was filthy.
I'm telling
that 2014 run, though, man.
No, it was all time.
He was incredible.
It was all time. Timmy in 2010 was, and it wasn't even his best season. It was just the playoffs.
It was.
He was incredible.
Just like a comet.
Game 1 and Game 5.
His career is a comet.
And then the Game 1 against Atlanta.
There needs to be a 30 for 30 on Tim Lincecum.
There needs to be a special. I know the Hall of Fame isn't it? Like, there needs to be a special spot for him. He needs a statue.
You think so?
You cannot write the history of the San Francisco Giants without a statue with Lincecum. I know that sounds absurd.
Get Barry one first, and then we can do Lincecum. Yes.
I'm telling you, Lincecum, because I'm a big believer in this. We talk about like Mahomes. If he doesn't win the first one, does he win any? If the Giants don't win that first one in 2010, nothing ever gets to 2014.
No, it's a good point. It doesn't make all those years leading up
cursed.
to it. Absolutely. And then the years of in between it, you weren't even making the playoffs. So there was that all baked into it. Yeah.
Everybody gets mad about Iggy winning MVP of the finals, and rightfully. Lincecum also should have won MVP of that World Series. I know Rennery had the big home run and had a great series overall. I'm not denying that. Timmy was the Game 5. It was a 7th inning. Was it 1-1?
Yeah. Incredible.
I think he threw 300 innings.
I miss seeing him around. I know he's had some hardships in his life, his partner passing, and he's had a tough time. And I would love to see him around more. And I get it. He's a private guy, so that's his thing. He's not going to be. I miss seeing Timmy though. To let Timmy smoke shirts, the banners, all of it. He was just so San Francisco. Is there a player in the history of the Bay Area that personified the Bay more than Tim Lincecum?
No.
Not even close, right?
Dwight Clark and Klay Thompson are very close.
Clay's a good one.
Dwight Clark and Klay Thompson are very, very close.
Clay's a little, he's from California. I know LA's different, but he does have that laid back kind of Cali vibes for sure.
Lincecum was a whole moment in time. I mean, he and here's the problem with, I feel like Dwight and Klay, and it's not their fault. They were not the best player on the team.
Right.
There was an argument Lincecum was the best player on the team for 4 straight years.
Right.
I'm just going to give you this. Playoffs in 2010. He was 4-1 with a 2.43 ERA.
You're just
37 innings pitched in the playoffs that year.
Insane.
37 innings pitched. He gave up only 25 hits. He had 43 strikeouts.
He was insane.
He walked 9 guys.
He was incredible. I told you, he's a comet. He's a shooting star. That's what he was. Not long enough to be considered a Hall of Famer. I will put his Cy Young years up against anyone.
Joe, I'm going to read you in succession, okay? 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. He went 49-22 with a 2.83 ERA. That's 99 games, okay? He struck out during this time 757 people in 4 years.
Yeah. I know. That's what I told you, dude.
He's such a great player.
When you think of
he averaged 33 starts a year, averaged 229 innings pitched per year, averaged over a 4-year period.
When you think of people that personify the Bay Area as an athlete, he is on that very short list. Might be the guy. I also think of I didn't watch him back in the 70s because I wasn't alive, but they have Ken Stabler for the Raiders and what he signified for the Bay and just being that laid back party guy. I mean, he got the Alabama accent, but my guy partied with the best of them, and everyone wanted to hang out with him.
Lincecum, to me, and Vida Blue are 2 guys. Yep. So, like, you had to watch them and talk to people who did to understand their importance to the game, to the sport, to the region. Like, when you talk to Bill Lasky, because Bill's a friend, he talks about his love for the friend of Vida, but, like, who he was as a player.
Yeah.
And, like, you don't get a Dontrell Willis without a Vida Blue.
He was
like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think we understand how great Vida was.
When you win an MVP as a pitcher, that's a big deal. I don't care who you are. That just doesn't happen anymore. You have to be historic to beat out the position players. The fact that he won that, he's won a Cy Young, and he won 3 straight World Series. And 3 straight.
I think he has the final American League hit for a pitcher ever.
There you go.
Before they went to the DH.
Before they went to the DH, which obviously
and then pitched the Giants.
DAs were a big part of that, implementing that.
So, like when I talk to the older heads, like my dad always would talk about like Vita Blue, and like he's like, dude, you just had to see it. And he'll never, he didn't have the longevity and the winning excellence of a Juan Marichal, who was also very beloved. The eras were a little different. But like Vita, he meant something to this area, just like Timmy meant something to this area. And I think they were the perfect guy at the perfect time on the perfect team.
And the fact that, and there's not many that are Athletics, Hall of Fame and Giants Hall of Fame or Wall of Fame, whatever you want to call it. The fact that he's in both of them and he's a Bay Area guy, like that means something. Like it's very, like Jerry being able to connect the bridges when the Raiders were here.
I rooted for Jerry,
exactly.
And I don't root for the Raiders.
And not a lot of, and Raiders don't root for Niners, and Niners don't root for Raiders, but everyone roots for Jerry now because of that. That stuff matters. Charlie Gardner, another guy that's underrated, by the way.
Well, I think the thing that like frustrates me, just as like a sports fan, like the Sandy was awesome, right? Yeah. Short-lived, but we do this thing. Sandy Koufax, he played for the Dodgers, so let's elevate. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve his recognition, right? But like Vita had some years, and I don't know. I just feel like we moved the goalposts on certain. Gale Sayers with the Chicago Bears had a very short-lived run. It was an amazing run. Terrell Davis with the Broncos gets elevated, and rightfully, he was a great, great, great player. But I don't feel like Vita gets the same love that like a Terrell Davis got in his sport. Okay, I know the sports are different. I don't think Lincecum will ever get the appropriate love that a Terrell Davis gets in his sport or a Gale Sayers gets in his sport. And I think they were as, if not more, impactful.
Well, and that just goes back to the voting process because the NFL just does it great. You mentioned it right there. Terrell Davis, whether you think he's in there or not, like he's in the conversation, and he got in. Tony Baselli, another one of those guys that was very short-lived, but the best at his position for a 4 or 5 year stretch.
Michael Irvin.
Well,
I think he only played 10 years or 11 years. He was amazing.
He was amazing. And then his injury history cut his career short. Before we get to Bonte here in studio for the entire hour, let's get to Jonas in Santa Clara to cap off this or that.
I think it went well.
It's been a landslide for TB12 for Mahomes, and that's the question. Final drive for your life, all things being equal. You taking TB12, Tom Brady, or you taking Patrick Mahomes? Jonas, who you taking? Carter, go to Jonas right now. Thank you. Who you taking, Jonas?
I'm here. I'm not taking either one. I went to Archbishop Mitty for football. You guys remember me. My wife, Heather, my little girl, Isa, Helton, Santa Clara.
Oh, yeah.
Don't talk about Tom Brady. I'm going back to Lincecum now. He's my Filipino boy. And, I'm going to hit up 2009 season because my wife and I lived in New York. We saw the Yankee celebration, and I got so jealous. And then we ended up going to Citi Field to go watch the Giants at the Mets, saw Cook and Kipe. We saw everyone there, and I was able to get a Lincecum 2-time Cy Young pitcher signed while he was warming up.
Wow. That's pretty incredible.
Jonas, who you taking, though, all things being equal, Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes?
I got to go Bay Area for life.
There you go.
Even though he went to Sarah, I went to Mitty.
There you go.
Bay Area for life.
He knows it. That was just a landslide. Great call, though, Jonas. I
do
appreciate
think people are giving us their this or that, so I hope we're writing those down. Now, look, let me give you just real quick because now the door got brought open on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Godfather. When I close my eyes and I think of Godfather, let me make the argument for Godfather. I mean, obviously, Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes.
There's so many one-liners.
The horse head. Yeah. Coming out of the bathroom, shooting dude in the face. I mean, it's an old-time scene, all right? Duct taping the gun in the bathroom, and he goes in and he's reaching for it. It's an old-time scene. Old-time scene. But, he just walked in. Bonte Hill. You can only
wait, real quick. Not Henry Hill. Bonte Hill. Thank you. As we're talking mob movies. There you go.
Yeah, I don't mess with the Book of Sugar.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
One?
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. And the home of the Golden State Valkyries. Always on for Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laugh Among Studios. Real quick, Bonte Hill in studio for the entire hour, courtesy of River Island's pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area, for the Warriors, and also the Giants occasionally. Bonte, good morning. Now continue.
You do this to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
The worst impression.
I mean, make him an offer he can't refuse. Godfather or Goodfellas? Got to pick one.
Godfather.
You're going to take Godfather? See, I like Godfather 2 better than 1.
Not even close.
It's not even close.
It's not even close.
Even though Goodfellas is a great movie, it's not even close.
I think it's an all-timer.
It's an all-timer, but it's not The Godfather.
There's tiers.
There's levels to this.
But what if Godfather 2's better than Godfather 1?
Maybe.
Godfather might be the greatest movie of all time.
It's not. I think
no,
better.
but it's in the conversation as
I don't know why people say 2's better. I get it. I understand
2's
it.
pretty freaking amazing.
But 1 is amazing too. I don't know. By the way, Shasky. You had fun last night, I heard. I heard you was on Instagram looking at everybody's story.
Yeah.
Hey, how was it, by the way? You were at Kendrick Lamar and SZA?
It was amazing.
Yeah? Put on a good show?
Great show. SZA, Kendrick.
What was it like to be on stage?
I wasn't on stage. No, I wasn't there.
It's a joke.
I wasn't there. I know. Hey, listen. No
I actually
backstage
said,
passes.
as I said to him, I'm not mad at you. It's the people that do the dots on their
Just
Instagram.
unfollow it then.
That's what I said.
Mute it.
But no, I heard your rant, and Filmo had to call in and check you because you're mad at the world for whatever reason. It's like, why you care about what people do at a concert?
No, I don't.
If they want to put their phones up and live through the phone, let them be. So be it.
I don't need to see it.
That's their life. That's their life. And if you go on Instagram and they're ... you can know what? Scroll out of the story and keep it moving, or mute that person, or unfollow that person.
Mute is the greatest invention on social ever, because you don't have to unfollow them and be a jerk. You could just not see their stuff.
Yeah, I was kind of with Spinoni there. I was like, my boy's sounding a little jealous there. He's got a player hating over there. He's a little jealous, and he had to come in early at 6 in the morning. Couldn't go because get some 30 for 30 from SZA and Kendrick. Squabble up.
I'm
Squabble up.
very indifferent on Lamar Kendrick. I don't.
Lamar Kendrick.
Lamar Kendrick.
Lamar, whatever.
You sound like the old white guy on the lawn. Put your phones down.
Mustard. There you go.
Who is DJ Mustard? Loud music in Mission Bay at 11 o'clock. Kids, go home. It's a Thursday night. Oh, that's what you sounded like this morning, man. Loosen up a little bit. You all right over there? Giants are going to win for you today. Giants are going to win.
He called it a propaganda.
No. Jesse called it a must sweep, by the way.
A must sweep?
It's a must sweep.
Okay, Harry.
That was a joke.
They never played out. They never play well in Miami.
Do you know what they're doing?
Oh, they're chilling, probably on jet skis or something.
Beck is at, and a bunch of other guys are at that golf simulator thing that they were doing for TGL.
Oh.
They all went there to hang out and hit a bunch of golf putts and stuff. I thought I saw Logan Webb on his story in the background somewhere, but that's really cool. That's that thing we were talking about going to go do.
But as long as they're not playing dominoes and drinking coffee like the Warriors were doing last time.
Well, the Warriors didn't show up.
And then just getting obliterated by the
Yeah, well, it was Draymond and Jimmy playing
Exactly.
dominoes. And, remember Draymond, the video is actually hilarious because Draymond's boom, and he looks at somebody, boom. I was like, yeah, he's got Game 7 intensity at this domino table.
And then came with March intensity during the game.
Well, he had a game happen and then came out of bio and company shut that down.
We were having fun with it. What's the craziest, if you just said craziest sports story in the Bay Area?
Ever.
What was it?
Ever?
Yeah. There's so many.
Just like when you, what's the first thing that
choking
pops
the coach.
Okay. What?
Sprewell choking the coach.
It's pretty good.
Carlissimo.
It's pretty good.
I mean, we had a crazy one a few years ago. We don't need to talk about it.
Oh, we did.
As Guru would say.
Yeah, we talked. The Hawaiian.
I don't want to go Hawaiian.
Yeah.
I don't want to go Hawaiian out here. That's a crazy story. I mean,
Antonio Brown, I said, was the craziest, one of the craziest songs.
Alden Smith,
that's what I said.
waking up in front of a tree and then playing 2 days later and gets Andrew Luck in the Colts.
He got released, was still hammered. Cron's like, hey, how you doing, Elton? And then the next thing you know, he's playing against the Colts.
Well, I remember the club he was at because I was in college during that time. And somebody was like, yo, Alden Smith's in the club. You want to come through? I was like, no, I'm good. And so him leaving the city 5 in the morning, ended up in front of a tree. Thank God he's alive and other people are alive. And then he played 2 days later. So there's been a lot of crazy stories.
Dude, Andrew Luck was so good in that game.
You got to remember, though, the Sprewell story. I mean, they hired Johnny Cochran as his lawyer.
Okay.
Johnny Cochran.
And then all the guys were behind him.
Yeah, Brian Shaw, Felton Spencer.
That was in the newspaper. It was incredible.
It was unbelievable.
Sam, can you say the sentence that you said earlier regarding Antonio Brown and Vontaze Burfict? Listen to this sentence.
Yeah, no, so we were talking like the reason why I thought the Antonio Brown, Mike Mayock blow up was crazy was that, AB is going at Mayock and being hit by being held back by Vontaze Vontaze Burfict, who was the same guy that hit Antonio Brown into another dimension a few years earlier. Just everything going on there was absolutely insane.
I took Big Dog and my boy Ira Philly up to training camp that year.
Big Dog doing? How's he
he's doing great. Big Dog's doing great. Just saw him a couple weeks ago. Listen, I took him up to training camp that year in Napa.
Yeah.
It was one of the many days Antonio Brown didn't practice.
Was this with Sean Smith?
No. I'm talking about with Antonio Brown.
Okay, Antonio Brown. Okay.
On the Sean Smith story.
Oh, well, that's another one
too. But listen, Antonio Brown. So our boy Levi.
Levi Damien.
Levi Damien, who blogs. Yeah. He had a big cast out. He had blew out his Achilles. I was like, so how's Antonio Brown been looking? He goes, man, the guy's never at practice. But when he is, I'm like, damn. This guy's making every play. This guy's a Hall of Famer. He just never was at practice. Now, the Sean Smith practice, Papa and I were up there for training camp, and we got Sean Smith over, and he was angry. And Papa and I, it was like some of our best work together. I'm not even going to lie. We were grilling him. And Papa, I was like, man, Papa, you think he listens to the show? Why is he so angry? He goes, they all listened. He goes, plus he just got demoted to second team. It's like, so he's angry.
And he's about to be in prison in a couple of years. Yeah.
Is that where he's at?
No, he went to prison because he checked I think someone beat up his sister. And then he checked that guy, beat that guy up, and then of course he was the one that had to go to prison.
Yeah, he beat the hell out of him. Wow. It was a hell of a story.
Yeah, it was crazy.
4th of July, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Crazy.
Yeah, he beat the hell out of him in the middle of the street.
Yeah. Who was it? Was it Jeremy Newberry who got in the fight with his sister on jet skis at a lake somewhere one summer on 4th of July?
I'm gonna leave that alone. I don't know nothing about that.
God.
My name is Ben and I ain't in it.
I gotta look that up.
But the AB story, I remember because that was at the old building, and we were the home of the Raiders at the time, and it was Hard Knocks, and it was him coming in with a hot air balloon, frozen feet, recording the conversation with Gruden, playing it and posting it. And Josh Jacobs, as a rookie, relived that a couple weeks ago on some podcast. He was like, I was in the room when AB was getting filmed of his release and saying, I'm free. And he ran out. And Josh is like, what the hell is going on right now? Again, the life and story of Antonio Brown is just
that's not even in the top 10 of crazy stories in the Bay, because it was like he was here and he wasn't here.
Well, no, it was a 2-week stretch of just what the hell is going on.
It was highlight.
I think the moped incident's way bigger.
Yeah, well, it was which one, Monte or Jeff Kidd motorcycle?
Well, no, I went Monte moped, and then they suspend him for 30 games, and he happens to be healthy at the end of the 30 games.
Bumgarner.
Well, not only that, Monte, his first game back was when LeBron hit the game winner against Rodney Terrio.
I don't even remember that.
Cavaliers. That was his first game back.
Was Rodney Hood on Cleveland?
Was that that game? I don't remember Rodney Hood, but all I remember is Rodney Terrio got isolated on LeBron James, and LeBron hit the baseline jumper to win the game for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
No, that was old. So, LeBron. Yeah.
Like Jeremy Newberry and sister Jennifer Newberry from San Francisco Gate got in a huge altercation on boats at Lake Berryessa. He will not be charged with aggravated assault.
Well, I'm going to leave that alone.
Well, that's good. He wasn't charged.
He wasn't charged, so what's the big deal?
There you go.
Just a little
How about the Bruce Miller story?
What are we doing on a Friday?
Those were the craziest.
Is this a morning mail-in today?
No, it's the morning crazy.
The morning mail-in? Is that what's happening right now?
It actually got, where did we start this conversation? It started off with quarterbacks, and it was the Craig Carton sound that we played. It was
Craig Carton. You guys are desperate.
No.
You guys are playing Craig Carton.
It was Purdy or
Hey, you want to talk Giants middle of the order lineup?
Oh my God, Craig Carton.
I would bat lead off Jung Hoo Lee. Let's start there.
Let's start there.
Okay, who would be your two-hitter?
Elliot Ramos.
Okay, where you put Wilmer? 3?
I got to go Wilmer 3 right now.
And then who's your 4-hitter?
We're going Chapman and Adamas.
Chapman, then Adamas. Okay, and then you're moving Yaz down.
I'm moving Yaz down.
Okay.
And then we go Bailey and second base, Fitzgerald, Goss, whatever it is.
What did you think when they bunted, on second and third with one out in that situation? Bailey was the one who really ticked me off because take a pitch. It's a new pitcher.
That was the at-bat that annoyed the hell out of me. First pitch at-bat. You're coming in to pinch hit for Huff. I mean, good Lord, take a pitch. You hit one out the left field, shallow left. You can't even drive the run in. After a heads-up play by Willie Adamas to go from first and third.
And Wade aggressive to take the other base.
Wade to take second. So, look, they need a hitter. The Giants need a hitter or two. And they're going through a slump right now. It happens in baseball. We'll see what happens when they get back home. But, you guys go for Craig Carton to
It was just a soundbite. We played it. We reacted.
What was the soundbite?
It was Purdy.
He's taking.
You want to hear it? I'll play it right
now. I just, you went one way. I said, all right, well, then we'll go this way.
Craig Carton, Fox Sports on Brock Purdy versus Jalen Hurts. Here we go.
Who would you rather be the Jets quarterback, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
This is easy for me. This one takes no thought whatsoever. He's a far better quarterback. Brock Purdy does everything better than Jalen Hurts. And I think Jalen Hurts is a damn good quarterback. He's in my top 5, one of the 9 guys that are in that top 5. But the guy's the machine.
One of the 9 guys that are in my top 5. That was a funny line.
Yeah. So Jalen Hurts coming off a Super Bowl MVP, great run. This time last year, I think most people would take Brock Purdy because he's coming off a Super Bowl run himself. He had an incredible season. A year removed now, and we're pivoting back to Jalen. And I know, Bonte, you and I were both pretty high on Jalen, even when a lot of people were down on him.
I was.
Then you were down. No, that's okay. Listen,
it happens a lot, Shasta.
It happens. It happens in life, But
when you're right about so many things, God wants to even it out a little.
But that's what we were talking. That's what we were talking about, and we were comparing, contrasting those two: Jalen Hurts versus Brock Purdy. And you know what? We'll see. We'll see.
Listen, Craig Carton. I don't think anybody in America, including New York City, where he worked at for 10 years,
a long time,
is looking for Craig Carton quarterback opinions. Craig Carton, I could care less who you would take. First of all, he's a Giants fan, right?
He's a Jets. That's why you said that.
Jets, but they hate New York, hates Philly. Philly hates New York. Whatever. You take Jalen Hurts, fine. Yeah. Or he takes Brock Purdy, fine. Whatever. Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
He is.
Jalen Hurts is a baller.
I was more impressed with the Super Bowl loss.
Against Kansas City.
I thought he played better in that one than the Super Bowl. But he was perfect almost in the playoffs.
He was great. He was great. So, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, Jalen Hurts has a setup. Saquon, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and the best offensive line in football.
Yep.
The best offensive line in football.
And that defense is stacked.
So, I'll say this. I hear people say, well, Brock Purdy, if he doesn't have the Avengers, he's not a good quarterback. Every quarterback needs help. Did we not just watch the Super Bowl?
Speaking of help, that's what we were talking about with Antonio Brown. We got into it because even Tom Brady, I was like, did we watch that last Bucs team? That is how it started. It was Antonio Brown, Gronk, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Leonard Fournette.
Right.
Like, come on.
And then I asked, what's more explosive? Antonio Brown's social media game or him on the field?
And that's when it took over the craziness. So that's what it is. But talking OTAs right now.
I just didn't know how we got to the book of sugar.
No, we don't know. So, I'm Henry Hill.
Don't worry. And we won't touch Stephon.
Does Matt know what the book of sugar is?
I don't know. Oh, okay. What's up with Ricky Pearsall? How are you feeling today about that? It's not ideal.
Well, Herm Edwards, interview we did, said that the coaches need to hold back Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, I have that sound, Bonte. This time last year on the River Islands guest line, Coach, Herm Edwards talking about Ricky Pearsall, his former player at Arizona State.
He's a guy you got to be careful with. He overworks. He's that kind of guy. And he had some hamstring issues when he was with us as well, because he's one of the guys, doesn't want any rest. He goes 100 miles an hour. You got to protect him from himself, and I told John and them that when they drafted him. I said, the thing you got to do with Ricky now, because he's going to go hard. He doesn't understand this is a walkthrough. This is, that's how he functions. So he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
So I tuned in yesterday and said, if I recall, because my recall is up there with the best of them. Yeah, you got to protect him, but this leaves a pathway to go get Amari Cooper. I'm dead serious.
Or
go sign Amari Cooper.
So I was bringing up some names earlier, like Nick Chubb's still out there. I would bring him in.
I need a wide receiver.
No, I agree, but let me throw a couple names at you as you bring up wide receivers because I'm with you. Keenan Allen's out there. You'd rather have Cooper?
I'd rather have Cooper.
Okay, all right, but Chubb's out there right now as a running back. Jamal Williams is out there as a running back. Both those names intrigue me as change of pace guys.
Yeah, and you know what? They may be some camp bodies because the Niners do have $24, $25 million of cap space this year, so they can add a couple players, and I think they will do that. Keenan Allen actually is not a bad when you think about the offense and when to get the ball out quick. Keenan Allen's a good option. Amari Cooper's a great option because they were okay with trading Brandon Ayuk for Amari Cooper because you need wide receivers. If Pearsall's going to be straining hammies and OTAs or whatnot, then you know what? I got to protect myself and make sure that I'm protecting my quarterback, my franchise quarterback, with the best assets possible. So bring in a Nick Chubb, bring in a Jamal Williams, bring in a Keenan Allen, bring in a Amari Cooper. I do not care, but you got to protect yourself in case Pearsall cannot stay healthy, which so far, and I'm not going to throw the bus word out because I see the bus word. Some people are throwing out the bus word on Twitter. So it's like,
too early.
No. He showed flashes. He showed a lot more than A.J. Jenkins ever did. No, I'll tell you that much. He showed a lot more than Rashawn Woods. He looked good. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
But I have to protect myself just in case this guy continues to get injured with these hamstrings and shoulders or whatnot.
No, we said bordering on bust is how we were phrased, because if he just can't get out, there's levels of being an actual bust. There's the play, like a Jamarcus Russell and Ryan Leaf is different than a player like a Trey Lance that he just couldn't get on the field, and then that was over. His window closed. And sometimes that just happens.
Or you're Solomon Thomas. Or you're just not good enough.
Or you're just not good enough. Exactly. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. You just weren't good enough. Or you just couldn't stay on the field and be healthy. So there's levels of being a bust, but it doesn't help that I have the coach saying the guy that coached him 6 years ago saying he already had these problems. And those problems, he'll be fine. Well, it's the same problem 6 years ago.
It's not good.
Yeah, I'm not going to freak out yet because the pads are not on yet. It's not training camp.
It is a lot of soft tissue injuries for one guy.
Yeah, it's a lot. So hopefully he heals up and he's ready to roll for week 1. But this is why you need to go draft another wide receiver or go sign another wide receiver, because Ayuk, we don't know when he's getting back. Late October, early November, and he won't be the same this year. He'll be better next season. But you gotta sign somebody to protect yourself, because I do think this team has the capability of winning the NFC West. I really do. I think people are sleeping on the Niners.
The other element when you hear him say, you gotta stop him from himself. That's like me in a job interview back in the day. I overwork. I work way too hard. I'm too hard on myself.
You overtalk.
I don't know how to turn it off.
Your weaknesses are actually your strengths.
Exactly.
That's what it is. You got to do that. Yeah. I care too much. I care too much. There you go.
I'm also not freaking out over CMC videos and this. Here's what I was saying about.
Wait. What's going on with CMC videos?
Well, there's an entire argument online regarding like how fast he is, how slow he looks, and my thing is this: like,
Carter, help me out here. I'm lost in the sauce, man. Are you serious?
Yeah, beat reporters were arguing about how good each guy looks.
Which beat reporters? No,
I know who they are.
A lot of people are saying
all of them. The greatest beat reporters.
Oh my God!
Who want to say that the fight is over? So anyway, getting back to it, here's the CMC thing. He's obviously more important than Pearsall. Not that Pearsall is not important. I need him to just do the workouts and just be healthy and get through everything week after week. I don't care how fast he looks or how explosive. Just be ready for week 1.
I'm not going to lie, man. I do not miss the day-to-day grind of having to look at Twitter and argue whether or not CMC looks like he lost a step in jerseys and pants. Like, are we like he lost his
real quick, let's just keep it on Christian McCaffrey, not the injuries.
Well, he's important.
I know he's important.
Well, that's the thing.
The Twitter detectives determined that he lost a step through a video.
Well, no, a bunch of advanced numbers came out regarding his top speed from 2024.
Ben Solak, ESPN.
Verse 2023. And so people were breaking that down, and then they saw some videos of him. And again, it looked like to me he was just getting some work in. It didn't look like he was in mid-season form. And I don't want him running as fast as possible right now if there is any tenderness.
No,
it's not even June.
2024. Of course he's not going to be at top speed. He was dealing with the Achilles.
Exactly.
And then next thing you know, it got hurt again.
Exactly.
He got hurt.
And he was running behind a line that was suspect.
And this is what we're talking about. Kyle Shanahan talking to the media yesterday in regards to their running back, Christian McCaffrey, and his health.
Christian is he's as ready as any player I've ever been around. When he gets hurt, he's got to rehab and get better. Right now, he's healthy as can be. We got to kind of protect him from himself. But Christian has a good idea of what he needs to do right now. He's doing a lot less than he normally would do, but I know he's excited on how healthy he feels and the fact that he can get out there.
So that was Kyle Shanahan yesterday speaking to the media in regards to Christian McCaffrey. As healthy as possible, Bonte.
So we're freaking out. People collect, not you guys, but the Twitter detectives are freaking out, saying, you better go get a running back because he's not at top speed.
Well, the only thing with Christian McCaffrey is that concerns me in the Niners, and I'm with you, Bonte. I do think we're sleeping on this team in the totality of it because George Kittle's still really freaking good. Fred Warner's still really freaking good. They got some good players on this team. I do question, though, whether this team is still too Christian McCaffrey reliant. And I get it. Yeah. He's a really good player.
That's why I want another running back.
Yeah, that's the depth.
And not to be the bell cow. Just change the pace a little and say, like, those up-the-gut runs, you get a Jamal Williams or you get a Nick Chubb.
Jamal Williams would be nice.
See, isn't that an intriguing name?
He would be nice. Nick Chubb. J.K. Dobbins, I think, is still
available.
I love Jake.
But he's another injury.
He gets injured, but I swear to God, at that
he's
Fiesta
dynamic.
Bowl, I thought I was watching the next Emmitt Smith.
It's only 26.
I was like, this guy, he made a cut in the hole against Clemson and went 60 yards. I said, who is that? This is the field with Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields and Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson and
on a
T.
field
Higgins.
of Adonises?
In the field of Adonises, for crying out loud. Chase Young was on the field too. Big Dog City was like, Chase Young's going to be a bust. I promise you. He's going to be a bust. He was not impressed in that game. But J.K. Dobbins was looking at the best player on the field. Then he sprained his ankle, which, to your point, he's always hurt.
Yeah.
So he's been
Let me
injured.
give you another name that I'm
coming off a career year, though. Real quick, JK's coming off a career year.
He had a great year.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like, if anything happens to Herbert, I actually like the Trey Lance with Harbaugh kind of dynamic, because Harbaugh knows quartars. Like, he knows what to do there.
He's going to pound his chest like Alex Smith, just got all that confidence back into him.
If there's something there, Harbaugh will find it for him.
Gosh, I was talking to yesterday? I was talking to somebody about Trey Lance. He came up. It was like, we were so hyped. I was with Worldwide Hef and my boy Mondo yesterday before the concert. We had dinner, and Hef was like, man, I wish Trey Lance, man, that was the one. I was like, I just wish Shanahan started him in Detroit. Soft landing, go to Philadelphia. Maybe you're 2-0. And if he struggles, you can always go back to Jimmy.
He did throw the first touchdown pass of the year that year.
I remember that. I remember.
Trent Sherfield?
Trent Sherfield. Out route at the goal line. Yeah. And Mark Sanchez was on the broadcast saying, I would be pissed if that was Jimmy Garoppolo.
We started the post-game show. We were up with like 7 minutes to go, and Higgins like, start it now. And all of a sudden, Detroit came roaring back. And Buddy's like, we got to pull the plug on this. We got to go back to Fox Sports. And we got to watch the end of this game.
Right. And I told Higgins, never again. Never again. 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Get on now. Get on now. We're going to get the people. No, people are still watching football, Matt.
The last thing I would say is Matthew Judon's another guy that's out there that I would love to bring in. I guess I was right about something, though. They should have kept Presley Harvin III over Mitch Wisnowski. Come on. You can admit it. I was right about the punter.
Did Percy get a job anywhere?
No, he's still a free agent.
He's still a free agent. He's still out there. So,
but Mitch is also still out there.
Well, Mitch just got cut the other day.
That's my point.
He was a good run. It's a good run. Hey, he was hurt last year, right? The injuries. He was hurt. Pick worth it. Thanks, Mitch, for the memories. It was worth it.
The fourth rounder was worth it.
Fourth rounder.
For a punter?
Did Mitch Wisnowski make a Pro Bowl?
No, Andy Lee made the Pro Bowl. Him and Leckler, that's when you know your team sucks. When both Bay Area teams are like, look at our special teams punter.
Wisnowski was he's part of the problem, but he wasn't our main problem. And by the way, your boy Harvin is still looking for a job.
That's what I know.
I don't even think he got a job in the UFL.
I would sign him yesterday.
He get a job in the UFL.
Wisnowski signed a 4-year, $13 million contract extension back in 2022. Never made a Pro Bowl.
Hey, you know why? Because the Niners weren't punting much. They were scoring touchdowns.
And he had the worst onside kick, maybe of all time.
It was pretty bad. Oh, is it Carter saying he was an alternate in 2024?
Oh, there you go. There you go. But he didn't have to punt much because the Niners scored touchdowns. Remember
That's
that?
What it was.
Four players over 1,000 scrimmage yards.
Well, the Niners, his buddy Jake Moody was shanking field goals, so didn't need either of those guys too
Jake
much.
Moody, big competition. Big competition he kept.
Well, I'm
rooting for Jake. I'm rooting for him.
Yeah, he could hit every kick at practice. Every kick in a preseason game. From here till week one. Week one, game on the line, he goes out there. I have zero faith he's hitting it.
That's what all kickers know. I don't have faith in kickers. I don't care if it's Morton Anderson, Gary Anderson, Adam Vinatieri.
Vinatieri could be. I disagree. Vinatieri could be 98 years old. I'm like, yeah, he'll hit this one.
No.
There was a point, same with Justin Tucker last year. Like, there's a point where it comes, Gostkowski was the same way. You start to see the shine wear off these guys, and you got to get rid of them. We are up against it, 888-957-9570. You could text in if you'd like, if you have any questions for Bonta Hill, who is joining us in studio for the entire hour as he does
BPA to call
each and every Friday
What's he mad about today? Everybody's mad.
He's been happy about stuff lately.
What's he happy about?
He's optimistic about the Warriors and their chances.
He's talking about this Giants post-game host. It's like, dude, the guy's killing it.
Rolling.
We are rolling.
Giants.
We are.
Hey, garlic fries and baseball guys' appearances.
Hey, you know what? Lovin said, I need you on the show. You didn't show up?
No. I'm taking a little break.
Why?
Just got a lot of stuff going on.
You got the 3 houses. You got the pool. You got the softball.
I'm scouting punters to replace Mitch Wisnowski right now.
You got a lot going on. Shasky's the biggest man in America, man.
Hey, Giannis, Bay Area, we're still talking about that, Bonte. We're going to talk about it next as well.
When does free agency start? You better milk it, baby. You got 5 weeks.
Brought to you by Chilled Auto Body.
Spadoni? Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Bonta Hill in studio, joining us as he does each and every Friday at 9 o'clock. Warriors pre- and post-game hosts for NBC Sports Bay Area, and also touching on the Giants as well, courtesy of River Islands. And by the way, speaking of the Giants, make sure you subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, where Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto, and Joe Shasky have the best Giants talk in the world. Make sure you're subscribed today, and don't miss this week's episode. Host, as I just mentioned, of Giants pre- and post-game.
Pretty good numbers.
Bonta Hill made his long-last debut with Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. I think I just butchered that. That wasn't your last. That was your first.
I heard it did numbers, man. I heard that episode exploded.
Really?
Woo.
3,
Woo.
4.
How many downloads?
Woo.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Not 8K.
Huge.
No,
Nice.
I don't know. I'm just messing with Shasky, man.
Oh,
That's
that's
no
awesome,
sense, man. You've been hitting the weight room, Shasky. Look good.
Well, I'm trying.
Look good, man.
What do you do when you go?
You look exasperated, bro.
No, I just think,
It's
I
been a
think
long
that you
weekend.
thought that my opening rant was directed at you when it wasn't.
No, it wasn't directed
No,
at
it
I didn't
wasn't.
take
No,
it at all.
okay.
I didn't think that at all.
Okay.
Because I know
was
what I
like-
posted. I posted Squabble Up, and it was dancing, and I posted just everybody kind of leaving.
No,
That's
I just
it.
think my overall thing is that when I see people on their story, and I see this at graduations.
You're so bothered by that.
What?
It's the never-ending story. Great movie, by the way.
Exactly.
I'll betray you.
The great nothing. Exactly. Betray you.
Dude, that was
It's
so
a great
sad.
movie.
That was when the
Great
horse
movie.
died. It was really sad. Come on,
of course, but then he comes back.
I know.
The Luck Dragon.
I know. It's so. You already never-ending story, Bonta.
It came on. You know what?
It's a
What
good
channel
movie.
it came on? What is it? UPN. It should come on UPN
yeah.
all the time,
Yeah.
and then Fox sometimes. KTVU, little Saturday afternoon.
Artax. That was the name of the horse.
Artax.
Artax.
That's right.
I don't think I've ever gotten to the. I've never watched that movie from beginning to end.
It's
I've
in
always
pieces,
like jumped
yeah.
in bits and pieces. This song's on television.
There's
It was
commercials and everything.
Yeah,
you get
commercials. And
distracted.
you know what?
Yeah.
I'll ride it.
Yeah.
I'll ride it out.
Speaking of riding it out, that's what Warriors fans did after Steph got hurt. They had to ride out the rest of this postseason, and it was tough to watch. Couldn't win a game when he went down. And now we've watched Oklahoma City advance, pretty much just dismantle the Minnesota Timberwolves in the conference finals, Bonta. I want to get your thoughts on that, and obviously the Pacers are next. Now that's going to a game 6 in Indiana. We'll see if the Pacers can wrap up business there. I think they might blow them out, but if they don't win that game, then it is a juicy, very juicy game 7 back in Madison Square Garden. But just talking about that Western Conference, after watching what Oklahoma City did to Minnesota, as a Warriors fan, like, does that piss you off more that, man, that Timberwolves team, we couldn't win one game against that Minnesota Timberwolves team? Or was it, damn, maybe Oklahoma City is just better than everyone else? Maybe they would have done this against the Warriors had they advanced, even with Steph.
Both are true.
Oh, okay.
Oklahoma City they're better than everybody else, and they've been like that all season long. It was funny because around the All-Star break, talking to a couple people with the Warriors, they thought if they matched up with Oklahoma City, they could beat them in 5 games. They felt really good about that matchup.
Before or after the Jimmy trade?
It was after the Jimmy trade, All-Star break.
That's
they
what
thought
Wow.
They thought they matched up really well with Oklahoma City. But, it is disappointing. I'm not pissed, but it's disappointing they couldn't extend that series first step to at least see some drama because, let's face it, some of their big dogs didn't play well. When the one guy who played well, and I know everybody say, well, they lost and he's an empty player. Well, Kuminga looked like one of the better Warriors on the team. And Joe Lacob wasn't lying when he heard people in the stands saying, man, that Jonathan Kuminga guy, oh my gosh, because I've done national hits, and there's like, what's going on with Kuminga? Why isn't he playing? So there's a disappointment. Not Craig Hart, definitely. On this show. He talking about a lucky guy. Guy goes in prison.
Yeah.
Gets out, gets a job on Afternoon Drive Radio, WFAN. Now he's on the big time, man. What a life. Must be nice.
Yeah.
Lawyered up, right? Craig Harden. But, lawyered up, Craig Harden. What a life. Guy goes from prison straight to Afternoon Drive. It's unbelievable.
That's called America right there, and that is a success story. All right, Bonta?
Yeah,
you can't tell me otherwise.
I've never tapped into anything he's had to say. I'm an Evan Roberts guy personally.
So a couple of stints at 850, and I'll be on NBC Bay Area.
I guess you would take my job. You know what I'm saying?
San Quentin.
But the direction of the franchise, I think they want to run it back with Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond, and they look at the record with Jimmy Butler. But I also think there's another side to this big three, or whatever you want to call it, with Steph and Jimmy and Draymond. that, boy, they're going to be 38, 36, 36 by next year's playoffs. And if you're watching the conference finals and you're watching Indiana, long, athletic, fast-paced, young dudes in their prime. New York Knicks, hell, they saw the New York Knicks and they beat them twice, but once was without Cat and once was without Brunson. And you barely scathed by. Oklahoma City, they didn't play Oklahoma City since Jimmy's gotten here.
And Chet got hurt months ago
against the Warriors.
Yeah.
They're a different team.
Very different.
And they are scary.
Wallace and Joe. They got so many guys coming in waves.
Point of attack defenders, rim protection, you name it. And then Minnesota. We just saw Minnesota. Now, Minnesota showed flaws against the Warriors. They turned the ball over 20 times in 3 consecutive games against the Dubs. But you see Jaden McDaniels, all right? Anthony Edwards. Even Rudy Gobert was protecting the rim against the Golden State Warriors. And nothing on the Warriors here translates into an easy basket. So they're in a rock at a hard place. So you stay loyal to trying to milk this thing and go another year with Jimmy, Dre, or Steph, or do you go out there fishing and try to go big game hunting? And I think, knowing Joe Lacob, he's going to go out there big game hunting. So he's enamored. I know for sure he's enamored with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Enamored with him. Now, what does it take to get him? Who knows?
What does it look like?
That game. What does it look like?
I mean, to get Giannis, there's no other way to get him financially without including Jimmy or Dre.
Yeah, you got.
I mean, there's no way.
There's no way you're going to move off that because of the spacing and the way you can. It doesn't look right. If you have all three of those guys, Giannis, Dre, and Jimmy, how are you going to have spacing?
No, but I'm talking about financially to make
financially. You're going to have to move one of those guys. There's no doubt. There's no doubt you're going to have to move one of those. And then it starts with Kuminga. Yeah. Well, there's confliction with Kuminga. Now, because I've been hearing Steve.
But who's guarding anyone on the perimeter?
That's exactly my point.
Look, is Cam Johnson a nice player? Yes. So in this hypothetical, you trade away Kuminga. Cam's not guarding Shea.
No, he's not.
Cam's not guarding Ant.
Not.
Okay?
He's not.
Cam's not guarding Halliburton.
Not. And Brooklyn doesn't even want Kuminga. No. From what I hear, Brooklyn doesn't even want Kuminga.
That's the latest.
So this whole rumbling about Brooklyn this and Brooklyn that, from what I hear, Brooklyn's not interested in Kuminga. They're trying to just reload, chill for a second, get their books right, and then make a splash. Because remember, they got 5 picks from Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, with 3 or 4 first rounders.
So they're sitting pretty right now. But I hear rumblings are they're not really that interested in Jonathan Kuminga. So with Kuminga, I'm hearing Steve on these podcasts, and he's talking about, we want to be Sean Marion, we want to be like that, which is great, right? But you know what's funny? Steve was the GM of the Phoenix Suns, and Mike D'Antoni was coaching that team. Mm-hmm. You know what Steve did?
Traded him away.
Traded him away for Shaquille O'Neal. You think Shaq fits Mike D'Antoni's offense?
No.
So
that version, especially not.
So I'm thinking to myself, man, he wants to be Sean Marion, but he traded Sean Marion at one point. Now I get it, they're in a different inflection point with the Phoenix Suns. But if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I want to get the hell out of here because you started this season. Didn't he start like the first 3 games this year?
Yes.
And then he was to the bench.
Well, remember there was the Shams thing, bench, and it was all like
Draymond, selflessly went to the bench for a game and a half.
For a game. So if I'm Kuminga, I want out of here because you hear Steve saying, we're going to start with Kuminga, Jimmy, Dre, and Steph. If I'm Kuminga, I'm 22 years old. I'm trying to get my career on track. I got to go. I got to go flourish somewhere else. If that's, I'm not saying that's what he's thinking.
But where is, so I guess, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what's the market for him as a player? And then what's the market for him as a player for the money that he's looking to command? How many teams out there are giving him what he's looking for on both ends?
I don't know the answer to that because
how many do you think are out there? I don't know.
I think there's a few who looked at the conference semifinals saying, damn, because I know for sure there were some scouts around that series. By game 4, they were like, this guy was picking up DMPs, man. He may have been your best player on the floor in game 3.
Jesus.
There's scouts. So I'm thinking to myself, so there's going to be somebody out there intrigued with Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know who. I don't know who's going to spend money. And by the way, again, for the 1500th time, the Warriors didn't offer him a deal. So we don't know what he was asking for.
So he didn't.
They never even. Go get Anthony Slater on the phone. They never even offered him a deal. So this whole thing that he said no to $30 million. What $30 million? Numbers wasn't even exchanged with Jonathan Kuminga, which is a smart play by the Golden State Warriors because you finally got your books in order and you can say to a player, you're a restricted free agent. Go out there and ball. We'll compensate you. But we need to have leverage for ourselves moving forward because we just got out of the luxury tax and we don't want to hit the first and second apron. We don't want to freeze our picks. So let's just chill for a second. So this whole narrative that he said no to $30 million because he wanted 35 was crap. He would have took it. I guarantee you, Jonathan Kuminga, if he would have got offered $30 million a year, he would have took that deal. I put my bottom dollar on that.
Well, wait, okay, so I want to make sure we repeat that, because that's important. The report that came out at the beginning of the year, he rejected $30 million.
I don't know, where was the report at? Who reported it?
I forget where that even came from.
Who reported it?
I don't know.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, who reported it?
So you're saying the Warriors never offered him a hard number?
They never offered him a hard number, Shasky.
Okay.
Slater just wrote it again.
No, that's why.
Everybody, I text Slater. I text Slater like 2 months ago. I said, Slater, if I'm not mistaken, he never got offered a deal. He goes, yeah. I don't know why people are bringing it up. So I don't know where this fake news came from. I really don't.
Do you anticipate? Okay. What is the chance? What is the percentage, the likelihood of Kuminga staying with the Warriors? Regardless of
last week I said 90% that I think he moves on. I may be at 80% because I underestimated how much Joe Lacob loves this guy. Yeah. Joe Lacob loves Kuminga. They love him. Love him. And I remember just whenever he was talking, it would be Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, and then JK. So it's a disconnect, man. Is Jonathan Kuminga going to play the way Steve wants him to play? Or does Kuminga want to move on elsewhere and say, you know what, I just want to flourish and help lead a team and get my career rolling?
So going back to that contract dispute, the negotiations were about $5 million apart. That was per Anthony Slater, R95.7 The Game, Warriors Insider, and The Athletic, obviously. So there was never a formal agreement on any part or anything. There was about negotiations happening between 35 million, 30, but there was no agreement or anything. It was just discussions and nothing.
I think Slater's walked that back. And from what I'm understanding here, there was no numbers. There was no numbers. No numbers passed back and forth.
So he's walked that.
Imagine that. 30 to 35 million. And Kuminga's going to scoff at 30 million.
Well, I think that's the impression of a lot of people of why there was so much frustration with Jonathan.
And that was back November 1st.
And that feels really unfair to Jonathan if that got out.
That's because I asked him, I asked a few people. I was told no numbers were even passed along. Okay. So maybe I'm wrong. But what I was told, and I trust my source, there was no numbers passed back and forth because I have a hard time believing Jonathan Kuminga is going to say no. See, imagine that. Jonathan Kuminga, if he signs that deal at $30 million a year, he's coming in the locker room, walking into the locker room as the second highest paid player on the Golden State Warriors.
Wow, that's a good point.
So
really good point.
You know what I'm saying? You don't think Jonathan Kuminga is taking that deal?
At that time, because they had Wiggins. Yeah, that's a good point.
And he's unproven? Like, you think Kuminga's going to just say bye-bye to $30 million? And now he could say, I'm a bet on myself. That's $30 million, man. You do the math over 5 years.
It's a lot of money.
$150.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. So then I guess my question to you is this. If your impression is Kerr feels some way, Jonathan feels some way, is there somebody that could be the mediator to be able to bring these two together and find a happy medium? And I know Lacob loves him. How does Dunleavy feel?
That's the key.
How does Steph Curry feel?
That's the key.
I know you don't know exactly, but if you had to...
Well, you kind of stole the thunder there. I think it has to be Mike Dunleavy. And Mike Dunleavy has to see what's the best way to move forward with this team. Now, when you watch these playoffs, and you see what's happening in these playoffs, you're noticing that the old guard has basically been a passage towards postseason. The old teams are being knocked out. LeBron James, the Warriors, the Clippers. Like these old teams are getting wiped out.
How are we going to defend these power forward and center combos? Look at the last four.
And I
love Dre, but Dre's not defending these guys.
Well, that's my thing. And I'm not trying to come down Draymond's road. But if he's the greatest defensive player ever, and I'm only getting 26.5% shooting from the three-point line and 30 from the field, and he admitted it going into Game 7. Man, I've been awful in the first 6 games against the Rockets. He entered Game 7 with more turnovers than assists. All right? And in the Minnesota series, Julius Randle cooked, and he admitted he took my lunch money.
He destroyed
me. So if he's not doing that at a high level anymore, what looks better moving forward? A big three of Jimmy, Dre, Steph? Or a combination of a superstar Steph and maybe JK? I think some people, if you had a choice of saying Giannis, JK, and Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, I think a lot of people say, give me Giannis, JK, and Steph.
We actually had a funny conversation yesterday, Bonte, and listen, it's probably not going to happen, but it was interesting to talk about. It was kind of our own this or that yesterday. It was, hey, what'd you even think about if this was a possibility?
Someone had written an article.
Someone had written an article, just one of those like hoop type things or whatever. Was it the Blue Man Hoop?
I have a new segment. It's called the Aggregator Hour.
It was the Aggregator
Where I grab something that someone's written somewhere and we either laugh, we discuss, we whatever.
And it was DeMontis Sabonis for Draymond Green. And it was interesting, and it got us talking about it. Exactly.
I'm not doing that.
No. But my whole thing was, if the same scenario played out with Steph getting hurt in that game 1, I do think if I swap those players, Draymond and Sabonis, I do think we win a game. I do think the offensive Sabonis that gives me enough to where with Jimmy and JK, we could win a game.
It may. Yeah. You're right.
And in that case, we get
and
step
I'm not
back.
a Sabonis fan
I know you're not. I know. But like,
had a hell of a year.
But the defense is not what it used to be a Draymond. And if the offense is pretty much nothing, like at what point are we just going to talk about the player that he is right now that's kind of a bench role guy.
Right.
That's kind of a bench role guy.
Yeah, I mean, and then you're paying $25 million as a player option.
Exactly.
So I think the Warriors need to go into this offseason open-minded. Open-minded to be willing to do whatever you got to do to improve the team, because you cannot sit back here and watch these conference finals and say, yeah, we had a shot against Oklahoma City.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Especially with the series being played every other day.
I'm watching this, and all I keep thinking is, all right, so if you get rid of JK, who the hell is guarding Luka? Kyrie when he comes back, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Edwards.
You can even say Cooper Flag. Look at that guy.
I'm just going.
I know, but he's the next guy coming.
No, but
he's coming. And Wemby, did you get to San Antonio? Wemby and the Houston Rockets and Amen Thompson and company.
There's a power forward and a center on all these teams, like traditional style. One of them's a scorer, one of them's a defender, and then every team has an elite perimeter offensive player.
Here's the thing, and I think Warrior fans need to come to grips with this. And watching that Celtics City doc really re-emphasized how hard it is to keep things going. And the Warriors have had a great run. Think about it, from 2012 till now.
Unprecedented.
They've been in the playoffs, second round this year. This has been a hell of a run. 4 championships, some of the greatest games in NBA history. I still can't get over the OKC Warriors series back in 2016. I still haven't gotten over that one. Dynasties come to a crashing halt. And the one team that got close to extending their dynasty was San Antonio. But then there was a rift between Kawhi Leonard and some of the players, and he got traded. That was the last link. That was done. The Celtics tried it. Len Bias dies a day after the draft. Reggie Lewis dies, who's an all-star. The Bulls just imploded and broke it all up. Shaq and Kobe didn't get along, so they broke that up with the LA Lakers. KG has a knee injury, and that's when Boston doesn't go back. It is hard to continue to play at a high level and continue this dynastic run and compete for championships. So the conversation with the Warriors I think they're having right now is, do we have enough to compete with those teams left in the conference finals and last through because you got to get through the regular season too now,
and then get through the playoffs. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the not the closeout game, the game before, is hunched over. They've had close to maximum rest. They had the 2 weeks to end the year, and then they had the week off after the season ended. Then they finished their first round matchup pretty quickly, and their second round matchup, he's hunched over, exhausted in the final minutes, and I'm thinking, and we in our 30s. The road we traveled, we're going to beat them? No. I was wrong.
I just don't. You got to have some hard conversations. And if you do run it back, does it look more like a retirement tour? Does it look like do we really have a chance to compete? Or does Dunleavy find the right pieces to fit around Dre, Jimmy, and Steph and make this thing happen? And maybe Kuminga next to that, but you need to address the point of attack defense. There's no doubt about that.
We also need to address Fast Five.
Clean it up, Ante. How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I'm watching the game the other day, and I see that the crew is out there. This is we talked about it a little.
2 Live crew?
No, the crew to rake the field. Okay, and this kid,
Detroit,
falls on the ground. Falls on the ground.
That's hilarious.
Well, he was he raking? I don't even know what he was.
Raking.
Yeah,
the dirt. He was raking or something.
What? Did he blow his knee up? What ended up happening?
Did you see the guy with the EMT coming out there, just kind of lollygagging out there to help him?
The kid had his knee Navarro Bowman shredded. And I don't know if he's yelling at someone in the stands or if he's doing it to the cameraman. He just flips everybody off
the bird.
And we're just stuck with a guy on the field who was raking it. I've never seen that in my life.
And Fleming being like, can't do that, as they pan away from him when he flips
You were
the bird.
doing the studio. What were you guys saying?
We're laughing like, hey, what the hell is going on here? That's what we're saying. What happened? I still haven't seen the video of what actually happened. All I saw was he was on the ground and there was a delay. And so, Brebbia was ready to give up the game.
Brebbia. By the way, Giants can only muster up 5 runs in that 3-game series. Detroit's good, man. They're really good.
They scored, I think, what did the Giants score now? 12 runs during the 6-game space road trip. They're averaging 2 runs a trip. 2 runs a game so far in the strip. I'm 1-3, by the way, of my record on post-game shows. So maybe we need to get Laura Britt back in there ASAP.
Get her back here.
Get a little mini vacay. She deserves it.
Good for her.
My final thought. Shout out to all the graduates. Already graduating. Kindergartners, TK, 5th graders, middle schoolers, 8th graders, high schoolers, college, master degree programs, whatever it is. Shout out to all you graduates. You did it. You're done. Now go enjoy summer.
There you go. That's great. What yours was the Detroit? All right. Mine is, can we get the Knicks to force a game 7? That's what I want to do. I want chaos. It's been too... just a cupcake thing for OKC in Indiana. Can we get a good series? Because I don't think we're going to get one in the finals. I think whoever comes out of the East is going to get absolutely destroyed by the Thunder.
Did you hear the news?
What's the news?
There might be a Willis Reed moment in Game 7. Tim Donaghy might come out of the locker room to help the NBA get the New York market involved.
No, I want
a Willis Reed moment. He comes running out, finger in the air.
Scott Foster, can we get him back?
No, I want Indiana, Oklahoma City for all the people saying, the ratings are going to be terrible.
Indiana's
I'm not watching this.
Oh, the basketball will be
Oklahoma
fun.
City, Indiana. It's like, tell me you're not a real hooper then.
I just want a fun series right here. I'd go to Game 7. I think OKC would handle. I think OKC would handle.
2 things can be true, but you know how people are gonna like. My mother-in-law.
Oh my God, the ratings. Indiana.
But that's what a lot of casual people think.
Yeah, that's why I don't.
Did you enjoy the Arizona Diamondbacks versus the Texas Rangers?
Absolutely, I did.
More than Yankees Dodgers.
I did. I enjoyed it just as much as Yankees Dodgers. I enjoyed it. It's a World Series. It's a World Series. Corbin Carroll, those Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy, Singer, Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, those guys in Texas. Are you kidding me? They did Evaldi looking like Madison Bumgarner in 2014.
Tommy Pham turning into the greatest postseason player of all time for the T-backs. He slapped the hell out of that ball.
Championship level play. That's me. I'm different. I'm different than a casual. That's why I'm not a casual.
He's different.
I'm cut from a different cloth.
It is.
Not everybody can be me.
They call him Bonte Different Hill.
Well, I was gonna say Bruce Willis.
Oh, okay.
Die Hard.
Die Hard. I'm watching.
I feel bad.
I'm watching. I'm watching Champions League final. I'm watching all this stuff. The French Open's on right now.
Hey, Bonte.
Come on, Shasky, broaden your horizons.
Less than a year.
I'm just well-rounded.
Less than a year. World Cup.
Oh, I know.
In the Bay.
I can't wait.
Let's go, baby.
There's a kickoff party I got invited to. I'm going to go one day, I think.
Are you?
Yeah.
Dude,
you guys want to come?
Dude, I'll be locked in.
That'll be the only cheering. When the ball gets kicked off, then you're going to wait. It's 0-0.
See,
We're
that's
going
because
to injury time.
You don't understand the great game of soccer.
It's too nuanced. It's too nuanced.
It's too nuanced for him. It's okay.
I'm too busy playing golf.
It's too nuanced for him.
Imagine saying golf is more exciting than soccer, and I love golf.
Scotty Scheffler is way more exciting than
Lionel Messi.
You didn't watch FC Barcelona and Inter Milan, huh?
I mean, the U.S. Open's coming up, bud. I mean, get
you didn't
ready.
watch Arsenal with PSG.
And then we got the Open.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Thank you to Bonte. Thank you, Shasky, Lubman, Carter, all of you. Stein and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Absolutely incredible.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
How you feeling, buddy?
I'm just happy to be here, Stoney. And I told you all, thanks for checking on me yesterday, Evan, too.
Sure.
Evan did a little more than a lot of other people. Shout out Dibs. I talked about taking that walk, in the hospital. Yeah. I was in one of those rooms yesterday, so we'll leave that there. But for all the Willard didn't check on me. Okay. Not that I'm keeping receipts, Will, but for all the people that reached out and checked on their boy, I'm back. And then I got to put it right on the table early.
Already?
Evan doesn't know this. Evan, I got a text from Steiny, and I felt like he didn't want me to come in today.
Was it one of those? Yeah, well, if you want to take Friday off.
Hey, it was. Shout out Dave Fleming. It was like, we're good, but you checked on me, man. I'm back. Steiny, something's going on with my knee, man, and I'm scared, man. I really am.
What are the symptoms and what's the next step?
Well, it started with stiffness, and I was told my glutes and my hips are. You're laughing. My glutes and my hips are tight. So I've been going to physical therapy, and the young lady at Kaiser in Union City had me do these exercises, and I woke up with a growth on top of my knee, and they call it bursitis.
Oh.
But it's a sac
God.
full of
that's
fluid.
not serious.
But the pain was...
Drain that, and you're fine.
No, you ain't sticking no needle in me. But anyway, I'm here. How you doing, man? What did I miss yesterday?
You missed a lot. Goo, you texted me knee jacked up, super painful.
You got to get clearance before you read these texts.
But man, I'm hurting, waiting on an MRI.
Yeah.
I said, take tomorrow off. And you said, no. You said, no, I shouldn't. And I said,
here we go.
And I said, and I ain't saying that because I don't want you to come in.
That's what I knew.
I say that because you deserve it if you need it.
Oh, you're the man, Stoney. But I go, he love him some Evan.
I mean, Evan and I had done a lot of prep already for today's show.
I got to tell you something. I always, when I'm out, not often.
Yeah.
When I'm out, I listen to the yesterday's show coming in, so I feel like we're a sitcom, and I pick up where you guys left off.
Okay.
This is scary. You didn't tell Evan why I was mad at Ant-Man, but when I listened this morning coming across the Carquinez Bridge, and you saw me make a post, and I need to know Facebook works like this. I thought about you when I wrote the Ant-Man post. How did you see it? You're not friends with that person I answered to. How did you see what I wrote about Ant-Man that you told Evan?
You must not have it blocked.
But how did you see what I commented on somebody that's my friend's page?
I think if you comment, I can see everything.
I'm done. I couldn't believe that. Man.
Yeah, I was hot at that.
Dude, I thought of your face when I wrote it, but you saw it. Good morning.
Yeah, I felt like he was speaking at me, but to you.
Dude,
he ought to be ashamed. Yeah, Anthony Edwards. In fact, today around Minneapolis, if you look at him, he's just ashamed.
Nah,
I don't think he's going to come out of the house.
It all stemmed from the walk with the trousers down around Staples. He needs to get some post game and make the game easier for him, Steiny. Talk to Steph, not just about shooting, but you got to get Mitch Richmond. You got to go Isaiah Ryder. You're working too hard. Where's the mid-range? I'll be done. All he does, and he's phenomenal, 3 or go to the rack. Pull up on their ass. You got everything.
Apparently he doesn't have a mid-range.
No,
so he's got to work at it.
Right, which is,
in other words,
for him, it's like 5 cents to go get a mid-range because you got everything in
he's 23. He's still working on his game. He's still getting better.
You in that age, man.
That's right.
I'm feeling every bit of mine.
You know what? Speaking of age.
What you got?
This
we talked about this.
Concern you.
Uh-oh.
Get out of his ear.
No, he's talking about my camera.
Oh, man.
Everything I tell Goo is not meant for you.
He's insecure, Evan. You know this.
Yes, he is.
But I don't push those insecurity buttons on you because we wouldn't have a show. Go ahead.
Can I RIP?
Who?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Rocco.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw it.
Rocco, Klay Thompson's dog.
Wow, man.
That dog became a fixture in Bay
It was
Area
his best
sports.
friend. And you and Evan, unlike myself, I love dogs. I haven't had one in 40 years. Sonny, talk to us about when dogs pass.
Tough,
it's like
man.
a family member.
No doubt.
You had a funeral. Remember when your dog passed?
Well, there's a ritual or a routine that you can do to make it a little less painful, but there's no substance. What? See, why are you laughing?
Because Ernie Chapman
Because this isn't funny.
Guru about to start walking like Kitty Smith. I better not, Evan. That better not happen.
Your knees can't be that swollen.
Dude. Stoney, something's up, man.
He said he had something the size of a baseball, and I'm looking at him. He's got jeans on today, and it's like they fit nice. There's no
You asked
lump
to
or
see it, and I
anything.
didn't want to drop them.
Looks like he's wearing skinny jeans.
Now that hurts. But anyway, R.I.P. to Rocco.
Yeah.
I felt really bad about the Wolves jokes from yesterday.
And you wore the sweater.
News.
Thank you, man.
How do you know?
Because I wanted to see what you guys look like.
A play off.
Dude, when you're laid up, Stoney, you just check in.
Stop!
Yeah, we've put down a couple dogs. It's not easy at all.
Do you go get another one right away?
You're not supposed to, although you're getting into a tricky area with Steiny right here.
Wow. It was like relationships. You don't want to jump right into the other.
They say you should wait 6 months before you
I
get.
wonder why 6 and not 3.
Because it's just like when you're in a long-term relationship. Yeah. You don't want to get right back on the horse.
I got you.
Well,
no, you're right.
But yeah, especially when you see a dog in pain, not enjoying life.
Man.
That's when it gets tough. Speaking about not enjoying life, what Bay Area sports team you want to talk about?
Seriously?
Well, nobody's really enjoying
OTAs
life.
yesterday. Football's right back. And you always talk about the older people, per se. Ricky Pearsall, we know what happened last year, and the Lord bless you. I think you got all the talent in the world. Ayuk, we don't know when he's coming back. And I'm watching NBC Sports Bay Area, and you got a hammy? Like, what have you done all offseason to show up with a hammy? I'm not doing too much now. I just, make that make sense, Steinmetz. This dude's a young pup. Show him. You should be running laps around the facility, but what have you done to get a hammy? Or it's chronic like Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre.
What did you do to get bursitis?
Live 50 years and I'm playing tomorrow.
Here's Shanahan.
Ricky's been awesome, but Ricky has a tweaked hamstring, so I'll be surprised if he does anything in OTAs.
Back for minicamp or out?
I know he could be, but by the time you get to minicamp and there's just 2 days left in school, we probably won't just throw him out there. But he should be healthy by then.
Here we go. Big year for my guy, Pearsall. Shows up with a hand. Hey, my victory lap it's just the calf for, what are you talking about, Goose? I'm doing you. What are you talking about? What did that turn out to be? I don't want to be right here, but I'm shocked that a young pup like Rick shows up with a hammy. Let me guess, nothing to see here, right? I couldn't believe that.
mean, you're great at setting up a doomsday scenario, and then once every 73 times you're right, and then you say, "I told you so."
What about Curry in the Olympics?
What about it?
What
you
happened?
won a gold.
And what happened?
Oh, you're going to put A and B together.
I didn't want to, but I think enough time has passed. I don't want the lap, but what happened?
Wow.
Evan, count the bucket.
Count it.
I'm off to a hot start.
So would you ask Steph Curry, listen, give back your gold medal, but you don't get hurt and you beat the Wolves?
I wouldn't do that.
Why not?
Well,
because the knee pain has changed how my outlook on life, Steiny. Seriously, I think if he had it to do over, they could have got Minnesota, man. I don't think they were buttoned up as we thought.
Hey, you weren't here yesterday, but oh God, we were in comedy mode. We had get this. We had some Warrior fans calling in saying we would have beaten OKC.
What's up?
Yeah, that's funny.
And it's
just laugh with me.
No,
Goose.
I can't because
what do you mean?
As great as OKC is, and they remind me of the 14-15 Warriors. I've said that. Denver is not getting credit for taking them 7 games. And I'm not saying that like it's a demerit to OKC, but before we Denny Green them and crown them, Steiny, they went 7 games with Denver. Minnesota's
Did they lose?
No, they won.
They beat Denver in 7. But this is the same team that you talked about, Steiny. OKC, they haven't done it. They haven't done it. They don't have the pedigree.
No,
yes.
A lot has changed. They're right there.
No, they're not. No. You don't get to do that. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to try to call Guru and tell him why you think OKC could have beaten the Warriors. We'll do some stand-up
comedy. Did you really get those calls?
We'll do some stand-up comedy today. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
I hear you, and it hurts me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Then don't go to Bottle Rock. Don't go to Bottle Rock if you want people to let you alone. And then don't go play in that golf tournament up in Tahoe that you always win.
Was it my man Myers that said, Goo, you got to live a bit more if that was on my bucket list to get up to that one?
Yeah.
Where Barkley, we should go. You, me, Evan, whoever else wants to ride.
For what? Like to watch a show?
I would honestly gamble, mingle.
Wait,
have a few cold ones.
Oh, up to Tahoe.
Yeah. You know, have you met Barkley? I have. You probably don't remember me.
Of course.
Now, of course means what? You got him in your phone?
You know what? That's a good question.
If you do, I'm mad that you couldn't even get him on the show.
That's a really good question.
Evan, I think minus the 1,000, you don't have him in the phone.
You know, what you guys got to realize about me is I have a lot of Forrest Gump in me. I've just overlapped with history, and I can't explain it. No, where I went to college is where the Philadelphia 76ers used to train.
Watergate?
Franklin and Marshall College. You know how most teams would go to Hawaii?
Yeah, the Lakers.
Yeah, well, back in the day, they would, Philadelphia 76ers used to go to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and train because they could get away from everything, and our gym was sweet. It had a great floor. It was springy. And so they would come every year. And
I like
they were there
like
when
that.
Barkley, I think, was drafted in '84. Would have been put me in junior year.
So you wouldn't go see him come in, or
what do you mean?
Like Star Watch?
He came out with us one night.
Oh,
actually.
come on, Scotty, stop.
Him and Leon Wood, who later became an official. Leon Wood was also in that 76ers draft, and they were there for like 3 or 4 days. And
you had Yinglings with Charles Barkley?
I don't know if it was Yingling. Here's what I do remember.
That's what you lost to Ibanez.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
My bad.
Let me. I don't think I have Barkley.
I don't think you do either.
I don't think so. Yeah. Let me see. Talk, Guru.
Yeah, I'm just mad at Evan. And the reason I'm mad, this hashtag random, this is when I know I'm getting old, not just because I was at Kaiser. How did I not know, Evan? And we have a hip-hop Vine, you and I together, and I put it up there with anybody. How did I not know Kendrick was at Oracle?
Oh, yeah, that one's been coming for a while. Yeah. Well,
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. We know you didn't go.
Oh, okay.
K-Dot.
I'm actually quite frustrated with that concert. You know what it did? Is it disavowed any happy hour yesterday within a 3-block radius of the ballpark because of, quote, event pricing.
Oh, boy.
So we had to pay not only normal prices for a pop, we actually had to pay an event tax at every bar we went to in the area yesterday.
You're doing San Jose Giants. You got it.
I don't pay that well.
I am with Evan on this one. And it may be my what's bugging you today.
2 o'clock.
Price of alcohol in San Francisco is ridiculous.
It's worth it, though.
I tell you what, don't let me boycott. Don't let me boycott bars in this city. You'll all feel it.
But what's too much for
17
a beer?
small businesses will feel
What's
it.
too much for a beer? Because I've watched you get down in that.
$9 for a Stella is too much.
Oh, wow. But they're charging that for water, you know?
Now I know where to get the cheapest beer in the city.
All right.
$4, Narragansett. Hey, no, I don't have Barkley's number, but I have Brody Brazil. And Damon Bruce.
I got Damon.
So, but I don't have Barkley. Hey, and these guys in the morning they were talking about
had a good show.
Craziest moments in sports or craziest
in the Bay.
Craziest things that ever happened in Bay Area sports. Doesn't have to be on the field or whatever. So Lubman comes out today. It was early, about 8:30. I was prepping. You weren't here yet. And Lubman comes out and goes, Steiny, craziest Bay Area moment.
Yeah.
And my first, I said, well, the play obviously is always one of the greatest. The band is on the field. But it could be
off the, okay, gotcha.
Right.
But this can be off the field too.
And I got to tell you, I've shared this one with many people, not many, for 6, and they're all like, oh my God, that's a great one. Nobody remembers it.
I do.
Of course I do. Yeah. You won't remember mine. I didn't tell you what mine is.
No,
yet.
I just remember the play.
Yes, but I'm talking about something different.
Oh, okay.
Well, what's yours?
Finish yours, and then I'll go.
My point is my first answer was the play.
All right, gotcha.
And then he was like, well, it doesn't have to be on the field. it can be something weird that happened.
Yeah.
So, okay, Sprewell choking Carlos.
That is, boy.
This is the best one.
Okay.
This is one everybody forgot. I'm going to say the guy's name. You tell me if it rings a bell. We're talking about craziest stuff that happened in the Bay.
This is good.
888-957-9570. Does the name Darren Ehrman ring a bell? Darren Ehrman.
I know Esteban Herman.
Why do I think of Dusty Baker when I hear that name?
No.
Darren Ehrman.
Darren Ehrman.
No, go ahead, pay it off.
I almost feel like waiting to see if anybody in our listening audience knows what I'm getting at, but I'll get it.
What year was it? About
2012.
I don't.
Okay, Darren Ehrman was on Mark Jackson's staff when Mark Jackson was the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and he was fired for tape recording the other coaches. He was fired for taping the other coaches while they didn't know.
Now, why did he do that?
That's a felony.
Well, he just got fired.
Yeah.
He recorded ostensibly because what these guys were talking about involved some, what's the word? Like, bad mouthing other members of the staff and, they just
other coaches on his team.
Correct.
Yeah, goodness, man.
Correct.
Could you imagine?
But there was stuff going on where Ehrman felt like he was being targeted by Mark Jackson and his staff and for something, and he didn't, so he started taping them, then he got fired. But here's what's interesting. He's working in the NBA. He got a job right away. What does that tell you?
And
what does it tell you?
I'm the biggest supporter of
That's
Mark.
right.
But there's another one. And Mark, if you're listening, I'm going in. I'm not trying to. Was it Scal that got?
That was the second part of it.
And how's he doing? You know what I mean? So I'm just like, gosh, Mark, what were you doing?
And then Brian Scalabrine, a Warrior assistant coach, getting demoted.
Man. Yeah.
Basically because he just wasn't into Mark Jackson and it was becoming obvious.
No.
Let's just put it
No
that
doubt.
way.
No
there
doubt.
it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
All right, now that was a
Remember
good one. That was a good one.
See, is there anybody that can go as deep as me? Sports knowledge.
No.
Don't be a jerk.
Well, you didn't do well at Jockford. Gibbs or Bonte. Ask me mine.
What's yours?
The Friday I woke up that I will never forget when we thought Jordan Poole and Draymond Green just kind of got into it and wasn't nothing to see. But that morning when I saw that right hand drop Jordan Poole, it is something, partner. And I know Google, it wasn't a cover-up, but it kind of...
It was the opposite of cover-up. Somebody leaked a tape.
Well, you're right, but Stoney, that's crazy. If you think about what happened after and what was... That is crazy.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
So the Draymond Green punch, man.
You know what bothered me most about the punch? Was that there were actually NBA players saying, "Oh, that happens all the time." No, it doesn't.
I want to hug you, man.
It does not happen all the time. Yeah, guys get into a little fight. I saw a great fight the other day on an old one.
Was it the Warriors Portland?
No. It was
I keep telling you.
It was Steve Blake, former Warrior. Remember Stevie Blake?
Oh,
from
in practice?
Maryland?
Yeah.
At the Maryland practice.
Who was the other guy? They went at it. They let him fight.
Yeah, some guy who Blake wasn't having it from. But yeah, the
Draymond. Shame on anybody that said the other players that happened all the time. Man, what could have been?
What do you mean?
Had he been here still?
What do you think? They'd have more titles?
No, when Curry went down, you would have something more than just pods.
Mm.
Yeah.
925. Okay, the '89 World Series with the earthquake.
I was watching it.
I wasn't out here at that point. What? I would move out 6 months later.
But were you watching the game?
Yes. Yeah, I was.
So your team
I just got back
just
got back from a long run. No, those were my running days, Goo.
Did you?
Yeah, I was running like.
Had you showered and you're ready for the game, or you just got back? And
I would run like a long distance, like 11 miles, and then I would come back and order 2 double cheeseburgers from Burger King, and a chocolate milkshake, and I was getting ready to sit down and watch the game.
That's amazing. Yeah, ended in a sweep.
And then it just went off the air.
And you got to be happy when you think about that. People got hurt, but just in the venue, then more damage was not done that day.
Yeah. And, of course, you have a poignant story about your father that day. You thought maybe you lost him?
No doubt. Tears. It wasn't just me. It was my mother, my sister, the neighborhood. And then he ran the Datsun 210, putt, right past us. And he's like, he's back.
How great was that feeling?
It's like I can remember like it was yesterday.
Can you really?
And there was no cell phones.
Right.
No text messages. It was just one of those. It's getting late, it's getting late. Now, I got one more. Tell me if this qualifies. The divide that was Kaepernick or Alex Smith. Steiny, I was just breaking in the business
you could
here.
Go the Kaepernick knee.
Well, that too. But the Hatfield and McCoys with those, I don't think we'll ever get anything greater than that in regard to, backup starter or bat. Like, that was incredible.
How about
the phone lines would break? You just show up. We know what we're doing.
Yeah. That's one thing nobody ever talks about. Harbaugh. You got to be reverential to Harbaugh, right?
No, he just put respect on what he did.
He broke the code. He broke the code. Period.
You can lose your job to injury.
Well, now you can, since Jim Harbaugh changed that precedent. Let's go to Devin in the Uber. What's up, Devin? How you doing, man?
My guys, how you guys doing?
It's Friday, baby.
Good, man. I'm glad you're back, brother.
Right on.
You guys got me reminiscing over here, man. I'm 34. I'll be 35 next month. And just something that's impactful to me outside of the quarter field was when the Raiders went to the Super Bowl, how the city of Oakland reacted. I remember being young and we were all sneaking out of the house. We definitely got in trouble for it. Being in Oakland, everybody's, doing our culture, like the hyphy movement culture. We're yoking cars. We're ghost riding the whips. We sit donuts, figure eights. Everybody's dancing. It was a party. And from what I recall, the police, I don't know if the mayor just said, you know what? They're going to act up. Let them act up. Not too crazy, but a lot of police were just on standby, right? They're just watching, making sure nothing happened. We had a great time. And then they broke our heart in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But I will never forget that as a teenager, man. I was like 12. I was 12 years old, not even a teenager. 12 years old. I'll never forget that. And that's just one of the things. Outside of Bonds too. Bonds hitting 7. I forgot the number. But outside of that, the hyphy movement and the Raiders going to the Super Bowl. So thanks for putting a smile on my face, guys.
Yes, sir.
No doubt.
Yeah, that's what we do, Devin.
Yeah. And that was a loss, but he's still smiling.
Hey, by the way, you got a lot of nerve. Seriously, you got a lot of nerve. Because you had the nerve.
Oh, hold on.
10 minutes
just
ago.
are switching like a remote control.
That's right, because I have something written down and now it jogged my memory. You have the nerve to make. Oh, you didn't go to Kendrick Lamar. I don't know why I'm even asking you.
Right, I did say.
Old guy, white guy. I heard you walk out of this studio and you said, who is SZA?
SZA, right? Evan, I didn't know who
you didn't even know who she was.
SZA?
Yes, he didn't even know.
Well, did you?
Yes, SZA.
Yeah.
She's a singer.
Monte put some hits on. I heard her music, but I wasn't familiar. You caught that, huh?
I did catch that.
I'm admitting it, man.
I did catch
this new mumble rap, and she's not that, I'm back in my own stuff, Tony.
I didn't want to.
Chris A. SZA's fire.
I hate to do this, but sometimes people forget. You forget my first concert.
Rick James. Steiny, you are invited to
Cool
the
in the Gang.
Yeah.
War. Why can't we be friends? Cisco Kid?
That is, now, I'm not familiar. No, Cisco Kid.
Cisco Kid was a friend of mine. And a group called Atlantic Star.
Yeah, all day, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Put some respect on Steiny's soul.
Well, that was 58 years ago. Go ahead, by the way. You didn't get a chance. Everybody took their shots yesterday about the Timberwolves. You weren't here, so go ahead. I'll take it 2 days in a row, Mouth.
It is. I appreciate it. Evan was giving you the business yesterday, but he wouldn't stick the dagger in you. I was like, stick it and twirl it. But he did say, we'll be back tomorrow. He can do it. I'll say this. And I thought about it. You're so fixated with where you think the Warriors are at, and I don't think they look at it as bleak, nowhere near as bleak as you do. It's a choice, and that's why they went to get Butler. But I'm just telling you, if we were in Minnie and we're not, Edwards needs more help. That's just a right on the table for them. Now, can they get it? I don't know, but there is no doubt, partner, I'm going here. No doubt in my mind, Dub Nation, we would have closed their ass out. We play a different brand of offense, the Warriors do, and that would have confused Minnesota like it did in the quarter that Curry played, and oh, by the way, we won. So I ain't going in on Ant. You got to get a midi, and you got to learn to play without the rock, and you will be fine. Isaiah Ryder, Mitch Richmond.
Yeah. He's already
Kobe.
better than Ryder ever was.
No, Jordan. I'm talking about in the block. Play with your back to the basket.
Yeah, and they do that a lot in the NBA now.
But
it's a post-up league.
You're
right.
Worry about what's going on in your house. But my point is, there's no doubt we would have got their ass. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But man,
hold on to that all summer. That'll be fun.
I think they are.
By the way, I did reach out to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I thought you said Barkley.
I just said, hell of a season, my man. When you assess it objectively, hell of a season. And they said, yeah, very few people assess it objectively. And I said, that's what I'm great at.
Now he's not I'll just say this, Nani. There's no way, and I like your boy Finch. He's not in trouble at all.
I don't know. We don't talk about that.
But will you admit that the game has changed in regard to coaches? And I'm going to like a guy. Hey, you guys had a conversation yesterday and you didn't bring me up. So love to both of you in regard to when Denver won, Evan. I go, I think they're a dynasty. When Boston won, I think they're a dynasty. So I'm going to hold off on who wins this one.
You want to do that now with OKC?
I think Indiana or New York it's going to be a good series. So I don't want to give it to them just yet.
I mean,
Chet's balling, man.
I can't believe the practicality. You're absolutely right. I just can't
feel like if they're getting crowned, it's like they won it already, man.
No, my thing is if they're going to play the Pacers, yeah, you'd think Oklahoma City's going to be favored. They won 68 games, but you don't know how the teams match up. They haven't played enough. So maybe Indiana's got something. Yeah. I don't know.
Let's talk about that real quick, Indiana. Because last time I was with you, Willard and Dibbs on the crossover, Halliburton was Michael Jackson. And yesterday, I'm not blaming the loss on him at all. But Steiny, guess what? These athletes are human. And it's just so funny how the cycle, the internet will crown you. And then now it's like Trip Prom King, which is Halliburton. It's hard out here, man.
Just substitute me for internet, meaning you.
Well, I told you.
By the way,
my face on all the jackals out there.
And, since you never do this is why I have to do it myself. And then people think I'm a certain kind of guy, but I'm not. I'm actually very humble and filled with humility. But please tell me you remember. Please tell me you remember Evan, Carter, Guru. I would say 2.5 months ago, as we were headed to this home stretch, I said, let me tell you something. Pacers have action.
Oh, my God.
I said the Pacers have action. They could come out of the East.
I know exactly why you said that. Because they played the Timberwolves 3 times in 2 weeks, and they beat them. And so by that transitive property, they became the best team in the league.
And then my man knows you, man.
Whether he knows me or not.
That doesn't constitute a victory lap.
Yes, it does.
Yes, so you wait till they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, one win away.
That's when it's official. Don't you get it? Now it is official. I could have gloated the whole postseason. That's not who I am. We just wait till somebody's been, buried and gone. What?
Nothing. I'm just happy football's back.
It's not.
Steiny, we're in June.
Yeah.
It'll be 4 weeks, July. August preseason games, but we're here. Time is flying, man. Who are the Niners? It's like a must that they get back to the postseason.
Or what? What if they don't?
The window shut. And
the window's shut now, Goo. They're not going to win a Super Bowl. See, now you've got me riled up, and I'm going to start.
Are you really? But your test is out.
I'm going to start telling it like it is.
They're the third best favorite to go to the Super Bowl out the NFC outside of who is it? I told you, Philly.
And they were 6-11 last year, and they redid their team.
Well, they're best. Their Steph Curry missed the first 8 games.
Who?
McCaffrey.
Missed more than that.
No, but I'm just saying, like that right there should give you the benefit of the doubt. Some.
No. They have too many new pieces and young new pieces.
But the quarterback is a leader in pace.
To come together in 1 year and win a Super Bowl. That's the way I feel. Now, we don't even know if their rookies are going to hit.
Oh, no doubt.
Well, they're going to play.
Yeah.
I mean, so they've got how many first or second year players are the Niners going to run out there of their let's say starting 22?
I feel
is
like
it half?
More than I want to say 75%.
Okay, they're not winning the Super Bowl then.
But I hear you on conventional wisdom, but you don't know. You do not. We do not know.
Right.
And what if they assume in health?
You can hold on to the things you always hold on to that never hold up. That's fine. But you tell me how a team and why
they got the 6 best odds to win the Super Bowl?
Because it's all based on betting and based on what they did last year.
I'll give you some of that.
So,
but you really believe it's closed?
I do not believe this team, with as many first and second year players as they have, and then the veterans that they have who struggled last year to stay healthy, it's too much to ask, is what is my feeling. That's all.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
From Adam Schefter of ESPN, the 49ers and Philadelphia Eagles are working to finalize a trade that will send edge rusher Bryce Huff to San Francisco for a mid-round pick. The trade cannot and will not be processed until after June 1st, but they're working to make it happen. Bryce Huff had 10 sacks 2 years ago as a member of the Jets and played 12 games with 6 starts last year for the Eagles.
Well, wow. And I'll just say, wow, they've identified that position, a need of help, and who does that help more? Bosa. And we talked about it. So now, Steiny, you talk about relying on these young guys, and you address this position in the draft, but now I get the same feeling I got when they got, who's the guy that's no longer in the team that was in the middle from Philly?
Leonard Floyd?
No, my other guy.
Hargrave?
Yeah. So he's got a ball, but if he can repeat what Evan said he did 2 years ago with the Jets, he's 27 years old. Stoney, it's all about, options. I'm not telling you, oh, guys, they're going to the Super Bowl. But as we just spoke about an area of weakness, you got to give them credit for trying to address it.
I'll tell you what. When Myers hires you, when Bob Myers hires you, I will give you this. You would have a strategy. You would have a strategy if Bob Myers ever hires you to run a team. You're going to say, who was good 2 years ago? We'll sign them all.
Well, he played 12 games last year, Steiny, but my whole point is,
can I ask you a serious question?
No, seriously.
Serious question.
They're in the lab trying, man.
Had Evan just said the 49ers acquired Bryce Huff, and I would have said, Goo, what do you know about him? Would you have known he's an Eagle?
No, I would not have known. I still had him with the Jets. I'm being real. But it doesn't matter. He is now a Niner, Steiny.
Not yet.
Super Bowl champ.
Didn't you hear Evan say it's not official?
Well,
it can't be official till the league year.
But you know what I mean.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru thinks it's a super hot take by me to not think the 49ers are a Super Bowl contender. I just think they're very young, and they're kind of like the Warriors. They're a little too young and a little too old.
Well,
that's just me, but we can talk about it. Antonio,
I can't say you're wrong, but that's why it's exciting to see what's going to happen.
888-957-9570. Also, craziest moments in Bay Area sports. I actually have another one.
There's so many.
And it's pretty good. That segment, what was that segment? Oh, that segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
I should be in a mental ward.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up? It's a Friday.
In the Bay.
You got plans this weekend?
Oh. I get mad when you and Evan ask me that.
Why?
Because I love ball.
Okay.
So that's a big part of it. And I'm not playing. I told you I was playing tomorrow at the 24-hour fitness. I can't go.
By the way, somebody on the text line said, I've been saying you're going to get hurt, and this is kind of it. You're hurt because you're pushing it too hard. You're pushing too hard.
So you're a doctor
You're
now.
pushing too hard.
Who is that? That's nasty. Who is that?
It's an old one.
Yeah, I don't like it.
408, Steiny, you're too old. Let me tell you something, 408. You're going to wish.
That's all I'm saying.
You're going to wish you were as live
That's it.
as me at my age.
And me.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm somebody to endeavor to be like, pretty much, in terms of my my activity.
Yeah, I don't like your energy on this trade. It's like they're trying to
What
do
trade?
something. The Niner trade. They got some help. I know he had 2.5 sacks last year. Evan mentioned the 10 with the Jets, but just another opportunity for somebody to give Bosa and that D-line help, Steiny. So,
yeah, because anytime you need to give help to your best player, you're in a good spot. Where's my guy?
Who?
Everybody's saying I'm negative, so I want to quote somebody from the text line who said, here it is, Matt Morse. This is not Matt Steinmetz.
No, Matt.
This is Matt Morse on the YouTube chat. Guru, Bryce Huff was unplayable on the Eagles. The Niners just acquired a bum.
Oh, wow. Hey, man, so you got
That's
company.
not me.
Yeah.
That's not me.
But Saleh and Cup, Saleh will bring him back.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Let's go to Trey in Fairfield. Hey, Trey, how you doing?
Man, what's going on with you guys today?
Hey. That's mine, by the way. Go ahead.
Oh, man. Man, we talking about Bay Area moments. Like, man, Guru, I think I'm right there with you with the 89 quake, because I can remember that like it was yesterday.
Man.
There's certain things in life that take place that you remember exactly what you were doing and exactly what happened leading up to that and after that. And like when I thought about like the 89 quake, I remember I was at football practice and we were running wind sprints. And of course, like, like when you run wind sprints, you're tired and you have your hands like on your knees, like on your thighs. And all of a sudden the ground just started moving. The ground just started moving. And like, I just thought I was just tired. That's how hard we was been going in practice. But then find out it was an earthquake, but then not knowing the magnitude of the earthquake and what the damage that it did. Now I'm going home, getting ready for the World Series. I'm ready to see my A's do it like they did.
Yeah.
Man, then like I'm hearing reports from like one of my partners talking about, hey, the game got canceled. They talking about the Bay Bridge had collapsed. When they said the Bay Bridge had collapsed, I'm thinking like the whole Bay Bridge had failed. I ain't thinking like a piece of it. I'm thinking like when they said collapse, I'm thinking like, you mean like the entire Bay Bridge is out? Because that's, because reports wasn't accurate back then. Like you said, it was no cell phones, nothing to go to, no social media back then. So, you got everything just like on the fly, like what you heard or when you got home, when you saw the actual news, But yeah, I can relate to, it was an 89 quake for me also.
Wow.
Thanks, Trey. Appreciate the call.
So you and I you weren't here, but I was inside. He was actually outside. Man, Steiny.
Yeah, it was one for the ages. Okay, so the Niners. Kyle Shanahan yesterday at OTAs. How you feeling about the team? This should get you a little more excited.
The way I addressed it the most was our last meeting in January. I just told the guys, I talked about how the season ended the year before and how when I felt them all come back, I felt guys weren't ready to come back, and I understood that. But I told them how I won't really understand it this year. Not that was right or wrong, but I couldn't comprehend it. We're off 5 weeks earlier. We all know how disappointed we are, and a lot of us have played a lot of football here, but we're going to have a team that doesn't know what we've done in the past or how you guys have earned a lot of stuff. We need to show them, and the first meeting that when we get back, I expect our whole team to be here, and it's be important to guys. And I thought the coolest thing was everyone being there on the first day. We had every guy show up, and I didn't have to call anyone and beg them. which said a lot. Like, they all knew what I said at the last day, and I wanted to see if they really meant something to them, not to where I had to call them and remind them, and I didn't, and they all showed up, and they've all been working, and to me, that's something I really appreciate, and know I got the right guys.
Wow.
No, why is that a wow? He's excited.
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong. It's just, I don't want to give you the victory lap, but he's basically saying, you know, like a school teacher, I got to call and check up on the pro athletes to make sure they're about it or they're in. That's how I took that. But also, furthermore, Stoney, the fact that you play deep into the season like they've had, how much that actually takes out of you, and the fact that they had 5 weeks and their off season started sooner. Kyle's saying into a microphone, you know, for just an average Bear or fan like me, I'm like, yeah, okay, it doesn't really matter, but I guess to him it does in regard to them, you know, the guys that are returning fresh.
I think it matters.
Wow.
I think it absolutely matters. I mean, I absolutely feel like the offseason last year set the tone for the season, and they never really got together. I don't think they were together as a team. I think guys had agendas. Then other guys got hurt. Then somebody was involved in a really unfortunate situation. Then they lost some close games that they shouldn't have lost. And they weren't together enough to galvanize. And they continue to lose games in the same way. So I would, if I were a Niner fan, yes, I would like the fact that everybody's there and everybody's pretty much under contract, and you can get going when, you know, training camp starts.
And I'll just say this, you know, I'm being real here. You don't have to tell the great Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens what to do and when to do it in the offseason. It's just a given. All the top-tier athletes that work hard like that. But, Stoney, let me ask you this. Why was last year different when in years past we saw the Niners either go to the Super Bowl, come back, get back to the NFC Championship game, and if they lost that, they got back to the NFC Championship game? So why was it different last year? Was it because the way they lost in overtime so deflating? Why was that different last year, I would ask? Kyle, if I could.
I don't think the agenda was team first. To me, it's not hard. 888-957-9570. What went wrong last year? McCaffrey wanted a contract. Ayuk wanted a contract. Trent Williams wanted a contract. One guy was here not practicing. The other guy wasn't here at all. One guy got a contract extension right off the bat. And I don't know how to say it any other than I don't think they were together. I just don't. I think that everything. I think personal agendas got in the way.
So none of it was about football. Because I believe that, to me, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I think it became about football when the season started, and then you got into Deebo Samuel's not having a great year.
Or McCaffrey's not here.
Yeah, of course. It was all one big ball of crap last year. I mean, they were 6-11. I mean, how many times did we come in here on a Monday thinking?
Oh, I did.
They lost another one that everybody thinks they should have won. Antonio's in Oakland.
Hey.
What's up, A? How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty solid, man.
Good to hear.
As far as the 49ers go, I think the 49ers can win a division, man. I mean, who are we fearing in the division? I mean, the Seahawks, they got Leeson the Boom back there. And
what about the Rams?
Marshawn Lynch again?
The Rams.
Oh, yeah, the Rams. I mean, you know, Devontae Adams, he looked past his prime. We got Matt Stafford. He's 37 years old. He's old. Remember, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, they're the oldest guys ever. So that means you got to keep the same energy. Matt Stafford must be old, too. And at least Matt Stafford, even when he was younger, he never was a top 5 quarterback. So at the end of the day, I'm not worried about them either. Arizona, are we really worried about them? No. I'm not saying we're going to win a Super Bowl, but our Super Bowl window is not closed also. And I think we're going to win a division. And like I said, we got the easiest schedule, but, I mean, that schedule can change. And some of those teams probably end up good. You never know. But I think we got a chance to win it, man, because we're going to win a division first, and then we'll go from there. As far as, like, Bob Myers, if Bob Myers had me what's up?
No, go ahead. I got a question for you then at the end, but go ahead.
If Bob Myers had me running the Warriors, we would have LaMelo Ball right now, or Tyrese Halliburton, but that's not here nor there. Thanks, guys. I'll let y'all.
Well, love you too, A. And
I mean, thanks, Antonio.
Those are two players.
He still thinks the Warriors' window's open, though.
So do the Warriors. Nobody cares. Just because you say it's
I don't think they do. I don't think they believe it.
And I'm going
trying
to
to
die on the
sugar you.
hill that I feel better the way the Warrior season ended as opposed to them looking old and dusted and disgusted, losing to Minnesota, as opposed to our best player got hurt. Run it back.
You don't even mean that. You don't mean run it back.
If you guarantee me health.
Like, can they say something that makes sense?
Well, Pearsall's already got a tweaked hammy.
But
he's a baby.
Here, let's go to this guy, though.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian is he's as ready as any player I've ever been around. When he gets hurt, he's got to rehab and get better. Right now, he's healthy as can be. We got to kind of protect him from himself. But Christian has a good idea of what he needs to do right now. He's doing a lot less than he normally would do, but I know he's excited on how healthy he feels and the fact that he can get out there.
All right, so good news. Christian McCaffrey's feeling spry. Should be ready.
Yeah.
But you'll find a way to worry, though, right?
No, worry is not.
They said he's 2023 McCaffrey.
Say and do is different. And when he had that calf injury, there was much of nothing up until we were at the Monday night game and the whispers and the news broke that he wasn't going to play. And then we saw how long he was going to be out. All I'm telling you is the obvious, partner. This season goes as he goes. That's how it is. You can like it or take it or leave
Brock
it.
Purdy?
I mean, he's a big part of it too. But if Brock Purdy doesn't have Christian McCaffrey for 85 to 90% of the season, then I think we're going to see what we saw last year from the Niner offense.
See, this to me is right on the money from our great friend Jim Mole. Some 49er players saw the window closing and they wanted to get paid. I think there's a lot of truth to that. I just do. And sometimes if you're not focused on the task at hand, I think last year
nobody quit.
They probably were less focused on winning a Super Bowl than they had been in the previous 2 years. And I think it was a mental fatigue. I think one of the reasons that those guys held out or because the season went long and they were like Trent Williams, like, I'm not going. It's too long a season. And they got off to a bad start.
But I can't argue any of that because nobody's wrong today. But Stoney, you sound like a guy that's not saying the Niners window is shut. If you and Jim Mole or the Jim Moles of the world are correct and it wasn't about football and being physical and it wasn't about attrition, which I think didn't go the Niners' way last year. Ayuk, McCaffrey, Trent even at times. Everybody. Fred Warner for, much of the back end of the season. Then how can you be so sure the window's shut if you're coming in with the right mental game?
Because that doesn't win you a Super Bowl in and of itself. It just helps if you got a team that can perform at that level. Coming up in 10 minutes, Brian Baldinger.
Oh, we got Baldy?
Yeah, we got Baldy in 10 minutes.
Because he had some strong stuff about this Niner team last year. Let's see where he's at, Stoney.
We're also going to be discussing the trade that the Niners are working through, Bryce Huff from Philadelphia to San Francisco. So Baldy's been around the Jets a lot, has been with the Eagles in their camp, spring, summer. So he's got a lot of valuable information that we're going to chat with him about.
Sounds great.
Let's go.
No, I just think that last year it snowballed on him. Just the negativity. And I do think, so help me here. They went to 2 straight Super Bowls. No, they went to an NFC. They lost to the Eagles in the NFC Championship. Then they lost in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, overtime.
See, I actually understand how you get that far 2 years in a row, how you could almost have a letdown the following year. I know that fans think, well, they should have been more motivated. I just don't know if it works like that. I think the veteran players, they missed out 2 years ago. They missed out last year. And you start to think about how long the season is, and it just becomes daunting to start thinking about, man, we gotta play 17 weeks, and we've got to win 11 games and get to the postseason. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios.
So you really are on the heel of, like, they made this trade for Huff, And again, Stoney, 2.5 sacks last year. We just had some callers calling. He was unplayable for the Eagles. But the Niners trust in their intel and feel like, and we all saw it play out last year, that the defensive line needs help. But you're really throwing shade Bosa's way because his position, that defensive line needs an infusion of talent. And hopefully you got Mikael Williams and now this kid. Like, I don't think that's all bad or pointed at Bosa.
So,
because that's a big deal.
Sometimes I feel like, okay, I'll make a statement. You tell me what you think.
Yeah.
Bosa hasn't lived up to his contract.
I have no problem.
Okay. That means the level of play that he's played at since he got the contract has been subpar for him.
Right.
So he either has to play better or, I guess, go get another guy to take some pressure off him.
Right. And that's where I was going. So we'll see what, this move means. But Bosa can't run. It's not, he's under the microscope. But if you're telling me it's just him out there and Givens, guys like that, he's still got to show up. So I don't think the light has shined any brighter on Bosa and where he's at in his career, especially last year where you felt like, man, the defensive line is just not getting it done.
So you're saying Bosa's got to get better?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
I mean,
well, just production. We know what he's capable of and what he's done.
I know, but I mean, he's. I mean, think about some of the contracts they've given out.
And what if I asked you, is the Niner D-line an area of strength or weakness right now? I'm closer to weakness.
Well, I think
that's why this trade helps.
I think
you would hope.
I think both lines we have no idea about.
And the games are won in the trenches.
Yeah,
that's not you smart. That's not good.
Well, maybe their lines are going to end up being pretty good. I don't know.
Well, if you're right about this offseason, the 5 weeks that they had to get fresh, which I don't want to say I scoff at. I'm like, man, everybody has a story, but they've kind of mastered that these last 5 years because they played almost more football than anybody. But I guess last year was the one-off to where you're saying maybe the way they lost in the Super Bowl overtime, then the guys wanted to get paid. Guys have got paid on this team before and performed.
Yeah, I like what. Why isn't it possible that the 49ers last year were kind of like the Warriors this year? And that is, they were coming off 2 successful seasons, and they didn't have enough. After 2 seasons of playing into February, they came back too soon, or, came back faster than a team that didn't make the playoffs. And it's the NFL. They're going to play 3 seasons of 20-plus games. I just don't think they could. I just don't think they had it in them last year. Some of there's a lot of their veteran guys, and then things just started to snowball. You know what, though? I mean, I probably should have said their Super Bowl window. I shouldn't have said it's closed because I did forget. And the schedule. Oh, my God.
Well, I got you.
I mean, the schedule alone could get them to the playoffs. So once you're in the playoffs, who knows? So maybe I should say the window's still cracked a little.
Yeah, and that's why I told you have to be careful doing that, too, especially when you're coming off a 6-11 campaign of pointing the finger like, oh, Seattle's nothing, New Orleans is nothing, and we see more worst to first or team improvement in the NFL than I believe than any other sport. So you just got to, Stoney, you got to handle your business and you got to get better. And I'm going to say this, and we'll ask Baldy, because he was honest with us last year about the speed that he didn't see from this Niner team as a whole, but just what this trade will do and how much it will bolster the Niners defensive line. But the fact that they went to do it tells me they know Bosa needs help. And you can say, well, that's a bad thing or an indictment on Bosa, but damn it, for me, if I'm a Niner fan, I'm sitting there saying, okay, hopefully this guy can tap into what he did 2 years ago with the Jets and Saleh and have a bounce-back season and help this team get back to a dominant D, or what's really eating at me, and I shared this with you before, Stoney, sometimes when you have dynasties, and I think that's what the Niners were, or as close to it as you can get, and you talk about the wear and tear, Heartbreak Hotel, all the winning that they've done, sometimes, those windows close, and then you got to reinvent yourself. And you talked about the draft, and a lot of these young guys are going to get the opportunity to make an imprint on this team and get them back to prominence or even the playoffs. I mean, there's a lot of questions for the Niners going into this season because you got to bounce back, or maybe, Steiny, what did we use last time I saw you? Maybe they're just in a state of transition.
Austin and San Jose. Steiny, dangerous thought to assume the teams you are playing will be bad. Relax. Guru is making a great point. Look at the Commanders last year, 4-13 to 12-5. Yeah, there might be a team or two out of that group that's better than we think. Yeah. But collectively, all those teams are not going to be good teams.
But you got 6 games of your 17 against your division. And I'm not sitting here
how do you rank the division compared with other divisions in football? Where does the NFC West rank? We can ask Baldy that on the other side.
Well, the Rams were 12 or 9 yards away from going to the NFC Championship, beating Philly. They didn't, but I mean, that was a game, and Philly went on to win the Super Bowl. But I'm just telling you, the Rams, the winner of your division, is a great place to start.
Right, but what about the overall? Like, how I'm just asking, is the NFC West the best division in football?
Right now, I wouldn't say it, but I wouldn't say it's chopped liver. You got, Philly. I think Dallas is going to bounce back. And you got the Commanders. So those are 3 teams in the NFC East.
Is the AFC, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, is that a better one? Better division than the NFC West?
I don't know what to make of the Steelers. I don't know who's quarterbacking. Lamar's Lamar. They're going to be a player. But I think he's right. Like Steiny, who saw the Commanders last year? I'm just saying.
No, there's going to be a team.
Okay. Or team.
But I don't think there's going to be a lot of them because... But there'll probably be a team, maybe 2, but it doesn't take away from the fact that their schedule is absolute fish.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this.
They should be able to take advantage of some of it.
I ain't going to fight you on that, but I'll tell you what, it's 1 week at a time, right? So they open up at Seattle. That's your first game, okay? So that's just not a walk in the park. Seattle came in here and night-nighted you. I'm just last year, and I know they got different quarterback.
What's their record
them
last
to be
year?
A player.
They were 10-7, I think. They didn't make the playoffs, but they were 10-7, something like that. I don't know. Is Seattle? That's a good question about Seattle. Are they getting better? Are they getting worse? Are the 49ers getting better or worse? I know we think they're better than a 6-11 team, but I'm kind of talking about this team in compared to the last 2 or 3 years. Yeah. Let's say last year 6-11. Even though they were 6-11, let's say they were more like a 10-7 team. If they would have been buttoned up and gotten a break here, break there, would that change the way we think about this season? If, let's say, they made the playoffs last year but lost in their first playoff game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where 49er fans, and I think it's a fair question, where are they?
Man. Like you got to rebuild your defense. That we know. This is your 3rd defensive coordinator since you know what I mean. Like he left, and it hadn't been. You know what? I can't hate on Sorensen, Steiny, or our guy. We're kind of built for this, Wilkes. But they were minutes away from a Super Bowl win. He got ran, and now Saleh's coming back. And I got to tell you, Steiny, the groceries that are about to go in the Niner gumbo. I don't know if the sausage or the onions or everything, the shrimp, I don't know if it's as good as what he had last year. I know for a fact last time Saleh was here, he doesn't have that at his disposal. And you talked about it. They're going to depend on some youngsters, and this trade that they just made, Huff, we'll see what he can do.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody know where they think the Niners are? They've been knocking on the door for 2 years. Last year, they fell out of it. They had a lot of bad things happen, some self-inflicted, other not. But they were 6-11. I mean, I guess what I really want to know is, do people think that essentially they're a 10-win team that didn't win 10 games last year? Do 49er fans think that? Because as much as I may agree or disagree with it, it's not an unfair thought to think that not as much is going to go wrong this year as opposed to last year, but we'll see. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Brian Baldinger on the other side. We're going to talk about the 49ers trade. They acquired Bryce Huff, somebody to play opposite Nick Bosa. He was with the Eagles last year, and the year before that, he's with the Jets. Brian Baldinger on the other side on 95.7 The Game. And isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's bring in Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
Steiny, it's good to hear your voice, man. I'm doing great.
Thank you. Likewise, my friend. Tell me about Bryce Huff. Somebody that you're familiar with for sure, but tell 49er fans what he's all about.
He's a pass rush specialist. He's really a third down, second and long, passing situations guy that can come off the edge from the left side or the right side. He likes to be in a 4-point stance. He's got an electric takeoff. He's got a variety of moves to beat tackles in his business. But, like they found out in Philadelphia, he's not an outside linebacker. He's not a guy that's going to drop into coverage and do all that kind of stuff. That's what the Eagles wanted him to do, and he's not that guy. Robert Saleh knows how to use him. He had him basically the whole time he was there. And, Robert's, last year, 2023, his last full-time year there, he got double-digit sacks. I used to joke that, they were just a bunch of hungry piranhas up there getting after the quarterback, and Bryce was really good at his role and playing that role in New York. I believe he played less than 50% of the snaps. I might be wrong about that, but he didn't play any more than 50%. But that's what he was. He was a come in on passing situations, and he brought a lot of heat off the edge for that team.
Baldy, always good to talk to you. I'm wondering if you're Nick Bosa and you get this news that Huff is now your running mate, what that does for his game. Because last year I was just telling Steiny and the listeners, that didn't look like the Nick Bosa from the past. What did you make, and what does he need to do to get back to be dominant? Is it fair that I say, you know what, he's got to lead the way?
Yeah. I mean, they're paying him to be the elite player, and I think Nick could be the first to tell you that he wasn't very good last year, not good enough, especially when the offense started to falter. The defense had to pick it up, and they didn't do that. So, I mean, they kind of rebuilt their defensive line last year. A lot of those guys are gone. They drafted Michael Williams this year. But, I think Michael can rush from the inside. I mean, I think they're going to put their 4 best pass rushers out there and let them go eat. And if I'm Nick Bosa, I'm thrilled with the signing, because I thought in New York, I thought that he really brought, some juice to that defense. They were one of the better defenses for most of the year until they fell apart at the end when the offense couldn't score any points in New York. But I thought him and Jermaine Johnson and Quentin Williams, I thought they had something really good going. And Robert Saleh, that is good. He's not a big blitzer. He's not a guy that, is going to wow you with free hitters to the quarterback. He wants the front 4 to win. They're built upon that. And I think Bryce Huff is a good rotational player that can win off the edge, that can help Nick get back to where he needs to be. I think Michael and Alfred, the guys they drafted, should play a prominent role. But I feel like the 49ers pass rush got better. And if that's the case, I think Nick Bosa will see more one-on-ones with a chance to, that sack total to start picking up from what it was a year ago. The injury didn't help him last year, so he was off the field some and, didn't finish strong. But I would think that this is going to help the front 4 right now.
Brian Baldinger joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's Odyssey's NFL insider, and we're talking to him about the acquisition of Bryce Huff, or soon-to-be acquisition of Bryce Huff for the San Francisco 49ers. Baldy, it feels to me like would it be fair to say they've been looking for somebody to play opposite Nick Bosa for a while? I mean, they had Leonard Floyd last year. I remember they signed Chase Young in the middle of a season, maybe, or early in a season. Ebukam played there a little bit. Are they, what are they looking for out of that spot? And is there a reason they haven't been able to settle on a guy?
Well, I mean, Drake Jackson didn't work out, just couldn't stay healthy. Right. And he was a second-round pick. I mean, you go through all the guys, but you mentioned a bunch of them. Yeah, I mean, look, I think when the 49ers are rolling on defense, their front 4 is eating, and they're getting home, and they're affecting the quarterback. All the way to, the first Super Bowl loss to Kansas City. They were right there at the end and just couldn't make the play at the end. But, yes, they've been searching. They've been going through it. I saw John Lynch at the Senior Bowl this year. I mean, it was a good draft for defensive linemen. They got a couple of them. But, I mean, I think they want to build that line back up where they have I remember one year talking to Nick, late in the year, and I said Max Crosby should win the Defensive Player of the Year award, and Nick got all ticked off at me. And I'm like, well, he plays every play, and Nick's like, well, I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. Max just trying to finish the season. So, I got 3 or 4 more games to play more than Max does. But, if he wants to, to be in that Mount Rushmore of pass rushers in this business, you can't do it by yourself. You're going to need help from the inside and from the other side. And I feel like they've been searching for that guy for a while now with Nick.
Yeah, Baldy, you break it down with the best of them, and I'm sitting here, and this is kind of unfair. I know we're not in Vegas, but the Niners right now sit today with the 6th best odds to win the Super Bowl, and I'm thinking to myself, I kind of, it's a question mark. Household names left. McCaffrey will be healthy, but no Debo, Ayuk for the first couple of weeks. When I say San Francisco 49ers and success, what's your outlook on this team right now going into this year, Baldy?
Look, anything short of a playoff appearance is going to be a massive disappointment. They just extended, Fred. They extended all these, George. They just gave the quarterback, franchise quarterback money. And so nobody pays their stars like the 49ers do. Maybe the Eagles do, but not many teams have figured out how to keep their stars. Nick Bosa, Christian. They've got a soft schedule. Look, the Rams won the division with 10 wins. It's not like you can't go get 11 or 12 wins this year. They're there to go take. Regardless, they drafted Ricky Pearsall to replace whether it was Debo or Ayuk at one point. So give him the whole offseason. Let him work with this offense. You know what Juwan Jennings is. He's got a good role in this team. We know what Kittle is. We know that the offense is much better if McCaffrey is healthy. He could do what Saquon did for the Eagles last year. He has that ability. So let's see him put it all together. Defensively, they got to replace some players, but they played without basically Greenlaw last year. They basically played without, with the safety last year who's in Denver now. So, you keep drafting. You miss some guys. Some guys get hurt. You just keep restocking and coach them up. They got Salah back there in the fold. All right, I think he's a good coordinator. I think it's their division to go win, to be honest with you.
Brian Baldinger joining us on 95.7 The Game, Odyssey's NFL Insider. Last offseason wasn't a great one for the Niners. Brian, Ayuk was holding out even though he was at camp. Trent Williams held out. Unfortunate incident with Ricky Pearsall. How much, and I know it's impossible to quantify, but how important is it that Kyle Shanahan's happy that everybody's there right now, and that part of the offseason seems to be left behind from last year?
Not to mention that McCaffrey was hurt all offseason. Yeah. And was he ever going to get right? And he never got right.
Yep.
So I think every coach is looking for stability. Nobody wants to win the offseason. Nobody wants to make noise in the offseason because of holdouts, hold-ins, all that kind of Trent's not around. You start building the team in the offseason, whether it's, you got a new defensive coordinator back. Robert's back. A lot of these guys haven't played for Robert. They don't know him. All right, so you get to know your defensive coordinator. New special teams coach, new way of doing things. The offense, all right, let's put it, let's make it a top 5 offense where they belong right now, regardless of who's out there on the field. This is important. I felt like we never talked about the 49ers in anything but the holdouts and the distractions a year ago. Yeah. And nobody wants to really deal with that stuff, and they don't have to deal with it this year. That's a good thing.
Now, Baldy, you played this game at a high level. We just played some sound before we had you on from Kyle, and he basically talked about last year, and maybe the one benefit of not making the playoffs is they got a lot of rest. They got 5 weeks that normally they were a player in years past. And I'm just thinking to myself, again, I didn't play. You did, Baldy. And you got new faces. How big of a deal is that, that they weren't in the offs and maybe they got more rest? Is that something real?
Yeah, I think that's just coach speak. I mean, it's real. It's real, but they don't say that. Man. But if the Eagles fall apart this year, they'll say, well, we didn't get 5 weeks of rest. We were playing in the Super Bowl. I mean, look, the idea is to not have any rest. The idea is to be in the Super Bowl. Right. Okay, Kansas City does it every year. They're in the Super Bowl. They're getting 5 weeks less time than all the teams that finished on New Year's Day. So, like, that's, it's not uncommon that what Kyle said. I think it's a bunch of hogwash.
Brian Baldinger joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you about the 49ers kicker, Jake Moody. They obviously used a high draft pick on him. Didn't have a great year last year. Was hurt in the middle of the season. Read a story. He's going from a 3-step kick to a 2-step kick. They've brought in some competition for him. Is this all kind of a troubling sign?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's like golfers changing their swing. They always change their swing when they're struggling. And sometimes, they figure it out. And then sometimes it just leads to, other struggles. The special teams was atrocious last year. Jake was a part of it. You go back and you look at what he was able to do. I mean, he missed a lot of kicks last year from between 40 and, 50, anything beyond 40 yards. He was 50%. That's just not good enough in his business right now. And so under 40 yards, he was perfect. After 40 yards, it was, flip a coin. So if you're changing, your steps, okay, well, why were you perfect under 40 yards and 50% after 40 yards? Is it the steps? Is it the leg? Is it in your head? Like, I don't know. I think kickers are on a carousel, man. Like, some guys just steady Eddie. They don't change anything. You never hear from them. They change uniforms in the closet with the mops. You never deal with them. But you deal with them when they're missing kicks and they're losing games. That's troubling. And you bring in Greg Joseph, maybe he gives them some competition. But kickers, man, they can get cold real quick, just like golf swings do. So I don't, it's the off season. It's the off season. Just because you drafted a guy doesn't mean anything. You want a guy that's just going to go out there and make the kicks. And from 50 yards in, you want to be as perfect as possible.
Hey, Baldy, you mentioned this draftee just a few minutes ago, but can you tell Niner fans why they should be excited about my man from Georgia, Michael Williams?
Man, you go back and watch the Georgia's national championship team, the last one. He was a freshman on that team. He was an 18-year-old kid, and he was playing huge. Then in the sophomore year, he played well. And then last year, he got hurt in the first game against Clemson and gutted it out all year, playing with a high ankle sprain. But he did gut it out and did play. I think he's got tremendous size and strength. He's not the fastest guy off the edge, but he's got plenty of speed. But he's got real power. He's a big, strong kid that's going to grow into his body. I think he's got a real bright future. You can look at all the pass rushers, Abdul Carter, James Pierce, Mike Green. I mean, you can make a case that Michael, from simply a size strength standpoint, he could be the best of anybody in this draft. There's just not many guys, 6'5", long arms, set to edge, gets off blocks. It's about being coached right now and really building your toolbox of moves. That would be good for him to get with Nick and learn how to really take off and learn a lot of the tricks of the trade. But he's got a real bright future, I believe. He's only 21. He's got a big, strong body. I think he's going to be a good pro.
Baldy, how good's the NFC West when you stack it up with the other divisions?
I think it's highly competitive. I mean, Seattle was 10-7 last year. I think they got better, to be honest with you. It's Mike McDonald's second year. It took him a half a year to figure out what the hell he was doing on defense. They weren't very good to start, better at the end. Arizona, I think, got better everywhere. I think they got better on the defensive line. I think they got better at receiver. I think, they've been giving teams problems as it was, the way that they can run the ball and the way that they dial up their defenses. So I think it's a very, very tough division. I'm not dismissing the Rams at all. You still got Sean McVay. You still have, Stafford, and you still have, Puka and, all the studs they drafted in that defensive line. So I think it's a great division. I think these division games are going to be must-see TV. I don't care who's playing who.
how confident are you in young Ricky Pearsall? Because he's winning at the game of life with what he had to overcome, and he's still with us, Baldy. And he's not happy Debo's gone. You know, he can't say that, or Ayuk is on the shelf. But how confident are you in him filling those shoes and making an impact?
Well, when he was coming out last year, I thought him and Ladd McConkey were kind of like neck and neck. Who was better, who's going to be a better pro. Ladd McConkey turned out to be a star with the Chargers, but he played every game. He was healthy. Like, I think Pearsall can do everything that Ladd did last year with the Chargers. Like, it's all there for him. Now, we didn't see great route running, but we saw it when he was at Florida. So I think, and typically guys make the biggest jump between their first and their second seasons. I'm sure, what he went through last year would be hard to overcome and be great. He had made a couple plays at the end of the season, but I think this offseason was important. Get all of his strength back, get his mind right, and go out there and show everybody that he was worthy of a number one pick. It usually takes a year to figure it out. McConkey hit it right away. But I feel like he could do everything that Ladd McConkey did for the Chargers last year.
Are your eyebrows raised at all that he showed up to OTAs as young as he is, Baldy? I'm telling Steiny, like, what have you done? How do you have a hamstring issue? Your thoughts when you read that?
I hate to see that, man. I don't know. These guys, everybody has their trainers. Some guys overtrain. I don't know. Like, it shouldn't, like, nothing, honestly, nothing would bother me more as a head coach or position coach than a guy that has a nagging hamstring injury. Nothing. Because I feel like they're all preventable. Whether it's stretching, hydration, everybody's got all the tools that they need to be able to go. Your job as a receiver, honestly, is to run all day, every day. That's your job. And you catch the ball along the way. If your job on this play is to clear out and run 60 yards down the field, then run 60 yards back and go do it again. That's their job. That's all. The job description is not difficult, and anything that inhibits that would just irritate the hell out of me.
I got one more for you, Baldy, and I'm a little annoyed with your alma mater. My daughter goes to Tulane, and I really got into Tulane football last year, and we had a quarterback who was a redshirt freshman who was a hell of a quarterback, and he transferred to Duke, Darian Mensah. Are you familiar with him?
I'm not.
Yeah, well,
I'm curious though.
You're paying him $8 million for the next 2 years, and you took this guy, and he's a hell of a quarterback.
None of that money came out of my pocket.
Duke's already prestigious, and now they're throwing money around, man.
I thought they only did that to guys like Cooper Flagg.
Well, look,
I didn't know they were doing that to football players.
Yeah.
Hey, Baldy, what ocean were you in this offseason? I know I'm telling Steiny it's go time, but where have you been?
Oh, man, I was just last Saturday. I was in Jupiter swimming with these bull sharks and these lemon sharks. It was fantastic. Yeah.
My man.
They were coming in the water. I was in there diving down with them. They were circling me. It was, I was just a pig in heaven.
And it wasn't even Shark Week.
We need he's the real Aquaman. Yeah.
Hey, appreciate it, man.
Good, man.
Yeah.
All right, have a great
pleasure, guys.
Yeah, have a great rest of the summer, Baldy. Brian Baldinger.
Okay. Great talking to you guys. Thank you.
Odyssey NFL Insider, Brian Baldinger.
So, just to Pearsall, Steiny, if he were a head coach, he'd be a bit irritated. Your job is to run all day, every day. Try to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I just thought I'd share with you and Evan,
for me, it's not necessarily the hamstring. It's maybe it was a reach.
Oh,
maybe Pearsall was a reach.
Well, I think this season will reveal that. And I'm not saying his career is all, boils down to one season, but let's be honest. Put the rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. With Ayuk being hurt and Debo out of here, Steiny, and I know Jennings is a man, but Pearsall's got to be first you got to be healthy. I'm not saying he's not. I just thought it was odd, but I appreciate a former player and a dude that breaks it down with the best of them saying, Steiny, just as a coach. And we saw with Steph what a hamstring can do and how it can nag.
That's another reason why I'm a little skeptical on the 49ers. Their receiving core right now.
You got
with
Kittle.
Ayuk,
Yeah.
with Ayuk unsettled and Pearsall just starting his second year. Juwan Jennings is back. They acquired Robinson, but well, I don't know. We'll see. I think how much do you think they're going to miss Debo?
Well, I'll tell you this. From a production standpoint and what the reality is these last 2 seasons, I'm going to say not much. And then I wonder if there was a cloak or a dark cloud over Kyle's head, so he thought in regard to having to force feed Debo the ball, and maybe that can be an addition by subtraction. I don't know. But if the young gun that I drafted a couple years ago is showing up to camp with a hamstring issue that could linger, I know I'm being negative, but Stoney, I guess right now they wouldn't have signed off on the deal if they thought they were going to miss him much. You know?
Yeah, I think they're going to miss Debo Samuel. And here's how, even though he didn't have a great year last year. I felt like the 49ers offensively, when Debo Samuel was Debo Samuel, he took him to another level. And I get it. He wasn't a bell cow, but he would make 6 to 8 plays a game that oftentimes were difference-making plays. And so when Debo was great, they got to the NFC Championship, and then they got to the Super Bowl. And last year, their offense was not nearly as effective for a variety of reasons, but Debo Samuel wasn't the player that he had been. And so what I wonder is, now without Debo Samuel entirely, does that explosive, dynamic type of play either diminish or go away entirely? Because I really do think the plays he was involved in over the last 2 years, not counting last year, he made difference-making plays.
Oh, man, nobody can say anything less about his imprint and what he's done in years past. But now it's just what you talked about, the newcomer Robinson, by committee, Kittle, Jennings now, basically being the one, and Pearsall. So I get what you're saying, Stoney. We haven't seen it. How scary are they now when you line up against this Niner offense, knowing that the Debo package is something you don't have to worry about? And we'll see. But I got to tell you, it's exciting because obviously the team is telling us there's life after Debo offensively, or else they wouldn't have, kicked him to the curb.
All right, so we just had Brian Baldinger on and did a dive into the San Francisco 49ers, and the one thing I asked Brian Baldinger is the thing I want to ask San Francisco 49er fans, at least where we're at right now, and it's this. You made it to the NFC Championship 2 years ago. A year ago, you made it to the Super Bowl. Last year, you were a 6-11 team, and now you've made some significant changes, especially with some names, at least, who've been around for a while. Like, if you're a 49er fan, how do you look at this team? For the last 3 years, we've looked at it as a Super Bowl contending team. Do you guys still feel like that's the case after last year's 6-11 season, or are you now viewing the 49ers in a different way with some different expectations? 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, book your stay at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Enjoy sweeping views, clean, fresh, cool ocean air, and a bottle of chilled complimentary wine in your room. Breakfast is served at the Tides Wharf restaurant. Book today at inatthetides.com.
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
49ers in a shambles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks to Brian Baldinger joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Came in with heat rocks.
Now, you said something interesting.
I do a lot of the time, but go ahead.
You said, boy, it's not hard to feel like Baldy's not thinking that the Niners are that great.
Not so much that. He talked about they spent the money, where they spent the money, they're paying guys. He said nothing less than a playoff appearance. Miss him with that. And I can appreciate that because when I say stuff like that, well, you kind of said it too. You come at me, but hearing it from Baldy, he's like, nah, miss me with all that. This team, with the talent that they still have, Stoney, and they do have that, man, you better have your ass in the playoffs. And I appreciate that. And also, real quick, Stoney, the Pearsall thing. I hope this is nothing, but when a youngster, and I think we have some sound. I got to be a better host for you and Evan, but we got some sound of his coach, Herm Edwards, talking about, you want to save Pearsall from himself. So I'm just saying, you had this whole offseason. Now it's just OTAs. I get that. But you're dealing with a hammy. That's all. But Baldy didn't like it.
No, I mean, and let me be clear what I'm thinking right now is, hey, Sonny, are they a Super Bowl contender? The Niners? Not really. No. But what's the goal? Yeah, the goal is to make the playoffs, win the division. That's certainly within the possibility, within the realm of possibility. Yeah. And the other thing is, as of right now, until further notice, their schedule's a joke. Until further notice.
All right.
And I do think
I won't fight
that is a fair reason to be more optimistic than you might be if their schedule didn't look like it looks. But my question to 49er fans is how, I'm thinking about the Golden State Warriors. All right. And whether you like it or not, they've now had 3 straight years, 44, 46, 48, 46, whatever it is, mid-40s. That's who the Warriors have been for the last 3 years. And we kind of know where they're at. They've lost 2 out of the last 3 years in the second round of the playoffs. Can they get over that hump, or might they regress a little? I think we know where the Warriors are. The Niners, to me, are not nearly as easy.
Oh, my gosh.
2 years ago, 2 out of the last 3 years, they were knocking on the Super Bowl door. They didn't get it done. They thought they could make another run at it last year. Some of their decisions backfired. They got the snowball rolling uphill in the wrong direction, and they went 6-11.
Yeah. Nobody had that on the bingo card.
So they've got new personnel. How do 49ers think of this team right now? Are they good? Is it wait and see? Are you excited? Do you think that maybe last year wasn't a mirage? I think it's fascinating because I don't think the Niners are nearly where they were 2 years ago, but things can change, and they do have a lot of new pieces, but I'd just like to get a feel for 49er fans. Let's go to Mr. Jones is in Atlanta. Hey, Mr. Jones, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? What's going on?
Hey.
Game bang, bang.
Yeah.
In the house, man.
Uh-huh.
I feel like we're a 10-win team, though, brothers. I feel like we're a 10-win team with a playoff appearance. But I do feel like we're not Super Bowl bound. I'm not even expecting or jumping on the it's Super Bowl or crash type of season. You dig?
Yeah.
Like you said, I'm gonna just throw this out here to y'all guys. I like the draft pick that we got, but in my mock drafts, on even if y'all even listen on NFL radio, my pick for us was Matthew Golden because I felt like we needed weapons because we were gonna pay Purdy. I already knew with Salah coming back, the defense is gonna be right back. One thing I can tell you, our defense is gonna be top 5 for sure.
Now, why do you say that? Because that scares me more than the offense, man. That man, I feel like Golden, Pearsall is your Golden. The defense is what I think let the Niners down last year, but you feel like they're going to bounce back. Man.
Because like you said, like I said earlier, right, I wanted Golden. but I love the pick. We can never get enough pass rushers, correct? So up front, we still going to dominate. I believe we're still going to dominate because what did we do? We didn't go out and do what other bad franchises do. We brought the guy back that we went to the Super Bowl with, that we had a top 10 defense with. System back in play. And we still got Fred Bam Bam Warner on the team. You feel me? We didn't lose anything there, but we did lose Debo. I like a dude that can go take somebody's bike, punk. You feel me? But we didn't replace that. So with us not replacing that, I feel like we're going to be a defensive dependent team, run the football, and Purdy, of course, that's why we play him, because Purdy isn't going to throw the game away. But we did lose a playmaker.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No,
Thanks, Mr. Jones. Good stuff.
Me and Mr. Jones, but he didn't mention my guy, Steiny. And the guy
Hold on.
You should, I'm shocked that it's
Bosa.
even. No, he's not on the team anymore.
Well, then what's he matter? Whoever it is.
Greenlaw.
Yeah, he wasn't on the team last year.
And that's why I think had a lot to do with them going 6-11.
Okay, well.
You know what I mean? So
then they're going to go 6-11 again because he still ain't on the team.
Golden, well, you know what? If Pearsall's not healthy, I'm assuming health. Golden's the last thing you need. You need to build this defense back up. But let's be honest, it's the whole Phil Jackson thing, right? Could he have coached the Sacramento Kings if he didn't have Kobe, Shaq, Jordan, and Pippen? Like, you are a product of, what you have at your disposal.
When do you stop missing a guy? How long? How many years?
When do you? Until you replace them. Until you're like, you know what? They got something substantial, or, it'll never be him, or maybe even better. But when you watch this team stop the run and be stout at the linebacker position.
Do they miss Patrick Willis?
Of course they do.
Even though it's been 9 years.
When they were playing in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, I would have said no. But I'm just saying, Steiny, my biggest question mark is not Purdy. We can do health as well for every team in the NFL. I just want to see, and this trade for Huff helps. Baldy told us he only had 2.5 sacks last year. Maybe the Eagles were playing him out of position, but the Niners feel like, you know what? We know we need to get nasty up front, and hopefully this will help.
Here's the way I look at it, Goo. You know who's going to be?
There's a chance.
You know who's going to be by far, without a doubt, no questions asked, stone cold lock. The easiest player to replace. Dre Greenlaw. He played a half last year.
Right, but your defense,
so you can't miss something that only played 2 quarters.
But you can look at me
I'm
with
not.
those lovely
I'm not even going to look
shades
at you
and tell me, glasses, Steiny, that the defense never mirrored what it was. Why is that? Well, what? Give me a reason. Just say, hey, Goo, you know what? They did miss them.
I'm not going to say that.
Because you don't want to, and you're being a jack, you know what.
No, I'm saying, okay, they missed him last year. What are you going to say it again? If their defense is bad, we didn't have Greenlaw. They traded Greenlaw.
No, but if we watch this defense and the linebackers outside of Kurt Warner not do what they do and teams are just gashing them, we'll be able to come in and say, hey, they haven't found and what word am I looking for?
Does it matter at all? Does it matter at all if Greenlaw is good or bad at his destination?
See, no, I don't care. Well,
what if he stinks? And they made the right decision. Yeah. What if he's washed, as they say?
But what about my old adage?
Which one?
What was he when he was in our uniform last, outside of injured?
You know what? You're right. 3 years ago, he was a hell of a player. Somebody's saying that Greenlaw has been hurt for 2 years. Was he hurt the year before last year? Was he banged up?
Well, the year they went to the Super Bowl, if he was hurt or not, Steiner, he played enough for them to get back to the Super Bowl. And I looked at that team when he ran out on the field before he did what he did and got hurt. They had dogs.
Yeah. And they didn't get it done. So how much bark could they have had? You're listening to 95.7 The Game on Odyssey Station, and we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Another thing Baldy said I find not fascinating, Steiny. Damn, the Rams did win the division with only 10 wins. And I know that was just last year, but if you're telling me, because it sounds like you're saying, Goo, the best thing going for the Niners right now is their 2025 schedule. I know they can be some worst to first or what have you, but again, he talked about Arizona improved everywhere. And you play them in the first 3 weeks along with Seattle. You open up at Seattle. You got New Orleans in transition. But, man, Steiny, 10 wins is all it took in this division last year. So you may be on to something. But that was last year.
Yeah, I mean, 510 Greenlaw's never had a healthy season, according to the text line. What was I going to say about the Rams? Oh, so if I were to ask you, and I'm going to be honest, if I were to ask 49er fans, the optimistic ones, what's the biggest reason for optimism this year as of right now?
I got it.
And you know what I would say right now? The biggest reason for optimism, at least right now from what I see, the schedule.
That is, wow.
It's the schedule right now.
I hate that, but I get it. Ask me mine.
What's yours?
Kyle Shanahan.
Oof.
I like Kyle Shanahan, Steiny. If I'm wrong and that window is truly shut or closer to being closed, then this is something that they've got to evolve in. This is, might be a year, another year. Nobody wants to hear that, but I'm betting on Kyle. That he said, you know what? It's time to part ways with Debo, some other players, household names, his binky with Juszczyk. Steiny, what do you say to that? I'm banking on Kyle to have a bounce back from a year that started. Now, I'm not taking anybody off the hook, but if you look at his track record, the bounce back sometimes is bigger than better than when you're picked to be Billy Badass.
I look at Shanahan as just a constant. I guess coaches can have good years and bad years. I think.
What do you think he had last year?
Well, he had a bad year because but it's chicken, egg, chicken. Oh, you can't say he had a great year. They were 6-11, but that's why you say he had not you, but that's why people say he had a bad year, just because of the team's record. I feel like Shanahan, we know who he is. We've seen him operate.
Would you call him a winner? I am.
Of course.
Okay, and that's why I guess, Steiny, that's where I'm going more so than you in regard to the schedule.
But 8 years, four playoffs, 4 non-playoffs.
He inherited a mess.
Okay. And that's
all.
Until
Super Bowl 19.
That's all fine and good. And nobody in your book, nobody in your book gets more credit for losing a Super Bowl than Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers. After all, let's not forget, earlier in the show, you once again referred to them as a dynasty without a title, but that's fine.
No, it was making a comparison. It's the closest thing to who's won more than the Chiefs? Outside of the Chiefs, it's the Niners. And had they won 2 damn games in the Super Bowl, we could make the case that they got something going.
Right, and in your mind, they're all wearing rings.
No, they're not.
49er fans, the ones who are optimistic, give me the biggest reason why you're optimistic. And if you want, give me one reason why you might be a little pessimistic about this team. For me, the optimism starts with the schedule. And there may be things that start to go their way early in the season, and we'll start to realize maybe, you know what, Pearsall's pretty good. And then that is something that you can feel confident about. My skepticism, my pessimism would come because this team is significantly different than the last 3 years. And they've got to incorporate more players this year probably than in any of the past 3 years. They're going to go into the season with a little bit of a wide receiver issue, you would figure. And I got to see it first. I got to see it first before I start thinking that this team is the team of 2 or 3 years ago when it was realistic to think they could win a Super Bowl.
Okay, let me do this to you. Let me throw this at you. See if you can catch it. Let's remove us from this market in this station. I know a lot of people would be happy, but let's do this for this exercise. If I was in a different market and we talked about their football team and I said the best thing going for said team coming into this season is their schedule, wouldn't that fall under kind of pessimism?
To me, it falls under uncertainty. I have no idea what or who this team is.
But why do you look at the schedule then and say?
Because the schedule's a joke.
And you don't know that yet. Two of the first 3 games are division games. I hear you.
Guru, they play division teams every year. Okay? They're always going to play Seattle twice, Arizona twice, the Rams twice.
But my point is those teams are former. I think the division's better.
It might be. But all I'm saying is 49ers could go 10-7 or 11-6 next year, win the division, and get rolled in the playoffs because guess what? Maybe they'll fool us, kind of like the Warriors fooled us when they were beating teams that were eminently beatable, and maybe we thought they were a little better than they were when they started winning with Jimmy Butler. Okay. And as we watch the 49ers next year, I see a scenario in which they beat Tennessee, they beat Jacksonville. This team's good. Well, let's wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see till the postseason.
Yeah, and I'll just fight you on the Warrior comp.
If they make it.
Yeah, no, I'll fight you on the Warrior comp only because, and I know the Niners made a move today for Huff, former Eagle Steiny, but the bottom line, to bolster their defensive line, hopefully, but I didn't like how you said put the Warriors in there.
Yeah,
even though they got their best player got hurt. So all bets were off in regard to where it took you to. We watched where it took you to. 23-8, and there's a lot that'll say they probably would have beat Minnesota. Neither here nor there. So I think that's different than where the Niners are.
If you're going to say that, then I'll say they were 133-point game from Buddy Hield away from getting beat in the first round. Buddy Hield doesn't have 33 in Game 7 against Houston. They lose that series.
Well,
so
I hate that.
I'm only going to go there when you say, "Oh, they'd have been in the Western Conference."
Do you think we'll take calls or even a text? I haven't seen one that says I'm confident because of the defense or the offense. I have yet to see that. I've said the coach. You said the schedule. I'm just wondering how many Niner fans are out there that could pick the horn up or call us or contact us and let us know, no, this is the unit or this is the guy, why I feel like the Niners have action.
This from the 650, Robert Saleh is a reason for optimism. Robert Saleh, the new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, if you're Huff, you had 10 sacks under him. So, you know what I mean?
Can somebody help me out there?
Got me or Evan.
It feels to me like the 49ers over the last 4 years have signed, 17 defensive ends at some point. Remember when Chase Young was signed?
Randy Gregory.
Leonard Floyd. Ebicom played a little bit.
And remember, I kept saying,
there were so many of them.
Don't forget Hargrave. This is supposed to be a position of strength.
But didn't he play in the middle?
Yeah.
I'm talking about a guy opposite Bosa. Can somebody play as far away from Bosa as the other end of the line so that he can have a good year?
You're more confident, because I have my answer after you go, in the O-line or D-line right now today on this lovely Friday?
The D-line, because...
Oh, my gosh.
Because your best defensive lineman is your best player of all your linemen, offensive or defensive. Nick Bosa is great.
He was not great last year.
He's your best player. He's still your best player on both sides of the line, and that includes Trent Williams as far as I'm concerned. That's just me.
I think you're wrong.
Okay.
And I include...
So you think Trent Williams had a better year?
McCaffrey's your best player.
No, you said line.
Yeah.
You said what worries you more? Which line?
And my answer was the O-line.
Okay.
I feel like you got more continuity.
I said the O-line.
I said D-line because Bosa's your best player.
That's why I said the D-line. I have more confidence in the defensive line because of all your linemen, the best lineman is Bosa, who plays on the defensive end.
Okay, and why I disputed that is because he hasn't. We just talked to Baldy's down and we watched the season, or the last two if you want to get technical. I don't think he's playing like your best player.
Who's got the highest ceiling of anybody on the offensive?
Now, that's a different question.
Well, that's what I'm banking it on. I think the best player on the line, either offensive or defensive, right now for the Niners is still Nick Bosa. Like if we had a draft.
Now, that's different.
Well, it isn't different. I'm just saying
I'm talking about
best
now.
Yeah, I think their best. Who had a better year than Bosa? Dominic Pooney? Maybe, but I'm still taking Bosa.
But Trent Williams had some off-the-field issues and deaths in the –
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Steiny,
he's not –
I want it to be Bosa, and so do they. But until we see it, that's going to go a long way on how successful this team could be.
We have seen it.
By both, Trent Williams and –
Right, and Bosa's probably more likely to do it again because he's still in his prime. That's why I would say if you're saying what are you more worried about, it would be the offensive line. I'm not saying I think the defensive line is going to be absolutely incredible.
There's 4 more guys to go along with their greatness. And I just feel like on that O-line, I know that people throw a lot of eggs at it, but it's damn near the same O-line since 19. It's always nothing to write home about, but they get it done enough for the team to get to the Super Bowl and have a chance to win.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, we just had Brian Baldinger on. A great interview, talked a lot of aspects of the 49ers. If you want to listen to it, just download that Odyssey app and hit the rewind. But we're talking about your optimism or pessimism level for the San Francisco 49ers. And my main point is, and feel free to disagree with me, is I have no idea what to expect from this team.
And I wonder if the coaches feel that way. They can never say that.
I mean, I'm sure Kyle feels pretty good about the offense, if for no other reason than at this particular moment, McCaffrey's healthy, Purdy's signed, sealed, and delivered, Kittle's coming off a hell of a year.
Your young receiver has a hamstring issue right now. I mean, let's be honest. That's another rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control. I mean, man, Pearsall, if this were a batting lineup, Steiny, he's batting third. Like, I know what about your seventh? We'll work you in. And hope but with everything that's happened with Ayuk and Debo being jettisoned out of here, I mean, it's his time right now.
What is it? Today's what? May 30th?
Just call it June.
When's the first regular season game in the NFL?
I want to say September 7th.
September?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Let's say September 7th, June, July, August.
What are you doing?
I think I'm going to give Ricky Pearsall the benefit of the doubt and say I think the hamstring will be okay in 3 months.
Well,
I know we thought that about McCaffrey.
The great Lori Matthews wanted me to ask you, who do you have more confidence in, the D-line coach or the O-line coach for the Niners?
Kocurek.
All right,
he's the guy who everybody seems to love. Did you really ask me that?
She asked it on the chat.
Did you really have to repeat it?
You did. You answered it.
I know, it's funny though. You just asked me if I had more confidence in the offensive line coach or the defensive line coach,
which was the cousin of the conversation we just had. And you nailed it. Come on now.
I'm equally uninterested in both. Maybe that, but
well, you answered it.
All right, I see Tony and Javier. We'll get to you on the other side. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. A couple things going on. They signed, or they're going to trade for Bryce Huff, played for the Eagles last year. Jets a couple years ago. They're in the process of making that move. Ricky Pearsall's got a hamstring injury. He won't do much until training camp. Jake Moody is a story. He's worked on his, what do they call it when a kicker is setup, his delivery? He's going from a 3-step kick to a 2-step kick.
I would call that form.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll get some. You've never, like my boy Carrington Galloway, G-Force Transportation, kicked for the College of San Mateo, one of the few black field goal kickers in the Bay Area in history. Steiner, he could kick. So we'd go out and have you ever kicked a ball off a tee, like a field goal attempt or extra point?
Yes.
How'd you do?
Not well.
I don't know why I think you're lying.
I tended to kick it with the toe.
Okay.
And
so you had cleats on?
No. Never owned a pair of cleats.
That tells us a lot.
Wait, hold on a second.
I hope you did. Flag football, you had to have cleats.
Never wore metal cleats.
Well, those are spikes. They
didn't allow spikes in Mighty Might baseball when I played. Only the rubber spikes. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, OTAs. They'll pick up next week again. And Ricky Pearsall, who's worried? You are.
No.
What
did Baldy say? He didn't like it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not, come on.
Who's going to say, you know what? What a great break for the Niners. It's just a wonderful offseason. Ricky Pearsall just got hurt. Of course it's a blow. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that one didn't age well.
That's not who I am. When Evan plays, we're Warriors.
I think it's a perfect indication of who you are.
Hey, I know we're talking Niners, Steiny. I just, and I'm going to pay you and Evan today if we get together. I got outstanding.
Which one?
You don't even remember.
Of course I don't. You lose track when you're 72-3.
Evan, I didn't forgot. I might be a different show. It was
the Warriors weren't going to win the title. That's another win for me.
But them just giving OC a chance. I would have loved to see
Sean O'Connell?
No, OKC. The Warriors. They play a different brand of offense, man.
Evan, come on, Evan. You were ridiculing callers yesterday, raking them over the coals with his take. But because it's Guru,
come for me. I listened.
You can't possibly have watched that series and think the Warriors are going to beat them.
Hold on. The bar of the day yesterday was Evan, and I visualized it. Pod's bringing it up. I said, oh, dude, they got some dogs, man. Their defense is more impressive than their offense.
Would Steph Curry have been able to bring it up court against OKC?
Pick any one of their hyenas.
Dude, you just, wow, man.
And you know what? Hyenas, they kill wolves.
And I hate on your boy with the headband.
Boy with the headband.
Won a ring with the Lakers.
Caruso.
Man, his hand game. He's handsy. They're all handsy.
It's another one.
Dude, man.
I can remember 2 years ago saying, a guy like Caruso, oh, he stinks. He stinks. He's terrible. He's terrible. I'm like, hey, I like him. Myers ought to hire me.
Now, what's this mean? Evan, remind Guru how he and Steiny are snitches.
It is funny how you just mentioned Myers. I think I have it right. Yeah, here we go.
I was talking to Dunleavy about that, and I said, I don't need the drug. Dunleavy and knowing each other. Who's pushing the
That's
button?
Evan.
Yeah, Evan. That's your boy, Evan.
You guys snitched me out to Bob Myers in less than 5 seconds. You couldn't even finish the question.
Bob needed help. Evan,
I misunderstood.
It wasn't about snitching on you.
I misunderstood. That was an honest mistake.
You said it and then I said it.
It was an honest mistake on my part.
Let's hear it again.
I was talking to Dunleavy about that, and I said, I don't need the drug. Dunleavy and knowing each other. Who's pushing the
That's
button?
Evan.
Yeah, Evan. That's your boy, Evan. Oh,
thanks, guys.
Just ran Evan over on Highway 880 with that one. I feel bad, but you said it first.
I made a mistake. I made an honest mistake. I apologize. What about you? You were right on my heels.
I was helping Bob out. He needed a name.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Mr. Javier in Vacaville.
Yeah.
What's up, Javi?
He knows the stuff.
How you doing, Mr. Simons, Mr. Derek Guru Johnson? Hey, let's put the rat on the table, man, right now. 2 times in the day.
Sponsored by
Okay, you understand
Atco
me?
Pest Control, all yours.
That's right. Shout out to them. Now, like I was saying, they had what I would call a overpay for Purdy at $10 million per. I think he's for 43, not 53. I was very disappointed in the release of Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd. They had no defensive line depth. But just shout out to that movie Dumb and Dumber when Lloyd Christmas is talking to Mr. Harry. Just when I thought you couldn't get any dumber, you go and totally redeem yourself and get your man Bryce up. Today is a great freaking day for the 49ers. If you guys aren't excited the way you need to be excited, wake your game up, turn up a notch. I'm telling you, gentlemen, this is a underrated, humongous move opposite Bosa. Man, when Robert Saleh comes back in the building, man, we're like Mac Dre really feeling ourselves and getting our swag back. I'm telling you, gentlemen, I was so underwhelmed by we got no D-line depth, we got no passers outside of Bosa. To get him in this type of trade, a mid-round pick, this late, I mean, any restructure to take a pay cut, we might be lacking maybe 1 or 2 defensive tackles, more or less 1 veteran, I'll say at the most. But this is like when Dumb and Dumber said, you went and totally redeemed yourself. John Lynch, you redeemed yourself, brother. I appreciate you. 49er fans, Shafty, all you guys, please. I can't wait to hear what you got to say on Monday. This is a great freaking move, and it's my mom's birthday. Shout out to my mom.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Today, man.
Javi, I got a question for you.
He's fired up.
You ready?
Oh, yeah.
How many defensive linemen are they going to sign to play opposite Bosa, and then they get blamed because Bosa doesn't play well?
Oh, well, way to be Debbie Downer. Are you saying in his career or are you saying this season?
That's who he is.
I'm saying, if it's not Huff, it's Leonard Floyd, it's Chase Young. Come on. If he were doing his job, they wouldn't need it.
50% effort in the relax. Hey, I'll tell you this, Bo. If Chase Young was doing what he's supposed to do in the championship game, the Super Bowl, he would have got a fat paycheck from the 49ers. It wasn't because of Nick Bosa not doing what he's supposed to. Now, Leonard Floyd, I don't want to release Leonard Floyd. I think he's a cap casualty. I think they could have afforded him. They paid 43 for Purdy. They kept Floyd and Malik Collins. I think our defense would have been set. But this takes away 50% of that loss. I'm saying right now, Bryce Huff is a guy. Bryce Huff is a guy, a real guy. They get a defensive tackle.
I'll tell you what.
A veteron.
Hey, Javi, thanks. I'll tell you what.
Wow.
I'll tell you what.
Baldy said Bosa, I asked him, Bosa should be happy with this signing too.
Who cares? He probably liked the Floyd signing, the Ebukam signing.
No, he wants some help, Steiny.
Of course he does.
And it sounds like Robert Saleh and Huff, they got a rapport. I didn't have sacks 2 years ago.
I actually do think we should put it in the cap.
Javi with the
that
record.
Javi is the first caller to say this was a difference-making move.
Yeah.
And if you're not aware, the 49ers are in the process of trading for Bryce Huff, played for the Eagles last year, and then the Jets the year before. So obviously Robert Saleh is familiar with him.
Well, he was down on the position as a whole, and this move has got him back like he used the Dumb and Dumber reference. Now he looks at this unit differently, Steiny. And that's what you asked for with a trade.
Well, but we must allow for the fact that it's possible this guy could stand.
Hello.
Exactly.
Yeah. But it looks like
the other 7 apparently have not been able to get it done long term on that side of the defensive line. How come? Why haven't they settled in on a guy?
Chase Young, to me, okay Super Bowl.
Yeah, he played 7 games or whatever it was.
Oh, man.
Did you hear about, I kind of wanted to talk about this. I want to switch to this.
Yeah.
Did you hear you got called out last night? Kind of.
Oh, boy. What? Let me guess. Hold on.
Yeah.
Priest.
No. Pascal Siakam.
How's that got anything to do with me?
He addressed.
I saw it and heard it.
Yeah, it may as well have been you asking the question. All right, so Goose says to me, about 10 minutes ago, Steiny, you shocked the Knicks won? No, I'm not shocked the Knicks won. They were playing a home game 5. It take it to the bank.
They could have laid down.
Just no team lays down unless they're the Wolves. Okay. Listen to Pascal Siakam.
All right.
And just Guru, just take note.
I got you.
How is that possible?
What do you mean?
How is it possible to not fight hard enough in games?
What are you talking about? They played harder than us. It's okay. We played hard, but they played harder. What's your point? I don't get it.
My point is, you're saying you guys got outfought, and I'm saying
that happens in the game, though. That's basketball.
In game 5, you didn't play. You're saying
you're good. You're good, bro. You're looking for something. I know. But damn. No. But I'm telling you though. I told you. What else you want me to tell you?
Well, what you tell me how? That's all I'm asking.
Well, what about you telling me? So go ahead. Who's this guy? Who's this guy?
Well, he's famous now.
Oh, he is? What's his name?
I'm just whoever he is he's probably at the job cooler. Everybody like
Batman.
that. Yes. That was just a misunderstanding.
No, it wasn't.
I think the reporter thought that Siakam was saying they didn't bring it. And Siakam was saying they wanted it, they fought harder than us. And that's not an admittance of quit. And I think the reporter took it as such. I'm Team Siakam on that.
Well, that'll be the first time.
Oh, my God.
It will.
So you heard that and thought about your old pal.
Absolutely.
Me. You are something
absolutely
else.
Steiny.
There's something else.
What was it? Oh, Warriors. How could they lose Game 5 to the Rockets? They could have ended the series.
Oh,
Okay, well, the Rockets were playing more desperate, and
Warriors missed every shot in the fourth quarter.
They outworked them. Let me tell you. Okay, let me tell you what happens in sports sometimes, Goo. And people who played the game know. There are times when you come out to play a game and you're ready and you think you're prepared and you've dotted your I's and you've crossed your T's and you go out and you're prepared to perform at a high level, and then you start to play and you realize, wow, they've got 4 or 5 guys that are playing at a level that we didn't anticipate or we didn't think was possible. And so you get in that game and I like to use the word desperation.
Right. I get it. It didn't go the way you wanted.
The idea that the New York Knicks can be eliminated with a loss and they're playing at home, you do realize that it's impossible for the Pacers to create that sense of desperation because they have 3 games to play with.
Oklahoma City did it.
And that's why they are the best team in the league.
Now, hold on. They went 7 with Denver. Let's slow down on giving them that. Because nobody was running around here with ice cream cones saying, see this or that.
No. Steiny. Well, what does that say about Minnesota?
I told you.
We quit. Oh, you didn't tell me you were there?
Now it comes out.
Oh, man.
That's shtick.
What shtick?
They didn't quit. I'm just saying that to get you off my back.
Big shtick. Yeah. But don't just.
Okay, you know what? As long as we're doing this.
Thinking about me outside of work.
I'm going to think about you.
I'm not the internet.
I have to think about you when you're not here. All right? So I think about you a lot.
Wow.
So don't think for a minute I've forgotten all during the regular season. Steiny, it's the regular season. OKC, I mean, they're young. Steiny, they lost in the second round last year. I mean, 68 wins. That doesn't mean anything.
Keep going.
They are a great team.
You didn't hear me 5 minutes ago?
They've been the best team in the NBA all year long. And now, but here's the thing. Now they got to the finals, and you're going to be like, yeah, boy, they're good now. It's like, no, they've been good all year.
Yeah, you're right.
Thanks for coming to the party.
But I'm different
But you're like a Dodger fan. You're late.
No, hey, I'm different than you. I'm Mr. Missouri. I'm from the show me state.
Yeah.
And they have showed me that what they have done, which was stellar. My only thing was like, okay, let's see you do it.
Then they did.
And I kind of was
like,
expecting
who are you
it
to even ask them?
We'll see.
Well, it's the same thing with Minnesota. They didn't do it.
That's right.
And that's a disappointment.
It is, but like Oklahoma City not a better team than Minnesota?
Oh, no doubt.
Okay.
But they set the bar, OKC, Steiny, and Evan, so high. I was just like, man, is it too high? And they told me, Goo, nah, we got this. And let me tell you something else.
Right. So
they're not going anywhere.
Oh.
And they got draft picks. Oh,
but I'll tell you what.
Looked at the next 3 years for them.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, next year, if they win 68 games and they go into the postseason, you'll say, Steiny, Denver took them to 7 last year.
I'm just saying, put respect on Denver's name.
No.
And I told you this.
And why'd they take them to 7?
This is my bar.
Why did Denver take them to 7?
They're about to embark on a Warrior run that started in 2014. I said it. They got the ingredients,
and you
man.
said the same thing about Denver 2 years ago and Boston last year.
Everybody and nobody wants to be greedy. You know,
let me ask you this.
Ready.
Let me ask you this. Another bad take from you.
Who?
Why did Denver give the Oklahoma City Thunder such a battle? Why?
Just matchups.
No. Adelman.
Are you kidding me?
Evan, if I could, this guy,
coach?
I want to just, I want to throw him to the ground right now. Radio, you don't even
lay out.
You don't even
lay out right now.
Worst take of the year.
Put your glasses on.
Alfred E. Newman all of a sudden is Larry Brown.
They have the Cronkies, God love them.
Stop.
They have the guts to see that this thing is going down the toilet. And they fire Mike Malone with 4 games left.
Who has a ring?
You are just, oh my God, I can't believe it.
Mike Malone would have had it. They would have won Game 7.
My
they would have won Game 7 if you wouldn't have ripped
They wouldn't
the
have
rug
even
out
been in
from-
that series. They would have lost in the first round.
How do you know? You do not
Because I know. Because they played
You're
better.
So sometimey and act like you got sources in Denver.
I got
can make
sources
the
all
argument
over.
that Game 7, Michael Malone would have had his team ready to win. Why didn't he earn that chance?
You think Denver would have beaten the Clippers if they would not have fired Mike Malone?
Yes, sir. I don't put that. I'm not going to diss Malone and be like the weather and change like you do because you read an article.
Did they fire Jokic?
Exactly.
Did they fire Aaron Gordon?
Exactly.
Did they fire Jamal Murray?
Oh, my hamstring all of a sudden
I have no idea
now,
what
Jamal
your point
Murray.
is right now.
Jamal quit on Michael Malone.
That's right. So fire Jamal Murray?
No, shame on
So
you
did Jokic.
for falling for that. No, they didn't. They played hard.
They played harder for Adelman.
Yeah.
Yes
they
or
won
no?
the first round because they were a better team than the Clippers, not because they fired their head coach.
They
Now
beat
this
the
guy's a
Clippers
god.
because they were galvanized
Steiny,
after they had
what's in your
not
cup?
played hard for their coach.
Were they not galvanized in the second round?
I want no
They
part
wouldn't
of
have. They were. They had lost like 9
Yeah, they
of
pushed them to
15.
7 because they were really good.
And you sound like you're talking about a rec center team.
So Michael Malone was getting the most out of that
He's
team.
got a ring in his
I
made.
don't care.
I don't care. Why don't you
so
care?
because you have a ring, you can't fire a guy?
No, it's just give him the
Do you
benefit of the
believe?
doubt.
He had lost a team.
You don't know that.
Well, why did they fire
Because
him?
accountability.
Why
he wanted
did they
more from his
fire
player.
him?
They also fired the GM. They wanted all of them out of there.
Exactly. And how did it work?
But I don't live my life like
They
that.
got to the second
I'm
round.
gonna act like I know what it is. Michael Malone, you're now a bum. When I've heard
Nobody said he's a bum.
Because I've
The
heard you say he
change-
was a great coach.
He
But
is a
now-
great
it
coach.
Don't sound like you're talking
Every
about him as a great
coach
coach
loses
right
his
now.
voice at some point.
Yeah.
Every coach.
Yeah. I know Jamal Murray dogged it, and as soon as he got the new coach, he was back.
Well,
Game 7, Mike Malone, Evan, I believe would have had
you're
him.
right. You're right. They made the wrong choice. They
Whether they
shouldn't have
fired
fired
the coach
Malone.
or not, they still have the best player on the damn planet. You're acting like Nikola Jokic isn't still going to average 30, 10, and 10 every single game he walks into.
I'm telling you that the direction they were going, they knew they were going nowhere in the
Malone would have had him
postseason.
in the same
No, they wouldn't have.
spot.
That's
what
where
this boils down to.
No chance.
No, my point is that you're giving more credit to a guy that's coached 4 games, not
man.
even in the regular season,
And then
throwing away the fact that they have a great team.
and
Yeah,
just
they're a
kicking
great team.
Malone, throwing him just into the bay.
I mean,
drop
for you guys,
nothing.
for you guys not to see that Denver probably played its best basketball in the postseason. I
That's
don't
like
know.
blaming the Warriors losing 4 games on Steve Kerr.
He's a guy.
So
I
just
just
say
found
that
out.
they shouldn't have fired Malone.
Prisoners.
No,
run
what
the
I'm
aside.
saying
What are you
is
saying?
I'm saying the head coach is not as important as the best damn player.
And he
Can you
was
listen to what I'm
confused. That
saying?
defense
If
had
a
him
coach
confused.
loses the team and another coach comes in and they have more confidence in him, chances are that team's going to play better.
You say it all the time. The head coach gets too much credit or too much blame. You're giving too much credit to Adelman. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm shocked.
Mike Malone clearly had lost the team.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. What are you saying?
I'm saying you're giving too much damn credit to a guy that has never coached a basketball game in his life before this year.
Without any inside knowledge.
I'm saying they play better under Adelman than Malone.
Well,
there's no doubt.
asylum and you're okay with it.
Welcome to pro sports, Goo.
Well, that ain't how it works
welcome
here.
to pro sports.
That's not how it works in the Bay with Kerr.
What are you saying? Whoa, what are you saying? It doesn't work that way with Kerr.
We know who the sheriff is.
What does that mean?
The prisoners don't run the asylum. They got to say, but the fact that you're up here, it sounds like you're an advocate for all of the players because the coach might have been too hard on them. You sound like, hey, guys, hey, Johnny, that's okay. Double thumbs up. We'll just get him fired, and then this new coach will have this guy in the Bay thinking he did it. He didn't do a damn thing.
Adelman didn't do a thing?
Michael Malone would have won that. Michael Malone would have won Game 7.
Okay.
I can't wait for him to his reemergence.
Right, and he'll be a good coach. He had been there 10 years. They tuned him out.
Coach for 2 weeks.
And they played great, Goo. And if you can't see that they played greater. They played with more effort under Adelman. That's obvious to the naked eye.
Jamal Murray showed up. He was available. He played possum for whatever reason.
Yeah, for whatever reason, Michael Malone was not maximizing the Denver Nuggets at the end. I don't know why. I don't know why.
But you really believe they wouldn't have got nowhere near close to that?
I think they would have lost in the first round of the Clippers and maybe in like 4 or 5 games. I really do. They were going nowhere. They were in a malaise. But we can talk about this other thing. So if a coach loses a team, what are you supposed to do? Like, okay, it became obvious Jamal Murray wasn't playing, and I don't even know if this is true, wasn't playing hard for Malone.
Or playing at all.
Or the level.
Or playing at all, Stein.
The level that the team is playing at, the owners and front office say, we're not playing at the level we should be.
Okay, but you fired your GM too, so things were.
Because they were,
It wasn't just all the players. And my point is, if you won for me, and I've seen you win, I'm not ripping out. I'm not taking you out of the most important part of the season for you to.
So no
work
head
your
coach
magic
with a ring should ever be fired.
No, I'm not saying.
Yes, you are.
No, you're making it sound like that, and that's too simple. Stop.
Well,
you're gonna
what happened 2 years ago,
and you're going to finish this season out. I'm not doing what Denver did, and that's why everybody was shocked, and that's why their ass lost.
So now they lost because they fired Malone.
No, because Jokic looked confused with that fierce defense. Okay, when does Jokic look regular and mediocre? Like, see, that defense, they did that to Jokic. I mean, they can do it to anybody. My point is, my boy deserved better. And if Murray was healthy, oh my gosh, Michael Malone, maybe they win Game 7.
He didn't. He got what he deserved because he was fighting with the GM. They didn't talk. They didn't respect each other. And coincidentally, they weren't playing well or hard for Malone. They got rid of them both. And you know what? They started playing better.
I'm shocked that you're caping up for Malone.
How many people had the Clippers beating Denver in the first round? Most. Right. Exactly. But Denver won. Denver, everybody said, best series, Denver, LA. LA, dangerous. I'm just saying, they beat them. Denver beat LA.
James Harden, Game 7.
And I
don't notice what's going on either.
Dude, I can't. That hurt me. That's your worst take in our 8-year relationship. That you act like if they. Well, it's
there's a couple contenders.
We'll talk about it later. But I just sometimes I don't know who you are.
Put your arms down. I'm not in this one. Oh my gosh, I'm doing homework on the other side, and you're all in trouble. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
I say, I'm Batman.
I was just a pig in heaven.
Who's this guy?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What? You just pointed at me.
Yeah, I just had a quick story I forgot.
Okay.
At the domino tournament, a young lady or a lady asked me to guess her age.
Oh, my God.
And I had a
Please
few
tell me you didn't.
And I looked like, that's not the game you want to play, right? And I didn't answer. Goo is growing up, Steiny. I didn't answer.
I think it's a very easy game to play.
She was offended that I didn't answer because I may have been. But I learned my lesson, like, hey, you're pregnant. No.
Whatever number you think, you just subtract 10.
You know what? I'm done living like that. I don't want to do that to appease anybody.
No, you know what? You still do. Because for a short period of time, I stopped playing that game. And
I couldn't believe it.
I think you might have been there.
What you mean?
A couple months ago, we were out.
Oh yeah.
But that
woman wanted to play this game. I'm sorry, I got to do it.
That's why I had PTSD.
Who's this guy?
She said, "Well, guess my age," and I was like, "I don't know if you want to do this with me."
I forgot
because I don't like to play this game. And she said, "No, just tell me." And I looked at her, and I said, 44. And she was incredulous because
the whole mood.
She was 44.
The whole mood changed.
And she got a little
she was looking for 34, Evan. She was looking for 34.
Yeah, she was.
I wanted to say you asked him. Right.
Anybody who asks the question means you got to just shave something off the top.
So what did you end up guessing?
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't
I remember, I was like, you know what? I can't win, Goo. You look young.
All right.
You're taking heat for. I'm just.
Oh, the one thing I wanted to get around.
Killed. Yeah.
Because some things we don't talk about when they happen, but then later. Congratulations are in order to David Adelman. David Adelman was the interim coach of the Denver Nuggets, and he took over for Michael Malone and did such a great job. He's been hired full time. I don't know if you guys realize this, but Denver was 41-22. They were playing really well, and then all of a sudden, they lost 10 of 16 games. They fell to 47-32. Something was clearly wrong, and rather than go into the playoffs as a lame duck team going nowhere, they decided to make a gutsy move. They fired their GM. They fired Mike Malone. Tough thing to do. He'd won a title 2 years ago. David Adelman then took over the team. They won their last 3 games. Then they went ahead and they beat the LA Clippers, a team that many people had going to the Western Conference Finals. And then as we see, the Oklahoma City Thunder are just a wonderful team. They are so good, so deep, so tough. And boy, Denver had them in a Game 7. So well-deserved David Adelman, the new head coach permanently for the Denver Nuggets. I think we can expect big things. And I think the Denver Nuggets are back on the NBA landscape.
Right. And your new Bay, because you're riding for him, man.
This is from the 707. Hi, guys. I just moved back to California after 15 years in northern Colorado. Matt is right.
No, stop.
Malone was fired because he had lost the team. Just before he was fired, he admitted he had given up trying to get them to play defense and that they were unwilling to do so. That's from my main man, one of my favorite listeners, Gil. Yeah. Hey, Gil. You're welcome here anytime.
The argument.
That is for me.
He's so off the mark.
It is for me.
You're acting like he was guarding Kawhi Leonard.
Who?
David Adelman.
Oh, he did a great job. Did you see what he did to James? Did you see what he did to James Harden in Game 7?
Yeah, James Harden, what he does what he normally does in Game 7, he throws up on himself.
His whole career,
and that has a lot to do with his defensive philosophy.
He was done wrong.
Who was?
Malone. And he's got a ring.
He quit.
But your new favorite coach is Adelman.
He quit.
My buddy Rutherford went to Northern Colorado.
I love Michael Malone, but sometimes it's time. It's just time. Steve Kerr's
the timing was awful.
No, actually, the timing was perfect.
And you didn't like it. You didn't like it.
Perfect. Gutsy. You cannot let coaches run wild. That's all.
No, you can't. So what happened in Game 7 against the Thunder?
Oh, I mean, you got to tip your hat to the Thunder. I know we don't like to do that. We like to blame and point fingers and say great players stink when they lose. But the fact is, Oklahoma City has shown their
defensive prowess.
Oh my goodness,
I've never seen Jokic look so normal.
Got to give OKC a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, they lost by 30.
Yeah.
They were there.
Just like the Timberwolves.
Yeah. Me on a Thursday, they no-showed. That's what they did. And you are up here caping for, like, where was that honestly on your list?
What?
You are.
What?
You're trying to make this.
I told you at the time they fired Malone. I was
Riley.
like, I get it. They don't think they're going anywhere.
But that's my point. I don't want you to get it. We thought you were from a fabric.
Sorry,
of old
sorry,
school
I'm
and
different than you.
respect
I'm
and
different.
Standards.
I don't guess.
Now you're on the new trendy train.
Well, then you're not allowed to take victory laps.
No, I don't
need to.
You've taken 3 today.
And none are valid.
Oh, we got another text. Steiny, you're on point. Michael Malone was a stubborn coach that lost the locker room. Teams do not win when players don't care about their coach. And here's the best part of this
People
text.
are helping you out.
Here's the best part of this text. Mm-hmm.
People are helping you out on a Friday.
I'm going to turn the text line off.
He would, man.
Man, what?
What would you do without it?
I'd have.
Oh, boy.
No, it's not a bit. Just a crutch.
You're like a crutch.
I need one. I need 2.
About an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Feel free, 888-957-9570. You want to text in. Feel free to compliment me on my basketball knowledge.
What about football?
Well, I got to tell you, Guru threw me off with the Laurie Matthews question.
But you got it.
Thank God.
You got it.
Steiny, who are you more worried about? The 49ers offensive line coach
and
or
you had
defensive?
Yeah.
I was just a pig in heaven.
So, all right.
Paul, just a man.
Baldy. Yeah, we had Brian Balding on earlier and talked about the 49ers.
And their big trade, Steiny, because Javi in Vacaville is Bryce Hupp is now a Niner, and he is like.
Here we go.
No, that was a fan calling. And he was down and out about the defensive line for the Niners up until this news just broke a couple hours ago. And I'm just telling you, that's part of being a fan, Steiny, is the Jim Carrey that he mentioned. So you're saying there's a chance. And if this guy gets back with Saul and can duplicate what he did a couple years ago, I mean, man, Bosa's got some help. We'll find out.
I'm on to Paul Maurice.
Who was that?
I told you I'd like to talk about this at some point. Paul Maurice is the head coach.
Another head coach he wants to give credit to.
Yeah, this is just sickening.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Do you watch the game?
No.
Or do you just watch the head coach?
What's the sport?
Because we got to get into Valkyries.
No, I actually do really like this guy.
So the Panthers were playing the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
Gotcha.
In hockey. It's one of the 4 major sports, Goo. And when the series was over, they have a tradition. Players shake hands after the series, not after individual games. But things have gotten a little out of hand in terms of these handshake lines. It's not just players.
Okay.
So listen to Paul Maurice, because after that series was over, he was talking to the other coach about this.
It's a personal belief, and I really appreciate what he did because I understand the risk. That there's a bit of a risk. So the story goes like this: I don't believe that the coaches should shake players' hands at the end. I don't. There's this long list of people in suits and tracksuits. I mean, we had like 400 people on the ice. They're all really important to our group, but not one of them was in the game. There's something for me visually with the camera on of just the men who played, who blocked shots, who fought for each other. It's the end of one season. It's excitement for the other. The last thing that a player on the Carolina Hurricanes deserves is 50 more guys in suits they have. They have no idea who they are. And that's not a negative. There should be something really kind of beautiful about just the camera on those men who played shaking hands. So we should respect that.
I mean, that is the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
So why has it not happened?
It's going to start to happen, hopefully, in hockey.
I'm not mad at him, but I would like, he said 50 and it can get monotonous. I get that. But the head coach, like, I like that. Like Minnesota did with OKC, Finch. I spend hours, you know, you look at the other, like Shea, my staff and myself have been sleepless trying to stop you. I like the coaches being a part of it. But when you get to 50 or more than 8, I kind of get that. But I like the coach. The coach is part of the game.
Yeah, I think that in the past, in hockey, it was just understood that the players shake hands after it's after a series in the playoffs.
But I wonder why it's coming up now and no other coach. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Because clearly executives, PR department people, salespeople, minority owners now go out into the handshake line and are shaking hands with these athletes. The athletes have no idea who they are, and it could set up a really bad situation. Player on a team that lost has got to
let me ask you and Evan this.
Shake hands with these nobodies from another team?
Would that have been more powerful from a player? Or do you think,
it's more powerful for a coach just because he's saying we shouldn't even be in this either? And I mean,
I wonder if it sticks.
If you want to know my true feeling.
Well, you're supposed to tell the truth all the time.
Well, I mean, listen, hockey clearly has a standard or a history.
Sportsmanship.
So I'm not going to speak to hockey, but I'm a firm believer in the NBA. You don't have to shake hands after a game. You can go right to the locker room.
But why?
Because too much, there can be too much emotion at that point.
But we've been on earth forever. Some of us have, it feels like. But the bottom line, Stoney, is what, 1% something gets out of hand? And it's like two boxers. They beat each other brains out, and what's the first thing they do when the bell goes? They hug and embrace.
Right.
I do away with the national anthem, but I love watching Ant Edwards and those guys pay respect to the winning team. That's what, and that's why I think, Stoney, that's the standard.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, if I were Adam Silver, I'd say we can lose this. And here's the other.
What message does that send the kids? Oh, I'm serious. Like, it's been around forever.
You want to
start all of a sudden?
You want to start going down that road? Well, first of all, it hasn't been around forever because every time something,
if you're a Piston fan,
every time something happens where somebody doesn't do something, it becomes a controversy. And and here's the other thing. These guys, the players on each team, they see each other 10 minutes after the game.
I'll give you that.
In the arena back near the locker room.
Well, let's be honest, Stoney. Let's go back to your heyday or our heyday. Lakers, Celtics, as much as they battled, they had that respect to where they gave each other, they dapped each other up before walking off.
I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying that if you lose a heartbreaker.
Well, baseball is the one we don't see, and I hate it because you're in the dugout and it's just like you're watching them party. But I kind of get that. I like, I know you think I'm a nerd. After Minnesota lost Evan and Stoney, I was like, let me just get the feel-good vibe of watching them, even though they're hurt or mad, disappointed, go pay, props.
Yeah, it should be optional. But I guess what I'm saying is, if a guy loses and goes to the locker room because he's fuming and maybe even can't stand some guys on the other team,
it's not a crime.
Is that just because the Celtics did it?
What'd they do?
They walked off the court.
That was the Pistons.
I thought the Pistons walked off the court because the Celtics walked off the court.
Okay. All right. Hold on. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. We're an Odyssey station.
Just take a deep breath, Stoney. Take a deep breath, man. It's Friday.
I got you nailed, man.
No, you don't.
Isaiah Thomas said the Celtics walked off the court.
That's right. And the reason the Celtics walked off the court, and I happened to be at the game, was because that game was played in front of the largest crowd in NBA history, I believe, at the time. It was played at the Silverdome. They had 38,000 fans there. the Pistons were finally going to get over on the Celtics, and it was a safety issue. With 30 seconds left, the Celtics pulled Bird and McHale, and they were like, just go into the locker room because this is going to be crazy. And they were right. Fans stormed the court, but the Celtics had gone in without shaking hands. It was a safety issue. I was there.
Well, Isaiah took it differently, apparently.
No, we talked about it when he was here. He acknowledged my point. Don't you remember? I
wasn't here. Evan was in when you guys had him right. And he used the
It was a safety issue.
All right, but what about what they did to the Bulls?
The Pistons.
Yeah. They'll never live that down.
Nobody even remembers.
The Bulls finally got over.
In the grand scheme of things.
Isaiah did the shoulders. You can't see me unless you're looking at me on YouTube, acting like he didn't see him. And that's why I met their criteria.
He did.
Obviously not.
No, he met it.
They said Magic has something to do with it. But dude, I couldn't believe I watched that. Like, man, y'all doing that.
And I guess
he went on to win 6.
This is where you and I are different. You get all like, hey, what about Pistons? Didn't shake hands with the Bulls. Who cares? Oh, Anthony Edwards, he took a victory lap. Who cares? Talk to me about what's happening between the lines. Dude, between the lines, that's where it matters.
You know what Anthony is on now.
Not that cosmetic crap.
But when you go out your way to tell the world, my stuff don't stink.
In round 1.
Yeah.
Didn't you hear him say?
No, then
round 1.
Hold on, he talked about that list he had where he was knocking off OGs.
Yeah.
Where's that same energy? I want to take a trip around OKC after you lost. Yeah, by Gertie.
How about the way he took a lap against the Lakers, but he didn't even need to take one against the Warriors? Because it wasn't that big of an accomplishment.
Now you're fighting for your life. Hey, give me one more moment in the Bay that will forever be embedded in your mind. I said Cap and Alex Smith, but the number one was Spreewell.
I mean, there's so many.
You were there for that.
I wasn't in. I was there, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, no. I'm saying when they had the thing where it took on a racial undertow when all the black players were behind.
Yeah.
Let me go, Dre. No.
Dude, how about this? Does anybody out there remember and we're talking about craziest moments in the Bay, the morning show.
That was great.
They had some fun with this. And it's not just like Lubman said, what's the craziest play? I was like, well, the play in this Cal-Stanford game. And he was like, no, it's a good one, but it can also be stuff that happened off the field. Just really weird stuff, crazy. How about Monte Ellis's moped accident?
Well, that one was different because it wasn't here, but
he lied.
Yeah, he did.
He lied about it.
But we didn't know right away.
But that makes it all the more crazy. And then they docked him pay.
Yeah. Did you get
which I don't believe the San Francisco Giants did when Bumgarner fell off the horse.
I was going to say Bumgarner's dirt bike incident.
Dirt bike.
I was going Jeff Kent. Yeah, remember he was
washing his truck?
He's up there allegedly. But I sent you and Evan. I'm back on it. I was down. Monte Ellis went in on this AAU and American basketball, and the parents stink, and they don't trust you. You want your little Johnny to get the privilege. He went in on everything on why our MVPs are coming from different countries. Monte Ellis, the guy that joined us, Sonny, I sent you the video. Check it. He went in. They're uncoachable. The parents are in the way. Nobody listens. All you care about is a damn dunk or a highlight. You celebrate. I'm like, this is Monte Ellis, Mr. Mississippi.
See, this is the way.
Yikes.
I'd like to discuss this, and maybe it's not. Maybe it's impossible. But I question.
Okay.
I'm curious. So we have heard many players, coaches absolutely rip AAU basketball, right?
I mean,
universal.
Yeah, they got a guy.
They're AAU's the reason the game isn't as good.
I'm going to shut up. Yep.
So my question is, are you really telling me that there are no really good AAU programs? Like, there have to be.
Are they teaching fundamentals,
There have to be some AAU programs that do it the right way. There have to be, right? There has to be a few of them.
Okay, but maybe even if let's give them a few. That's obviously not enough. Where have the fundamentals gone? What's going on with
care about fundamentals all of a sudden?
I'm being real. What's going on with the G League? Kaminga, he's a product.
You don't have the ha-ha.
The green, what's going on? I'm asking you. Something's happening. I don't know who's at fault, but my gosh, AAU they're getting beat on more than Jesus.
Again, all I'm asking is.
Thanks, Evan.
all I'm asking is.
Be careful, right?
There have got to be some AAU programs that are respected, that have very good coaches, and that produce a lot of players.
I'm with you.
But
what if there are more bad ones?
Well, there are, clearly.
And so we're watching it with what's coming in the league.
Well, why don't we start lionizing the positive AAU programs out there?
Because if you preach what we used to preach in the 80s and 90s, you probably have 2 kids on your team. Kyrie Irving even said it. Kobe said it.
Okay, so you're saying there are none.
I guess the kids they just want to play, Stoney.
No, I get all that, and I'm
not saying everyone doesn't.
We kill the younger generation, and I get it.
No, but now we're seeing proof.
Right, but
watch an NBA game.
They shoot the 3 better than they ever have in history.
Okay, we're talking about fundamentals.
Now I'm going to have to take
We're talking about the fundamentals.
I got news for you. Fundamentals change. And a fundamental now in basketball is 3-point shooting. You better be able to shoot it. It almost is a fundamental. It's almost a mandatory now, whether you're 6 foot
so
or 7 foot.
So you're saying it's dead then? Fundamentals as we know them. The Tim Duncans.
I would never say it's dead.
Well, it's obviously a problem.
Right. And I'm asking for somebody out there to tell me if there are positive AAU programs out there. Right. There have to be. I mean, for example, Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd has a girls program that's run out of Alameda.
Okay.
Sal Castaneda.
I would bet that they're doing fundamentals.
Okay, so I got to believe.
But we're talking about across the country.
That's right. But I got it. Why don't we highlight the ones that do it right if there are guys who do it right? And bring positive attention to that.
Because, the negativity sells. Last one about a moment for me in the Bay. And I'll never forget this, Donnie. 2001 American League. I think it was a divisional series against the Yankees. Jeremy Giambi did not slide. Jeter made it was only a great play because Pete Rose is probably RIP, rolling over in his grave, that you acted like you were at a company softball game. Yeah. Why wouldn't you slide?
Yeah, he would have been out anyway. Let's go to Marv. Marv in Livermore wants to talk to Goo. Hey, Marv, how are you?
What's up, Marv?
Hey, guys. Hey, good. Goo, you got it kind of wrong. The premise is correct, but the issue you see or have is overseas, particularly in Europe, where these guys are coming from.
Yeah.
They're able to, at 14, 13, go to club teams who have them every day. In the U.S., you're in high school, you play AAU in the summer.
Okay.
It's like the pros. When do you have time to practice those fundamentals? So it's not an it's indictment, but it's not a fair indictment because the systems are set up totally different culturally. So, and it's similar to how there was a caller last week who talked about, hey, the difference is like JK, they don't listen to the coaches, blah, blah, blah. No, the reason.
I wanted to hear him.
We lost you, Marv.
Yeah. And no, Marv, in fact, it's not where I'm asking the why, but when I saw Monte Ellis along with Greg Kobe, Kyrie Irving, all the players just go in on this AAU, I'm like, can it be that bad?
It's different than Europe. What he's saying is that guys like Jokic and Doncic got into a program where they were playing basketball and being taught every single day since they were 10 years old, and it almost it's probably part of their schooling.
Yeah.
And after 8 or 10 years of getting coached like that, you're going to have more fundamentals than an American player, if for no other reason than an American high school player, he's right, is playing half the season for a high school coach than playing for an AAU coach, and they may have completely different philosophies. See, that's what I find fascinating. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. There got to be positive AAU programs out there. You know who might know this? And we can talk to him at the crossover, Dan Dibley, because he's got his pulse on that kind of thing. Not that you don't.
No, Dibs is my guy, but he doesn't live in Texas. He doesn't live in Mississippi. I'm like,
what does that mean?
Guy, he can talk about it here, but we're talking about across the board. AAU is getting a bad, like it's just a negative connotation when you hear it. Like they're just open gym.
Huh? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I got a big ass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I forget. Did I get around to congratulating David Adelman for becoming the permanent... this guy
Theodore
is
Rand
such a D.
has the best YouTube, I'll say, text in the chat today. And it says, Evan and Goo deserve hazard pay when Steiny's acting up about this Adelman thing like he is. And that would be not Hunter's Point, shout out HP, but that would be HP on our check.
You know,
hazard pay.
Let me tell you something. We were talking about the craziest moments in Bay Area sports, and somebody in the morning brought up another incident that I'm completely familiar with, and it was when Chris Mills tried to fight the Portland team bus.
I already got in front of the bus.
And there may have been gunplay involved. And then after the whole incident, I was in the Warrior locker room, and he said something to me. He said, write this down. Bonzi Wells is a straight up punk. Capital P, capital U, capital N, capital K. And what I'm getting at here is Theodore Rand.
Yeah.
He's a straight up punk.
Please.
And don't you dare give him a voice.
I can do what I want, bud.
Not on my show.
Please. Hey, Phil,
That's your job.
It is, Jerry.
Okay, a couple things. Our good friend City Boy says, Empower Me Academy is awesome. Teaching fundamentals for years. They just started an AAU program the right way.
Oh, I get that. I
He says started by USF players. Okay, and then there's another one here. Follow Through Hoops in Hayward, California. We do it right. It's about the kids and accountability and sportsmanship.
Let's go. Maybe next week we should get Monte on.
For girls, AAU Hoop in the East Bay, NorCal Force in Dublin. All right. Listen, all I'm saying is...
I miss AAU.
We have...
Our kids used to play.
Oh, so you were part of the problem.
No, I used to... Hopefully, my kids are not in positions that... Well, I guess they could have kids. I don't want them to because they're not ready. But, Stoney, I miss it, man. I want to go back to the yard again in the gyms. And the only way I can do that is if my knee giving me problems. Hopefully, I'll be around. But if my kids have kids, Evan, but I don't want them to have them too soon.
You can still go.
I do go to the pocket in Sacramento.
The Keys are Pro-Am, like Tuesday nights.
But people call it weird. Let's be honest. When you show up and you got no dog in the fights, like what you doing here? Come on. Meet me halfway. You kind of.
Well, didn't you go down to L.A. and watch your friend's
Well, that was my boy. So I got a dog in the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean like, hey, Steiny, what are you doing tomorrow? Let's go catch an AAU game?
Well, that's different. I go up to the park little Daryl used to hit him out at and pitch. And and some people remember me, but it's a whole new, I don't know anybody, Evan.
I thought you went to that James Logan JV game, the baseball game.
But that was for my boy Marcus Christie, who pitched for Moreau. But one of my best friends, I went with him to see basically my grandson or my nephew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about Evan showing up to the park where there's no Evan or stuff. I'm just watching the kids play.
I don't think that's strange.
I thought about it. Nobody said it was.
Passing out candy?
No, but I get that feeling sometimes. It's like, dude, your era is over.
Dude.
No, I'm being real.
Listen, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Now, high school's different. Anybody, they think I'm a scout. I wear my NBA stuff.
Ken.
Hey, what's up, OG?
Ken.
Now, that bothers me.
Ken, you've probably experienced this. And Evan, one day you likely will. You take your child to the playground. You're the father. You get to the playground, and there's a lot of kids there.
There's too many.
And they're all with their mothers. And there's the father sitting by himself.
Oh, I love that.
And every mother is looking at him like, uh-oh, who's this guy? Why is he lurking at this playground?
Hey.
They don't take into consideration that it could be a father of a child. They assume the worst.
I don't know if you've been to many playgrounds recently, but
not recently.
The dynamic's not like that anymore. Actually, I was surprised at how many fathers were there, but yeah, it was a good amount.
And have I gotten one thing right today?
No, you haven't, because all the women would have been like, what a wonderful dad.
No, they're like, why? What's going on? Keep an eye on him.
Right, but you're not in a trench coat with no kid.
Just saying.
You're there with your kids, so we're family.
Mothers can be tough.
Evan, you're going to be a good dad.
Yeah, sure hope so. But I also see sometimes there are some dads who are notable. For example, my mom told me she took me to a playground in Marin when I was a kid, and I met Sean Penn. who used to live in Marin.
You got Milk.
Yeah, she.
Great movie, Milk. He was in. Go ahead.
Yep, that's a 4.
Yeah.
Shout out Harvey.
I didn't know.
But no one thought that Sean Penn was a weirdo.
Until that's because they already knew he was an actor.
Well,
like he was famous.
Until they kept reading about him, but
yeah, he went with Madonna.
So did everyone.
We were talking about athletes that were past their prime because you tweeted out, you texted a thread last night that Trout was back.
Yeah.
And Stoddy, I love Trout, but he ain't the same Trout, And it just got me to thinking, how many athletes right now are kind of past their prime, just holding on?
Well, most of the Warriors. Most of the Warriors. I'm kidding.
I'm going to give you a 1. But you know what I mean? Trout was a big boy. Well, and Ohtani will live this at some point.
Let me quick get to Ed in Danville, and then I want to get to the that other thing.
How am I such a narcissist?
Ed, how you doing, Ed?
Great, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So I want to speak in favor of AAU. I grew up in Staten Island, New York, where all I ever did, I had the ability just to play CYO, go out, play in the park.
Yeah.
And these kids now, my kids in the 8th grade are so much better than we ever were. So I've got an 8th grader. He's actually right now getting an invite to play on varsity on the summer league here in Danville. And by the way, I go out to Oakland 3 days a week for a great program called Lake Show, where they overemphasize fundamentals.
Wow.
Screens, taking offensive fouls. And if you don't do those things, you don't play, and you're going to get a talking to by the coach. And by the way, really quick, when I didn't do this, my son was just okay. The fact that he has the ability to get in front of great coaches that played D1, they emphasize the right things, and they're actually allowing him to play in 15, 16U, he is so much better than he ever would have been had that not happened. So There's a lot wrong with AAU, like having to pay $20 to go watch your own kid. That's ridiculous.
Right.
But guys, when they miss dunks, they're out of the game going, lay it up. What are you doing? Take the points.
There it is.
It's not as bad as you think.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it.
Now, I will fight Ed on one thing. My St. Anne's, Warriors, Roger Narcisco, Stoddy, we had ballers. So how much he's saying they're better now than they ever been in CYO. I don't know about that. I see some hoopers.
Well, isn't that just like the argument that athletes are better now than they used to be? They can run faster, jump higher.
Yeah, maybe medicine's better.
Maybe they're
evolution.
Well,
maybe the athletes are better, but the coaching's worse.
Unless they have Adelman.
You beat me to it.
You guys know. KC and Marin. What did you just... God, there was something I actually wanted to talk about.
Stars past their prime. Like Trout.
Oh, Trout. That's what. KC, what's going on, man?
KC Johnson?
Hey, gentlemen. Good afternoon. Hey, Goo, my daughter's got a 5th grade AAU tournament in Marin tomorrow, man. You got to come hang out with me, and we will watch the kids play.
Tell me where it's at, real quick. Tell me what gym it's at.
I'll tell you right now, Goo. Venetia Valley School in Marin.
Okay, Venetia Valley School of Marin.
Venetia with a V?
School of Marin.
V with a Venetia.
I got you. I knew a Venetia. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. For my thing about AAU, there's some good. There's some really good. My daughter has taught fundamentals. Her skill level at 5th grade is far superior to what 5th graders when I grew up played at because of the skills she's getting from her coaches. But like the gentleman who said this before me, to pay $20 to go watch your child play, it's a lot of money also for travel, for hotels, for gas. It adds up. But that's what we're here for as parents. But Goo, 12:45 tomorrow at Venetia Valley, my man.
Hey, we will take a photo if I show, baby. You come seek me out. Like I might really go, Steiny. Marin.
And I might have really gone to your dominoes tournament.
So a week later, now you want to stick your chest out with about 20 minutes left in the program to say you really were never coming. Evan,
I'm just getting ready for Willard.
I'm not going to lie. I heard that the key word in your last sentence was if.
I can't believe you just threw that in there.
I mean, you're not going to believe me, but I was going to come.
I don't believe you.
Evan, he said he golfed, came home, laid down, night.
That's right. And anybody who's played golf, played golf,
80 years old,
and not just played golf, but played golf with your buddies, knows you can't lay down after a round.
Well, if you had a big dominoes tournament that weekend you're preparing for, then.
Had I played dominoes, maybe I would have gone there.
Give me your Trout take.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he's on my fantasy baseball team.
But he's being activated tonight.
I got you.
Okay.
And you brought, but
by the Angels.
Is he really Trout? You know? And it's okay.
So I was thinking about this. Let's say there was the equivalent of a Mike Trout in the NBA. Okay?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Okay. So
we see him a lot.
Hold on. There's a Mike Trout in the NBA, and if somebody said, hey, Steiny, should the Warriors go after Mike Trout? And I'd say, no. And you'd say, why? And I'd be like, he's been hurt for 2 years. He's 33 years old. He doesn't look like the player he was.
All right.
Why would you do that? But then I thought, okay, Steiny, should the Giants go get Mike Trout? And I was like, oh, absolutely. Absolutely, they should go get Mike Trout.
But you're doing it for the wrong reasons, though.
I don't know why I'm doing it.
For the you want the sizzle, the ha-ha on the baseball field, the name. Because, Steiny, he's not a bum, but you can't count on him. His best days are gone.
And that's why I would never want him on the Warriors, because we would be bringing him on to a team that's already hurt, already old. The Giants, on the other hand, are competitive, and he's a name.
You got bigger fish to fry than the name.
Hey.
You got to get Adamas up and running.
Hey.
We touched on him, Evan, while you were out. Boy. No, Evan was here.
Take this to the bank. If Mike Trout were on the Giants, I'd go to a game or two. I would.
To see who?
Mike Trout.
Well, he's always on the bench.
Wow.
Well, I mean, assuming he's playing.
Little Miss Trouble on the YouTube chat called him the baseball version of Embiid. She might be on to something.
I think Trout's had a better career than Embiid.
Well, they're both great at what they do.
Is Trout going to the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Is Embiid?
Yes. We're talking about the basketball Hall of Fame, Evan. He's already in.
Yeah, like both at their best are MVP caliber
players.
players.
No doubt.
But Trout in his prime was just superior to Embiid.
Yeah, that's what I said, and Guru fought me on it.
No, people are saying, how
it's a good comp.
Seriously, if we want to put the right on the table before we go, how the hell can you work with Steiny after that domino tournament comment? Like, I know you were having fun. That hurt. It was never going. Wow.
Theater of the mind.
Who's this guy?
Daryl the Guru Johnson, Pascal. That's who that guy was.
I might be going to Marin to that. Somebody.
Yeah, like I would go to the Domino.
No.
Like, you're not gonna, Goo.
Somebody they diagnosed me saying, Goo loves an invitation. I may not come, but I do love the invite, Evan.
You do. You beg
That's
for him.
what it is.
You beg for him. You beg for
never
invitations, for compliments.
Now, if Bonte gets married and I don't get an invite, that one would hurt.
Hey, why don't you tell everybody Evan's new segment idea? Go ahead, guys.
Wait, what?
What is going?
He put it on the thread last night.
Dude, you are such a snitch.
I'm not saying it. I will not say it.
I can't remember. I was in pain.
All I know is anytime you reference the text thread in an awkward moment of the show, it's because you're trying to throw one of us under the bus.
And there's HIPAA laws to the text thread. At least ask somebody, hey, can I read it? You just go read it. Then get halfway and stop.
I did.
Dude,
I didn't say what it was. I just wanted to know if you were willing to put your money where your mouth was and say this interesting segment idea.
It was a play on words.
It was great.
Evan, why can't I was in that much pain. I can't remember.
Well, I was the one who threw it in there.
Can you say it?
No, you can't.
Then why'd you bring it up?
Because I just wanted.
He's an ass.
Yeah, and you teasing blue balls, man.
I'll tell you during the break.
Something about over the hill.
Does that ring a bell?
Don't cower to Willard.
Does that ring a bell?
Mark, I heard you yesterday.
You're missing the lead.
No, I'm done. After the Union City domino, I'm done.
Did what? Evan said,
I don't
ring a
want to
bell.
answer. I want you to
Just
get
say
mad.
yes.
No, I'm mad at you.
Okay, so you don't remember something about being over the hill.
I didn't like that comment.
Okay.
Say you're sorry to the Yoon about not coming to the Domino.
I am sorry. I
You
apologize to the Yoon. I really do.
We thought you were coming, man. Evan, he texted me Saturday, solo address with question mark as if.
Doesn't that tell you I was
And
at
I
least
ran
thinking
with
about it? Seriously.
That means nothing. Like, you don't
It
get
makes
credit
it
for
worse.
thinking about
it
coming.
Makes it actually worse.
Yes, you do.
Just left me alone. I would have been fine. He ain't coming. Address. I had to show some people. Look, he texts.
Yeah, I was thinking about Goo yesterday, but I didn't text him at all because his knee was just burning up. But I did because I care.
Kane, yeah. Don't read Kane Slybender. She's going in on you.
I think that's a guy.
Speaking of which, the box I got for my birthday.
Careful.
That I thought was Larry Seiler.
I knew this.
But you did, but you dropped it. It actually wasn't Larry Seiler.
I know.
It was from the guy that's still on IG as P1. So I gave Larry Seiler credit, who's a Pirate fan, and messaged me and said, seeing you glow when you opened up that Roberto Clemente. So I assumed he sent it.
Well, I thought the whole point is he was trying to be Richie Incognito.
Yeah, so that is still Mr. P1.
Right.
We don't know who it is.
That's correct.
But why did you agree with me when I thought
Because I think at first I was like, it's not Larry Seiler. The guy I'm thinking about, or woman, does not tell us
on
who they
IG,
are.
at P1, Evan.
He's on Instagram with at P1.
Or it could be her.
We don't know who
Yeah.
he is. But he sends gifts.
Sounds like he wants it that way.
No
Exactly.
doubt. I apologize. I said, dude.
He's like dope gear.
He's like DeMarcus Cousins, which I respect.
What?
He's like DeMarcus Cousins.
What you mean?
We know who he is.
DeMarcus Cousins does a lot of charity work
no doubt.
that nobody ever hears about.
Wow.
DeMarcus Cousins.
They're like Kyrie. Yeah.
And, Shaq.
And Steph.
Well,
we know everything.
If there's a camera there, he'll be there for sure.
You guys, it's just like he doesn't go get the camera.
Hey, Goo. What'd you think of Steph at Bottle Rock?
Oh, Steph,
you like his hat?
It was all right.
Do you not remember it off the top of your head?
Pretty much. I've been in a lot.
It was like it's kind of like an Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
hat.
we talked about it. It was all right.
A straw hat, yeah.
I would like to see Steph outside of work. Like if he came to.
Well, that would make you a friend, and you're not. See, like people.
Yeah, we could go to Tahoe.
Now that we really should, let's just do some work.
Like a regular fan?
No, try to get Barkley on and come back and air it.
I was sent up there about 20 years ago
How did
from the
that
Contra
go?
Costa Times.
Did you get some people?
It was incredible. Everybody was so accessible.
That is, Bob, if you're listening, it's on my bucket list because that's kind of sad. But
I'm going to be honest, from what I've heard, the whole point of going is that you don't work. Like all the journalists that go up there don't do that much work.
Well, and you can make fun.
I want to go meet them.
Well, then you just go to the casinos later at night. You'll see them.
Which is where they all go.
But no, when I went there was just so many athletes and celebrities that an old boss of mine, great boss, Danny DeFreitas at the Contra Costa Times,
Yeah.
he sent me up there to write features and stories. Like Raleigh Fingers was there. So I wrote a story on Raleigh Fingers.
But you talked to him, though.
Oh, yeah.
You said, I'm Matt Steinmetz with the...
He knew.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I think I've told you this. I had two really long talks, one with Johnny Bench.
Never.
And the other was a fascinating one with Ivan Lendl.
The tennis player.
Yes.
Come on, Steiny.
Yeah.
Where can we find those features? No, seriously, like...
you can find that along with my college basketball footage.
Dude, there's something there, Evan. If you say we find him in the casino.
Black and white?
I don't think you'll ever find him. In fact, the thing with Lendl, I never wrote a story. I was a little loose, though.
Were there a lot of yous trying to get the people... Would you say that event's died down a bit?
I don't know how it is anymore with the media and what they're allowed to do, but it was really cool because they would come off the course. They would have to walk through a big ballroom. That was the media ballroom. And then they would walk into another ballroom, which was just the celebrities and the celebrities only. So they'd have to come through the media, but they were always pretty cool, and they would just stop and talk and shoot the breeze with people.
Man, I'm telling you guys.
I got into it with Lendl because remember when, and I don't know if they ever have, and Evan, you're a tennis guy, right? Has Wimbledon remained all white in terms of the attire?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a little bit more of an uppity event.
Right.
Yeah.
Or classic.
I'm a tennis guy.
And there was a point back then where they were thinking about letting players wear colors. And Ivan Lendl, who I believe is from the Czech Republic, thought that was a bad idea. I was like, Ivan, who cares if he wears a yellow shirt?
He definitely didn't like Serena's cat suit, which was all black. I know that was the Open.
We cannot escape tradition. Tradition is important.
That sounds like something you would say now.
What?
Tradition's important. Don't let it die.
I was just trying to pick a fight.
No, this is the guy on a Friday saying the guy should just go to the locker room. Sportsmanship sucks. Dude, you are something else.
I didn't say sportsmanship.
But that's what you basically were saying.
I said it should be optional.
Those were the clip notes.
I said it should
what
be
you were saying.
optional.
I could see you losing and just walking off.
That's right.
And that's what's wrong.
You're
with
absolutely
this.
right.
Does it every day at 212.
No doubt. Let me got it good, man.
No, I forgot what I was going to say.
Let me ask
you this. Why, when an NBA game is over, do they not allow the media into the locker room for 10 minutes?
That's different.
It's called a cooling off period.
But you got two sectors of
there
people,
you go.
Athletes and nerds. I'm talking about athletes and athletes.
That's right.
Barbarian versus barbarian. Fight to the death.
Oh, yeah,
and then you give each other props. That's what life's about.
Do it back in the hallway. We'll make a spectacle of it.
And that's what life's about.
I was watching Ant and Randall, and they went before the clock ticked out. I said, y'all good with me. That's what I want to see. Evan, are you going to be
Let me tell you who shakes hands. Guys who don't mind losing.
My God.
That sounded you are boy.
When's Willard coming in?
You're stuck.
Shake his hand on the way in.
Man.
Go ahead. You got 90 seconds, Goo.
No,
finish
seriously,
up.
The chances you, Evan, and I taking a trip up to the golf tournament this year. Do a show remote.
What? Oh, first of all, I think it's coming up.
Hello?
Oh, no, it's always in.
I think it's done.
No, I think it's.
No, it's not
usually
summer
in
yet.
July, I think. Yeah,
it's coming
in
up.
July.
Oh, then Curry's in Tahoe for a different charity golf event.
Probably.
Right now?
Yeah, it's like the American something.
I got gas.
Oh, your guy Kane. Steiny just says stuff sometimes. You do 4 hours every day.
There's only one Kane, and you met him in the Union.
Big Daddy?
Transportation. He's one of them.
Let me get to my reads and stuff.
Dude, don't change up on me on a Friday. I'm like, we're watching you.
I'll tell you what. How do you want me to act?
Just don't say anything to him. Make him say something to you.
Okay, all right. I'll play a game against Willard. What do you want to do?
What's bugging you coming up?
Oh, we got that. You ready?
Okay. How do you want me to stick it to Willard?
Just be a man. Just don't cape to him.
I can't do that.
Hey, let me tell you what Goose said today.
I hear you, and it hurts me.
By the way,
was that directed at me?
Can somebody check on Skinny Bob, please?
No, seriously, I thought about him.
Last time we talked to him, he told us he fell out a window.
Somebody calling you Ralph Mal.
That's not true. We can't be putting that out there.
No,
that's how he
It
got
happened
hurt.
a while ago. But remember, that was the first story he told. It was
incredible.
Years ago.
Yeah.
Not a week.
That's why we're worried about him. He hasn't called in a while. All right. What do we got? Oh, crossover coming up on the other side. And that also means it's the What's Bugging You segment. And
I can't believe you think Dibbs has the pulse of the AAU.
I can't wait till wait till you try to tell him he doesn't on 95.7, The Game.
And that's what life's about.
I was just a pig in heaven.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty, it is crossover time, and on Fridays, we are sponsored by AtGo Pest Control. So coming up at 2 o'clock, we'll do the What's Bugging You segment. That's the time I'll read the tag. Welcome in, Mark Willard and Mark Grandy.
The Mark brothers.
What's up, guys? Happy Friday. How you doing?
Back at you.
You know that the what's bugging thing stresses me out all week long?
Him too, though.
Not all week, but when I remember.
Yeah, it's
Why?
twofold. Well, twofold. One, there are many Fridays, and you guys know me. It's hard to bug me. But
you have some good ones.
But there are half the Fridays I'll get here, and he says that. I'll be like, what's bugging you too? And I'm like, oh, crap. It's 1:48. I didn't even think of it.
Me doing homework in high school.
Right.
Oh, let's do tomorrow.
The other thing it makes me do, though, is when something bugs me on a Tuesday, I file it.
Write it
and
down.
I'm like, I'm going to save that for Friday. And then it bugs me all week. Like, I don't let things go anymore.
Yeah.
I just let what's bugging me sit there and bug me.
You're
all
pregnant. You want to
week
give birth
long.
to
So
it.
what kind of week is this week? Has it been bugging you all week long?
Well,
Because you have some good ones, man.
yesterday, everything.
You know what I
bugged me.
think?
One of those
I
days.
missed the crossover.
Maybe we should do this.
No, it wasn't here.
First thing on Monday morning.
We should.
I'll bet you we'll have more.
I'm like it's Friday.
Hey,
like
you're
nothing.
right.
What the hell's bugging
We got to
anybody?
look into that, Steiny. Yeah, Monday's the day.
Yeah. Anyway,
right.
stresses me out.
Yeah, it does too when I remember. Let's see. What did we get into today?
OTAs and the Niners.
You just worried about Ricky Pearsall?
I'm not worried. It's
Yes, you
just
are.
Willard. I'm not worried. It's just he's so young and he's a blessing to be with us and everything he went through. And I think the kid has skills. I just thought it was odd as I was in sick bay yesterday. And I go, what have you been doing with yourself with the hammy to, be an issue?
Well,
and it's only June, but we did have the great Brian Baldinger on, and he said had he been coach, it would have irritated him as coach. So I'm not.
What would have irritated
him showing up or a young player like that who should run all day and run and be able to run all day, have this injury right now, the first day of OTAs. I go, he was being honest, and I just thought it was odd, Will.
We pulled sound from Herm Edwards almost a year ago.
Oh, boy.
His college coach who said he told John Lynch, when you draft Ricky Pearsall, understand you're going to have to protect him from himself because he has one speed. It's funny because then Kyle used the exact same phrase about Christian McCaffrey yesterday. And then look at what he's been through over the last year and whatnot. So, yeah, like these are NFL players. I'm pretty sure they work out every damn day. And so he tweaks something and maybe he runs the risk of going too hard. And I'll tell you what bothered me about it, though, is not any concern directly for Ricky. It was sort of larger. It was this alarm that went off of, what does the wide receiver room look like if you lose one of the key guys?
Man.
And it immediately felt really thin.
Man.
Really thin.
And Mark, I'm being honest with you. I know it's your take. I'm feeling that way when he's healthy.
we don't even really fully know who he is yet either. And we're relying on him to be week one, the number one, number two.
I think he's good. He's really good.
He showed signs.
I think he's going to be a dude.
I believe that.
Yes, I do too.
But Herm a year ago was talking about how he had those same hamstring issues at Arizona State.
Yep.
And the reason why we called Herm up a year ago was because he was dealing with a hamstring issue last summer, and now he's dealing with a hamstring issue again.
And that's why you hadn't had pads on, Steiny. That's why you're like, dude, what are you?
Yeah, if you get hurt
you're
now.
supposed to be fresh as a loaf of Wonder Bread.
The other thing is, though, when he actually started playing games last year, he went 11 games in a row and nothing happened. Right? Won 11 games in a row and nothing happened. That's his only NFL experience that we know. He
wasn't playing a ton.
No, but he played. He played, and it was ramping up. Second half of that group, he was actually being leaned on a little bit. But, he practiced as one of the top 3 receivers for 11 weeks and played in the games and came out fine. So, yeah, I don't know. I never know what to do with the injury thing in the NFL when we get mad at guys for getting hurt because it's like.
And I ain't mad at him. I just thought it was odd.
Sure. Steiny been making a lot of little body movements over there. You want to say something. No, you don't want to say
Ricky Pearsall today, Mark.
Ricky Pearsall. Yeah, no, he's going to be great. No, he's going to be great, Mark.
I really.
Why don't you tell me why he's going to be a dude?
I believed you when you said that.
Said what?
Really convincing, there, Steiny.
Yeah. Hey, why do I think he's going to be a dude?
Yeah, seriously.
Okay, a number of reasons. The number one is my eyes in the last, say, 5 games of the year last year. I loved what I saw. I was lucky enough to actually be at that really fun Detroit game late in the year that didn't matter to the Niners, but when you get to see the whole field like that and not watch on TV and watch the routes that he's running, I think he's going to be a tremendous downfield threat. I'll tell you that our guy, who we all respect here, Greg Cosell, has loved him, loved him from the jump, and think he's going to be
Greg.
Right. And we also, we forget this is a first-round draft pick.
Yeah. And I saw him against Dallas.
He is a dude.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be a dude. It's a first-round draft pick.
Yeah,
I like him. I predicted 1,000 yards yesterday.
I don't think
this upcoming season.
I don't think that's ludicrous at all.
I don't think it is either.
Man, no Debo, no IU.
Right.
Like I'm with you.
You've hit my pet peeve, though.
Oh, what I do?
Oh boy,
I said this.
I thought
just
you
real quick.
You only have one
for today.
Oh, okay.
And then I got to tell Mark about something he said on the crossover while I was in sick bay. That now I want to give you credit for because I think I've solved a riddle or
something I said yesterday.
Yeah, during the crossover when I turned you on, I was driving. But I'm gonna say it. How long we got, Sonny?
What are you talking?
I got plenty of time.
Well, you said talk. What are you doing?
Oh, okay, yeah,
yeah. I'm waiting on you. Guys, just like
it would be such an accomplishment for Pearsall to get 1,000 yards receiving. I mean, he would need to average 58 yards catching each game.
And play every game.
Oh,
if he plays them all.
Woo, he's saying 1,000 ain't 1,000 anymore.
I would love to see him catch 3 balls every single week for 58 yards, and let's see how great he is.
You just spit on it. Only 24 guys did it last year. I mean, it is a marker of a productive
It's not
receiver.
even one a team, Steiny.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Like, every team's got one.
Not quite.
Well, they would have had 35 had they not been injured.
You want one on your fantasy team. If you knew before the year.
Chase
Jamar Chase.
You know why I said Chase Young?
You're one of these guys who doesn't even know who you're picking.
And that's, man.
Do you have a magazine out?
You're wrong.
And then it'll get to the championship.
Yeah. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you how deep. Let me tell you how deep we went today. And the reason I said Chase Young is because once again we're talking about how can we bail out Nick Bosa by getting somebody on the other side of the line that theoretically can sack a quarterback that Bosa will get credit for.
Why is it bail out? Why
my point is like Leonard Floyd, Chase Young.
Yeah.
That's why Chase Young was on my mind.
Randy Gregory.
Yeah. Right, but why would you think of acquiring another pass rusher as bailing Nick Bosa?
Now, man,
because they've been trying to find a guy for 5 years.
You always want many pass rushers
on your team.
Well, maybe this one will be one.
I'm not betting on it.
Yeah.
10.5 sacks 2 years ago was solid.
What's wrong with needing help, Steiny?
What I'm saying what I'm saying is they've gone through 6 defensive ends that play on the other side of Bosa in the last 3 or 4 years. It feels like. Okay. Leonard Floyd, Chase Young they brought in midseason. The kid who never panned out, Trey Jackson.
USC.
And Ebukam. How come they can't settle
Some
on a
of
guy?
them left for a lot of money because of the way they produced.
We've got to lock that position down. And I think it's one of the. I think
it doesn't really work that way in football.
Let me tell you something about line play, Mark.
Oh.
You need everybody to be operating in unison.
You know, your Philadelphia Eagles over there, Steiny, they let a mainstay go. His name was Hassan Reddick, and they tried to replace him with this guy. And then they didn't even use him.
Well, they said they were putting him out of position.
Because he was limited.
Yeah. Flat out bust of a signing.
Well, that's because they thought they were getting an outside linebacker. And anybody who knows anything about Bryce Huff knows he can't play linebacker. And that's one of my problems. And I've been having this discussion with my guys in Philly.
In this room and
they don't understand it either. Yeah. What Philly was trying to do.
Why don't you rip them then for not getting a mainstay?
Well, because they've won a Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that's important. No, it is.
It is.
Okay.
It wasn't, I mean.
You happy, Goo?
Well,
I'm trying.
Yeah. But it's Friday,
You
so
were
everybody's in
convincing
the
there,
habit.
Steiny. Way to go.
But
I'm on point.
We hadn't done Warriors all day, but you said something during the crossover yesterday, and he don't know where I'm going with this.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to process the Warrior season's over. We get that. But why do I feel like, Grandy, what word of unfulfilled in regard to, they lost, Curry got hurt, but so many other guys were not themselves. And when you said Moody had surgery, Pods, those are the top two that come to my list of why did they couldn't hit the side of a barn.
Right.
But if you're trying to just take a step back and say, what happened? Surgery's a real deal. There could be a possibility that's why those two they didn't come close to what they look like. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if the Warriors are they can't use it as but for you to say that, and I'm thinking, it was their shooting hand. What do you give me for what you'd like? Maybe that has something to do with it. We don't have a game. We won't have a game. But I thought that could explain why the metamorphosis was on 1,000.
I'm sure it didn't help.
Yeah, so real quick, am I missing anybody? And am I missing players for why the Warriors aren't in the chip? Moody was hurt. Yep. Pods was hurt. Correct. Curry was hurt.
Yep.
Butler clearly was hurt. Was Draymond hurt?
He was tired.
No wonder.
Talking about surgery, but Willard, when I heard you, I said, man, because those dudes were, Grandy, they didn't look like themselves at all shooting the rock.
Pods in Game 5 was great.
I'll give you that.
He was.
But that's one game, Grandy.
That Moody fast break is emblazoned in my head.
Where he airballed.
I don't know. I've never seen an NBA player.
He looked great in garbage time versus the Rockets.
He just runs down, and he's like, should I pass it? Should I shoot it? Should I take it to the hole? How about this? I'm going to stop here just next to the elbow.
Forget it.
I'm going to throw the ball into the third row. I'm like, what? I've never seen an NBA play just unravel to that level.
Did he get yanked right after that?
He might have.
Like seconds later, man.
I might have taken a laugh.
These sound like excuses, but
there are excuses because when Naz Reid is on a 1-on-0 and he kicks the ball into the fourth row, I don't say, oh, he must be hurt. No, I say,
might have been.
This was just the shooting portion of what I'm saying.
This is like the 78th time I'm going to try to thread this needle. It usually does not work. I have no reason to think that it'll work this time, but what the hell? I am getting so tired of that word when we analyze sports. Excuses. It has become this buzz that anybody... Is
this what's bugging you?
No, it's not.
No. Got an early start.
No, I know. But I can't stand that you're not allowed to talk about things that happened and people go, excuses! Excuses!
He's talking to you, Steiny.
I'm talking to my partner who's not here today, too, who if you play, then you play.
That's guru.
I don't get it. So if somebody needs surgery on their hand and they're playing through it, I think there's a discussion there as to whether or not they should have played. And yes, you're absolutely allowed to be like, look, this is big boy stuff. Sorry, I'm not going to give you a pass. I'm not asking for a pass, but it would drive me nuts if I was a professional athlete and I was in tremendous pain and just fighting through something to do something for my team. And everybody else is out here just being like, you suck. And I'm not going to allow what's actually happening in your body to be part of the story. That would drive me nuts.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Here we go. It's time for What's Bugging You. It's sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Ticks are tough. We've talked about them before, people. They may even latch on to your pets and you. Atco Pest Control, they're tougher. Our expert solutions eliminate tick populations, and they help them from keep coming back. In other words, they don't come back. Don't wait to protect your home and family. It's not just your home, it's your family too. Visit AtcoPestControl.com. And right now, if you mention that you've heard about Atco Pest Control on the What's Bugging You segment, you get 10% off tick treatment. Mm-hmm.
Well done.
I've never seen someone do a read with such a big smile on their face
Kenny
like
had
that.
the applause.
Wow.
Because Atco Pest Control is on the YouTube chat.
That's my quarterback.
And
speaking of the YouTube
it's our
chat,
lifeline. It's
that's
our
not
lifeline.
really them, though.
What do you mean?
That's somebody saying Atco Pest Control.
What do you
That's
mean?
not really Billy in the chat.
It's not?
No, that's not.
No, it's not a representative.
Was this Mark Willard or Grandy, and I'm thinking it's them.
Wait, it's not somebody from like human relations?
Oh, it's tiny.
No.
I learned the hard way.
I did see the thing.
Did I get snookered?
You just put is this the first time you've ever commented on the YouTube chat? Where you just told Lori to shut up because I don't know that you only know what you know because Baldy told you?
Yes.
Tell our listeners to shut up.
It's a bit.
Did you do that?
He did that.
Especially not Lori, please.
Yeah, no, she's the best.
Lori, listen, P1s know. They know. It's just the same. Shut up, Evan. It's the same thing. It's with a smile.
Who's going first?
I'll go first.
All right.
I'll go first. And I had to work through a list to figure out which one I was going to pick today.
Uh-oh.
But Evan, will you play it? Will you play? Or Ken, will you play it? Evan left. It's too bad.
We got sound.
Play the Bob Myers thing. This has
I was
been
talking to Dunleavy about that, and I said, I don't need the drug. Dunleavy and knowing each other. Who's pushing the
That's
button?
Evan.
Back there?
Yeah, Evan. That's your boy, Evan.
okay. I don't know why this bugged me all week. Evan he spent yesterday's show, Steiny, working you into an apology for that. Yeah. Goo, you're in sick bay. You've got to come out of sick bay to apparently apologize to Evan for telling Bob Myers that it was Evan.
And it wasn't malicious, Willard.
No, the whole time I'm driving around, I'm like, what did you want them to say? What were, like...
I wish Evan was hearing this right now.
What were you supposed to say when Bob said who did that? Were you supposed to fall on the grenade and tell Bob something that's not true? That we hit the whoop here in this room?
I like what you're dishing out, man.
We don't even have the button to do that. We don't have the capacity to do that.
So what did we do wrong then? What did we do wrong?
I think you apologized for something that wasn't apology worthy. I don't like, what were you supposed to say?
I can't wait to see Evan again.
I like to apologize even for things I'm not wrong about, so that when I don't apologize in the future,
for a long time.
counts.
Yeah, that's how it works. But it was just a question.
Willard does have a point.
I wanted to ask Evan, what were they supposed to say? What were you supposed to say?
Don't worry about it, Bob.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, worry about your own business. Keep answering the question. What were you supposed to say?
I think he's on to something, Stoney.
That's all. Yeah. That's all I got.
Well, I might have been wrong. Billy from Atco just texted me. It might be him. No, it wasn't him on the YouTube.
Now I don't know what to believe.
Billy just said it's not him.
Because YouTube Atco comes down my road
gotcha. All right.
Hard.
I knew that was silly.
You can impersonate whoever you want.
Yeah.
If you're telling me Atco Pest Control is not truly a representative of
Atco Pest, no, it's not.
Somebody will have to.
I need the weekend to decide what I'm going to do about this.
It's like the Amazon.com version of Atco Pest Control.
Let me break him to
It's a lot cheaper.
All right, here's what's bugging me. And the Knicks are the latest. It's not hate against the Knicks. They're just the latest. And I got this from Evan because I was... Shut up about don't let us get to a game 7. Shut up. Shut up. You're not getting to a game 7. It was just like I spent 3 days 2 years ago. Steiny, don't let the Warriors get to a game 7 against the Lakers. Well, Guru, they haven't even played game 6 yet. Oh, but Steiny, if they go back to L.A. and L.A. won by 30 points in game 6, don't talk about a game 7 until you actually do something to get to a game 7. It's simple. And I don't need a drum roll. We can just move on to the next person. I don't need applause.
Yeah,
that's the fun of sports.
Way to go, Steiny. What's bugging me?
Sports, man.
This is sports related, much like Steiny's. It's the NBA CBA because I'm looking at the OKC Thunder.
Wow, man.
Built the right way, through the draft, savvy moves in the trade market on free agency like Caruso and Hartenstein. And the trade, of course, for SGA way back when with Paul George. And there's going to come a time when they're going to have to break this thing up because of the new CBA. And I'm not a fan of that. I know it was targeted at the Warriors, and maybe it sounds like sour grapes for me to say that because I am a Warrior fan. It has nothing to do with the Warriors. OKC's a basketball team that is built the right way. You look at what Chet Holmgren is making this year, less than $11 million a year. What Jalen Williams is making this year, less than $5 million a year. Those two guys have one more year left on their deals. When they are due major contracts, when SGA's do another major contract, they're going to have to break things up, and they're not going to be the team they are anymore. So the new NBA CBA, it's bugging me because this is a team that was built the right way, and they deserve to ride it out much like the Warriors did.
That's a good call. That's a great call.
Well,
and it ain't even Warrior underwear. That was a real.
Let me just be clear.
Yeah,
they don't have to break it up.
Well, they're gonna have to.
The Celtics did.
They have bird rights to every player on that roster.
Nah, they're not gonna.
I'm just saying the Celtics are through the roof right now.
Well, they're going to go through a crazy offseason this year.
I'm just saying if they want to have a $500 million payroll,
and the kryptonite
they can
in Oklahoma.
And the kryptonite I got from you yesterday, you didn't even know. We didn't even talk about it. You're telling me if they sign and trade with Kuminga, you only can take back 50. Oh my!
Yeah.
If he signs for 30, if he signs for 30, you can only get 15 back.
My goodness.
That's because he's only half a player.
No, stop. Now, I'm going to go, and I need counseling. So, Stein, if you want to leave, I'm going to stay just a minute or two because this is personal for me, what's bugging me.
Okay.
I'm not a hater. I'm the guy in high school that if one friend couldn't go to Great America, I couldn't go have a good time. Other friends be like, oh, forget Willard. We'll go have a good time. I just want to always be thinking Willard couldn't come. That's just who I am.
Uh-huh.
So this is when you introduce a friend to another friend, but you lose a friend because they hit it off. I introduced one of my best friends, 49er Frankie, to Bonte Hill. And
which one of them is your friend?
One of my best friends is Bonte's my brother. And since he's left, we talk more. Okay. But I noticed when I talked to Bonte, we in the call on, hey, I talked to 49er Frankie. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm glad I introduced you too. Talked to 49er Frankie. Hey, I talked to Bonte. Like, that's cool. I hadn't noticed how much I was getting from both of them about, damn, I can't get off the phone with either one of them about they telling me they had a conversation. Cool. But then the bat signal went up last week because 49er Frankie, we don't go 2 days without talking. Giants, 49ers. They're avid Giant 49er fan. But since Bonte's doing the Giants now, I've noticed, oh my God, we're 49er Frankie. I called, went by the house, everything okay, called Union City Police Department to do a welfare check. They said they answered the door. He was on the phone with Bonte.
Stop it.
So I'm like, so now I've given my best friend away to Bonte, and they're talking, and Frankie don't call me. So I'm kind of hurt. I don't know if I'm going to, have you ever given a friend away and you introduce them?
No, I'm the guy who takes the friend.
I'm bothered. It's bothering. I done lost my guy. And I love both of them. But had I known this, I wouldn't have did it. So he's getting his Giant takes, his Niner takes off with Beam, and he ain't got time for his boy anymore. It hurts. So it's bugging me. I gave a friend away. I'm going to be cool now. Will, like, am I hater, jealous?
Is this the first time you've said it out loud?
Said first. I told Bonte when he left, you listen at 2 o'clock. And I text 49er Frankie, you listen
you
at 2.
haven't said this directly to them.
This is how you break the news.
Yeah, this is how, because it's bugging me.
7 the game.
Am I hating or am I hurt? Snotty, help me. I'm not used to this,
I think
Brandy.
you could be hurt, but you're also hating a little bit.
No.
I just want my friend back.
He's ghosting you?
Well, we wouldn't go a day or 2. But
that's
that
weird.
was gotten 3 or 4.
That's weird in the first place.
I talked to Frankie.
Yeah.
So he's kind of replaced me.
Yeah.
I'll get over it.
All right, Chance.
Does he know that because Bonte is in a regional TV studio. Does he know that you were invited to a national TV studio recently?
Yeah, he called to see how that went.
Oh, then he called. I
Frankie
think your
called
problem
to see
is
how that
49er
went.
Frankie. I think he's a little bit of a
He called to
clout
see
chaser.
how that went.
I think
Didn't
he's clout
answer.
chasing.
And then I said, I want to see if he calls back. He called me back to get what went down.
He turned in radio for TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm sounding like a hater, but I don't like it, Steiny.
I wouldn't either. But don't beat yourself up over it. You're one of my favorite people still. Willard, you are my favorite, flat out.
Thank
Grandy,
you.
you're in for Dibley today, so knock him dead. And everybody have a great weekend.
Like your insincere departures, you should just leave.
He thinks
Like,
it's
just leave.
So
Just
misunderstood.
Go. No, just go.
All right.
Yeah. All right. He laughed. Yeah, let's go. Goo, by the way, before you leave, you should look at the text line. Oh, my God.
Am I a hater or they just...
It's everything. It's everything. You're a hater. You're a beggar.
I love you, Goo.
Damn
You're
it,
the
I love
realest
you,
one.
Goo. You're the realest. Someone called you a tweaker. I mean, this is just an unbelievable.
But Frankie might be fancy, huh? That's what you said.
Frankie's fancy. Yeah. He wants FaceTime.
Have a good weekend, Goo.
Yeah. See you, Goo. All right, there it is. Hi, everybody. Grandy's in for dibs. 888-957-9570. Yes, the 49ers made a trade. They made a trade today.
Ooh.
Yeah, and you're excited.
I'm excited.
Yeah, well, let's go. Let's hear about it. Why?
Bryce Huff.
Edge
Edge rusher.
Okay.
Defensive end.
Right.
Kind of a pass rush specialist.
Right, but
not going to play first downs. But
very exciting.
Second and long, third down, you're expecting a pass, you throw Bryce Huff in there, and I think Willard, he immediately becomes the best pass rusher the Niners have ever had opposite Nick Bosa.
Ooh.
In those situations.
Ooh, what makes you make that statement? That's a big statement.
He was terrible last year with the Eagles. I think it had more to do with the circumstance in Philadelphia than a lot else. He was amazing 2 years ago with Robert Saleh in the Jets, in New York with the Jets.
And the year before that.
Yeah, he was not as good a couple of years.
But very good.
Yeah. 10 sacks, though, 2 years ago with the Jets. And this is as a pass rush specialist. So he's not like Bosa. He's not going to play like 75 or 80% of snaps. He's going to play on second and long and on third down. And that was his role 2 years ago with Robert Saleh in New York, and he had 10 sacks. And in terms of pressure rate, the number of times, the percentage that he gets to a quarterback and pressures the quarterback when he is trying to get to the quarterback, led the NFL in that stat 2 years ago.
Saleh called him an elite pass rusher and a game closer.
And 2 years ago, he was that. He absolutely was that 2 years ago. So again, you're not going to see him on first downs very often, and I think that's kind of where he ran into issues with the Eagles last year, as they tried to make him an every down pass rusher, and they kind of tried him an outside linebacker, and it didn't work. And I know Baldy was on with Steiny and Goo, and you heard Steiny regurgitate everything Baldy said.
Sure did.
We could play a little bit of that a little bit later on. But
which, the Baldy or the Steiny sounding like Baldy?
The Baldy.
Okay, all right,
the Baldy. We can
It's
just cut
much
out the
more
middleman.
valuable, yeah.
But I immediately think that he becomes the best pass rusher the Niners have ever had opposite Nick Bosa. And when you try to figure out the key for the 49ers defense, obviously the run defense was such a major issue. This also allows you to move Mykel Williams into the inside on those situations.
Down, sure.
And he's kind of a hybrid. He could play outside. He could play inside. But the Niners have always been the kind of team who wants to get home when they only rush 4. And you do that now with Bryce Huff and Nick Bosa. You have two legitimate pass rush specialists who can do that on a much, much, much higher level than they've had in the recent past. And it allows them to be able to take away other things defensively. So I think this is a win-win, absolute no-brainer decision for the 49ers. You give up a day 3 pick, maybe a 4th, maybe a 5th, we'll see, and you pay about half of his $17 million that he's due this year. You have a ton of cap space for this season. He's under contract again next year. We'll see. You hope that he's way, way, way better than he was last year. But if he's anywhere near what he was 2 years ago, we're going to look back at the move they made today, and it won't be official for a couple of days until the calendar turns to June. We're going to look back on this as a move that improved the Niners defense in a big way.
I love it. And the NFL is so interesting this way, where there are players, and I mean players who affect the outcomes of football games who the diehard public doesn't know anything about.
Yeah.
Like 95% of an NFL roster is anonymous because of helmets and in the trenches and all of this. So, like, I accept your breakdown. I see all the numbers. I get it, too. It says something very different in a broader sense to me, though. Like, I'll buy everything that you just said. I think it makes sense. I think it's low risk. I think that when he was working with Robert Saleh 2 and 3 years ago, it was wildly productive. We've watched this particular group have really, really great outcomes with their pass rush in the past when Robert Saleh has been the defensive coordinator of this team. So I have no reason to think that this won't work too. I'm sort of with you with like how the optimism of the offseason has organically risen, even though I don't know if I can sit here and give you the X's and O's of why. It's a broader take, and here's what it is. This team is really leaning back in to essentially having 2 head coaches, more so maybe than they even did the first time around. Here's what I mean by that. We've long known Kyle Shanahan is obviously the head coach of the team. Kyle's an offensive guy. If you look at the way they did the draft, if you look at the way they are now making moves, not just the way they're doing it, but specifically who they're picking up, they have handed the whole damn other half of the ball to Robert Saleh. And I'm a huge believer.
Acquired 3 Jets in the last week.
There you go. Like, you can see what he's doing, and don't forget that while you go, well, Saleh wasn't very successful with the Jets, his defense was.
Yeah.
His defense was, and the man never had a quarterback. He never had a quarterback. He was supposed to have a quarterback, and then that quarterback's leg flew off, and then that quarterback became the biggest narcissist in the history of the NFL, and then he came back.
Already was.
Yeah, exactly. And even more so, and old and aged out and able to fire. Like, he fired him. He basically fired Robert Saleh and the GM and everybody else, and the whole thing becomes yet another ridiculous Jets story. But if you zero in on what Robert does, it went well. That was a very good defense during his time. I always laugh. Like, remember the game that Aaron Rodgers got hurt on opening night against the Bills? You want to know what no one remembers about that game?
The Jets won that game.
The Jets won.
Against the Bills.
Against the
With
Bills.
Zach Wilson quarterbacking the Jets.
Correct, because their defense was elite. And so the fact is, when you look at what's being done, the 49ers are telling Robert Saleh, dude, and it makes sense. If you think about, like, how'd they get Robert to come back? Immediately off of a head coaching job. Everyone thought, he's going to take a year. He's getting paid. He's going to wait for another head coaching job. And I do think.
Might want the Jaguars head coaching job. And he probably would have taken it if he was offered it.
It was damn close. Exactly. So how do you get that guy to go home again and go back to a defensive coordinator position? I would imagine you're seeing it now, which is, hey, Rob, why don't you just be the head coach of half of this team?
This is your stuff.
This is your baby.
Yeah. Full control.
And when the Niners had him in charge of this defense, it was amazing, and it took Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl. And that's what has me excited.
Yeah. No, I mean, they are. You can, like, go through, and you and Dibbs did this yesterday once the Ricky Pearsall hamstring injury news broke. Like, well, what position could you survive an injury to the most? And you go through every position, you're kind of like,
exactly.
Like, offensive line, no, they need all the help they can get there. Defensive line, same thing. Wide receiver, at least early in the year, they need everyone healthy there. You can't survive an injury to Christian McCaffrey. If Fred Warner goes down, you're cooked. If you lose a safety, you've already lost your safeties. So, like, there's a lot of issues personnel-wise. So you're right. It is kind of difficult to explain why there is this feeling of optimism that I feel deep in my gut about this 49er team. But I think a lot of it is the trust that you have in Robert Saleh. And we think about, like, the Robert Saleh defenses way back when, the 2019 season, that they went to the Super Bowl. And, of course, we know that they lost, but they were the best defense in the NFL that year. and they were awesome offensively, but it was the defense that was the driving force behind it. And we think of the names that defense created. Like that kind of created Nick Bosa, and he was a rookie, and it created Eric Armstead as a stud, and obviously DeForest Buckner was on that team. We kind of forget that before those seasons, before Robert Saleh took the Niners defense to another level, like those weren't nobodies, but it's not like they were stars before then. Like they became stars under the Robert Saleh defense. Now, it doesn't mean that I expect Mykel Williams to be the next DeForest Buckner or whatever the case is.
Who knows?
But you entered that season similar to this season being like, well, if this guy takes a leap, if that guy takes a leap, if this rookie steps up and does a really good job and you stay healthy at that spot, then you have a chance to be really darn good. Like, it's a little different a couple of years ago when they went to the Super Bowl and the offense was amazing and the defense was still pretty darn good, but probably not as good as it was in 2019. That was a veteran-laden team that had all these proven guys all over the place, and you could plot out very easily, well, if he stays healthy and Purdy doesn't regress and his elbow's fine, they're going to win the division, and they're probably going to be a top 2 seed, and they're going to have it in their power to go to the Super Bowl and maybe win it, and that's how it played out. But when you're kind of in a reset mode like the Niners kind of are right now, you get McCaffrey back and Purdy back and Kittle back and Warner back. You have your pieces, your key guys, but you have a lot of others and question marks elsewhere. It kind of feels like how that 2019 season felt, where you could kind of see like, all right, if you check that box and you check that box and you check that box and you're healthy, you're going to be pretty darn good, but you just need a few things to go your way.
No doubt. Listen, I remember, I wonder how many people really access this now in your mind, if you will. Go back to prior to the Garoppolo Super Bowl year and what you thought the Niners were going to be going into that year. And I remember.
Garoppolo was coming off of an ACL tear.
Correct. And the station for which I was working at the time did videos of everybody there. And they said, okay, what do you think the Niners are going to be? Predictions. I did my video, and I said, I think you're going to go 10-6. And everyone's like, you homer, you piece of crap homer. They don't have answers at X, Y, and Z, and this and that. And 10-6 turned out to be 3 games shy of what they ended up achieving.
13-3.
13-3. That team, with Robert Saleh's defense, was coming off of a year, you'll remember, where they only intercepted the ball 2 times. And the same group came back and had an elite defense. They added Nick Bosa to it. This defense under Robert Saleh loves to do things. Pass rush, backward. That's how they build themselves. Pass rush, backward. Oh, we don't have defensive backs. Wait till you see what defensive backs look like if the quarterback doesn't have any time. And so this defense has got all kinds of question marks and injuries right now, and I understand that. But they're also a much younger group than they were before. I tend to think that can work in your favor if you pick the right guys. I'm not going to say we know who a lot of these people are yet. We'll see if they can play. It does look like the 49ers are optimistic about them. But here's the larger point. I think a lot of us, when we're looking at the 49ers, we're thinking all about Brock and George and Christian and Trent. And I want to tell you coming up next why we're probably looking at the wrong side of the ball when we assess who the 49ers are going to be this year. So, first of all, this is a little bit of a conversation about simple optimism or pessimism and where that sits right now when you look at who the 49ers are and what they are as we hit this OTAs week. So, we'll take your calls right now. Are you feeling optimistic?
Yes.
Are you feeling pessimistic? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls on that right now. Grandy's in for Dibs. We're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibs.
Trucks only 4 and still get there with Bryce Huff. A bullet off of the edge for the sack.
It is now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know why my mind keeps going here. I think that most of our listening audience, like you came in today and you're like, they got Bryce Huff!
Bryce Huff!
And I think 98.2% of Niner fans are like, who? But I thought of this. At any given moment, and not like you're the wrong person to talk to, Mr. Pre- and post-game coverage on 95.7 The Game. At any given moment, how often does this happen to you? You watch a football game, your favorite team, and someone will make a play, and you're like, I've never heard of that person. I have no idea who the hell that is.
That's what, like, preseason week 3 is like.
For you, I think a lot of my friends is like week 9, and then there's this. I've long thought this
number
should be
45 on punt coverage.
Right? Like who
the hell are you?
Who is that? Who is that? Who was my man on the defensive line last year? Was it Sammy O?
Sam Okawanu?
Right.
Yeah.
Like that was one where the first play he made of the year, I'm like, are you on the team? Like, did somebody break in?
And then we all just called him Sam O for the whole season.
Everybody gave up. Exactly. But this, and this is the one I really think the NFL ought to make a rule. I'm not kidding. In 2025, NFL needs to make a rule. If you're not on anyone's fantasy team, you're not allowed to score. I'm sorry. We can't do that. Like maybe on special teams. If you return a punt, whatever, that happens.
Well, yeah, but I have the defense and special teams, so I get credit for it anyway.
Exactly. But every week 11, right, the Panthers will drop back and they'll like, oh, he's looking, right? There's like one player on the Panthers who's on everyone's fantasy team or whatever.
Third string tight end scores a touchdown.
Exactly. Yeah. And they run some trick play and some guy is spiking the ball and you're like, I have never heard that name in my entire life. That doesn't happen in other sports.
It'll be like if Luke Farrell scores a touchdown for the Niners this year.
And most of our audience just went, I'm sorry, who?
Probably the Niners' biggest free agent signing of the year.
It was their first.
Yeah.
It was their first signing.
Luke Farrell. I think tight end for the Jaguars last year. I'm pretty sure.
That is accurate.
Yeah.
A tight end for the Jaguars, not the tight end. Not the one that was allowed to score touchdowns for fantasy purposes.
Evan Ingram?
Yeah. When he played, which was rare. Thank you, Lucas. He was my tight end in this 95-7 The Game league.
That's rough.
That didn't go too well.
Rough. I love that we're talking football. Do you want? It's a Friday and it's a beautiful day. And
my God, I was sweating on the way to work today.
If you're elsewhere, not in San Francisco, hope you're staying cool. It's perfect in the city right now, but. So we don't need to brighten up our day like more than normal because it is already such a great day. But I saw this tweet earlier today and I had to bring it up. Scott Hansen, one of our favorite people in the NFL world.
Is he leaving?
Announced that he's coming back for NFL Red Zone next year. And he added this important detail.
Let's go.
We are only 100 days away from the first NFL Sunday.
Come on.
100.
Scott Hansen is literally, so there's the lovely Christy. We don't live together yet, and that may not actually happen for years. We're going to be married and not live together because there's 700 kids. So, like, I mean, who has enough bedrooms for this? So anyway, but I would let her be, quote unquote, the 5th member of our family. The 6th is Scott. I just want everyone to know that. That's the way it works. In my house.
Scott Hansen will always have a seat at my table, specifically on Sundays.
There's 3 kids. Christy, she's got the first next seat at the dinner table. The next one is Scott. And I judge that based on how beloved people are by my children in my family. If Scott Hansen came over for dinner, I'm pretty sure they would sub me out. For sure. That's how beloved Scott and NFL Sundays and Red Zone are in the Willard home. That is big news.
100 days.
What you just told
Scott
me,
Hansen is back.
I will break that at dinner tonight.
Oh, you're going to be the king of the night in your house.
There will be whoops. There will be whoops and high fives tonight at the dinner table. So that's exciting.
100 days away from Scott Hansen saying 7 out. Commercial-free football.
We got to get him on. Maybe even like before the season starts.
Go to the Octo Box.
Yeah, he's easier to get, I would think. Can we get him like the last week of August? I still, by the way, Dad was never cooler than the day that we had him on. And I told him how much my kids loved him. And then he did something where he like specifically named them. He's like, you tell Jude and Abe or whatever. And I got that clip and I took it home. I mean, you'd have
They
thought,
just lit up, huh?
You'd have thought they were on the red carpet at the Grammys. They were like, Scott Hansen's talking about me on the radio.
Puff their chests out a little bit.
Yep. So anyway, but
Grow a couple inches.
Here's what I was going to say though about the side of the ball and the Niners. So they make a move for the defense today. We sort of establish again Bryce Huff and he's pass rushing specialist, so he'll be there second, third down, whatever. But the bigger point to me is they're really leaning into Saleh. And I'm a huge Robert Saleh fan. I think he's a wonderful coach. And my optimism around the Niners right now is more based on that than me being able to X and O with you about what Michael Williams is going to do, because I have no idea what he's going to be able to do. There's a lot of rookies that need to perform this year. But my belief in Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh is very, very high. And I think I kind of see behind their eyes when I see them talk this week, they're excited. And I know people are talking about vibes and all that, and that's great. But here's what I'm thinking. The defense, not the offense, is going to be why the 49ers make the playoffs this year. Because Robert Saleh is really good at his job. And if they rush the passer very well this year, and today I think is a big step toward us feeling like they will.
Feel better for sure.
Okay? Yep. If they rush the passer well this year, I want everybody to think about who is the quarterback on the other end who is going to dice up the 49ers plus level pass rush. Because the quarterbacks that they will face this year go like this. Sam Darnold, I have no damn idea.
Tyler Shuck, probably.
Kyler Murray, Trevor Lawrence, Matt Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Michael Penix, CJ Stroud, probably Russell Wilson / I have no idea.
Jackson Dart.
Stafford again, Murray again. And then you've got, I guess, Bryce Love.
Bryce Young.
Not Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Bryce, sorry, my mind went to Stanford running backs.
Great at Stanford.
Bryce Young. Followed by week 13, I have really, 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 really no idea.
Shedeur Sanders.
/ Shedeur Sanders.
Dylan Gabriel.
Then you're going to get Cam Ward. Then you're going to get, I have no idea.
Anthony Richardson.
Or Daniel Jones. Followed by Caleb Williams. Followed by Sam Darnold. You will notice that the names Josh Allen, Tua Tagovailoa, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Bo Nix, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, you will notice that none of those names came up. So if the 49ers even have a pretty good defense, they are going to eat this year because they do not have to face any of the elite players at the quarterback position that this league has to offer. Almost. I don't want to disrespect Stafford, Baker Mayfield. These are good players.
Kyler gives them problems.
CJ Stroud. There's good players out there. But the elite that this position has to offer, the Niners don't play them. They just don't play them. They might have to beat them in January, you hope, but they don't play them. And so if you rush the quarterback really well, which Robert Saleh has a history of doing almost everywhere he's gone the last 6 years in this league, when you do that, dude, you're going to win a lot of football games.
And you do that against elite quarterbacks, you're still going to win a lot of football games. Yep. You do that against this crop of quarterbacks, and the larger point is the schedule, and that's probably reason number one to be like optimistic of the Niners making the postseason or winning the division. My optimism isn't even necessarily about like over under 10.5 wins. I feel so good about the over. It's just like in general, I think they're going to be a better football team than I thought they were going to be once free agency opened and all of these departures were happening, and they were only bringing in a backup tight end in Luke Farrell from the Jaguars. I also think the other part of this, and then this is what you're getting at when it comes to Robert Saleh and the defense specifically, one of the most like common and not necessarily like Shanahan haters, but people who are questioning Kyle Shanahan and his responsibilities, one of the most common things that people would say, I think there was some truth to it, was he just has his hand in too many baskets. He's too involved in everything going on with the 49ers. And you could feel like he was kind of babysitting each of his last two defensive coordinators the last 2 years.
To a degree.
Sorensen and Wilks. I mean, you remember the game in Minnesota 2 years ago when Wilks called the zero blitz at the end of the first half, and at that time it was still Kirk Cousins who threw to Jordan Addison, ripped the ball away from whoever the safety was at the time.
It might have been Ward. It might have been. I don't think it was
some random veteran who filled in.
I'll look it up.
Anyway, ripped it away from the safety, and then he goes 50 yards for a touchdown to close the first half, and he ultimately comes out post-game that day and says, that can't happen. Ridiculous to call a zero blitz in that situation. And then he brings Steve Wilks down from the booth and has him on the sideline because he tries to fill what Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans did. Do you have an answer for who the safety was?
It was Charvarius Ward.
It was Charvarius
Ward. Yeah, ball went right through his hands.
Yeah, and anyway, it resulted in a touchdown. And Shanahan maybe, could have seen that the corner was there in the right spot, but whatever. It was a touchdown. It was a bad call, whatever. So he gets upset at that. And you kind of feel like he had been in a situation where what he had to do for the defensive side of the football probably took away a little bit of what he was able to do for the offensive side of the football. Because you just have so much consciousness and so much ability to go around. It's not infinite. And if you're worried about one half of the football, it's going to take away from what you're able to do on the offensive end. And you know me, I was frustrated a lot at times with the way Shanahan was generally pretty conservative and vanilla offensively, and you get him into a situation now where he can trust fully what's happening on the other side of the football. Results aside a little bit, you just trust that who is running that is doing everything possible and is getting the most out of that group. It's going to allow Shanahan to take a step back from that side of the team and then hone clearly into what he does best, which is what's on offense.
I totally agree. Like I think it allows you, and this is to get a little X and OE or whatever, and that's kind of funny on May 30th. But like, what just popped in my mind when you were talking was the game in Minnesota last year where the 49ers backed Sam Darnold up inside his own 5. And I think it was the very first
99-yard
threw a 99-yard pass right over the top of the defense.
Justin Jefferson.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's the kind of stuff that I think drove Kyle Shanahan nuts, and it made fans come out. I get it. It's the NFL. You come after the head coach, you come after the quarterback. And I'm like, but those are the things that have nothing to do with those guys whatsoever, and it's totally hamstrings what they can do, because they're trying to play essentially like a field position game, and you couldn't play a field position game because that's not even the only example. How many times do you feel like other team was backed up inside their 10 and then it was just like, whoop, okay, now they're at the 30. Well, that ruined that because the whole plan there was you're backed up. We're going to have a pass rush that's going to put a lot of pressure on the other team. It's going to force a 3 and out, and we're going to get a short field, and we're going to get points out of that. That's the way you play football. And they couldn't do it last year because their defense sucked. They just did. They could not stop the run. They could not get off the field on third down. They could not stop from committing penalties. So there were games where they had leads, like the game against the Rams, and they just let it completely, right? They just let it absolutely disintegrate in front of their eyes. It does not mean that the offense and whatnot and the head coaching, everything needed to be better than it was last year. But I just think this is so fundamental. Everybody gets to have their plan, right? You're looking at it with Buster Posey right now with the Giants, right? You have a plan. You can see it. We're going to go pitching and defense. Maybe boring sometimes, but we were just reminiscing a few minutes ago because some highlights were up here about the 2014 World Series championship for the Giants. And
the team had no business.
Right.
They had a pitcher and a half going into the postseason. They started Juan Perez in Game 7 of the World Series, and that's your World Series champion that year.
And in Game 7, they went 1-2 punch of Tim Hudson and Jake Peavy, and both of them were 80 years old and ineffective, yet somehow they only gave up 2 runs in that game. Shout out, who's my second baseman's name who did the double play?
Joe Panic.
There you go. Joe Panic, and obviously Mad Bum.
Michael Morse, game-winning RBI.
Right, which probably had an exit velo of 12. So that, they were not great, but what did they have? Ooh, a bullpen. And what does this Giants team have? A bullpen. And why do they have, I know we're frustrated with them right now, but why do they have more wins than losses? I'd argue that's why. So whether you love it or not, that's his game plan. The 49ers in this era are most comfortable when the center of their team is the pass rush. That's who they are. That is their philosophy. You're allowed to disagree with it, but it's been pretty successful. And when it goes well, everything around it seems to work. Secondary starts to play better. When the defense plays better, a little bit less is asked of the offense. If the offense stays healthy, Christian McCaffrey, whatnot, you definitely have enough to put a lot of points on the board. And that's what they mean by the connectivity. Everything starts feeding each other. So that's what I love about today. With Robert Saleh, allowing him to go get his own guys and to really focus again on the pass rush, to me feels like the 49ers getting back to who they are.
Yeah, no doubt. And you laid out all of their defensive issues last year. I mean, they couldn't stop the run. They couldn't rush the passer. They couldn't really do a whole lot of anything defensively last year. The offense, believe it or not, despite everything that happened, wasn't terrible by any means, but the defense was just absolutely a mess. And then you try to wrap your head around, okay, that's the reality of last year's team. And then they go and they get rid of multiple starters. Malik Collins, defensive tackle, see ya. Leonard Floyd, edge rusher, see ya. Devondre Campbell, whatever. That's not even worth bringing up. I shouldn't have. Mooney Ward goes. He had extenuating circumstances with his personal life, and you wish the best to him and his family going forward, but he's not back. You lose Dre Greenlaw. That was maybe the one the Niners felt like they let get away. Yep. Talanoa Hufanga leaves as well. You don't feel terrible about that, although...
I'm sorry to say this that way, but shoulder shrug.
Although now you don't really have any safeties you feel too good at the moment because Malik Mustafa is dealing with an injury, and you're going to have to start probably Jair Brown, who maybe you don't want to start, and then somebody else to begin the year. We will see there. So for the short term, maybe you're going to miss Talanoa Hufanga, but probably not once you get Malik Mustafa back. So you have what last year was. You have that exodus of, I guess talent is the right word, but you have the exodus of a lot of starters last year, and you don't really have any additions. And maybe it's short-sightedness by me and a lot of other Niner fans. I'm sitting there watching free agency happen and thinking you were bad, you let half of your starters leave, and you didn't really do anything to get anyone else. How are you possibly going to be better? And I'm sitting here now on May 30th looking Micah Williams, you hope that your draft pick comes around. Now you have Bryce Huff. You hope that he turns out to be better. D. Winters, another year as a starter, potentially alongside Fred Warner. You get growth from the Renardo Green. Delmar Lenore steps into the number one cornerback role, and you have the workings of what could be a really big defense. But to I think a lot of Niner fans' point, maybe who don't feel as optimistic as I do and as you do, there isn't a lot specifically I can point to that is, they lost this guy. This guy's better than him. That's why they're going to be better. It's more so just a gut feeling. And it's just trust I have in who's leading the way.
That's the word. That's the word I was sitting here waiting to say, trust. And I get it if you're not there, 49er fans. But you are, and I am, the combination of Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan, to me, John Lynch too, the whole system, I trust it. I absolutely trust it. It does not mean the year will be perfect. I don't know yet who's going to get hurt and whatnot. And yes, there are questions all over. There are names who are going to be a big deal for the 49ers this year, and we don't even know them yet. I know most people can name Michael Williams because he's their first draft pick. You talked about D. Winters. I think that they might actually be paving the way for Nick Martin, who's a rookie out of Oklahoma State. But I don't know if he's going to be any good. I know they want him to be. I've heard that they feel he's going to be, but the lights haven't come on yet, right? We're still there. There's just it's not even like late practices. It's only early practices, but that's what it comes down to. I really trust Robert Saleh, and I think that this defensive coordinator journey that we've been on over the last 3 years is a big deal, and that's not to blame any individual. I know there's a lot of feelings out there about Steve Wilks being a scapegoat for everything having gone wrong. I don't really look at it as blame, and even if you do want to blame the defensive coordinator, I think it's almost easier to blame whoever hired him.
Oh, no doubt.
Like, if that's not who was going to work your system, then why'd you hire him?
I mean,
and then you let him go, and then you gave it to a pup who was clearly overmatched and not ready for the job. Don't even know if he ever will be. And that didn't work. So I just look at Saleh, and then you even look at D'Amico Ryans having come from working right directly underneath Saleh and what he was able to achieve. I think that speaks volumes, man. And he's back, and that I have a ton of trust in, even not knowing who some of the particular players are going to be.
I don't want it to, and I see this coming in on the text line from the 925, talking about what I said earlier about Shanahan maybe having his hand in too many buckets, and it's taking away from what he was doing offensively. The 925 says, wow, Kyle just really can't do anything wrong, LOL. Kyle Shanahan is far from being without blame in the way specifically last season played out, but even the way that the defense has played out the last couple of years. There's no doubt. You mentioned the decision to hire Steve Wilks in the first place. I don't know what the hell they were trying to convince themselves of. First of all, they go into that offseason with D'Amico Ryans leaving, and they go into that offseason saying, when asked, what are you looking for in your new defensive coordinator? And they said specifically, we want someone who will run our system, who our players aren't going to have to adjust to, who will run our system and is comfortable running our system, has experience running our system. And they go out and hire a guy in Steve Wilks who has never once run that system before. And then they appear surprised that it doesn't go over super well. Like that made absolutely no sense to me.
Was that game like week 5 or week 6 or something like that?
Well, that was the second of their third consecutive loss after they were 5-0. So it was somewhere around week 7.
Week 7, yeah.
Because they lost in Cleveland to snap their 5-0 start. I think.
He called them out publicly in a press conference, which tells me that they were already butting heads. So like
even during the win streak, probably
before the halfway point of the season.
So Shanahan's not he's not clear from blame by even a mile. Like he deserves a ton of blame for what happened last year. My only point is you pair him up with a defensive coordinator that he feels 1,000% more comfortable with and is more trusting of, then he's going to be able to put 100% of his energy into making sure the offense is as good as possible.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. You want to talk about a really good text. 415 sent this in. Scott Hansen, good news. Chris Hansen, bad news.
Oh.
Now, does that go over your head? Or Lucas, do you get that? You get it?
Yeah, I know who Chris Hansen is. Yes.
Why don't you take a seat right here at the bar? And, oh my God. It's the best television show that's ever existed.
What are you doing
Steve
here?
did ask back here if there was a relation.
Well, that'll be our first question for Scott the next time he jumps on. I bet he gets that question a lot.
Chris Hansen.
Yeah,
huh.
yeah.
What was your plan here tonight?
2 main questions for Scott Hansen. I bet he gets more than any other. Number 1 is obviously, when do you pee? Like, no, for real. I know he gets it a lot, right? 7 hours. When do you pee?
Every interview.
Right? And then the other one is, do you know Chris? Any relation there? Anything going on? All right. We've got a zinger or two of a Warrior conversation, I think, to have, but not done yet with the San Francisco 49ers. I actually want to throw a little bit of a curveball and try something out that we may be doing in the football season. And it's basically called Brock or. And we'll explain this coming up next. 888-957-957 is the number. Grandy's here, everybody. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hurts, pressure coming, and he's sacked. Blasting to the cornerback was Bryce Huff. He went straight through the block to get his second sack of the year.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That call is from Fox. Bryce Huff is going to be a Niner, trade with the Eagles today. Lucas found a clip. He's going to play at about, I got the over-under at 6.5.
That was a different one.
It was?
More than one sack in his career.
He just has so many sacks.
You have more than one Bryce Huff sack clip?
Keep listening. May have to come back with one every break.
The other one sounded eerily similar to this one. You sure? They were different? Or two different clips of the same play?
Luke's working hard.
Well, I don't know that. But anyway. Oh, I want to answer this. 925 texted in. Was there a question that Red Zone would be back? I had not heard anything that Red Zone might not be back. There was never a question about whether or not Red Zone was going to be back. There was a question about whether or not Scott Hansen was going to be the host of it. Yeah. Because I think his contract was up. And I would imagine with the way his profile has grown, he probably had some other offers out there. Offers that would allow him, like, I don't know, a commercial break.
To go use the bathroom.
Use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Something like that. But anyway, he's back. And I hope it's a super long-term deal because I'm telling you, man, like, I mean, we were joking a minute ago, and I'm only partially joking, that the old Chris Hansen To Catch a Predator thing was the best thing that's ever been on TV. But actually, it's Red Zone. Red Zone's the best show on TV, if you ask me. Like right ahead of, or maybe only behind the actual games themselves. Like I'll take a Warrior game, I'll take a Niner game, but like no joke, and I know you guys don't have to deal with this. When the Niners are playing, my kids get ticked at me when I'm like, no, the big TV is going to be the Niner game, and the sound is going to be on the Niner game.
And your kids are Niner fans.
Yeah,
and they're still upset.
Red Zone goes on the side TV, and if you'd like to position yourself to watch that without sound, knock yourself out. But there are moments where they get ticked and they head to the other room. Like, we're out of here. We're going into your bedroom, and we're watching Red Zone during the Niner game.
There's no doubt that Red Zone is an amazing product, and like I can't watch football without Red Zone anymore. But it has also kind of ruined like watching a lot of other sporting events for me, because I don't know if it's like feeding into our dwindling like attention spans.
For sure it is.
But like, you telling me now I got to go and sit through half hour of commercials to watch an NBA playoff game?
Oh, that's the thing. What's funny to me is that I'll talk to people, believe it or not, there are people in my world where sports is not the first thing. I don't know.
What's that like?
I don't know what their problem is. I try to talk to them. My sister's one of these people because she loves the 49ers. And I've gotten her in on fantasy football.
Oh.
And she's a competitive little bugger, that one. She is all in on it. But when her husband, my brother-in-law, and my nephew, her son, who's 18, they are just like, it's Red Zone. It's Red Zone all day. And the 18-year-old brings his friends over, and people are throwing chips bags everywhere and doing all that stuff that she hates. But the number one thing that she'll say, she's like, ugh, it's just the Red Zone. I can't follow what's going on. I'm looking at it, and we're in Philadelphia. 2 seconds later, we're in New York, and I'm like, wait a minute, what happened in the Philadelphia game?
Don't worry, we'll get back to it.
I'm just like, you've never sounded older. Like, come on. You're not supposed to have an attention span anymore. Bing, 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 bing. This is a pinball machine now. You got to keep up. So anyway, but I know there's some people who are
it's
just
the opposite problem for me.
It's too much. Yeah, I'm with you.
Everything else is too little now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Brock Orr. This kind of came up on Fox Sports 1. Craig Carton is one of their hosts. And listen to the conversation that they had earlier this week with regard to Brock Purdy or Jalen Hurts.
Oh.
Who would you rather be the Jets quarterback, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
This is easy for me. This one takes no thought whatsoever. He's a far better quarterback. Brock Purdy does everything better than Jalen Hurts. And I think Jalen Hurts is a damn good quarterback. He's in my top 5, one of the 9 guys that are in that top 5. But the guy's the machine.
First of all, I love that he says he's one of the 9 guys that I've got in my top 5. That's funny. That's funny. But Brock Purdy over Jalen Hurts. What I love about the take is not just sort of what y'all think the obvious is. We can get to that, which is, kind of which guy do you think is better? Which one would you take? Like Jalen Hurts, the flavor of the month. We spent a good part of the year talking about all of the deficiencies.
Oh, A.J. Brown was pissed at him.
His top receiver wanted to punch him in the face.
Throw me the ball.
Right? And we did we not do this to Brock? Those of you who have questions about Brock, one of your top 3 points that I constantly hear, he's just over here handing the ball to Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey right, McCaffrey left, McCaffrey up the middle. Wait a minute, that's not what Jalen Hurts did last year with Barkley? That's not what it was? Now Jalen Hurts, as TJ Hushmanzada says, he's not overpaid anymore. He was, but now he's not. And I think I'm like what Craig Carton said. I think the world of Jalen Hurts. But let's just start there. Did he not, in fact, maybe lean even more into his running back than Brock Purdy did the year before?
I don't even think it's about just the running back. It's about the entire offense. I mean, you got Saquon Barkley, who was he Offensive Player of the Year this past year?
Had to be, right?
I mean, Jamar Chase also had an amazing season, but Saquon Barkley was pushing for an MVP.
I never know who won the NFL award.
I think Saquon won Offensive Player of the Year. Lamar won MVP. Josh Allen won MVP.
But AP NFL Offensive Player of the Year, I think it was Saquon Barkley.
And it was McCaffrey the year prior. So there's the comparison.
There you go.
But Philly also has A.J. Brown, amazing wide receiver. Yep. Devontae Smith, really good wide receiver, and the best offensive line in the NFL.
Good tight end too.
And Dallas Goedert. Yep. You compare it to the Niners a couple of years ago when they went to the Super Bowl and lost. You had Ayuk,
1,300 plus.
Really good wide receiver. Maybe not quite A.J. Brown's level, but really good wide receiver. You got Debo, who's not like comparable to Devontae Smith, but a very unique weapon and a very good weapon. Your tight end, Kittle, better than Dallas Goedert, but you got another really good tight end. You got Trent Williams, maybe one of the best offensive linemen in the NFL, but then you don't have a lot else on the offensive line.
It was a mediocre offensive line season for the Niners, yes.
Philly offensive line, way better than the Niners offensive line, and probably the best offensive line in the NFL last year.
Probably.
And the weapons relatively comparable. I would argue that Philly supporting cast better than the 49ers supporting cast a couple of years ago. And it's not necessarily like a competition, like who was best, but what quarterback had the quote-unquote, easier job? It probably was Jalen Hurts last year.
Well, and I'll just remind everybody how quickly these perceptions can change. Because Jalen Hurts is now the flavor of the month. I would argue 5 weeks into the season last year, if you listen to Philadelphia sports radio, they were calling for his job in a year where he ended up winning the Super Bowl. And don't forget what happened the year before that, which is the Eagles were the big bad dudes on the block. Niners came in first weekend in November, embarrassed the hell out of them. They never recovered. He got blown out in a round 1 playoff game against the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yep.
And that was the backdrop of Jalen Hurts. And meantime, Brock Purdy was on his way to the Super Bowl, and everyone was like, wow, you have a lot of good players on your team. And then we come back the next year. Brock has this disappointing year where there are analysts now saying, dude, you had injuries, but if you want a big contract, you need to pick up for those injuries. Well, this is what Jalen kind of suffered the year before, and he didn't even have Saquon Barkley on that team. And he did not, quote, pick up for his team. They were blown out in round 1 of the playoffs.
They didn't make the playoffs.
They made it, but
Niners were 6-11.
But they made it on the strength of September and October, as you know. Once they got to the final, was it, I think, the final 6 weeks of the season, they won one football game.
Yeah, something like that.
They won one football game. So anyway, I just think there are interesting comparisons because now we look at Jalen Hurts through this completely different lens because of what happened last year. And, what will we feel at the end of this year? I think there's more to say on this, and we'd love to hear from you. Brock or Jalen Hurts? Who would you take right now as the quarterback if you were just starting it out? We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Grandy's in for dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know, upon further review, I'm really glad he did that because it wasn't a great question. It was the easiest, stupid question. Like, it was on the way out the door of the conversation. It's not a thoughtful question. What do you think's going to happen in the game? That's not hard. That's that's the easiest. My buddies sitting next to me at the bar. What do you think's going to happen tonight? Like, that's not some sort of thoughtful, creative question.
If memory serves, that was before the Niners-Chiefs game.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
This past year.
It was Niners-Bills, I think.
Oh, was it Bills?
Niners-Bills.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
if Steve felt like that was going to be a great game, then we got other problems.
Was not a great game.
He really thought the Niners were going to battle back and really show some resolve in that one.
You know what?
They had lost like 4 or 5.
Fresh off the Lambeau loss where Brandon Allen started for Brock, right?
And McCaffrey was back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Christian was back.
Back for the Buffalo game and quickly got hurt again.
I mean, that was we suffered from that all year long. Every week, you're like, okay, but this time, you're going to see the resolve and they're going to battle back. And then
I think by that point, most of us are probably like, okay, this team's done.
That game.
Yes.
For me, I could even roll it down to one play and you'll know exactly what play I'm talking about. That was this. Both the Warriors and the 49ers this year had one play.
Was it the play where McCaffrey went down?
No, it was when Josh Allen gave the ball to someone and then he was
to Amari Cooper
tackled and then they threw it back to him and he ran. I'm just like,
to this day,
I'm like, let's go home.
To this day, the best play Amari Cooper made is a Bill because he made no other plays for the Bills.
Yeah,
in his last year with them.
Yeah. I mean, it was deadline acquisition.
Yeah,
he got a lot of DNPs. Some injuries. I think he was dealing with a lot. I don't think
catch a ball in the postseason. I don't even know.
I don't think he played much. He didn't play much.
What was the play for the Warriors?
Oh, that's easy. Game 6 against the Houston Rockets.
First Van Vliet 3, huh?
First play of the fourth quarter.
And Warriors are fouled by GP2.
Yep. Warriors are battling back. They've cut it to 2. They've been outplayed all game, but you're going into the fourth quarter against a young team with elimination on the line. And they completely fall asleep on defense, huck the ball down court to Fred VanVleet, who couldn't miss for that stretch of the playoffs, got an and 1-3, hit the free throw, went up 6, got a turnover, laid it in, and your 2-point deficit was 8 and night.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I will go to my grave, and Lucas, I know you will too, with the idea that, I'll put it this way, Steph Curry's injury is way less likely if they win that game and they don't have to play Game 7 in Houston.
Yeah, no doubt. It's funny because and I know we want to get back to Brock versus Jalen, and we will in a sec. I think of the Warriors season in like 2 different chunks, and it's the pre-Jimmy Butler and post-Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
And the play for the pre-Jimmy Butler Warriors that kind of signified like the end was, and I remember we talked about it, you and Dibs specifically, talked about it on the show the day after it happened. Warriors in Sacramento. Must have been January, somewhat close to the trade deadline, but not like the deadline's a couple of days away. But it was approaching the deadline, and you knew something was going to have to change.
Yep.
They have the lead for the majority of the game versus the Kings in Sacramento. They ultimately blow it. They're down by, I think, 3 in the fourth with like 2 minutes left, 1.5 minutes left. They scored like maybe 8 points all fourth quarter. They couldn't do anything. It was the story of that chunk of the season. It was the story of that season. And Steph gets it across half court. He senses the double team coming, and before the double team can get there, he pulls up from like 35 feet. He just says, "To hell with all of this. I'm not dropping the ball off for Wiggins to go 4-on-3 versus everybody else. I am pulling because I trust my ability to make this incredibly difficult and deep 3 more than I trust the rest of you bums to score on a 4-on-3.
It felt like a give up.
It felt like
I don't have the energy.
We're going out on the backs of me missing a shot that I can make, but I'm probably going to miss.
And also felt like, dude, it's too much work trying to get a shot that we're not going to get anyway.
And if we get it, we're going to miss it.
Yeah. So let me just pull up from here. That's
So that signified the end of that portion of the season, and then you're right. That Van Vliet 4-point play signified the beginning of the end of the Jimmy Butler era of that season.
Yep. I mean, I don't think that's when the Warriors decided to make the trade, but it probably was some icing on the cake.
Steph might have went back to the locker room that night and said, "Give me some damn help."
I think we're going to need somebody. The old Ocean's 11 line. You think we need one more? All right, I'll get you one more. By the way, just a quick teaser. I love when people have the courage to have an unpopular take.
Oh.
I love that. And I think I've got one for you later today. But the inspiration for saying that out loud is one of our recent texters with a 650 area code. What's up, Peninsula? Red zone is garbage.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's such a terrible take. It's unbelievable. But your remote control goes where you want it to go. Red zone is crack without all of the negatives. I've never even tried crack, but you know what I'm saying? Like, red zone to me feels like
it's addictive.
Like good drugs without any of the bad stuff that happens. Kids don't take drugs.
Oh, yeah.
Drugs are terrible
Hook
for
me
you.
up to that.
I mean, dude, inject red zone into my veins. There's something about, I think it's the kids about to get out of school. There's something about when you start getting emails about, okay, these are our end of the year activities. And it just signals to me, because there's also probably like the turn to June is when you start getting communication from your buddies about like, what should we do for the draft this year? And so there's something about all of this communication that just got me going. And you telling me that Scott Hansen just signed an extension or whatever, I just started visualizing all of the NFL Sundays, and I'm like, whew, it's not that far off.
100 days from the first NFL Sunday, which means we're even
97 days until an actual
NFL game.
Eagles and Cowboys. Eagles and Cowboys.
Who the hell did Niners root for in that one?
Payne. We root for Payne.
Overtime tie.
No, you probably root for. Oh God!
Wait, I have to look this up.
I don't know. I don't know who you root for. You root for whoever you drafted that's on those teams. It's like someone's going 1-0, whatever. You know what I mean? I come from a place where if you root for the Cowboys, you go to hell. So you can't root for the Cowboys.
So you're rooting for the Eagles?
I mean, that's why I'm just like, I don't know. Did I draft someone? If not, I don't know. Bet on it. You could root that way. Yeah, I don't want either of those teams to win any football games.
You want to know something that is absolutely crazy?
I love crazy.
It has to do with the Dallas Cowboys and laughing at them, which makes it even better.
Okay, I'm listening.
Where do you think the Dallas Cowboys rank in terms of teams' odds to make the playoffs in the NFC?
This year.
This coming season.
Where do I think they rank? Do I get a plus minus, or do I need to nail this?
I'll give you plus minus.
You just want like a ranking. Like where do they sit in the NFC? Odds to make the playoffs.
Odds to make the playoffs.
Odds to make the, not Super Bowl, just odds to make the playoffs.
Just to make the playoffs.
I would bet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll go 9th.
That's incorrect. According to DraftKings, the Dallas Cowboys have the third worst odds in the NFC to make the playoffs, which would be 14th best.
Actually, I can explain that.
The New York Giants.
I know where they're coming from.
The New York Giants had the longest odds at plus 650. The Saints, second longest at plus 600.
And then is it the Panthers?
Then you got a bunch of AFC teams.
Panthers?
Pardon me. They have the fourth worst. I skipped over the Panthers.
So they're 13th.
13th. Panthers plus 250.
I wasn't that far.
You were not that far off. And then the Cowboys plus 190 to make the playoffs.
I know. I can explain where their thought process. They have two elite teams in their division. That's it. Like they have two
Eagles and Commanders.
Vegas is telling you that the Cowboys' only shot is a wild card out of third place, and that's really hard to do. And they've got 4 games this year against the Commanders and Eagles. You know how many the Niners have?
0.
None. Oh, and add the Lions and Packers into that as well. None. 0. Don't play them. So I get it. You know,
the fourth worst odds in the NFC to make the playoffs, the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm going to look at their schedule. What else do they have on it here?
49ers, meanwhile, the third best odds in the NFC to make the playoffs.
Oh, God. So, yeah, not only do they have 4 games against Washington and Philadelphia, but the Cowboys this year, based on where they finished, they must have been third place last year, right?
Yep, only better than the Giants.
But they have a trip to Detroit on here. They've got and they are matched up with the AFC West. So they get Kansas City, they get the Chargers, and then you at Denver. That's not easy. You get a trip to Vegas coming off of a bye, so that's fun. They also have Green Bay on the schedule this year, if I didn't mention that already. So I get it. You do a dive on the Cowboys, that's going to be real hard. And
only the teams that have worse odds to make the playoffs out of the NFC, the Giants, the Saints, and the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
That's trash, and then the Cowboys.
Like Minnesota is starting a quarterback who's never played before and also has 2 elite teams in their division. Their odds are better.
I'd probably pick the Panthers to make the playoffs before I pick the Cowboys, honestly. At least the Panthers are in a gettable division.
Winnable division, yeah.
And if you believe in Bryce Young.
Well, I mean, not in a large sense, I don't, but he stopped looking awful.
Yeah, he was good at the end of last year.
That's the best phrase I can give for Bryce. He stopped being awful, so that's good. Yeah, he moved the ball a little bit. All right, how would you answer this one? Brock or Jalen Hurts?
Who would you rather be the Jets quarterback, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
This is easy for me. This one takes no thought whatsoever. He's a far better quarterback. Brock Purdy does everything better than Jalen Hurts. And I think Jalen Hurts is a damn good quarterback. He's in my top 5, one of the 9 guys that are in that top 5. But the guy's the machine.
That's Craig Carton from Fox Sports 1. You agree?
Yeah, I think I'd take Brock Purdy over Jalen Hurts.
That's a pause. That was a nice pause.
Yeah.
That was a deep breath.
Jalen Hurts does something that Brock Purdy can't with what he does on the ground, although I think we saw him go away from it a little bit towards the end of last year. And a lot of it is just the tush push, which is still going to happen again this year.
And Brock, not bad.
Not terrible on his legs. There's no doubt. I think Brock is a better pure reader of defenses, and I think he is better at consistently getting the ball out. A lot of the frustration, and you talked about what Philadelphia sports radio was going through last year in the middle of the season and calling for Jalen Hurts' job, or at the very least being like, what the hell is this guy doing? You would watch an Eagles game and they would ultimately win because they just out-talented everybody that they played. We talked about how good their offense was. Their defense was amazing as well. And I think they're kind of the prototype for the Niners, what they hope this year turns into be for the Niners. You get a couple of really good drafts back-to-back, and suddenly you become the Eagles and are Super Bowl champions. That's what the Niners are going for. But when you would watch an Eagles game, invariably, there'd be like 4 plays throughout the game, Willard, where Jalen Hurts would hold on to the ball for an eternity and would ultimately like run around for 30 seconds and ultimately get sacked or throw the ball into harm's way. It would maybe get intercepted or get knocked down. There are so many plays where you're like, Jalen, what the hell are you doing? Just throw the ball away. It was inexplicable. And to me, Brock has so many fewer of those. Like, what the hell are you doing? That was a terrible decision. So many fewer just absolutely atrocious throws. So I think just by virtue of Brock generally being the safer, more straightforward quarterback, I think I'd pick Brock. I think he's the safer option for a team.
Will you hit the game show music again? Because I want to do this exercise with you.
Da, 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 da.
How many times last year do you think that Jalen Hurts, I'm not going to ask you how many times he threw for 300 yards. How many times do you think he threw for 200 yards? 200 yards.
He played in all games, every single game, right?
No, he did not. Week 16, 17, and 18, he missed.
That's right.
So, very good question.
So, he played 15 games.
15 football games. How many times, low bar, did he throw for 200 200 yards in those 15 games?
I will say 9 of 15, 200 or more yards.
It's a good answer. But it is not the correct answer.
How many times?
You have overbid.
7?
8.
8. Oh,
8
that was
times.
close.
8 times that he threw for over 200 yards, and only once did he throw for 300 yards in a football game last year. Now,
that seems to be more about the way those games went.
No doubt.
Were ahead, and they have the best running back in the NFL last year.
Correct. Like, this is somewhat philosophical. Numbers are numbers. I'm certainly not trying to paint the picture that Jalen's not really good. I think Jalen is really good. And you go about it the way you go about it. Like, again, system quarterback, right? Because I don't call that. That's not a criticism if you ask me. But the Eagles have a system, right? It's a lot of ground game. It's a lot of misdirection going on behind the line of scrimmage. There's tush push. There's Jalen running the ball a lot. That's a system, and he runs it really well. And they only lost 3 football games last year, and they won the whole shebang. So all due credit. But if you go back to this point that Craig Carton is making, and, maybe it's unfair because the real way to answer it, do you want Brock or Jalen? The next question should be, well, which system are they running, right? Who are his teammates? But if your mind goes to a traditional place, because I think even more so than the Niners, the Eagles have built their team around their system. I believe that with the acquisition of Barkley and what they've done on both sides of the ball in the trenches, I think that they really, really do a wonderful job of running their system. But if your mind goes to a traditional place and you're thinking of a quarterback in terms of accuracy and timing and reading defenses and all that, yeah, Brock Purdy's better. I actually don't even, again, you can answer it how you want, but if you use those markers, accuracy, timing, and the reading of a defense, the traditional aspects of quarterbacking, neither one of them has like a huge arm. Jalen's is bigger, no question about that. So you can pick whatever traditional things you want, but if you are coming from that perspective, Brock Purdy is absolutely better than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and you can go on our 95.7 The Game Twitter page and vote. We got a poll up there. Who would you rather have as your quarterback, Brock Purdy or Jalen Hurts? And you can also let us know on both the text line and call us, 888-957-9570. I think you brought up a good point in our previous segment, Willard. It's amazing how fast the opinion changes.
Yep.
Because if you had asked this question, maybe not even beginning of last year, but in the middle of last year, even amid Brock Purdy's struggles, if you want to call them that, and the Niners were not really great at any point in the season last year, you probably would have a much, much larger portion of the general football watching audience that would pick Brock Purdy as opposed to Jalen Hurts. But now suddenly he's not only a Super Bowl champion, but won Super Bowl MVP, had an amazing postseason. Like, we're not taking anything away from Jalen Hurts. At least we're not trying to do that. It's probably how it comes off a little bit. He was amazing in the postseason. He was awesome. And honestly, he's had a pretty good 2 postseason runs. Went to the Super Bowl once and lost to Mahomes and then beat Mahomes this past year. He was very good in both of those playoff runs. And Brock Purdy has had definitely his moments in the playoffs. But if you were just to ask us a year ago, you get an entirely different response. And obviously, you react to new information, but it's not as if Jalen Hurts set the world on fire for the entire regular season either. I mean, there was a lot of drama that happened in the Philadelphia Eagles season this past year, to the point where, one of the biggest stories was, what book is A.J. Brown reading on the sidelines to keep himself under control so he doesn't scream at Jalen Hurts again?
Well, we know this. Sports fans know this. If you win a championship, everything goes away. Everything goes away. Your anger goes away. The weird stories of the year goes away. The fights on the sideline goes away. Your criminal record of your cornerback or whatever. I hate to say that, but it does feel like it glosses over everything. Early returns, as the votes are now really coming in on our Twitter poll, who would you rather have, Brock Purdy or Jalen Hurts? Early returns are pretty strong for Brock Purdy. Not overwhelming, but he's definitely ahead, tracking at around 2/3 right now of the vote. Also want to point out what's up to Major West was the first and only, because it's a poll, you're just supposed to vote on it. You don't have to respond to it on Twitter, but there was somebody who responded to the question with another question.
What did Major West ask?
Depends on if we're playing rugby or football, like red-blooded Americans play. I mean,
you're going for rugby, you're taking Jalen Hurts. Is that what you're saying?
For sure, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. And that's a shot at the tush push. And by the way, Major West, he's right. I'm not going to take a shot at the Eagles. They play football. But the tush push is not football. I don't believe. Not the way that I learned it.
Are you upset at the NFL for not banning that?
Not passionately and not overly surprised. And I'm also like, sometimes I question all kinds of things. I mean, we could really go off the map here. I question all kinds of things in our country in terms of the way we vote. So if you're the NFL and you're like, we've got 32 teams and 22 of them firmly believe it should be this way. And then we go, that's not enough. Why? Why do we need 24?
Yeah, 22-10.
Who the hell comes up with this 3/4 number? That's an arbitrary, like, why? What is this? It's like the Electoral College. What are we really doing? Why are you doing it that way? I just wish more questions would get asked. And I know why questions get annoying. It's kind of like that's what everybody's kids do all the time when they're 7 years old. Why? Why can't I have 12 desserts? Like, I get that that's annoying, but I really do wonder why, when something gets to that point where the league is clearly like, we got an issue here, and an overwhelming, quite frankly, majority. There are more than 2 teams to every one.
22-10.
Right?
22 teams voted in favor of the ban.
Right. Better than 2-1. The team said, no, this should not happen. And the league's like, sorry, not enough.
They needed 24 votes.
I think that's lame. I don't really understand that.
Did you hear what Jed? Apparently, the meeting among owners got a little bit tense.
Yes, very tense.
Lurie, owner of the Eagles, got up and was talking about, I don't know, defending the tush push or
they filibustered for like
whatever.
An hour. Yeah,
and then
Jason Kelsey there.
And then Jed York got up at one point, and according to an article by Seth Wickersham of ESPN, said, "How much more expletive do you need to say?
Right.
Like, let's get this on with.
It's like,
wrap
we
it
get
up.
it. We get it. You think this is good.
The tush push helps you. We understand.
We get it. Let's go vote.
Now, why did 9 other teams vote in favor of it?
Great question. You'd love to get their thought process on it. I don't know if, the people who defend it to me are sort of like, I don't know, it feels a little bit like a cherry pick. Like, somebody developed this. It works really well. You're all allowed to do it. But now we're going to vote it out just because they're better at it or whatever. You know what I mean? Would it feel sort of like the Warriors being like, no, you're like, Steph's allowed to shoot threes. And everyone else is like, we can shoot threes too, but we don't shoot them like him, so it's illegal now. I'm sure that there are some who felt that way, but obviously not most.
Yeah, it's kind of like just a competitive thing. I want to be able to stop it outright as opposed to just not allowing you to do it in the first place.
I wonder what it'll look like when the personnel changes. How much of it is personnel versus just, do they have some sort of a secret to the way they do it? I don't know. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Grandy is here for dibs. 888-957-9570. All right, everybody, here we go. Let's get ready. I have a very, very unpopular take. I already know. I haven't even really said it out loud yet to anybody on the air, but I already know that it's an unpopular take. But it's my take.
Uh-oh.
It's where I've arrived.
I'm worried.
And we'll do that next on Willard and Dibs. Are you ready?
Yeah, what is this super unpopular take you're talking about?
Well, I actually want to I want to give you an appetizer first.
Okay.
Especially since Lucas just played a little clip there
of JK.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Uh-huh.
Lightning rod that he is this year in Bay Area sports.
He's the center of the offseason.
The appetizer to this take is that I hope Jonathan Kuminga is still on the team next year.
Okay.
I hope Jonathan Kuminga is still on the team this year. Look, I don't even know what's necessarily going to be out there in sign and trade possibilities. I don't know exactly what the Warriors really think. You know what I mean? I think I know what they think, maybe even more so than what Steve Kerr and others say to us coming on the show all the time. But I don't know what they really think. Like, are they in the back hallways? Like, we gotta move on, man. We gotta get out of here. Or is Joe Lacob in the back, like sitting everybody down in chairs and being like, if you all want jobs next year, then Jonathan Kuminga's on the damn team. Thanks for being here. Have a nice night. I don't know where that whole thing stands. But here's kind of, and so that could go a few different ways, and I'm not going to be like emotionally bent about that. But here's kind of where I'm going. I don't think there is, nor should there be a big trade out there for the Warriors this offseason. ... I don't want Giannis on this team.
Whoa. You don't want Giannis?
Let me explain.
MVP finalist? He was kind of buried in Milwaukee this year because they had a whole lot of other issues. He was incredible this year.
Giannis is one of the best players in the world.
Amazing.
He's one of the best players in the world.
You don't want him? Oh, my God.
Let me explain.
Okay. Explain.
In a perfect world, I would want Giannis on the Warriors.
But we're dealing in reality, huh?
This isn't a perfect world. And I think if all of us, I'm not going to say all of you, because I'm going to group myself with you, because I've spent the last 3 weeks since Shams was like, yep, he's going to explore. He's looking. And I'm like, oh, man, if there's any way, the Warriors could get their hands on Giannis. Quite frankly, any team. He is literally one of those players where it's like when LeBron was a free agent. If he points at you, just say yes and figure out the rest later. That's who I think Giannis Antetokounmpo is. That's what I think of Giannis. However, this is not a perfect world. And if we actually run this out, in other words, play it out and tell me what it would look like. Because I also know none of you want to give up Steph, okay? And if you do say, well, what about Butler? Mark, would you give up Butler for Giannis? Well, duh, of course. What will Milwaukee ask of you when you say Butler for Giannis? They make exactly the same salary to the dollar. So it's an even swap. What do you think Milwaukee wants to sweeten the pot?
A bunch of picks?
All of them. All of the picks.
And you don't want to do that, huh?
Well, Steve Kerr spoke on this very recently. It was on Tolbert's YouTube page. And I want everybody to hear this because this struck me. And it brought me to a place of like, oh, yeah, I want to do that, but that doesn't work. Like, ask me if I want to live on Kauai.
You want to live on Kauai?
Well, yeah, in theory. But, perfect. I do.
But
that doesn't work. I have children in school. I have a job. And I don't like doing it on Zoom. I don't think that's fun. I have a wife-to-be. She probably would be fine with it. Her dad lives there. Like, I have parents who are aging. I don't want to go get island fever where just a handful of years ago they got a Costco and that was like a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, life is still kind of in 1991 on Kawhi, which is wonderful.
You can say it might be better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I could leave Twitter and Instagram here on the mainland. But, like, it doesn't fit what I'm doing. So, yes, I think of all the places I've been so far in my life, Kawhi is the best. That is where I am absolutely the most relaxed version of myself. So, Mark, do you want to live there? Yeah, but no, because in this moment of my life, that does not work. And so I feel the exact same way about Giannis and the Warriors. There's a lot to discuss here, and we would love to hear from you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Listen to what Steve Kerr said here. This is on Tolbert's show. And talking about the lay of the land right now for the Golden State Warriors and the way they plan to attack the next couple of years, also known as the rest of Steph Curry's career.
I think the Jimmy trade was a clear indication that we're going for it the next couple of years. You know, they gave Jimmy the extension. His contract lines up with Draymond's and Steph's. They each have 2 years remaining. Jimmy is one of the best players in the league. We instantly became one of the best teams in the league when he got here. Yeah, we're going for it these next 2 years. We're not in a position because, you know, Steph's 37, Jimmy 36, Draymond 35. And it's not my job. It's Mike's job to determine all this stuff. But can you imagine trading away your next, 7 drafts? You know, with a team of, built around 3 guys who were 36, 37. Yeah. Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? So I think what we're doing makes sense. Like, we got Jimmy. I think finding, another cornerstone next to Steph for these last couple of years was crucial. That's the hard part. And these last couple of years have shown that, it's been really hard. After we won our title in 22, last couple of years have been tough. We needed somebody like Jimmy. Well, we got him now. He's still really good. I think we're set up to go for it the next 2 years, but you don't give up, 4 firsts and 3 swaps, and not when your guys are 37. So I think that's how we're operating. That's how Mike is operating. I think he's fantastic at his job, and my job is to, coach the team and see what we can do.
So I'm kind of sorry for everybody who loves drama like TNT. Like, if you listen to that, drama. I can tell you right now, there ain't no damn big deal this offseason. There just isn't. Philosophically, they're against it. And he makes what I think is an inarguable point, which is that it is beyond stupid, even though I said this yesterday and I still stand on it, which is I am much more focused on right now, these next 2 seasons, than I am about anything that's going to happen after that. That said, to completely empty your holster while the core of your team has all had their 35th birthday, it's organizational suicide. It would be the stupidest possible thing that they could do because they would be dead for a decade or more if they do it. And by the way, Giannis would be pissed. Like, what the hell is here for him to come play with Steph for 2 years? And then everyone's looking at him like, all right, dude, like, you're the team. And we have no picks, and we have no players, and we have no coach. We have nothing. But Fun Arena, we got a lot of fans. They really love it here. You're it. You're the only player on the team. Let's go. Let's build something. It would be suicide for Giannis.
Well, then you just trade Giannis once Steph hangs it up.
I mean,
you get a championship. You trade away all your picks to get Giannis. Then in a couple of years after you win a championship, you trade Giannis away somewhere else and you replenish your draft picks. Then you're all good to go with another championship in hand.
What a great pitch to Giannis. Come on out here.
Win a championship.
Be a total hired gun. We're going to put 37-year-old Steph Curry right next to you.
Still amazing.
Still amazing. The hamstring totally broke down at the wrong time. Draymond Green is going to be right next to you. Probably yell at you at some practices. The rest of the supporting cast is but, there's Kuminga over here. He needs the ball. And a year and a half from now, we will commence trade conversations for you again.
So you can go win other championships somewhere else.
Send you out again as you start to move into your mid-30s. Yeah. It doesn't work. Like this, that's all I'm saying. All of the things that all of us think about when you think of Giannis, I agree with you. But it doesn't work. It's functionally not workable.
Let me ask you this, and all the callers also, 888-957-9570. What would another championship with Steph in this era be worth for you? Like, if you could guarantee that trading away X amount of picks and whatever players gives you another championship, like, how much would you be willing to part with? Well, if you guaranteed Steph's 5th championship at some point the next 2, maybe 3 years, would you be willing to trade like 4 picks and 3 pick swaps? Your next 7 picks, you don't own any of them unless they turn out more favorable.
In theory, yes, except hang on. Here's where my brain actually goes. It's not a matter of the picks. There's no asset right now, no player on the team that I wouldn't say part with that in exchange for Steph getting another ring. I'd say yes to all of that. But then ask yourself, this is where I go.
Okay.
If you get that 5th ring, are you willing to say the next 12 years of Warrior basketball will be dreck?
12 years is a long time.
That's a long time,
but a 5th championship for Steph would be pretty damn sweet.
You're going to be in your 40s. I'm going to be in my 60s. Generations of children will be like, dude, the Warriors suck. Like, it would be like the Cohan era when I grew up. They sucked. They were terrible. And everybody in this fan base knows it. We've celebrated a team that won 1 round. They have a nickname, and we make documentaries about them because they won 1 round in the playoffs. We have Hall of Fame players who had McDonald's hamburgers named after them, but they never, ever won anything in the playoffs. Nothing. I think they won 50 games 1 time. We're handing out burgers to these people. They are Hall of Famers. They are still analysts for the team now. We love them. We love them because the backdrop was the organization was a joke. It was a joke. And fundamental to what I'm saying right now is why I always hate it when people do championship or bust. My goal is not ever championship or bust. It is annual relevance. I want sports in this city to be awesome all the time. I want them to be fun all the time. I want people to want to buy tickets all the time. So if you are asking me, would you trade a 5th title and if what you have to give up is a decade of relevance, I have got to stop and think about that for a second. Absolutely. That does not sound that fun to me.
I think I'd do it. 5th championship for Steph and a decade of you're looking at not making the playoffs. I think it becomes a little easier for me when, because the way that I view this is you make a big move and you can always like make the opposite move later. Like I threw out the Giannis, you trade Giannis again. Now, why would Giannis want to come here in the first place is an entirely different conversation. But if we're living in this fantasy world, we can just go about it for a sec. Just because you make a move to empty your cupboard does not mean that you can't later make a move to replenish some of those picks.
To a degree.
Definitely. Now, to get all of them back and high value picks back, yeah, probably not. But you can, just because your cupboard is empty at a certain point does not mean it is always going to be empty. I also think the other part of this is, and I just saw this come in on the text line, the 510.
Is it the part where they call me dumb?
No.
Okay.
That one as well.
Yeah.
The other 510.
Well, and I knew that was coming, and that was very nice of the 510 had a guilt. He or she had a guilt trip. Like he called me dumb and then texted 2 lines later, Mark, your take is done.
Not you. Your take is done.
Okay, your take. That was nice of you. I got a little warm fuzzy there. But
Thanks to the 510.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other 510, though, and this is how I feel, which I think makes it easier for me to theoretically pull the trigger on something like this, is I'm of the mind, however many picks you got, when Steph hangs it up, you're going to be bad no matter what. The picks maybe gives you a way to avoid being terrible for a lot longer. But let's fast forward 5 years from now. Steph's gone. The Warriors don't trade any of their future picks. You think they're going to make the playoffs that year? I mean, it's impossible to know.
I would vote no.
Probably.
I would vote no. But let me rephrase that text that you just referenced and your take. I want to rephrase it for you and see if you'll still own it. Okay? 510 said the next 12 might be bad even if you don't make a big trade, right?
Yeah.
Let me rephrase that. I don't trust Joe Lacob.
Whoa. So
why are you looking at me like that, Lucas? That's what that says.
Go on.
You're telling me that if you think 12 seasons after Steph Curry's gone, you think the Warriors will be bad that entire time. You are telling me, and I'm not, by the way, I'm not ready to fully disagree with you, but you're telling me that this entire thing is a house of cards held together by Steph Curry's greatness. And the second he goes, you have zero belief that this organizational structure will be able to stay relevant or do anything else to be even a decent basketball team once Steph is gone. That, to me, says I don't trust ownership.
Well, I think the Warriors' path to being relevant post-Steph Curry has so much more to do with just being an attractive place to play as opposed to them hitting the lottery in the draft again and finding a
fair.
Steph and a Clay and a Draymond again.
And I'm with you. And here's how
that would be possible whether or not you have draft picks or not.
I listen, I agree with you. I would not phrase it as I don't trust Joe Lacob. Here's how I will phrase it. And we've talked about this somewhat under our breath because we're still in the Steph Curry window, so it's not terribly relevant. But when Anthony Slater writes that article yesterday about the competing agendas within the Warriors, Kuminga's is one, Steph and Draymond's is another, kind of Steve Kerr also.
Jimmy in there too.
Yep, that's another agenda. And then the organization, ownership, and their agenda. And a lot of people called us and they were like, Curry's agenda and ownership's agenda is the same agenda. I'm like, no, it's not. Because the ownership, and Joe has said this, they believe that they're going to be good always, even after Steph Curry is gone. And my response to that is, I'll believe it when I see it. I'd love to see it. I hope you're right. I do think Joe Lacob runs the risk of underrating how hard this is going to be. I do think that. I'm not saying yet that he can't do it because I have no idea. We've never seen this organization, this group, try to function without Steph. So I hope he's right. I think he might be underrating how hard it is because it's insane. It's very, very, very difficult. If you're not named the Lakers, like if you're competing for free agents like that, it is very, very, very difficult to sustain success if you don't have at least one or two great players. And where are you going to find them? I don't know. But I don't think that the Warriors are, I think they're a very well-run organization. I don't think they're stupid. So I think that through the years, they will continue to make big swings and try to make big moves and try to stay relevant. They might have some wins and some losses there. My point is now is not that time.
When it comes to the competing agendas, I honestly think I'm a little surprised, honestly, at not necessarily there's a complete overlap between ownership and like the win now core, like Steph and Draymond, and you even threw Steve Kerr in there. But I'm surprised that there is as much overlap as there is. I mean, you played what Steve Kerr just mentioned, and he was on the Tom Tolbert show on YouTube, and it was a good conversation, and this is something Steve Kerr said prior. Steph Curry said it as well. I remember, I think it was after the loss in Toronto earlier this year. It was like maybe a couple of weeks ahead of the trade deadline. And it was the game before the game in Minnesota where Steph said, all you Twitter fingers, telling us what deals to make. Like, you can just shut up a little bit. But the game before that was Toronto. And it was like a unified message from Steph and from Steve and from Draymond. They all basically said the same thing. For us to mortgage our future would be the most irresponsible thing we could ever do.
And they're right.
And yeah, probably.
They're right.
I'm just a little surprised that it's that group that feels that way, considering 2 years from now, that group might be done.
Well, you should love them even more for that take because they actually care about the organization.
Which, I mean, it's great, but I don't know, from a selfish standpoint, and if I would like to think I would be as selfless as them, but if I was in their situation, I'd say to hell with 5 years from now. Do whatever you can to help me right now.
By the way,
while I'm still here.
I think I forgot to do this. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Don't worry, Lucas. It's not your everyday job, so don't need to worry about it. But anyway, point is that let me take it a step further to what you're saying. Remember when they acquired Jimmy, and Draymond has spoken on what the conversation was like between him and Steph that night in Utah. They lose a horrible, horrible game. There are a lot of tears, apparently, right? Andrew Wiggins is sent out the door, and others, but mainly Wiggins is who we're talking about.
Forget about Lindy Waters.
Lindy Waters, too. Kyle Anderson.
Dennis Schroeder.
R.I.P. as far as your Warriors' time. But Draymond said, we sat there and had a moment with each other where we were like, wow, they still believe in us. They still believe in our relevance. That's what the acquisition of Jimmy Butler meant to them. So I don't think the two of them are coming from this place that I think sometimes we think stars are, where it's like, I'm Steph Curry. I demand that you get me my guy, which is the way a lot of our fans talk. I don't think they think about it that way. They were kind of touched almost. I'm 37 years old, and you went and got me a guy. That's incredible. The teams don't usually do that.
No.
You have to be such an unbelievable epic star for something like that to happen. And so it did. But the larger point to me remains, which is that the age of these players, we always talk about it in terms of injury. We probably should be talking about it more in these terms. The age of these players, why it is so relevant, you don't empty your organization for players who are about to retire. They're like, honestly, like, what would you think of the Lakers right now if they're like, oh, we better start trading Luka because LeBron wants a teammate? You don't.
Well, that's an entirely different situation. Luka's one of the best players in the league.
Okay, but
now.
What if the Lakers said, let's empty all of our assets going forward? Forget Luka. Luka stays. All of our assets. Austin Reeves, every young player, and draft picks for the next 5 years because LeBron's about to retire, so we better give him another shot. Wouldn't you think that was stupid? Wouldn't you think it was stupid?
Trading Reeves, yeah, but Reeves is a player who can help them win right now. Trading picks, sure. You're the Lakers. You don't need picks. You're going to go and get the best free agent every year anyway.
Maybe.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. I don't think teams do that. You empty the next 5 years for people who are about to retire. And I know no one wants to hear me say that when describing Steph, but I'm sorry, that's the reality.
I know we got to hit a break, but what if I told you I don't think they have to do that to win anyway?
Okay, let's talk about that. And we'd love for you to weigh in. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yes, I love Giannis too, but it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
You don't love Giannis.
It does not.
He's out on Giannis.
Well, he can't shoot. But anyway, we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. That's Grandy in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, the first text on top of the line right now, 408, Mark, you suck for not answering me. And I'm like, oh, okay. And like, you do understand, there's just like, there's hundreds of these texts coming in throughout the show.
Pretty popular.
But it's, it's there at the top of the board, so I see it, but I got to scroll down to figure out what's the text that I didn't answer, which I assume to be like, dude, you're dumb for not wanting Giannis on the team or whatever.
Well, that's not a question.
The question as I go down was, Mark, when am I going to see you at AAU? and he does not mean like an AAU basketball game. He means Academy of Art University. I'll answer that. My class this semester is online only. So you're not going to see me on campus.
Oh.
Maybe in the fall? But no, I have not gotten my assignment yet. So sorry to make that personal for a second, but the person said I suck. So you got to, sports radio. You want a response? You tell somebody they suck. That's how you get that's how you get action in this life.
There was another question from a different 408 number. He has not yet said that you or me or both of us suck, but he did ask a question. Can the Warriors go into the luxury tax again next season? Yes, they can.
Yes.
They could do it every year if they really want to. You just have penalties that pop up when you're a repeat offender, but they did duck out of it this year, and they can go right back into it next year.
They rebooted this season, and so I think that I don't know that they will. I think that there would be a total willingness to do it. I got to say, man, I really don't know what this offseason's going to look like. I really have not gotten a read yet on what's out there for the Warriors. But I'll say it this way, I guess. I believe they will be totally aggressive, yet not make what you think is a major move. I think they will be very aggressive with the moves they think they need to make. And I don't think that they think that they need to make a major move, because I think that they already made their major move.
They did make their major move.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
They found a co-star next to Steph. His name is Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he like the ideal co-star next to Steph that you'd want to lead you into the post-Steph years of this franchise? No, because he's pretty darn old as well. But you found a co-star next to Steph that you've been searching for ever since Klay Thompson tore his ACL in the 2019 NBA Finals. Like, you haven't had the co-star next to Steph since then. You also had Kevin Durant that year, but we also know he was hurt and then he didn't come back after that. You've been looking for that for a long time. The fact that they won a championship in 2022 without a legit co-star next to Steph is a damn miracle. Like, they have been looking ever since then. And you can give them credit for the Jimmy Butler acquisition or say that he kind of fell into their lap. However it happened, they now have their co-star next to Steph. The hard part is done. That's what Steve Kerr said on the Tolbert show. And he said that multiple times. I think he and Mike Dunleavy also said something to that effect 2 weeks ago when they, went through their end of season presser, their exit interviews.
Yep.
They said the hard part is done. Now it is building the roster around what we currently have. And frankly, I look at how the season ended, Willard, and not just like the loss to the T-Wolves, but the end of the regular season when they went, 23-8 in their final 31 games once they acquired Jimmy Butler, once he officially debuted, 23-8. And they beat the number 2 seed in the first round. And yes, it took 7 games. And yes, there were frustrations there. You and Lucas both think that the Game 6 loss, which featured that 4-point play by Fred VanVleet to begin the fourth quarter, was like the end of it all because it led to Steph having to play another game. And maybe that led to the hamstring injury and yada, 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 resulted in their season ending in just the second round when maybe it could still be going on at this point. Regardless of all of that, I think there is a mountain of evidence that suggests this team, which was put together before Jimmy Butler was acquired, which was kind of just a cobbled together piece of until Jimmy Butler got here. I think it's good enough with a couple of moves on the margin with the Jimmy Butler acquisition in mind away from legitimately competing. They were really close this year, and this was a roster that, again, was nothing until Jimmy Butler got here. And if you were to ask Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy and get an honest answer, do you feel like that roster you just had to end the season maximizes what Jimmy Butler brings to the floor? They would tell you, no, there's not enough shooting. Jimmy Butler's at his best when he can drive and kick. And when teams have to decide, well, are we going to collapse on those Jimmy drives or are we going to hug the three-point shooters? The Warriors didn't have three-point shooters, so teams could collapse on Jimmy and not pay a price because those open threes were missing. You just get a couple of players that fit around Jimmy Butler, and you're going to be loads better. It's why I think we can stop living in this fantasy world of Giannis and trading away all these players and all these picks for Giannis. That's the only way the Warriors can win a championship next year? No. You have a really, really good group of players. You just need a piece or two that fit, and you will be right there competing.
I kind of wish you had just said that a lot slower and louder so that the people in the back can hear you.
You can try it again. Ready? 3, 2.
That was really long.
Yeah,
Do it
boy,
slow,
he's tired.
Brady.
He's tired. No, he's
Let
tired.
me catch my breath.
No, he needs to. It's kind of like the beginning of the second quarter. He's going to go to the bench. We're going to bring in somebody else, give you a little breather. We'll get back to you in a second.
Are they really that far away?
Well, yeah.
I mean,
let me re-summarize it in one sentence. A lot of you forget how good the Warriors were last year. That's all.
Or how bad they were, and then suddenly how good they were.
The way the season ended, there's two things that have happened. One, the way the season ended was so frustrating and deflating and happened so fast, where you're like, you beat the 2 seed, and then you grab game 1, you're up on the road in round 2. You're ahead. You have home court advantage. But then that's it. Steph leaves, and then 4 games later, the season's over. That's so frustrating and abrupt that I think it has left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. And the other thing that's happened is seemingly about 42% of the fan base is completely distracted by a young player and a dramatic situation that we have just turned into the most polarizing thing in all of sports in the Bay Area this year. And it's really not fundamental to what the Warriors are doing right now. He might be a part of it, or he may turn into a player that becomes a part of it, and now they've got time to work on that, and they will. But the way they handled this during the season, while not perfect, I sort of see as understandable because of the injury, especially because of the injury. They were not granted time to figure this out at a higher level, and so they went with what they had, which was working. That's what everyone forgets. And so we've gotten distracted, we've gotten emotional, and we've gotten disappointed. And it has led to a fan base that I think for many of you, you've forgotten that the Warriors, after the trade deadline, were the 2 seed in the West. They were fantastic. And yes, they're still old, and they will only be older next year, but they were fantastic. And I just, the nature of losing in the playoffs leads people to point to all of the things that they didn't like or that didn't work. But there were so many more that did. So many more things did work. And that's gotten lost in the shuffle.
And I feel like there's so many people out there, and maybe I'm making a vocal minority, the majority in my head, and you can let us know if you feel differently, but there's so many people who will say, yeah, I hear you. The group of Steph, Jimmy, and Dre, they were good, but you just can't win with a 37-year-old and 2 35-year-olds. And next year when the playoffs come around, a 38-year-old and 2 36-year-olds. And you might be right. You might be right, but this Warrior team has always been very fragile. If you don't have Steph, you have nothing. That has like almost always been the reality. Maybe other than a year or two when Kevin Durant was here and you survived the series without Steph. but you weren't winning anything beyond a first-round series versus the Portland Trailblazers or whatever it was without Steph. Always, 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 you were a Steph injury away from your season being over.
Well,
and that's still true. And it's more likely now because, yes, he's going to be 38 the time the playoffs come around next year.
For sure.
But what is your best avenue to being good? It is still Steph. So as long as Steph is still on your team, which he will be until he retires, you're going to be a fragile team.
I don't disagree with you, but I also think that because this is the team we follow, we sort of brand them as that. And I don't
as
think
what?
As fragile.
Well, they are, but so is every team.
There you go. That's what I'm getting at. Nobody doesn't live in that reality. Nobody. The Pacers are dead if Halliburton gets hurt. They're dead. They're absolutely dead. The Thunder, as good and deep as they are, they're dead if Shea gets hurt.
Imagine the Wolves without Ant.
Wolves without Ant. And
Nuggets without Jokic.
Right. You're dead. You're dead. And
Bucks without Giannis.
I accept that. And I know it's tough. It's tough to watch the franchise walk off the court when nothing even happened.
Knicks without Brunson.
Guys just running down the court. Super frustrating to have that much on the line. And that's it. It's there he goes. And scene. Right? But and I know Boston won a game without, I'm not saying you can't win a game, but you can't function at a high level. You can't go win in the playoffs when you lose your guy. That's just the reality of the NBA. It's very, very akin, in my mind, to when an NFL team loses their quarterback.
You want to know what I heard?
You'll give me examples, Hostetler and Foles, you'll do that. And so it's allowed, but it is highly unlikely. It is very rare that you can still function when you lose your guy.
I heard a little bit of, OKC's so good. Even if Shea wasn't on the team, they're still going to the finals.
No, they'd still go to the playoffs.
They'd be in the playoffs.
But no, they're not going to the finals.
Not even close.
Denver would have killed them without Shea. Killed them. They almost beat him anyway. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, Mark and Mark. Mark with a C and Mark with a K.
Very good.
Yes, sir. I just want to say, man, I kind of totally agree with you, Mark. I don't want to, Mark with a K, I don't want to mortgage the future for Giannis because I'm not even a basketball guy. And, Giannis is not an unstoppable force. You could kind of form a wall in front of him, and he can't shoot from the outside. Put him in the free throw line, he can't shoot free throws. What I want him to do is make some upgrades and also kind of find a way, dig deep in their four-time champion genius and find a way to utilize Kuminga. Kuminga should be their workhorse next year in the regular season because your core is kind of old. So figure out a way to make Kuminga that 23-year-old athletic guy be the workhorse in the regular season and also upgrade on few positions.
Hey,
look at the Looney.
Yeah, Jonathan, Can I challenge you on something? Because I would just love, I hear you, but here's what I want to know. When we say that to a team, it's kind of like if your boss and came to you and was just figure out a way to turn a pancake into a vegetable. How are you doing that? Figure out a way for Jonathan Kuminga to be your workhorse in the regular season and then suddenly morph into something else in the playoffs that leans back in to Steph and Jimmy Butler, even though all three of them need kind of to have the ball in their hand. How do you do that?
I don't know, Mark. I'm not a basketball guy. That's why I'm asking the four-time champion brains of the Warriors because they're the basketball people. I don't want that 4 years with Kuminga to just go down the drain. You know what I mean? They already made an investment, so try to figure out a way and then make some, like Looney. Try to find a way to upgrade in the Looney position because you can't have three, non-offensive threats in a game anymore. You're looking at the OKCs and the Pacers. You cannot be a top-heavy team in the NBA right now. Look at the Pacers and OKC. They're deep, man. They're about 10 deep. Those two teams, and you look at the top-heavy teams. They didn't even make it past the first round. The Clippers. Suns didn't even make it in the playoffs. And you got the Lakers, they make it past the first round. So top heavy is not the way to go. But, I trust the Warriors, man. And let's go Warriors.
Okay, Jonathan, thanks. From a conceptual standpoint, I totally feel what he's saying. But I don't think that what he's asking for, quite frankly, is possible. We can say, the Warriors are the basketball people. It's their job to figure it out. Not all, this isn't math. Not every equation has an answer. You can't just come up with something and be like, do this. And they're like, okay, we'll do it. Like that. I don't know how we lean into a player in the regular season and lean into somebody else in the playoffs and blend all these people together who actually all need the ball in their hand when there's only one ball. There's a way for Kuminga and Butler and Steph to all play together, but I don't think there's a way to start changing who the workhorse is throughout the season. You have to use the season to be who you're going to be so that you're at your absolute height when you get to the playoffs, I feel.
It is something that Steve Kerr said a couple of weeks ago. If Kuminga is on the roster next year, they're going to spend a lot more time, at least early in the season, trying to find ways to make Kuminga work alongside Steph and alongside Jimmy specifically.
Yep.
And, well, first of all, I mean, it's kind of a given. They have to. And you opened our talk here about the Warriors. You were setting the table for your ludicrous Giannis take by saying, I hope that Kuminga's on the roster next year.
That's right. Because I don't think there's a huge trade to be made.
And I'll just say, if Kuminga's on the roster next year, they better find a way to play him.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But what I'm sort of flagging here with what Jonathan said is lean into him as your workhorse. Yeah. You're not making Jonathan the one. Jonathan, there needs to be, and this is what everybody in this conversation leaves out. Steve's got to figure out a way to play Jonathan, and Jonathan's got to figure out a way to play with Steve. Period. This has to be a meet in the middle. Has to be a meet in the middle.
Yes, I agree with you. But in terms of if we zoom out and maybe zoom away from Jonathan's call a little bit, when we just take a larger view on the Warriors and how they can improve and how they can change their roster, it is very obvious whether it is Kuminga being on the roster and playing more and fitting more, or if it's Kuminga not being on the roster and fetching them something else. Kuminga is the pathway for the Warriors to improve next year, one way or another. That is the most logical way for it to happen. So if Kuminga is on the roster, you cannot have a repeat of what the last 2 months of the regular season was. When he's healthy and he's hardly playing, and then in the postseason, he's getting DNPs. Well, you cannot have that anymore.
And I'll give you a financial reason for that, too.
Well, he's going to cost a whole lot more next year.
There you go. You cannot spend... And I have I literally have
even if
no
it's $20 million, that's a whole lot more.
I mean, maybe it might even be less than that. If Brooklyn is, and reportedly not that interested, I don't know what kind of leverage he has to command a big number, but whatever. Even if it's 15, you can't sign someone to a contract like that for a number of years planning to DNP him. I agree with you 100%.
You're right about the money, but even if the money was veteran minimum, you have a player who is young and maybe doesn't have an insane amount of value around the league. We're talking specifically about the Nets because they're the only team that has enough space to offer him more than $15 million a year. If every team in the league had cap space, Kuminga would have a pretty robust market.
I agree.
He has interest around the league.
For sure.
And the Nets, while the report from Slater is that they're not actively preparing an offer sheet for Kuminga, they are willing to be a contributor in a multi-team trade, and they're utilizing their cap space to make a trade work somewhere else. And there will be pathways for Kuminga to get on a different team by virtue of that Nets cap space. My only point is, if Kuminga is on the Warriors roster, it is absolutely terrible, pitiful asset management if what happened this past year happens again.
Agreed. And I think the Warriors agree with you. To me, that all whittles down to time. And Steve said that directly to us. What they would have going into next year with Jonathan, if he's on the team, is time. And they did not have that.
A leeway to experiment.
Correct.
A little bit.
And a training camp and preseason games and less urgency in early regular season games, all of that stuff. Let's go to David in Novato. David, next up here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Dibs. Hi, David. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, y'all. First of all, I want to mimic everything you're saying. The team is there, right? It's a motion offense. We are best when Steph's off the ball. That's when we get one-on-one with Kuminga. We get pods. Look at the data. Pods, shooting percentage with super down when Steph was not in the game, right? So with time gone, but Jimmy knowing a game plan where he can attack and not going for layups and pushing out balls and not taking those easy buckets, and then we have a team that we put the pieces in the place to actually hit these shots and make these easy plays, things will move. If you go back to the early ages of when we were successful, we had the ball moving, having easy buckets. I think that is actually an easy opportunity with the team we have. We just have to have some people that will go in and get buckets. That's the thing that's getting me, guys.
Well, and I get that, but at the same time, David, appreciate it. I mean, we all have that sort of feeling when you look at it, especially when Steph is either not on the floor or is being, guarded by an Amen Thompson or something like that, and that Warrior offense feels like it just stops, and there's nobody who can go get a bucket. I just think that there's a little bit more philosophy and complexity to how an NBA team goes about trying to get a bucket. And what I hear often, and talking with everybody here at 95.7 and all of our callers, the way we watch basketball is sort of the same way we play playground basketball. And it's just like, dude, it's the ball and the ha-ha and the bucket. Right. But that's not how NBA teams do it. So even if you stuck 5 ha-has out there, I think you're going to stink. I think you're going to stink. You have to have a strategy in terms of how you attack an NBA defense. And so it's not just as simple. That's why I have bought all year into this concept of things need to fit. You can't just say, Jonathan can get buckets, therefore gets to be on the floor. Spacing matters. Penetration matters. Strategy matters. The way that a defense is sort of strategically going at you need to be able to break that down with X's and O's and intelligence and all of those things. And then those 5 players who are out there, that has to all fit together. It's not just give me 5 guys who can score and therefore they will. And so I think that's what led us down this road.
It's also just like individual matchups.
Totally.
Like team on team. Like why were the Nuggets a much better matchup for the Thunder, or Nuggets were matched up better with the Thunder than the Wolves did? Because the Nuggets have Jokic, and he's not bothered by the wing defenders of the Nuggets like Anthony Edwards was. Can't be bothered because he's a 7-footer who can pass. Like it's just so much of basketball isn't just like it's the strategy for a team, and it's the plan and the style of your offense and all that, but it's also just like, what team are you playing? And how do you match up? No doubt. Is X player going to be played off the court because the opposing team has X, Y, and Z, and they can disturb that player with this length and athleticism? Okay, well, then we're going to go away from that player for this series.
888-957-9570. We're heading into the last hour of the week. 888-957-9570. I'm out. I'm out on Giannis to the Warriors. Maybe not for the exact reason that you'd think if it sounds like that. I think he's wonderful. I think you get your hands on him if you can. I just don't think the Warriors can. It does not make sense at this time. So 888-957-9570, more on that. Plus, we can circle back to the news of the day, which is the 49ers and Eagles getting together on a trade. And if you did not hear the details of that, we'll have that for you coming up next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. With Grandy here, this is Willard and Dibbs.
Negative 16 yards. And they're losing more here. Bryce Huff with the sack. Robert Saleh loves this guy. And he comes up with the sack for the Jets defense on first down.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, was that Fox again? Who is that broadcaster? He seems to have done 48 Bryce Huff sacks. Oh, that was CBS? All right.
I think that was Andrew Catalon, if memory serves.
I have no idea who. I don't even know who that is now that you've said the name.
Come on.
I don't.
One of the great voices of the NFL on CBS.
I'm on Red Zone. You guys know me. I'm on Red Zone. I ain't listening to
you
these
don't know
dudes.
your broadcast crews.
I'm in bouncing all over the place. I don't know who it is. Some guy.
I think it's Andrew Catalon. Whatever.
Yeah, don't shame me.
Shout out NFL on CBS.
Okay.
I want to. You guys talked about Rocco Clay's dog yesterday.
Yes.
He officially passed.
Rest in peace. Yeah.
Clay has posted on Instagram.
What did he say?
First of all, it's a 12 different photos or videos of Clay and Rocco, and he wrote, "I'm gonna miss Rocco a lot. 13 glorious years with my boy. I know he's in doggy heaven, popping somebody's ball. A great dynasty dog he was. Thank you all for the sweet messages. All dogs go to heaven."
Oh, that's
what
nice.
Clay wrote.
That's sweet. That's sweet. He sounds like he's in a decent place about it.
All dogs go to heaven. Indeed, they do.
Yep, they do. And my sense, because remember Dibs yesterday had that comment from Clay's dad, Michael, who on the air down in L.A. A couple of days ago said it was time. And so what that tells me is that this was not a surprise.
Yeah.
This did not come out of nowhere. And I always feel like, and this is whether it's a human, whether it's a dog, whatever, if you have that sort of lead up and it
makes it a little easier.
It's not a shock to the system. You kind of know that, your interactions with this person, with this animal, whatever, are starting to run a little thin. Doesn't make it any easier, I guess, in terms of emotions that are around it. But I was kind of glad to hear that Rocco, it sounds like Rocco had a great life, man.
Oh my God.
Rocco had a great life.
Yeah.
So
there's one video on Clay's Instagram post of Rocco chasing around like one of those like blow up bouncy yoga balls. And he's just running around the Warriors facility chasing the
oh my God, look at that. That's pretty cute.
It is great.
That's pretty
great. But I was looking at it during the commercial break, and it made me think of like other Rocco moments. And it made me think of this one, and I looked it up because I couldn't quite remember exactly when it happened or if like it actually happened or if it was just like some rumor. But remember when Trace Thompson, Clay's brother, was on the Dodgers?
Yes.
Major League Baseball player. Trace is on the Dodgers, and for whatever reason, I don't know, it's during the offseason, Clay's down in L.A., and maybe ESPN had a Sunday night Dodgers game, and they're interviewing Trace and Clay on the field before the game. And in the background, you can see Rocco walking around, and he takes a poop on Dodger field. Oh, a true Bay Area dog. Taking a crap.
That's my dog
on the
right
field at Dodger Stadium.
That's my dog right there.
Yeah.
That's going to be a yes from me, dog.
Rest in peace, Rocco.
Oh, my God.
A legend.
Take a big dump right on Dodger Stadium.
And you can see him just in the background. Clay's being interviewed, and you see him walk into the view of the camera, and he's just squatting over right there in front of the Dodger dugout.
That's the best. It's the best. Dude, I like, and this is not going to be a new statement. People know this. If there were a way for us people to just act a little bit like dogs, this world would be so much better. I get it. They don't have the responsibilities that we do. But man, like even if just take a little piece of it, right? If you could respond to your family when you get home the way they do.
Oh, man.
Could you know what I mean? Could all of us just get a little slice of that? I was listening. You know what I was listening to recently who was talking about this is the comedian Ricky Gervais.
Okay, yeah.
And Ricky, like, I think is a huge dog lover. And actually, whether it's taking his own dog for a walk or just a morning walk where he goes where people go with dogs.
Sees other dogs.
Which is a little creepy in a way. It's just like, I'm here for your dogs. But like, he does this on a daily basis because he's like, I don't know any other way to start my day. Like, I have to go get a little fix of the way dogs
unconditional love
treat people and the way they treat each other. And that helps me just manage the rest of life and the rest of days. And look, I'm not saying this from a place where like I'm good at it. Believe me, there are plenty of days where, right, you get home from a long one and you're just like, meh. You know what I mean?
Don't
how's your
talk to
day?
me.
Yeah, it's not a good one. But like, if you could just start there, if we had the ability to react to our families when we get home or when they get home, the way our dogs do, oof, sign me up for that.
What gets me is
incredible.
I had a childhood dog growing up that we had to put down. I must have been like 13 or something when we put my childhood dog down. And I still, to this day, maybe obviously less so now, I'm not at home as much anymore, but there'll be times where I'll like open the front door to my parents' house and I'll just like be transported back to when my dog was still with us. And I'll be like expecting her to run to the front door and like jump into my arms. And we're talking about like 16 years later.
Right, but it was every day.
Every single day. And like, there are moments where I walk in the door, I'm like, where?
Oh, dude, believe me, if we like, and sometimes if I run her really, really, go to a dog park in the morning and it's a hot day or something like that, or sometimes it's because somebody accidentally closed the door, right? And she's like snoozing on my bed and somebody closed the door. If you come home and she's not right there, the first thought immediately is, where the hell's the dog? Like, did the dog get out? What's going on here? Something's wrong.
Yeah.
Because they are right there.
Without fail.
Under your feet every single time.
No, I'm bougie. I like the little dogs. What's the expensive ones? The Yorkies.
That was actually funny. When we went to go get a dog, that was actually one of my rules. I'm like, I don't need some huge 80, 100-pound dog.
Yeah.
But I'm not getting a little dog. Nah. We're not getting one of these things that's
like
the size
dogs.
of your forearm.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. This dog needs to have a little something to it.
Nice little medium-sized dog.
Yeah. And Penny is probably medium-large, which is funny, though, because Christy has a much smaller dog. And so to her, like when Penny's in the car with us, she's like, good Lord, Penny, you're a horse. Like, get off of me. You are huge. Not that big of a dog. She's like, I don't know, 55 pounds or whatever. Like medium-large.
Yeah.
But I couldn't do what Guru's saying there. I couldn't do the tiny little dog.
Me neither.
Dog's got to have a little something to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
Anyway.
Rest in peace, Rocco.
Rest in peace, Rocco. Yeah, all of our thoughts go out to Clay on that one. That's a life change.
Yeah.
That's a total life change.
Can I share something with you?
Please.
So, talking about I'm getting us back to basketball.
Lucas's face. Part of this, by the way, before you say what you're going to say, I just love to bring people behind the curtain on this one. So part of it is Lucas is in your seat today.
Yeah.
So you're not usually sitting there. Plus, you're taller than Lucas. So
he also sits very low in his chairs. So it's just the weirdest thing.
Lucas's stature, when something gets said on the show that gets a reaction out of him, you literally look like, I think, was it Home Improvement who had the neighbor who was always looking over, but you only got half of his face. And so I have the upper half of Lucas's face, and then you get that, like the facial expressions which come from the eyes. And so whatever you just said there, could I share something with you? Lucas got a little like intrigued and scared at the same time.
Well, that's how Lucas reacts to half the things I say.
So hoping we were getting personal.
This little face is getting popped up over the monitor like, that you kind of look like, you look like a dog looking over a couch.
Thank you.
Or like out the window when mom or dad arrives home. What? So, okay, let's hear it, Greg.
Anyway, we were talking about Giannis and big moves and trades.
Do not want that guy.
And you're out on Giannis, amazingly, somehow. Found the first person in America out on Giannis.
Out.
I'm of the mind that I don't think the Warriors even need a Giannis-sized move in order to compete for a championship next year. The obvious follow-up then becomes, okay, well, Grandy, who do you think that they could add that makes them that much better? The name that I believe in the most is the name that you and I both agree on. It's Cam Johnson, and we are big fans of Cam Johnson. We did a whole show on him before the trade deadline. Ended up not happening because Jimmy Butler happened.
Highly rated show.
And I'm still a huge fan of Cam Johnson, but I think there's a name that we could throw out there and add to the mix potentially, because I was reading a Yahoo Sports NBA mock draft done by Kevin O'Connor, who's very plugged into all these things, and he gets to the number 7 pick in his mock draft, which is owned by the New Orleans Pelicans. And he says that they're going to draft Con Knippel, the freshman out of Duke. Okay. Not that freshman out of Duke, but a different freshman out of Duke. They were all freshmen, and they were all very good. They're going to draft Con Knippel. But in the little blurb he writes about the pick, he starts it off by saying, there are no untouchables in New Orleans. League sources say the Pelicans are gauging the market for everyone on their roster. They very well could end up keeping their core pieces, namely Zion Williamson, but it appears the Pelicans are looking into taking different paths this summer, depending on what opportunities become available.
Okay.
I look at the New Orleans roster, and I try to find pieces that fit the Golden State Warriors.
And
I circle Trey Murphy III.
Okay. Phew.
Not Zion. I know what you guys were thinking that entire time.
He didn't read the news.
Oh my God.
Also, yes, I know what happened with Zion.
Well, there's some people probably driving around. If you've been at work all day, Zion has been accused of rape and years of abuse by an unnamed female. So the lawsuit just came out today. And so as you started to build this Pelicans take, it was hilarious once again to watch half of Lucas's face come up over that monitor. He's also whispering around, did you see? Because he didn't want, I know what Lucas is like, don't be like, yeah, Zion, that'd be a great idea. Get that guy.
Just bury Grandy for his bad take.
Zion right now, I'm going to put him right over here on the whole NBA shelf.
Yes.
Because I have no idea where this is going, and all of us were very relieved to hear you come up with a different name. I do like Trey Murphy. That's a good play.
If the Pelicans are open to moving on from anybody and everybody, there's a couple of names that are intriguing on the Pelicans. Herb Jones is the other. One of in terms of players that might be available for acquisition this offseason, maybe the best perimeter defender out there. He's amazing defensively. Trey Murphy III, though, is an amazing three-point shooter.
He's tremendous.
And he has the ability to be a whole lot better defensively than he has been. And he recently signed a pretty nice extension, making $25 million this coming year. So you would have to do some cap gymnastics to make it all work. But if the Pelicans want to play ball, the Warriors absolutely need to check in on Trey Murphy III. An amazing three-point shooter.
Okay, how do they get him? Real quick. Real quick. We're actually going to do this time. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, go ahead. How do the Warriors get him?
He makes $25 million this coming year. He's under control for 3 more beyond this, and he's only 25 years old right now. So you're probably going to have to give up a pick, I would imagine, because he's a young quality player, and you're going to have to make the money work. It might be part of a Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade. That could be part of it. Who knows? And you would need the Nets to participate in order to eat some money one way. I haven't put together a 3 or 4 team trade that fits and works. But if the Pelicans are in a spot where they are willing to move on from any and everyone, the Warriors need to check in on Trey Murphy III. He would be a dream fit on the Warriors next to Jimmy Butler.
Remember, though, the Kuminga sign and trade thing, you can only take half the money back.
You can add more money on your end sending out, and that counts in full.
Okay.
To get up to near $25 million.
So you just traded.
You could get it done.
Buddy Hield is who you just traded.
Or Moses Moody or someone like that. Yes.
Yep. I mean, in theory, love the idea. But that is as big, as aggressive as you will see, excuse me, the Warriors get. I don't think it goes anywhere beyond that in terms of name value and blockbuster and all of that stuff. And kind of that was my point for anybody who might just be joining late with regard to the I don't want Giannis thing. It's not really an I don't want Giannis thing having anything to do with Giannis. Like, yes, if you can get one of those players on your team, you flat out do it. But I think right now, the situation the Warriors find themselves in is preventative, because in order to do that, you are going to mortgage so much. And no, I don't worry too much about the future. What I do worry about, though, is just the way you run your business. And so, in theory, if somebody was like, how many picks would you give up for Giannis? All of them, in theory. But again, when you look at who the Warriors are right now and kind of how they're built, this comment that Steve Kerr made on the Tom Tolbert show, to me, was very, very revealing and smart. And so take a listen to it, and then I'll explain further.
I think the Jimmy trade was a clear indication that we're gone for it the next couple of years. You know, they gave Jimmy the extension. His contract lines up with Draymond's and Steph's. They each have 2 years remaining. Jimmy is one of the best players in the league. We instantly became one of the best teams in the league when he got here. Yeah, we're going for it these next 2 years. We're not in a position because, you know, Steph's 37, Jimmy 36, Draymond 35. And it's not my job. It's Mike's job to determine all this stuff. But can you imagine trading away your next, 7 drafts, you know, with a team of, you know, built around 3 guys who were 36, 37. Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? So I think what we're doing makes sense. Like, we got Jimmy. I think finding, you know, another cornerstone next to Steph for these last couple of years was crucial. That's the hard part. And these last couple of years have shown that, you know, it's been really hard, you know, after we won our title in 22. Last couple of years have been tough. We needed somebody like Jimmy. Well, we got him now. He's still really good. I think we're set up to go for it the next 2 years, but yeah, you don't give up, you know, 4 firsts and 3 swaps, and not when your guys are 37. So yeah, I think that's how we're operating. That's how Mike is operating. I think he's fantastic at his job, and my job is to, you know, coach the team and see what we can do.
Steve Kerr did not present that thought as like, ooh, that's something we'd hesitate to do. He made it sound laughably ridiculous. Laughably ridiculous.
As someone who might not have a personal stake in the franchise 4 or 5 years from now.
He's like, you don't run a business that way. You don't go send all of your assets out the door when your core has all had their 35th birthday. And I want to phrase it in a way that people are not comfortable with. And I get it, because he's quite frankly been, in my eyes, the best individual in the history of Bay Area sports. And that is saying a lot. But I do believe that about Steph Curry. But he's about to retire. He's about to retire. I don't know if it's exactly 2 years, maybe 3, but he is about to be done. And so it doesn't make sense for Giannis. It doesn't make sense for the Warriors. It's just the spot they're in. I find it to be totally preventative and a deal that doesn't, it's one of those, you know how everyone looks for a deal where they're like, ooh, that deal was good for all sides. This is bad for everybody. It would be a bad deal for all parties. And those of you, by the way, I saw a lot of those messages who were like, if you got Giannis and then cupboard totally bare, and then Steph and Jimmy and Steve and Draymond and everybody retires, well, now you've got Giannis and tons of cap space. Yeah, I don't think that works either. If you think about it, players don't cherry pick just one other player. Superstars do. Superstars team up. LeBron and Wade and Bosh, they talked, let's get together. But the David Wests of the world, the people who are like, I'll go on a minimum contract to win a championship, they don't look for a star, they look for a situation. They look, I can win a title there next year. You can't whittle this entire organization 2 years from now down to one human being. That's not fair. It's not fair to him. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to the fans. It won't work. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, we love Steph more than anyone, right?
Yes.
What if it was just him? That's it. Cap space aplenty and Steph Curry. No other players at all. You think people are dying to come join that?
Kind of feels like Kobe's last couple of years with the Lakers.
Which went how?
Terrible.
Exactly. So
they won like 20-something games.
I'm not trying to be like, this is not a hot take. I'm not trying to get a reaction. And I love Giannis. He's one of the best players in the world. Situationally, this is a bad idea. It doesn't work right now.
I mean, you're talking about Steph is on the doorstep of retirement. I don't think the Warriors have time to like continue to fiddle and make major changes like that. Now, you tell me you could get Giannis by giving up Jimmy and like a couple of picks. Like, okay, for sure, you're doing it. But like when it comes to the Warriors who are working up against a clock that is running down, all right, Steph's timer is running out. Like it is ticking actively, and you're getting damn near the end of it all. You have finally found a number 2 alongside Steph that makes competing somewhat realistic. Like you know for a fact that when Steph and Jimmy are healthy, you have a team. It almost is regardless of like who is around them. You feel pretty good about those two if they're healthy. And yes, it's a major if. You'll feel pretty good about your chances to beat anybody in front of you. It's a gigantic risk when you are at the tail end of Steph's career to say, okay, we have that, but we think we can make it even better when you don't know if it's going to be even better in the first place. Now, Giannis alongside Steph and Dre, is that better than Jimmy? Yeah, probably. But you don't know what other moves that's going to precipitate and how it's going to affect the entire rest of the roster. You have found something that, like, theoretically and in practice worked pretty darn well.
It works.
This is what you ride out. You don't have enough time to continue to experiment at a major level that way.
This is also, I just thought of this. This is not a perfect comp, but this just popped into my mind when you said what you just said about like, this is already now in a short sample, it's been proven to work. Not every pairing works. So who's been paired with Giannis the last couple of years?
Dame.
It's actually the guy who I think most people think is the closest comp to Steph Curry that there is in the league in terms of style of play. He is a point guard, but he's an unbelievable extended three-point shooter who works very well as also the leading scorer, not the distributor, but the leading scorer on a team. And
he was really good this past year, and they still couldn't do anything.
They didn't play well. They didn't win. In the East. So I just want to throw that out there too. I'm not saying Jimmy Butler's a better basketball player than Giannis, but you have to concede that one pairing has already got some data, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good data. The other pairing has no data, and you can think that it would be better, but you have to concede that you might be wrong. You might be wrong. I mean, how many times did Steve Kerr come on this show and in the Kuminga conversation was like, like he was hurt and then we found something. He always phrased it that way. We found something. In other words, even once they acquired Jimmy, they thought, Mike Dunleavy thought it was going to work, but you don't know. And then he showed up and it really did. They started playing really good basketball. You go, okay, this works, but it doesn't always work. I worked in LA when they acquired Dwight Howard. I was there. I watched that Sports Illustrated team with that starting lineup. Steve Nash, Dwight Howard, Pau Gasol, Kobe Bryant. Sucked out loud.
I remember that Sports Illustrated cover.
They were terrible. I think they were the 8th seed and got swept.
By the Rockets?
By the Spurs, I think. I think it was the Spurs, if memory serves.
No, you're right, it was.
But, dude, like, it doesn't just to throw that into the conversation, you are talking about a known quantity and an unknown. What are you laughing at?
I just looked up that Sports Illustrated cover with it's Steve Nash and Dwight Howard on the cover, and it says, now this is going to be fun.
I was there, and it wasn't fun. It was not fun. Kobe Bryant made Dwight Howard cry.
Also, Steve Nash hardly even played that year, didn't he?
Yeah, he was very old. Yeah, he was very old.
Yeah.
And yes, boy, if you could take two personalities in the NBA over the last 25 years and be like, who would be the most oil and water of any two personalities you could bring together? I like Kobe and Dwight would be on the list. That's probably the answer. Maybe Draymond and Gobert. I don't know. Like if you could just be like, let's not do that. Kobe and Dwight Howard, as it turned out, very high on that list. Anyway.
The 408 saying, dude, don't compare Dame to Steph. And while I hear the 408, yes, obviously.
I wasn't.
Obviously, yeah. Steph is like miles better of a player than Dame Lillard. Nothing against Dame. It's just we're talking about one of the 10, maybe 5 greatest players of all time in Steph Curry. They do affect games in similar ways. Steph just does it to an entirely different level. Right. And Dame had an awesome year this past year, by the way.
I'm talking style of play.
Yeah.
I'm not talking the height of the player, the stature of the player, but the style of play is pretty similar. And by the way, their cupboard around those two was not bare either. Like they've got players, they've got spot up shooters. You know, they made an acquisition this year.
Kyle Kuzma.
Brought in Kyle Kuzma, where you're like, Kyle Kuzma. But that we roll our eyes at Kyle Kuzma because there was a team out there for a while asking him to be a 1. And not a 1. But they were asking him to be a 3/4. And so, they have players, and that was just an uninspiring team all year long.
Is Giannis better than Jimmy? Yes.
Of course he is.
And he's younger. And if you're just like, who's the more valuable asset? It's Giannis by a country mile.
Totally.
Of course. But there's a lot of other factors that come in here. If it was a 1-for-1 swap, Giannis for Jimmy, of course, you're doing it in a second. But, of course, it's not going to be that way because Giannis is the much more valuable asset. But, again, I don't think the Warriors even need a move of that magnitude to get to a spot where they can compete. If I tell you that they acquire, whether it's and even this seems unlikely because it is kind of like a dream for the Warriors. If they acquire someone of the Cam Johnson ilk or the Trey Murphy III ilk, one of those two, and then they get a center like a Daniel Gafford from the Mavs because the Mavs are drowning in bigs and maybe they want to move off of one and get an expiring deal and a pick in the future, and they're willing to move off of Daniel Gafford. And the Warriors' 2 main acquisitions are, say, Trey Murphy III and Daniel Gafford. And that is your big offseason moves. You pair that in the starting lineup with Steph, with Jimmy, and with Draymond. So your starting 5 is Steph, Trey Murphy III, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Daniel Gafford.
Oh, my God.
Where do you think that ranks in terms of competitors in the West?
Very high. Very
high. Like OKC and then...
it might be them.
Maybe.
Denver/Warriors. Is what I would say next.
Even that feels like pretty pie in the sky. Those are 2, I think, perfect players to add to this Warrior team. But that feels a whole lot less pie in the sky than somehow acquiring Giannis and then being able to put together a roster around Steph and Giannis that comes close to it.
It's just bad business. It's bad business. I don't think he's going to ask for it. We all know. Everybody has run with the premise that this doesn't happen unless Giannis forces it, and I don't think he's going to. I don't know why he would. It doesn't make sense for him. So it's just bad business. It's not commentary on who he is as a player. He's probably one of the top 3 or 4 players in the world right now. I'm pretty confident
MVP
in
finalist.
That. Yeah, absolutely. It's him. It's Jokic. We can throw out a couple more people, but they are the most effective people in the world right now. So I fully understand that. But this is a situational comment that functionally it just doesn't work. It doesn't work for any of the parties. And so I was fully aware that kind of the reaction would be what it is. And I'm glad that at least maybe some of you have kind of been here for the contextual conversation that is involved here. And you don't need to agree with it. But that's what this is about. And I knew that Lucas would put this on Twitter, and I knew that everybody would say
Are you getting yelled at?
Let's see. Want me to read a few?
Yeah.
Are you stupid? That was one of them.
That's a great question.
Are you stupid? I don't know. Maybe that's up to you to decide.
You're worthless.
Next one. What's the most outrageous thing I can say to get reactions from people? Mark Willard before making this statement.
I can't confirm, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I could read a few more of these. That's basically what we're getting. And I get that's how it reads. That's how it reads. Because the quote that he sent out is, quote, I'm out on Giannis to the Warriors. It does not make sense at this time. My goal is never championship or bust. My goal is annual relevance. I want sports in this city to be awesome and fun all the time. So
you did say that.
I did.
Those were your words.
Yeah, that's a quote. But then when you take the 3 hours of context away from the conversation, are you stupid? Well, yeah, kinda. If that's all you're going to get out of this, then yeah, it's kind of stupid. But
I'm just amazed, and I know this is how the game works, and I know this is what we do, and not just us, but all Warrior fans. I am just. And maybe this is just me being, I don't know, not very understanding of how fans' minds work.
Well, are you stupid?
Maybe.
Okay.
I might be.
Just checking.
I am just amazed at how eager so many of us are to end the Jimmy Butler experiment now because Steph got hurt and they lost in the second round of the playoffs. I don't know how you felt. If Steph stayed healthy, you think they beat the T-Wolves?
Most likely.
Yeah. I think so, too.
Most likely. I mean, they already had a bird in hand.
And they make it at least they make it tougher on OKC than the T-Wolves did, in my opinion.
Probably. I don't think they would have beaten the Thunder.
Probably not.
But you'd love to have the shot.
They would have beaten whoever comes out of the East.
Probably.
If Steph stayed healthy this year, I think the only team that the Warriors would have ran into in the playoffs, the way it all played out, was the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's likely. And
we're talking about a team that at the trade deadline was under 500 and was like, what the hell do we do? Exactly. Oh, Bradley Beal has a no trade clause. The Suns can't acquire Jimmy Butler.
Well,
Pat Riley is left like, what the hell are we going to do? So we swoop in and we get Jimmy Butler and we add him to a team that isn't even built around him in the first place. And still the only team we run into in the postseason that we think can beat us is OKC. That feels pretty darn like close to competing already.
Oh, there's no question they're already competing. There's no question.
So why are we so eager to blow this whole thing up?
Because I'm so glad that you sort of brought this up. Because in sports, so many fans, and I don't fault anyone for this, but so many fans watch sports in a results-based brain, and that's it. Like the final outcome is the final outcome. I don't want to hear anybody talk about context. I don't want to hear anybody talk about process. I don't want any of that. I was just talking to my kids about this last night. I was just talking to them about this. It's actually one of my big pet peeves as somebody who teaches now. I can't stand what's happening right now in schools in terms of the process. Everybody's lost a hold of the process and everyone's focused on the result. And what I mean by that is you will have teachers all over the place. COVID has coached teachers, worn them down to the point where they're like, they'll accept the assignment whenever the hell it gets turned in. There's no more due dates. No more due dates. If you miss the due date, just ask the teacher. You can turn it in tomorrow. How about next month? Some people wait till flipping May.
I wish that's how it was when I was in school.
And then they sit there and they're like, okay, I didn't turn in anything, but can I turn in 28 assignments tomorrow? And I am always like, no, I don't want to grade 28 assignments this weekend.
I've already checked out.
You had 6 months to do this. And I told you at the beginning of the year that I'm not taking your assignment unless you set something up before the due date. But this is the way so many students operate now. And I'm trying to tell.
Is that really how it is now?
No, I'm not kidding even a little bit. It's bananas.
That's crazy.
And I keep trying to tell anyone who will listen, this is a bad process that leads to the result you want, and that's not a good thing. I would much rather, here's kind of the comp that I gave my oldest son, who's a great golfer. I said, if you line a putt up and you hit it perfectly, the exact speed you wanted and on the line that you wanted, and it hits a pebble halfway to the hole, and it turns right and you miss. Great job. That's the process. You didn't get your result. That is so much better than doing it the other way around. Because when you do, the real world is out here having not been affected the way schools are by COVID. I can't show up to this show tomorrow. It's not happening tomorrow. I got to be here today. And we're losing that. We're losing that. I don't want to get on a soapbox here. But process over result. And the Warriors this year, at the end of the year, had a very, very good process that a lot of people are forgetting because we didn't like the result. And the result is it's very clear why it happened and what affected it, at least affected it.
No doubt.
It's very, very clear. And that result is not, it's not like a given that's going to happen every time. So that's kind of the way I feel about it. It's kind of why I like it. If you listen to what I just said, all those takes of mine that you hate, you'll understand them. It's why I love Kyle Shanahan. It's a great process. You're not always going to get your result.
Sometimes it's a great process.
It's a tried and true, very successful process.
Yeah, draft another kicker in the third round, Kyle.
No, not
and a punter in the fourth.
Nobody's
that you cut.
Nobody bats 1,000. But if you follow the damn process, I mean, I'll always fight back and go, here's a guy who took
Here's a guy
who took Jimmy Garoppolo to the Super Bowl. And you're telling me you don't like his process. I'd argue that's the best process I've ever seen in my life. How the hell did he do that? How did he do that?
Because of Robert Saleh, Willard.
Well, that's part of the process. And they brought him back, which is why I'm so excited about it. So anyway, you're not always going to get the result you want. But to me, if you go to overtime of the Super Bowl, you're running a pretty good process. And then you got a crappy result. And that sucks. And it hurts. And it's hard. But if you interview for the jobs the same way every time, and you're really good in a room, over time, you're going to get the right result more often than not. That's what I feel.
I get your Niners comp. It's
that hurt you. You were with me until I said
it's easier for me to understand as it relates to the Warriors this season.
Because you're young and you haven't seen the Niners get the result that you want. And
you're
I get
right.
that.
I
get that. I totally
and anything
get that.
short of a Super Bowl is still pain.
Totally. But
as a Warrior fan, I'm pretty damn spoiled.
Yep.
And I can understand when. Now, the other half of it is the Warriors are running out of time for their process to continue to produce fruit.
For sure.
And so the pressure is turned up every single year, but the best that you can do is put together as good of a team as possible, and they did a pretty good. They were 25-26, and I legitimately feel the only team that they could have ran into in the postseason that would have beaten them is OKC, who is a historically good team. Like, that is absurd. And if you would have told me before the Jimmy Butler acquisition that I would have felt that way, I would have called you insane and not believed you. Like, maybe you say this is a loser mentality because anything short of winning a championship isn't good enough. That is remarkable and an incredible success. The fact that from where they were to how I feel about them now, it is amazing.
And it happened.
Amazing.
And it happened in the snap of a finger.
And now you have an off season.
Correct.
To, yes, add to an aging team. Yes. But you have an entire off season with in mind what you need to do to make that group better when you could do nothing to add to it once you got Jimmy Butler. They are assuming health. And yeah, it's a big if considering you've got a 38-year-old and two 36-year-olds going into the postseason next year. That is a big if, but assuming health, the Warriors are going to be in the final 8 again next year. And if things work out well, they might go even further than that.
Yeah. I totally agree. I think if anybody out there in the world is a Steph Curry fan, I don't really know any other way that you're supposed to go about it. I don't know. Like, there isn't time to reboot another plan. Like, that's the other thing that I think is funny about all of this. There's no time to reboot another plan. He's 37. He's 37, and they've been searching for 2 years for something that would reignite this. And then they find it, and then, boom, he gets hurt. we don't like the outcome, and now we want to go back on the search again.
The 408.
Good Lord, I don't want the search.
Yeah.
The Bears have been on the search for a quarterback my whole life.
The Browns.
I don't
the
want,
Jets.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
The 408 says it was very telling the Warriors could not win one game because of injury to one guy. Yeah, it's their reality. Steph is everything to them. What is the solution? Move on from Steph?
Well,
no.
I still argue. I know people do this because it's like the Celtics won one game. But like, what do you honestly think any of these teams were realistically going to do in the playoffs when their franchise player is in a wheelchair? What is it you think was going to happen? Like, great, the Celtics won one game. You want to know what the faulty premise is that we work with? We've all decided that if the Warriors could have won one game and gotten the series back to Steph, that the Warriors were automatically going to win it.
Win game 6 at home and win game 7 on the road.
Never lost a playoff game with Steph, right? I don't know. Joe watched the Rockets series. I watched him in a fully healthy home game, elimination night, game 6, and they never led. Like, they got woefully outplayed the entire night. So the faulty premise is that if the Warriors had just won one game, boom, plane tickets to OKC. I don't know, man. I don't know what and plus Steph, is he at full strength? He hadn't played in a week and a half. He's coming out at like 3/4 speed, and all of us are like, well, they're definitely going to win.
He's putting up 40, Willard.
They're definitely going to win that. It's
He's putting up 40.
Wow, that's quite an assumption we're all making.
The other part of it, and again, the 408 jogged my mind on this. It's, the Warriors are in trouble if Steph does not play. And even in the non-Steph minutes, right? Like when Steph is resting, generally they're worse. So the Warriors should put all of their resources into making the team as good as possible for when Steph isn't playing. Like that does not make any sense to me. Like obviously in a perfect world, you're great with Steph, you're great without Steph. But if you're telling me the goal should be if Steph were to miss time, let's build a team that can survive without Steph. No, I am putting all my eggs into do everything possible to maximize Steph while he's on the floor. Because that is our path to being good.
Totally.
Like if I am operating from an assumption that the Warriors need to be better when Steph is injured, my bottom line is you can't possibly be good enough if Steph is injured. Steph's injured, your season's over. Bottom line, end of story, pack it up, let's go home, franchise over. Steph gets hurt.
100%.
So
100%.
do whatever possible to make Steph as good as possible.
100%. Yep. 888-957-9570, our number. Let's see. You want some more? Remember after
Are more people yelling at you?
Are you stupid? Glad you're not the GM. You try for rings, not just to be relevant.
I agree with that.
What a brain dead take. They'd have a better shot with Giannis on the team than they would with Butler on the team. Agree completely, but that is not. That's like 10% of the story. Again, we're lacking context. And then my favorite one. My favorite one has come in.
Okay.
I expect a dumbass take like this from Steiny, not Willard. Yeah.
That's actually a really nice compliment for you. Kind of.
And if Steiny's cruising around somewhere at 5:30 on a Friday, yeah.
Well, that probably puts a smile on his face.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah.
That's what you get for trying to get out of here so early every day. All right?
He doesn't expect dumbass takes from you.
I expect a dumbass take like this from Steiny, not Willard. Yep. That's a good take. I agree. I would expect a dumbass take from Steiny too. But today it was me. So anyway, you also came in here all hot to trot, and I loved it because the Niners and Eagles made a trade. Bryce Huff is going, or they haven't made it. They're about to. They're in the process of
Can't be finalized until after June 1st.
Finalized yet, but Bryce Huff, this is a pass rush specialist who was kind of a bust of a signing for the Eagles last year, but the 2 years prior to that with the Jets, he was really, really good. So Robert Saleh knows him very, very well. This is someone they will use in known passing downs, allow them to move their number 1 overall draft pick, Michael Williams, to the inside on some of those passing downs. And you're watching, to me, you're watching the 49ers this offseason really fully with vigor hand their defense over to Robert Saleh to run the show, which I'm betting was a promise they made to him in order to get him to come back and take this job. And for me as a fan, that gives me confidence. I think he's a wonderful coach. I know that his defenses with the Niners and the Jets were good every year. And so watching all of these defections take place, and it's made people very uncomfortable, and you're bringing in some unknowns, some new names, some rookies and whatnot. But I think that Robert is the one. He is the Jesus who's taken the wheel in this particular case, and that gives me a lot of faith. I think he's really, really good at it.
I'm with you. I trust Robert Saleh. As far as Bryce Huff goes specifically, you mentioned it, kind of a dud for the Eagles. He was their like Hassan Reddick replacement, and there was so much drama around Hassan Reddick at the tail end of his Eagles career, and then he goes to the Jets, and then the Eagles end up signing Bryce Huff. And they kind of try to play him as an outside linebacker instead of a defensive end. And they try to turn him into like an every down player, and that's not who he is. And he kind of, I don't know if half-assed it is the right word or phrase, but didn't really show incredible effort. We'll put it this way. If he was showing that effort for Robert Saleh, he would have gotten yanked immediately. And he was very ineffective to the point where when he got injured, he had to have surgery on his wrist, and he missed 5 games midway through the year. By the time he came back, the Eagles had turned to other options at their outside linebacker spot, including a rookie, and those players performed at a much, much better level than Bryce Huff did, to the point where he played 13 snaps in their first 2 playoff games and was a healthy scratch for the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So was essentially not a factor in their postseason wins at all. And I know where a lot of Niner fans' minds go, and it's where a lot of sports fan minds go. When you make a trade with like kind of a rival like that, like you can't, it's almost hard to accept it in good faith, because no way that your rival is going to want to help you, right? So why in the world would the Eagles trade this guy that I'm claiming immediately becomes the best pass rusher opposite Nick Bosa in his Niner career? It's just simply, I think, a difference in scheme and a difference in what those two teams were asking, or what the Eagles were asking of him and what the Niners will be asking of him. I think Bryce Huff is going to be an entirely different player for the Niners than he was for the Eagles, and it's essentially going to be a win-win deal, because the Eagles get off of the money. They're going to pay for half of his $17 million owed this year. Niners will pay for the rest, and they'll take on the final year of the contract next year as well. The Eagles, they get a third-day pick in return, maybe a fourth or a fifth. They get off of the rest of the contract, and the Niners get an elite situational pass rusher.
That's what Robert Saleh called him back in his days with the Jets. And you know who will love this more than anyone in the world is Brock Purdy. Because do you want to know what Bryce Huff is based on his resume?
What?
A system pass rusher. That's who he is. And it is also not a criticism when it comes to a pass rusher or a linebacker or a safety or an offensive lineman or whatever. This is sort of the vibe that I wish we had the room to work with quarterbacks on. We don't. The world won't allow it. You have to, if he were a Raven, would he be good? If he were a Cardinal, would he be good? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've talked about this before in sort of comparing Brock Purdy maybe to Draymond Green. It's like, how would that look if you were on a different team? Yeah, you're right. Probably not as good. Who cares? Bryce Huff did not work with the Eagles, but he worked really well with the Jets. What system did he run on the Jets? The exact same one that has arrived here and back in San Francisco under Robert Saleh. So I'm with you. I expect this thing to work really well. And when their pass rush works well, the Niners work well. That was kind of one of the things that Brian Baldinger said when he jumped on with Steiny and Guru earlier today.
I think when the 49ers are rolling on defense, their front four is eating, and they're getting home, and they're affecting the quarterback. All the way to the first Super Bowl loss to Kansas City, they were right there at the end and just couldn't make the play at the end. But yes, they've been searching, they've been going through it. I saw John Lynch at the Senior Bowl this year. It was a good draft for defensive linemen. They got a couple of them. They want to build that line back up where they have. I remember one year talking to Nick, late in the year, and I said Max Crosby should win the Defensive Player of the Year award, and Nick got all ticked off at me, and I'm like, well, he plays every play. And Nick's like, well, I'm trying to win a Super Bowl.
Mac's just trying to finish the season. So, I got 3 or 4 more games to play more than Max does. But, if he wants, to be in that Mount Rushmore of pass rushers in this business, you can't do it by yourself. You're going to need help from the inside and from the other side. And I feel like they've been searching for that guy for a while now with Nick.
Okay, so that's from Baldy, and I'm fully with him. That's kind of my belief on 49er football. When their front four is eating, the Niners eat too. They eat in the standings when those guys eat on the field.
I don't want to drown you in statistics, but 2 years ago, with the New York Jets running Robert Saleh's scheme, Bryce Huff on 312 pass rush snaps. So 312 times he was asked to get after the quarterback, right? And the quarterback had the ball, not a handoff. 312 times he was rushing the quarterback. He pressured the quarterback 68 times. That is a pressure rate of just under 22%, which for that year, the highest percent in the NFL.
Yeah, that's bananas.
Almost a quarter of the time when he was asked to rush the quarterback, he pressured him, essentially impacted the play, he himself, a quarter of the time, a little less than a quarter of the time, more than a fifth of the time. If you get anywhere near that,
oh man,
it's going to make a big difference. And you know who's going to love it more than anybody else?
Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa.
Yep. And the rookies that are now tasked with filling out the rest of that defensive line.
It takes some pressure off of Michael Williams as a rookie to have to be the everyday, every down foil to Nick Bosa.
Really good stuff, man. 888-957-957 is the number if you want to weigh in before we hop out of here. We will take you all the way up to 6 o'clock. A couple more things that Baldy said about this trade and the rest of the Niners situation. Coming up next, Grandy is in for dibs. Glad you're with us, all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? This is Willard and Dibs.
I don't know, Mark. I'm not a basketball guy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I am. I'm a basketball guy. That's what I do. I'm also a football guy.
More of a football guy myself.
And a baseball guy. I'm not a hockey guy.
I don't know, Mark. I'm not a basketball guy.
Did you hear the news out of L.A. and the Dodgers? Mookie Betts, he's got to get x-rays because he stubbed his toe.
Oh, that is a doozy. Was it in the middle of the night?
I don't know.
Because you can't stub a toe in the middle of the night and be okay. That is not okay.
Dave Roberts, manager of the Dodgers, told the reporters that Mookie Betts stubbed his toe at home on Wednesday night and will be getting x-rays after he was in too much discomfort to play. Mm-hmm.
It is science. It does hurt more when the lights are out.
Dude.
You can't see what you hit?
No. It is when you stub your toe.
Lace him up, Mookie.
In the middle of the night. There are about 3 seconds. It only lasts 3 seconds, but you think you're going to die. It is that unsettling. There's that moment where you can't even make the noise yet.
You're just hopping around on one foot.
You can't even say ow yet. Every parent knows this. If your kid trips and falls or whatever, the kids that if they're crying, once they make noise, it's okay. If they start that cry and it's a silent thing where they're just just on the ground,
cries loading,
they can't even make the noise, that's extra painful. Extra painful. So that's the stub the toe in the middle of the night. For 3 seconds, I'm I think it's over. I don't know. I can't handle this.
Stubbed his toe and needs x-rays, though. Yeah. That is a gnarly
Dude, he might have broke his toe. That hurts.
Oh, big time.
It's always in football, the injury that pisses people off the most is when someone's got turf toe. So, how the hell, Fred Warner's out there with a broken ankle and he's playing football. You can't play because your toe hurts?
Put a Band-Aid on it.
Seriously.
Wrap it up.
But turf toes, the ligaments and everything, you can't comfortably walk. So that is one of those funny injuries, though. Poor Mookie.
He stubbed his toe on Wednesday night.
You just, bringing that up, it brings to mind something that Buster Olney said to us just yesterday. God, that feels like it was 3 days ago. Was that yesterday?
Yes.
Damn.
Early in the show, but yeah, it was yesterday.
You're shaking your head, Lucas, but
There's no chance that was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yes, it was yesterday. Am I going crazy?
No, Lucas is being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
He's agreeing with me that it feels like it was 4 days ago. Anyway, Buster Olney basically was talking about the National League West, which we all agree is woo, that's a good division. A lot of good teams there. It's really hard. And he made a statement that at sort of first glance, you're Did you mean what you just said? He's of all the 3 teams, especially at the top, but add the Diamondbacks in there too, with the Dodgers, Padres, and Giants. Of the problems they're facing, the Giants have the problems that are most fixable. In other words, he's foreshadowing that, trade for a first baseman or
just
Willie Adames.
Start hitting.
Start playing baseball. He brought up a thing about how low Willie's batting average with balls in play is, and he sort of suggests maybe he's had some bad luck. When your batting average on balls in play is as low as it is, that'll come around over time. So he's I see some of those issues kind of getting fixed. You can't fix that the whole Dodgers pitching staff is hurt. There's not, what are you going to do about it? And a lot of them don't have an outlook of being back anytime soon either. Now throw Mookie Betts into this situation.
Oh, stub toe.
Tough break.
Tough break. Poor Dodgers.
Yeah. Seinfeld gif. That's a shame.
I, for one, feel terrible for them.
That's a shame.
I'm going to lose sleep tonight over the Dodgers issues.
I mean, shout out to Rocco. May he rest in peace for taking a big poop on Dodger Stadium once upon a time. And I think he should do it one more time.
Haunting the Dodgers to this day.
Yeah, exactly.
The 707 asks a good question. And,
what's up?
Shout out to the 707. That's my neck of the woods. When Bryce Huff, the newest Niner pass rusher, was going crazy 2 years ago, who was on the other side. He probably hasn't had someone to Nick Bosa's level either.
That's a good statement.
Good point, 707. In 2023, the Jets didn't have any singular pass rusher as dominant as Nick Bosa. They did have a group, though. Jermaine Johnson, 7.5 sacks that year. Quentin Jefferson, 6 on the interior. They had Quinnen Williams really good nose tackle,
he's on
5.5 sacks. In terms of like interior pass rushers, Quinnen is one of the best in the league. But you're right, 707. Nick Bosa probably becomes immediately the most talented bookend edge that Bryce Huff has ever played with.
For those of you who maybe missed a lot of today, the Niners and Eagles working on a deal for Bryce Huff, pass rusher specialist. So passing downs only is kind of the thought process for Bryce Huff. Robert Saleh called him an elite pass rusher, and basically $17 million salary will be split between the Niners and Eagles based on his performance. It's either a 4th or a 5th round pick next year. In exchange, here's what Brian Baldinger on Steiny and Goose said about the trade.
Robert Saleh knows how to use him. He had him basically the whole time he was there. And, Robert's, last year, 2023, his last full-time year there, he got double-digit sacks. I used to joke that, they were just a bunch of hungry piranhas up there getting after the quarterback. And Bryce was really good at his role and playing that role in New York. I believe he played less than 50% of the snaps. I might be wrong about that, but he didn't play any more than 50%. But that's what he was. He was a come in on passing situations, and he brought a lot of heat off the edge for that team.
Yeah, and then Baldy goes on to actually talk specifically about what came up earlier, which is how does this affect Nick Bosa?
If I'm Nick Bosa, I'm thrilled with the signing. And Robert Saleh, that is good. He's not a big blitzer. He's not a guy that, is going to wow you with free hitters to the quarterback. He wants the front four to win. They're built upon that. And I think Bryce Huff is a good rotational player that can win off the edge, that can help Nick get back to where he needs to be. I feel like the 49ers pass rush got better. And if that's the case, I think Nick Bosa will see more one-on-ones with a chance to, that sack total is to start picking up from what it was a year ago. The injury didn't help him last year, so he was off the field some and, didn't finish strong. But I would think that this is going to help the front four right now.
Brian Baldinger on Steiny and Goo today, and you will hear most, if not all, of that conversation on Best of the Game at 6:30. Not right at 6, but at 6:30. About 37 minutes from right now. You will catch that interview in full if you missed it, because Baldy is always good.
Always good.
Yeah.
And I think what is important is what Baldy said there towards the end, which is assume that Bryce Huff gets back to near the level that he was 2 years ago when he was last under Robert Saleh, and he comes in on 2nd and longs and on 3rd downs to get to the quarterback. It's going to be, you're finally going to get to a point, again, maybe for the first time since potentially, I guess maybe Chase Young a couple of years ago, but the Chase Young experiment for the Niners didn't really work out that well. Maybe you go back to Dee Ford, like the once in a blue moon that he was healthy opposite Nick Bosa.
Yeah, that's a good call.
You're finally going to have opposing offenses have to make a decision as all right, who are we focusing on and who are we going to try to limit?
Yep.
But you haven't really ever had that alongside Nick Bosa. Maybe, you could go all the way back to even like DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead. It's been a long time since opponents have been able to say, well, is putting 2 defenders on Nick Bosa the best course of action here, or 2 offensive linemen on Nick the best course of action, or do we need to send 2 the opposite way and only go about Nick Bosa with 1 and maybe a chipping running back?
And I don't want to blow off I know so many of us have done this all off season long, where it's like the schedule, all these teams suck. A couple of things. First of all, they're NFL teams. We learned this last year. They're dangerous if you're not playing well. That's number one. Number two, we can't act today like we know exactly who these teams are. There are always surprises, and therefore some of these teams that we think stink might actually be good. Like, who knows? Maybe the Atlanta Falcons are going to have a great year, and Penix is going to be a big deal and all of that. So I want to get that out of the way, but also say that, today really gave me a football Jones, man, because when you start thinking about Robert Saleh and the history that he's had both here and New York on a defense, and then think about the quarterbacks and the offenses that the Niners don't have to play this year, the ones they don't have to play. Like, you've got a totally different rest advantage. I don't think, and in fact, let me grab this really, really quick just to look at the schedule that's coming up. You know, like Buffalo last year and whatnot. Are the 49ers going to be subjected to a lot of snow and freezing cold games, which bothers Brock Purdy in the minds of some? I look at it right now and I'm like, dude, there's only one game where it's even remotely possible.
Cleveland,
It's
November
Cleveland
30th.
on November 30th,
Yeah.
right before the bye. That's it. And that's the Browns.